Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 391, Descent into Chaos, So Close to Death. Oh. You're already dead. Loki joked while casually watching Voldemort struggling to comprehend the attack he'd just launched. Even though Voldemort was shaking his head like a drunk man as he tried to come to terms with the situation after Loki's attack, Loki didn't take the initiative or even launch another spell at him. The reason was simple: he knew Voldemort could do several things to get him killed because he was 2 entire sequences above him when Loki wasn't even a demigod. Voldemort could simply do a partial transformation into his mythical creature form and Loki would be done for in the next couple of seconds. Loki knew this was a trap, hence he just watched as Voldemort flicked his wand and caused all the mutations in his body to disappear as if they never existed. But Voldemort's condition wasn't as great as Loki made it out to be. He currently had a killer headache because of the spell, since it seemed to be something that brutally tried to attack his body of heart and mind. It felt like someone had mauled his head, grabbed it like a dog and torn it apart like a house in a storm. Although his defenses had held up against the spell, it was only just barely because Loki had already ruined his mental state while he was Tom Marvolo Riddle using Dumbledore's corruption. The voices in Voldemort's head got sharper and crueler as he started to feel various emotions that he'd stopped feeling a long time ago when he successfully became a Sequence 8 cold-blooded. Voldemort was currently feeling himself swinging between total madness and sanity. He felt like if he took the wrong step he would return to being the same wisp of consciousness he was when he was defeated all those years ago by Harry Potter. Doing anything in this moment felt unnecessarily burdensome. So Voldemort took Loki much more seriously. He didn't know what spell the boy used, but it was better to guard against it just in case it was used again. So Voldemort did something rather simple: he created a mental shield to form strict restrictions on his entire mindscape. He did this by using the rune for slowness and degeneration in demon speak. It brought the degradation of his mind to a creeping halt. Although not permanent and self-harming, since it would also slowly degenerate his own mind, it would do for now. Loki knew nothing about all this, but he did suspect that Voldemort was acting stronger than he appeared to be. But with nothing substantial backing his claims, it was all baseless for now. Voldemort and Loki simultaneously looked at each other. Their eyes dangerously gleamed in the dark as each formed several plans and counterplans that would be used against their opponents in the next few minutes. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort started with the spell that shot out a strong green bolt of light that rushed towards Loki. Loki, with his spirit vision active, could easily see the runes that floated around the spell and easily deciphered that the spell was not the killing curse. And so instead of dodging the spell or transfiguring the ground to help delay it, Loki flicked his wand and conjured the Protego shield. Can he not control his spirituality well? Because of all the mental instability. Loki thought as he noticed streams of the spell spreading around the area and knocking into the ground, a blatant waste of spirituality in a duel that could be decided on who could last longer. The semi-transparent shield conjured took the brunt force of the attack, but the remaining force was still enough to knock Loki off his feet and throw him several steps behind. Loki wasn't thrown back violently or anything, it was much like how one is lifted off the ground while on a seesaw. Loki almost glided back. The two duelers locked eyes again, causing Voldemort to prompt a smile. I hope this is not all you have in your pockets. I assure you, Mr. Dark Lord, my pockets are, especially deep. Voldemort's forehead creased since he didn't like the sound of what Loki promised, but then he smiled and spoke calmly. I wonder what face you'll make when I have you writhing beneath my feet. Oh, don't worry. You don't have to stress your brain too hard. I know imagination is not your forte, the angel of imagination is what you fear. I sent that rig dash. Voldemort's wand flicked again to shut him up. A thick red beam of light rushed towards Loki, and this time, instead of using the Protego shield, he did something clever. With a flick of his wand, Loki flung out his spirituality at high speed. A thick blue tendril formed out of his wand and made its way towards Voldemort's spell. The two collide in the air, and a dance between blue and red invaded the sights of all the other people present in the area. Both Loki and Voldemort pushed out their spirituality to keep their spells alive while fighting against each other. The fights on the sidelines froze since Voldemort had stopped focusing on controlling the Fiendfire dragon, causing Cedric to start chipping it away bit by bit. The rest of the Beyonders all looked at Loki and Voldemort, wondering who would win in the clash between them. Although none believed that Loki could do anything, Voldemort's poor control was slowly becoming more and more apparent. The red tendril that extended out of Voldemort's wand flickered and fluctuated as a lot of it shot out around the spell Loki was casting, causing several smaller red tendrils to clash with the ground on Loki's side. Loki was suspicious about the tendrils and didn't want to let them get close to him, since Voldemort might have done such a thing on purpose, so he always made sure to slap away any that came too close with blue tendrils of his own. The red light from Voldemort's end flickered some more before it suddenly snapped audibly like the snap of a guitar string as the spirituality contained within it exploded like a firecracker. All the people surrounding the fight grew ecstatic and became overjoyed when they saw Voldemort lose. They watched Loki's blue tendril rush through the broken remains of the red streak of spirituality as it tore through everything in its path while advancing towards Voldemort. With his focus on the spell, Loki missed the smile on Voldemort's face as he flicked his wand once again. A sharp green light exploded out of Voldemort's wand and caused Loki's blue tendril to explode in place. Did you really think Voldemort was about to gloat, but before he could speak another word, Loki's blue tendril that had been exploded dissipated and gave way to a fresh new purple tendril that was hidden within it. Voldemort was surprised by the spell and annoyed at being interrupted, but he handled Loki's deception well. With a simple flick of his wand, Voldemort intercepted the fresh spell and diverted its path away from himself and into the ground. This time, however, he waited for a few moments before making sure that Loki had no more tricks up his sleeve as he spoke. Did you really think But before anyone could comprehend what had happened, Voldemort's head was suddenly and violently ripped apart. Voldemort was beheaded. He missed it. Or did he? There was a sudden startling silence in which the Death Eaters and the Unspeakables all looked at the head that had been tossed into the air by shadowy appendages that had ripped Voldemort's head off. Only by looking at the shadowy appendages did people realize what Loki had done. He had used the intense lighting due to the clash between the spell trails of himself and Voldemort to cover up the shadows that had encroached onto his territory. His plan was never to take him down by a simple spell but to decapitate him by using the shadows as his limbs to slice his head off. He did it. Both Death Eaters and Unspeakables were happy to a certain extent, but most other Death Eaters panicked. A few more, like Bellatrix, were intensely worried and shocked beyond words. How could that boy do this? How could the Dark Lord be taken down so easily? The Death Eaters, who assumed that this was the end of things, rushed to apparate away, but just before apparating away their gazes fell on Loki, wondering how happy the kid would be for defeating the Dark Lord. But the expected happiness that everyone assumed would be on Loki's face never appeared. Instead, what marred it was a profound frown. And before anyone could react, Loki jumped backwards. Almost as instantly as he did, spikes of trees sprouted out of the ground and pierced the air. The branches appeared corrupted and human in nature as they bled red blood from the several cracks in them. Soft murmurings and whispers entered everyone's ears as they all found it hard to control their bodies. Suddenly, everyone was feeling terrible. They all wanted to run away as a creeping madness clawed at their minds. It was almost as if the world would have taken them under had they not forcibly entered a state of cogitation. Those who could not do so since they lacked the ability to do so, started to mutate into blobs of flesh with reproductive organs hanging from their fleshy bodies. Hermione nearly puked midway through while noticing these changes as she used transfiguration to fight and keep them away from the Beyonders trying to control Voldemort's fiend-fire dragon. The floating head and the headless body flickered for a moment, transforming into something translucent before they shot towards each other and reattached. The shadowy mist that was Voldemort's figure blurred for a second before it reformed into Voldemort. Voldemort had used his ability to turn into a mass of desires. An ethereal construct which allowed him to negate most physical damage by simply turning into a dark mass of desires before turning back into his humanoid form. Loki looked at the men with a frown while Voldemort looked at Loki with a frown. Both sides had set up traps and sprung it at the most opportune moment, but each one had already noticed it and countered it. Each eyed the other warily since they'd begun taking each other seriously. Loki was more frustrated because he could see that Voldemort wasn't just fighting him but was also handling the fiend fire at the same time. He had just made it look like he wasn't focusing on the fiend fire so that Loki would think he'd truly died. You're good. Voldemort finally conceded a little. He looked at Loki for a few moments and then asked softly. Would you like to join me? I can give you much more than what he can. A smile sprouted on Loki's face and then he spoke calmly. Would you believe me if I did most of all this on my own? Voldemort's eyes widened a little and then his eyes narrowed. Is that so? I see then, this leaves us with no other way. Loki agreed and lifted his hand with his wand. Voldemort did the same. Both sides had grown a sort of respect for the other side since their own expectations had been surpassed. While Loki hadn't ever thought he could defeat Voldemort, but since this was his first time fighting someone at such a high level, he felt some respect. As such, apart from wanting to meet his objective of delaying things until Laura arrived, Loki also secretly wanted to learn more from his duel with Voldemort. Each dueler gave the other a secret nod of acknowledgement before they flicked their wands and started an attack at the same time. A/N, I messed up uploading the previous chapter, it was smaller than normal and I didn't realize. I increased the length of this chapter to compensate. Chapter 392, Descent into Chaos, A Different Perspective, 1. On the other end, Hermione was struggling. While most of the Beyonders were doing their best to keep each other safe from the assaulting Fiendfire and the Death Eaters, Hermione, being the weakest of them all, had to deal with the Beyonders that had lost control. Most of them had started attacking any random thing in front of them to deal with the terrifying feeling of anger erupting in their currently single-celled brains. Their eyes, how many ever they had growing out of their bulbous bodies, all turned around frantically trying to find a different target so that they could go ham on it. Hermione's eyes hovered over Loki and Voldemort. And almost instantly she felt her hands tremble as she felt her nerves draw taut. Voldemort's presence on the battlefield wasn't just something everyone felt and ignored. Hermione could see that the closer people were standing to him, the more they were feeling a constant sense of subordination. And if she was able to feel Voldemort's strong presence from this far and it was making her feel afraid, Hermione wasn't sure how Loki was even able to stand straight in front of Voldemort. Her eyes especially widened when she saw just how crazily and narrowly Loki was dodging Voldemort's spells while retaliating with his own spells that Voldemort was either forced to dodge or defend against. He's not going to die, is he? Hermione thought with a heavy sadness. Just as the thought rose up in Hermione's head, she quickly tried to push it away from her mind. Except the mind didn't work like that. The more Hermione tried to force the thought away from her head, the more a dark and dreary feeling grew inside her chest. Especially when a certain strange thought arose in her mind. If our destinies are being controlled, then does it mean that to help Harry firm his motivation against you-know-who, someone will sacrifice themselves here? In any other scenario, Loki would have clapped and given Hermione a standing ovation for being so perceptive about Dumbledore's plans. But if he'd heard her thoughts right now and realized that she was trying to jinx his survival, he'd rather have beaten her up a little. Even her place in his heart that rivaled Elaine's wouldn't have saved her. Hermione then looked at Harry, who was running through the groups of Death Eaters, doing much of exactly what she was doing but for himself instead of Daphne. She watched as Harry rushed around, dodging several spells and beyond her abilities as he disabled the Death Eaters by using a knife that she recognized was the one Dumbledore had given to Harry as a gift for doing well in the second task. Did he know about this happening? Is all of this his plan? But then, did he want you-know-who to come back? Hermione's hands shook as she thought of all these things as her fear started to grow. She couldn't comprehend the games of all these high-level existences around her. She felt like a washed-up fisherman's boat facing an unbreakable storm as it was being continuously ravaged by towering waves and predatory sprays of spells while having to keep the boat upright. Eventually, however, Hermione tightened the grip on her wand as she remembered Loki's words to her at the start of the year. In this world where terrors roam among humans, the only way to survive and keep everyone close to you safe is by becoming a terror yourself. Hermione did not know what went on in the minds of these high-level existences, but instead of cowering in fear as she had been until now, she firmed her resolve to do what she could do right now. And the only thing she could do was focus on digesting her potion to grow stronger. Looking at the monstrosities in front of her, Hermione flicked her wand and transformed the ground made out of thick concrete and stone into sharp spikes that pierced through the out-of-control monsters and held them in place. If they were simple monsters, this would have worked fine, but the troubling part was that they were beyonders that had lost control. As soon as Hermione made an effort to attack them, the monsters locked their many eyes onto her and all used their special abilities. One sent several fireballs towards her while another attempted to beat her with a giant whip of thorns. Hermione didn't know to which pathway the ability belonged to, but she knew enough to know that getting hit by it would be terrible. As Hermione was getting more and more pressured, she began to use her beyonder abilities by disguising them as some sort of spell by simply flicking her wand. A thin fog started to gather in the area as Hermione used its cover to rush around the monsters and either freeze them for just long enough that she could cut them with the Diffindo charm or set them on fire with scarlet flames, all abilities from her Sequence 8 Trickmaster beyonder ability. And sticking true to her recent resolve, Hermione didn't forget to use this opportunity to act to digest her potion. Her combat style slowly shifted from being plain and simple stabs and defenses to a tricky dance of perception and focus. Her combat started to revolve around emerging in a random place in the fog as if she was teleporting around the beyonders that had lost control before casting a carefully planned spell that seemed random and vanishing again. Under the cover of the fog, Hermione used her mystical doors to further confuse the monsters by moving through the spirit world to move around in completely unpredictable ways in the real world. She didn't do it regularly and wasted her spirituality, but used it just as the out-of-control monsters began to catch onto her movement patterns and cornered her by working together to surround her. Still, progress on her front was slow. Simply because of the overwhelming number of attacks she had to constantly dodge and thread through. A large hand tore through the fog as it tried descending onto her and pinning her to the ground where a few flaming hot fireballs and the whip of thorns were going to land at. Hermione dodged the hand, only to be met with a monster whose face was a mirror. As soon as Hermione saw herself in the mirror, she suddenly started to feel petrified. Her body started to freeze over slowly as she felt herself lose control of her body. So she was forced to momentarily escape into the spirit world using a door so that whatever the mirror was doing would be delayed or broken. Arriving at another spot in the foggy area, Hermione flicked her wand and cast a silent Bombarda Maxima towards the last location of the mirror and waited by being painfully still for a few seconds until she finally heard the crack, shatter and screech of the creature that was attached to the mirror. I don't know if it died. I hope it did. This is getting ridiculous. Hermione gazed at the fiery dragon and then at the struggling Beyonders who were doing their best to keep the giant creature boxed in and then shook her head. Not possible for now, I guess. And this is good for me. At least my potion's digesting quickly. Chapter 393, Descent into Chaos, A Different Perspective, 2. Under Daphne's quick orders, all the Beyonders present directed their attacks at the fiendfire dragon thrashing around. Daphne hadn't been elected as the leader of the group by a vote or even pre-assigned by someone like Ethan. She was just the first to react in the situation and as such was collectively assigned the de facto position of the leader of the group since there wasn't time to do much else. Each time the dragon's limbs or tail thrashed through a wall or trees, it didn't simply set them ablaze, the dragon started to grow by consuming them, making itself larger and hotter. The only thing restraining its size, for now, was Cedric's continuous casting of the counter curse for the fiendfire dragon. The counter curse wasn't something magical that could directly reduce the flames, no, it was something that interfered with the caster's control over the fiendfire, making it harder and harder to control them as time went by. As such, the caster was forced to make a decision: either they would banish the flames back to their realm, or risk the flames turning against them and consuming them along with everything else too. And for now, Voldemort had been banishing any flames that weren't in his control back to the abyssal dimension they were dragged out of. Daphne looked to her right and spotted two groups of Beyonders working on her orders. The first group was simply using water to make sure everything around the area was wet, which would slow down the fire dragon from burning more things around itself, even if only a little. One of the members of this group was Zachariah Smith, and he was constantly protecting the group against the flames of the fiendfire dragon by using his affinity for flames, as he was of the Red Priest pathway, to fight the obnoxious creature. 3 other people were part of this group and they were tossing around water, but they weren't of Daphne's concern. Daphne was more worried about the progress of the second group. The second group quickly set up an altar and the appropriate ritualistic candles and materials according to the ritual Cedric Diggory had explained to Daphne while fighting the dragon. Daphne was overseeing the progress of the ritual while directing any and all attacks towards the second group by attracting calamities towards herself. The calamities ranged from occasional attacks from the out-of-control Beyonders that Hermione was fighting against, the fiendfire dragon whose attacks occasionally slipped through Cedric's wall, and the direct attacks from the Death Eaters who were all fighting Harry Potter. Daphne was juggling several things at once, but she managed to get by, even if just barely, by relying on her strong sense of intuition that warned her of an unfortunate event before she was struck by it. This ritual is the only way to leave alive from here, Daphne exclaimed as she went back to focusing on the situation around her. Her hands trembled occasionally as she saw Loki fighting with Voldemort, going toe-to-toe against each other while fearing the worst for him, since if they kept going like this, Loki was bound to make a mistake under pressure since he was less experienced than Voldemort in this situation. Her intuition continuously warned her of Voldemort, and she wanted to warn Loki of his plans and traps, but couldn't since the fiendfire dragon would always interrupt when she wanted to communicate her findings. Loki had a handle on things for now. But how long would things go his way? Daphne wondered. With Harry running around and on the loose, several Death Eaters had started using their Beyonder abilities, even if it sped up their corruption after Harry's unique knife had struck them. Harry was soon facing a ridiculous amount of pressure. As Harry ducked low under the stray whizzing killing curse traveling through the air, his instincts blared at him to force him to jump away mid-stride as the trajectory of the spell was distorted mid-flight. It was the work of someone from the lawyer pathway, who was distorting the trajectories of these spells to continuously follow Harry so that he would be on his toes and wouldn't be able to get close to any of the Death Eaters. It also made the task of the Death Eaters much easier since they didn't have to properly aim at Harry, instead they could just launch a barrage of spells that would automatically be routed towards Harry. Harry looked at the person who had his hand outstretched as he controlled the direction of various spells and narrowed his eyes immediately. He didn't know who was behind the mask, but the man was dangerous. He had been able to keep up with Harry's speed and advances for the last few minutes. As if he could predict exactly where and how Harry was going to move to attack him in the next few seconds. Almost instantly, as soon as they made eye contact, the several spells whizzing about were perfectly locked onto Harry as he was forced to run once again. But this time Harry had a target in mind. A flickering golden greatsword appeared in his hands as Harry's muscles tensed before he shot towards the man at full speed. Except, as soon as Harry started to get close to the man calmly pulled out a small box from his inner pocket. The box was a small tin can with a simple lid, but what caught Harry's eyes was the strange beetle bug that appeared on the man's fingers. Harry's intuition screamed at him to change targets and direction, but it was too late to do anything like it, so Harry doubled down instead, hoping to use his increased speed to stop whatever the man was planning for him. Harry pushed his muscles to their limits and stomped the ground since his instincts told him he wouldn't be able to reach the man if he wasn't quick enough. And Harry was right. Almost as soon as the man closed the insect inside the box, the area around Harry suddenly grew large translucent walls that he was forced to stop in front of. Not even a kick launched from the tensed muscles of a demigod broke the container that Harry was trapped in. Harry then tried slicing the walls using his sword of light, but the wall easily repelled the attack. Harry tried to attack the same spot several more times in the span of a second, but it was of no use. It seemed like Harry was trapped in the walls like an insect in the box. The Death Eater who had caused all of this saw this and smiled. He had been aiming to get Harry to the perfect distance from him so he could stop controlling the several spells that Harry was continuously dodging to trap him like a bird in a cage. Seeing Harry trapped and that their spells no longer reached him because of the translucent walls around him, the other Death Eaters also stopped attacking because they didn't want to waste their spirituality. But Harry hadn't given up hope yet. He closed his eyes for a second and opened them with a smile. His already green eyes turned an even deeper shade of emerald green as various runes floated to its surface, giving him a different vision of his surroundings. While to others this difference was not very glaring or even remarkable, to Harry it meant everything. He suddenly had a deep sense of understanding of the situation he was in. A lot of new observations about the situation occupied his mind and his mental rationality reached its peak for combat. He used the action of closing the insect in a box to distort reality and close me inside a box. The box is indestructible from the inside for the insect, so I am weak against it too. But Harry smiled as he picked out the flaw in the ability that the Death Eater had used. Harry's smile brought a small sense of danger to the Death Eater and so he spoke quickly. Point your wands at him. He will be out soon. The voice is distorted and unrecognizable, but everyone there followed the man's commands seamlessly as they all pointed their wands at Harry. But Harry's gaze had already shifted away from the men and towards the translucent walls surrounding him. The Sword of Dawn in his hand grew even brighter as the Death Eaters readied their wands, but just as they all flicked their wands to launch the spell, Harry's sword flickered before Harry himself was in an entirely different place inside the area he was sealed in. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, Harry was already stabbing a particular position in the translucent wall with full force. The entire brightness of his sword was directed towards its tip as Harry aimed to destroy the walls surrounding him with the help of a clever trick. Harry had noticed that the box was still in the Death Eater's hands, and given how he was holding them, Harry was sure that if he just damaged the point where the Death Eater was in contact with the box, the Death Eater would be damaged through the same connection. The spells whizzed closer and closer to Harry as the Death Eater distorted their destinations once again, but before anyone could realize what had happened, they all heard a loud crack followed by the shattering of glass before the Death Eater who was holding the box suddenly shouted as his entire hand was torn off and decimated in an explosion of light. The spells that were aimed at him suddenly all lost their trajectories, flying into the group of Death Eaters and causing a ton of chaos. It seemed like a victory for the good side. A victory over evil and a milestone in the battle around them. However, Harry, Daphne and Hermione were all growing tired. They were only still giving it their all because in front of them was Loki, who was tirelessly fighting against the biggest enemy, Voldemort. They knew that as long as Loki didn't give up and held Voldemort back, they had no reason to complain about their difficulties. Everyone's eyes glanced at Loki's postured back and then refocused on their fights. They all had similar thoughts. Be quick in whatever you want to do, I will be out of steam in a few more minutes. A/N, I apologize if there are any errors in this in the coming few chapters. I'm currently traveling and have to write all this on my phone. Thank you for reading. Chapter 394, Descent into Chaos, Smooth. With their first bout ending with an even match, Loki and Voldemort had begun treating each other much more seriously. Spells were being tossed at each other, but either side still had yet to use their Beyonder abilities. Loki couldn't use them easily because he didn't want to expose his pathway yet, while Voldemort didn't want to use them because Loki had a vial of unicorn blood on him that was clearly special in some way, since Loki was confident it would block all of Voldemort's attempts at cursing him. It was at this stalemate between them that they refocused their minds to think about the objective of their fight. The boy is too dangerous to be left alone. He can grow a lot more than he has revealed yet, especially if he's taken under him or joins his side. It also feels like he's hiding something since he hasn't attacked me directly until now. Also, the moment I try and attack him with a lethal spell, my danger intuition warns me of imminent danger. Does he have a trump card up his sleeve? Loki, on the other hand, was having completely wild thoughts. So when Laura arrives, I'll be able to advance my sequence. But until then, shouldn't I have some fun with all this? What if I steal his fire-breathing dragon and turn it on the Death Eaters? Oh. I have an idea about something fun, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to pull it off. But it would strengthen my ritual and chances to advance through the sequence. Loki almost giggled like a girl when he stumbled upon the plan, but with an inhumane level of control by swindling his own brain by implanting thoughts into his subconscious, he managed to hold back. Voldemort still spotted him trembling, but before he could assume Loki was afraid, he felt Loki's emotions elevate into joy and happiness. Is he like Bellatrix? He gets off on violence and death. Before Loki and Voldemort could begin engaging in another bout, however, a soft howl resonated throughout the surroundings. From his peripheral vision, Loki spotted the brutishman he'd ordered to arrive here. A dog standing on top of a roof howled as it looked over the scene. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The dog howling was as dark as the night and looked a lot like one that Harry, Hermione, and Loki had seen before. Sirius! Harry exclaimed as he noticed his godfather overlooking the area. Loki just clicked his tongue. This man, does he have no sense of timing? I guess I'll continue with my original plan, no need to mess around. Meanwhile, Sirius was having his own thoughts. I'm here, you mutts. Oh, well, I'm the mutt, but yeah, baby. Woo-woo. I'm the blessed one of a divine god. Where should I go first then? Ooh, Harry. Wait. No. No. I mean, yes. I will help him later. Wait for me, Harry. Sirius looked at everyone and determined that in spite of how cool it would be for the godfather and his son to fight side by side with each other, it was of prime importance that he help the children deal with the fiendfire dragon which was close to breaching their defenses. He saw that they had prepared a ritual and just needed a good chance at executing it against the gigantic dragon. So Sirius thought up a quick plan of action and rushed towards the dragon. He rushed to the edge of the roof and began to jump from roof to roof until he reached closer to the fiendfire dragon. And just as everyone thought he'd stop rushing to the dragon since there were no more safe roofs closer to the dragon, he jumped into the air and landed on an invisible platform. And under everyone's surprised gazes an large curtain of darkness began to fall from the top of the sky. As the curtain of darkness fell, the dog's hairs grew and expanded into thin long strands as they all rushed in the air towards the dragon. Voldemort noticed it too, but before he could do anything to help out the dragon, Loki regained his attention by throwing a simple men's Velox Acus at Voldemort, causing him to have a blithering headache instantly. It was better than before since Voldemort was using defenses to keep his mind from degrading, but he still felt his body of heart and mind take a deep hit, as if it had been rocked by a sledgehammer. The curtain fell and covered the group of Beyonders preparing the ritual, Daphne and Cedric and also Hermione and the out-of-control Beyonders around her. Loki looked at the action and thanked Sirius a little since it meant that he wouldn't have to worry about Voldemort attacking any of them anymore, but quickly focused on Voldemort since his entire focus now was on Loki himself. Harry had to temporarily bear a little more because Daphne's occasional help had been taken away, but he could bear this a little since he was pretty sure Sirius would come to help him once he was done helping her. Voldemort looked at Loki and smiled. Ready to get beaten up? Loki looked at Voldemort and then smiled a little. Oh, I am, but I wonder who'll be the one getting beaten up. Loki then flicked his wand and sent a sharp spell towards the sky. The bluish light flickered a little before it fizzled out of existence, leaving everyone outside Sirius's barrier confused as to what its purpose was. A signal. Again. But I don't sense anyone around us. Voldemort was the first to notice what was going on, but he could only barely react in time by flicking his wand to protect himself. Everyone else apart from Loki was blinded momentarily as the world turned dark due to how bright the sky had suddenly gotten. It was as if a sun had exploded in the sky, flooding their eyes with light like an all, making them blind. Voldemort, being the only one apart from Loki able to maintain his sight, saw the vast swathes of darkness and shadows bubble under the light before they extended out as finger-like appendages. The Death Eaters too slowly regained their sight and with the help of their Beyonder skills or spirit vision, managed to be able to see bits and pieces of what was happening. Under their astonished gazes, the shadowy limbs shot in the direction of the demon and the hundreds of bodies surrounding it. Although the Death Eaters were left astonished by Loki's skill in manipulating the shadows since he wasn't a Beyonder of the Darkness pathway or the Secret Supplicant's pathway. Their heads were filled with the same thoughts, even Voldemort, as they quickly attributed it to Sirius Black. A distraction. To take over the advancement ritual. No one noticed that their thoughts had been subtly manipulated by Loki since he planted the thought in the sea of subconsciousness through himself. He swindled himself into believing it strongly and affected the sea of subconscious of everyone else in the area surrounding him. Voldemort frowned since he had done his best throughout the fight to keep away his need and attachment to the pile of bodies. But he also understood it was a reasonable development for Loki to notice it since it was glaringly obvious that it was all meant to help Voldemort in some way after his younger self, Tom, had revealed certain aspects about it all before. So Voldemort sent a casual remark while flicking his wand to stop the shadows from reaching the demon by sending a rush of thick fleshy tree branches to pin the shadowy appendages in place. You are too young to think of taking me on alone, young man. Except Voldemort's face froze as soon as he spoke. His voice was no longer the one he remembered. His voice had suddenly changed into another one that he had become a little familiar with. His voice had turned into Loki's voice. Voldemort then immediately looked at his body and found that everything about it had been profoundly changed to look exactly like Loki too. His position had changed too. He was standing at exactly the place Loki was standing moments ago. Even his wand had changed. Everything about him had become exactly like Loki. It was as if he had come to possess Loki's body. Voldemort's gaze shifted to look at Loki within moments, which to his horror revealed Loki looking exactly like him. Without hair. Confirming what Voldemort feared to be true. No. This. What is this? Alarm bells rang in Voldemort's mind and rattled the locks on his mind and emotions, but he couldn't form words. The problem wasn't that an illusion was being used perfectly. Voldemort had already deciphered that Loki had used some sort of an illusion to swap their appearances and places with each other. Voldemort knew that there were several pathways like the Black Emperor pathway which could cause distortions to appear, so Loki could just be using one of such mystical items. The trouble was that Voldemort hadn't even realized when this had happened. Loki on the other hand looked completely normal as a constipated and angry Voldemort could look. Except, he was just as stunned as Voldemort. He didn't notice it happening. How? I was so prepared for retaliation. How did it all happen so smoothly? Chapter 395, Descent into Chaos, Confusion. With Loki and Voldemort confused at the same time about how things had happened so smoothly, they became delayed in taking their next moves. But Loki was the fastest since he had already planned what he wanted to do next. This was a well-crafted plan that Loki had made by adding several threats and balancers to keep Voldemort at bay and prevent him from recklessly attacking him even in such a tense situation. Loki's plan was simple: no matter what method Voldemort used to kill him, except the killing curse, Loki had a weapon that he could retaliate with which would immediately send Voldemort in a state of losing control. It was a simple weapon made using pieces that Loki had acquired on his journey of life till now. But since Loki wasn't sure about exactly how much damage it would do to Voldemort and because Laura wasn't here still, he refrained from using it immediately and only used it as a deterrent to prevent Voldemort from attacking him. And so, for now, Loki was back to buying time, even though he was mostly confused about what has just happened. With a simple flick of his wand, shadows wound around Harry's legs without anyone noticing what was going on and delayed him for a fraction of a second as a spell that shot out of Loki's transformed wand hit Harry in the chest and froze him in place. As soon as Harry froze because of the spell, he collapsed much like how he had when Voldemort froze him earlier. It caused all the Death Eaters to freeze as they stopped shooting spells at Harry Potter. In their view, it was Voldemort who had acted and not Loki since Loki had swapped their appearances and positions. But they did begin to wonder why their lord was suddenly interfering in their battle instead of punishing Loki who had dared to ruin his advancement ritual. But Loki didn't stop there. Instead, he turned towards the Death Eaters and commanded them in a harsh tone while exploiting his connection to them with the Sea of Subconscious to instill a vague sense of fear in everyone around him. The boy is not yours to defeat. The Death Eaters were startled when they suddenly heard Voldemort speaking to them. Some afraid that Voldemort wanted them dead because he'd seen them try and kill the boy when it was clear that Voldemort wanted to deal with the boy himself. Stop this nonsense at once. A voice interrupted, causing everyone to look over towards it. The voice, although not very recognizable to the Death Eaters, brought along with it a familiar sense of fear that everyone recognized. They felt like the voice was Voldemort speaking. But when everyone turned towards it, they found it was just Loki speaking. Everyone was doubtful for a second, but before they could decide what was going on, they all saw the real Voldemort, looks like Loki, suddenly start moving his arms and by extension his wand. It appeared to everyone that the real Voldemort, looks like Loki, was trying to control the shadowy appendages that the corrupted trees had pinned down to try and reach the demon in charge of torturing the souls of humans required for the advancement ritual. In reality, it was actually Loki, who was using illusions to look like Voldemort, that was manipulating the shadowy appendages to reach the demon and kill it since he knew that it had his sequence 4 parasite beyonder characteristics. But since he looked like Voldemort, and used illusions to hide his wand movements while accentuating the real Voldemort's, looks like Loki, wand movements, it looked to everyone like the real Voldemort was actually controlling the shadowy appendages while Loki was defending against them very easily. Everyone was appalled at the sight. Their senses made them instinctively feel fear against the real Voldemort, looks like Loki, but when they saw Loki looking at them with a furious glare, they immediately put their wands down. That was when the real Voldemort, looks like Loki, spoke out in frustration, "He's not me, you blithering idiots. I'm Voldemort. I'm the Dark Lord." Loki on the other hand as Voldemort sneered and spoke calmly. "Do you think simply claiming to be me would confuse them? Do you think they are idiots?" Voldemort frowned and he was very close to shouting that he really did think they were idiots if they had fallen for such a simple trap. But he soothed the anger in his mind a little and then looked at Bellatrix and spoke, except just as he was about to speak, he suddenly forgot what he was going to say and instead of words coming out of his mouth, he only opened and closed it puzzled about what he wanted to do. While in place of him, Loki, looks like Voldemort, spoke instead. Bertha Jokins was the employee in the Ministry of Magic that we bewitched to learn more about the Triwizard Tournament. Bellatrix, who was until just recently looking at Loki as her real master, who she felt a strong connection in spite of being morphed into Loki by illusions, suddenly shook. The words buried deeply into her heart as she realized there was no real way that Loki could have known about the actions which not even most Death Eaters knew about since they were conducted in absolute secret. The rest of the Death Eaters appropriately adopted her silence as acceptance and started to lean towards supporting Loki, who was acting like Voldemort. Loki had simply stolen Voldemort's thoughts about defending himself and acted out its contents himself instead. But it had come at a rather steep price since Loki wasn't prepared for what Voldemort had done to his mind. Almost as soon as Loki finished his piece, he realized that his mind was suddenly devolving towards degeneration and corrosion. Since Voldemort's thoughts were protected by a layer of degeneration which Voldemort was using to stop or dampen Loki's mental attacks, when Loki stole his intent to defend himself, Loki also stole a part of the degeneration and corrosion barrier. And when this barrier came in contact with his own body of heart and mind, it started to spill everywhere and destroy everything about him almost instantaneously. Loki survived only because he stole the corruption as soon as he realized what was going on, turning it into a rune before storing it away for later use. Voldemort frowned deeply and looked at Loki, trying to understand what the boy was trying to do by doing this. How did he know that we kidnapped and used birth Rajokins when we used the appropriate anti-divination measures? What is he even trying to do? Is the boy just buying time? Or is his aim something else? Loki, on the other hand, after his sudden spook about being consumed by the degenerative and corrosive nature of Voldemort's barrier, was thoroughly enjoying pretending to be the Dark Lord. Looking at Voldemort, looks like Loki, Loki spoke once more, this time with a sneer on his face. Was that your last bet? You wanted to convince them that you were their true lord? Do you think they're idiots? I get that they might have betrayed me once, and I will punish them for that, but do you think they'll betray me twice? After they know that I am immortal? That I'm inevitable? Voldemort was about to speak, but Loki interrupted without giving him a chance. Seriously? How naive! If you're trying to buy time to stop my advancement ritual, you should have just said so and I would have calmly waited until you died. Of course, you'd die very soon because I would have simply killed you by then. Voldemort's expression turned into a deeper frown. Chapter 396, Descent into Chaos, Buying Time. So he's after disturbing my ritual. How naive does he think he can command the devil by simply pretending to be me? The demon won't listen to anyone's orders but mine because I have a part of her with me. Naive. For the first time in a while, Voldemort, looks like Loki, smiled, and then stepped to the side while speaking. Why don't you show us how easy it is for you to advance your sequence, Lord Voldemort? I need a little rest myself after you pushed me to my brink. I'm sure I can defeat you once you grow even stronger. To others, it appeared as though Loki was mocking Voldemort because the shadow appendages suddenly grew in size and thickness as they rushed even faster towards the devil that was patiently waiting for the real Voldemort's orders. Voldemort appropriately attacked and stopped them using more corrupted trees, but Loki doubled down even more. Loki was able to calmly control the shadowy appendages to such an extent only because he wasn't the one controlling them in the first place. Loki was just planting thoughts into Mr. A's mind and making him control the shadowy appendages forcefully, using the thorns in the ring of harvest which were bound around his soul to increase his pain and make him cry in agony in case he didn't do what he was told to. Loki was only thinking in broad terms about what needed to happen. It was Mr. A who was actually working like a slave to make things happen behind the scenes. The Death Eaters wanted to cast curses at Loki for mocking their lord, but Voldemort's reminder about not attacking his prey held them back. Loki, listening to Voldemort's remarks, only smiled happily internally, while externally he looked at Voldemort like he was but a mere pest that could be squashed underneath his feet and started walking. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Voldemort's brows shot up as he looked at Loki. His aim is not the demon. Or is it because he knows that he cannot go close to it? But instead of arguing further, Loki calmly walked towards the frozen Harry Potter. Loki had long since realized that Harry could see through the illusion he'd created, since Harry was using his eye of demon hunting, which showed him a somewhat true sense of reality based on intuition and experience. Yet, because Loki couldn't trust Harry's acting skills, Loki had frozen him using a simple immobulus. Harry could see that it was Loki who cast the spell on him, and hence he played his part by staying perfectly still and pretending as if the freezing charm was strong enough that it could stop him. However, even if Harry had actually tried to break it, he would have found that he was wholly inadequate to do such a thing because the spell was strengthened in ways he couldn't imagine, using tips and tricks that Rowena had taught Loki through her books. The Death Eaters cleared the way as they watched Loki walk towards Harry while Voldemort stood behind him while doing nothing, not only because this would give him time to fix his teetering mental sanity, but also because he was interested in seeing what Loki wanted to do. Moving close to Harry, Loki pointed his wand at the boy and flicked it lightly. The freezing charm was suddenly lifted and Harry took in deep breaths as if he was starved of oxygen for all the time Loki had left him frozen. The Death Eaters all began to smile as they all wondered what Harry's fate would be, since he'd been annoying them for a while now. They could neither attack him with lethal spells nor could they run away and allow him to interfere with the fight between Loki and their lord. Every Death Eater suddenly felt vindicated. Voldemort felt their giddiness, but instead of angering him, it only reinforced his mind to punish them with blood when he got the chance. He felt a strong sense of disgust and wanted to do nothing but whip them until they paid for their sins in blood. But he didn't have the time for that. As soon as Voldemort even attempted to take a step in Loki's direction to attack the silly boy who gained popularity recently as one of the Triwizard champions, he suddenly felt immense danger. He felt such danger that his spirituality forced him to see a vision. His vision of the scenario in front of him was taken away and switched against his will to a dim scene much like the one he was in now, except as soon as he tried to attack Loki in it, he collapsed as his body suddenly fell to the ground and began to rapidly lose control. And soon after he found himself killed by a woman who stepped close to him and kicked him into a portal that looked like it was connected to an abyss even darker than the demonic abyss. Voldemort recognized what it was as soon as he saw what happened to his body when he was pushed inside it against his will, since he was too weak to fight back after whatever had just caused him to suddenly lose control. Everything about him was torn to shreds, his body ripped into pieces like a demon had sunk its claws into him and ripped him to shreds. But that wasn't the worst of it. Everything else, from his body of heart and mind to the astral and spiritual bodies, even his soul, had been similarly ripped apart, leaving no room or even a chance for resurrection. The void. Voldemort's eyes shook at the recognition. Irrespective of his shock, Voldemort was forced to return back to the real world, where he saw that Loki had increased the intensity of the shadow appendages attacking the demon, helping his advancement ritual. But Loki hadn't stopped there. No, Loki had increased the shadowy appendages to attack even the bodies that had been carefully prepared through near-continuous torture to become the perfect witnesses for his advancement ritual. Voldemort reacted immediately, in spite of his shock, as he conjured more and more degenerative trees to counter the shadowy appendages by pinning them using the special branches and roots that sprouted off of them. Specifically, he was using their degenerative and corrupt nature to decompose the shadows into fragments that couldn't do much on their own when Loki stopped controlling them, because he would not want to be corrupted through them. In the same breath, Voldemort got to work on figuring out how he could break the illusion Loki had created, as a question rang in his mind. Why is it so dangerous to attack the boy? How did he suddenly make me lose control? Is there someone else around him that is helping him? Tom. Is Tom helping him in some way? I can still feel his proximity. Is he still here? Did he never leave? That woman, Laura, if I'm not wrong. I remember sending Death Eaters to their home during the Second Great Wizarding War to capture her husband, but he went missing after obliterating the Death Eaters I sent after him. Is she here to take her revenge too? If she has a connection to the void, she's likely from the Arbiter pathway. Meanwhile, Harry, who was finally being allowed to stand up, quickly distanced himself from Loki while giving him a wary look to pretend like he was afraid of Voldemort. Haha, did you see that? The Wonder Boy is afraid. Could you guess that? The baby boy who is touted as the savior of the wizarding world is afraid of me. Loki said laughingly while making sure his voice and words sounded as annoying as possible to Voldemort. A/N, sorry for only one chapter yesterday, didn't have an internet connection for a while since I'm still traveling. Another extra chapter will be uploaded soon. Thank you for reading. Have fun. Chapter 397, Descent into Chaos, Arrival. Loki looked at Harry and gave him a sneer. Has no one taught the two of you how to respect the person you duel against? Whenever you're dueling, Potter, you are required to bow. Harry looked like he was forced against his will to bow. Nearly everyone saw how Voldemort made Harry bow so easily in spite of how much he had troubled them earlier, and became partly admiring and mostly fearful of his strength. Just because I went easy on your friend does not mean I will do the same thing for you. For you see, I hope to show everyone here today that you're nothing but a child that was puppet. A child that was used by a man who you don't even know to do things that you cannot imagine. Harry was startled by Loki's words, so his reaction was genuine, even though no one could currently see them since he was bowing. Voldemort elsewhere was a little amazed at how well Loki played his part. He had truly wanted to make a display out of Harry today, so seeing Loki doing the same thing left him a little surprised. It was almost as if Loki could read his mind. Had he not been using the runes to stop any intrusions in his mind because it would corrupt anyone who would enter, Voldemort would have probably easily believed that Loki was messing with his mind. Let's have a proper duel. You may stand now. Loki said, flicking his wand back to let Harry straighten. Now lift your wand. Before Loki could even finish his sentence, Harry sent out a curse flying from his wand right into his face. Loki easily caught the spell with the Protego charm and deflected it right back at Harry, behind which were 3 more spells chained together. Harry quickly ducked and dodged since he couldn't use the shield spell because of the speed at which everything was returning to him, but Loki still didn't give him the advantage of even dodging, casting spells at Harry's feet as he talked rhythmically. You should respect your opponents while you duel. With Loki playing around with Harry for a few minutes, the Death Eaters started to laugh and make fun of Harry as he danced around on Loki's tune. The Death Eaters started to grow numb to the tension in the air as they all started having fun at Harry's expense, watching him dance as Loki controlled exactly how he was bending or dodging to make it look as hilarious as he could. They began pointing at Harry and then occasionally throwing their own spells once they realized that Loki was driving Harry towards them to give them the opportunity to work out their stress too. Of course, none of their spells ever hit Harry since Loki would give him just enough time to dodge. While to everyone it looked like Voldemort was just having fun, Loki wasn't having as much fun as everyone believed, since his spirituality was running low after having to fight the real Voldemort for so long. He was only trying to delay time at this point to allow Laura to come over and take the stage he had prepared so well. I have a weapon that I can use to hurt him quite easily, but if no one follows up with a killing blow, it'll be useless to use it. Especially if he starts to morph into a mythical creature once he's hurt to defend himself. As the Death Eaters began to laugh more and more, however, Bellatrix's face morphed into a frown. Her wand arm twitched every few seconds and all of a sudden flicked to launch a curse at Loki. Loki sidestepped the spell without looking back as if he had eyes on the back of his head. The spell flew through the air and fell on another Death Eater standing on the other side. The Death Eaters' eyes rolled back into their head and they almost instantly collapsed onto the ground as they tried clawing their way towards Loki, desperately reaching out for help. Everyone could hear the dying gasps the woman tried taking into her lungs. Yet Loki did nothing. He simply turned around and looked at Bellatrix. Everyone instantly pulled out their wands and trained them on Bellatrix while she kept her wand pointed at Loki. Her eyes remained fierce and her wand arm constantly trembled as if she was angry. Loki looked at her with raised brows and closed his eyes as he took in a deep breath through his nose for a second before he opened them and looked right at Bellatrix. "Give me a reason not to kill you immediately." Everyone looked at Bellatrix and she smiled as if she'd cracked a cold case lying unsolved for nearly a millennia. "I knew it." Knew what? "You're not my lord. I don't know what you've done. But you're not him. You're not my lord. You're a fake." Loki's forehead wrinkled but he calmly put down his wand even in the face of Bellatrix's threat as he spoke calmly, "Why do you think so?" Bellatrix's face grew a deep smile as she explained with wide eyes that looked at Loki with a maddening interest while she tilted her head back to look down on him. "My lord wouldn't give me an easy death. He would have tortured me for what I did. You did not. You are weak. You are pathetic." Loki frowned, wondering if his plan was going to be ruined and his cover was blown, but when he looked at Bellatrix using his spirit vision, he found that her thoughts were still confused. From the basic runes that he could manage to grasp in the flurry of emotions she was having, Loki found her wondering something strange. "Lord, where?" She was wondering where Voldemort was. Loki's eyes widened as he realized exactly what was happening. "And what do you propose I've done to your lord?" "I don't know." Bellatrix shouted. "What about him? Is that not your lord?" Loki asked with a soft smirk as he pointed at Voldemort who was still battling against the shadowy appendages while staying out of Loki's way since he was worried about being attacked in a way he could not retaliate against. To everyone's surprise, Bellatrix shouted, "No way. The Lord cannot lose, especially not to you. This is all an illusion." "I'm sure of it." Loki contained his smile and spoke angrily. "You're a delusional witch." "Yes, I am. Because I am currently trapped in your illusion. I will not give up. Fight with me, everyone. It's him. He's the key for us to break out of this illusion." No one removed their wands from Bellatrix and they all looked at Loki to see if he would give them the order to kill her. Loki wanted to be ruthless, but he didn't have to. Almost as soon as he was about to give everyone the order to attack the witch, his intuition picked up on the arrival of another person at the edge of his vision. A tall lady with steady steps walked in through one of the alleyways. She first looked at the curtain of darkness set up by Sirius to contain the fiendfire dragon, and then shifted to look at Loki disguised as Voldemort. She frowned for a few seconds but raised her hands nonetheless. For a few seconds, everyone was confused about what the lady wanted to do. But almost instantly, she dragged her hand down as if bringing down divine punishment onto the area. "The degenerate and corrupt will die here." It took a few moments of silence for everyone to catch on to what the woman had just said since she spoke in pure Latin, but almost immediately everyone's eyes widened. Before they could react, an oppressive force, far greater than they could bear, pressed down onto their heads and shoulders forcing nearly everyone present to the floor. Several masks cracked and shattered due to the force with which the Death Eaters hit the solid stone floor, along with several of them having the bones in their noses shattered as they flopped face first into the ground. Few Death Eaters that had reached to become demigods managed to hold themselves standing, but even they looked burdened as if a single wisp could break their focus and concentration and force them to go splat onto the floor. Everyone on the floor looked at Voldemort, stretching their hands towards him while trying to mouth words for help. A few that could speak even tried their very best to get the message across. "Lo, RD. He, LP." But Loki just stood there calmly, ignoring them all as his gaze swept past them without any pause, showing how little he cared about his supposed subjects. The hope in the hearts of the various Death Eaters that had remained ignited for the last few seconds started to die as they all realized that Voldemort was no longer going to help them. The woman's eyes hadn't left Loki, however, and she seemed to be scrutinizing to check if he was affected or was just unburdened. Loki too looked at Voldemort. And to Voldemort's credit, the woman's proclamation had done nothing. Even though Voldemort should have been regarded as the most corrupt and degenerate person amongst everyone here, Voldemort stood standing as if nothing was happening to him. Voldemort was truly only feeling like he was standing under a slightly strong shower. As such, he spoke directly with the woman. Was that supposed to do something? There was absolute silence amongst everyone there as the few Death Eaters still standing felt confused about why Loki was asking such a question to what appeared to be someone on his side. Clearly a lot of Death Eaters had been affected and were being pressed into the ground and close to death. What more could the boy want? That was a pretty cool and flashy entrance. Loki thought as he watched Laura walk closer to the stage that Loki had created with loud, resounding steps. As Laura walked closer, the effect of her proclamation started to increase and without warning, the first sets of heads, closest to Laura, exploded like watermelons being crushed under a hydraulic press. Harry almost barfed when he saw the brains and other organs of the people explode outwards while Loki managed to keep the nausea under control since he'd seen worse before when he was younger. The other Death Eaters on the floor all panicked that they would be the ones to die next. And so with death in one hand and disobedience to Voldemort in the other, the Death Eaters all mostly chose to escape. Their thoughts were mostly the same: either they would bargain with Voldemort the next time they saw him, or escape to such a far corner of the planet that Voldemort would never bother with finding them. After the first pop that resounded in the silence, several other Death Eaters followed, creating a small amount of chaos for a moment before silence remained supreme again. But terrible, some of the pop-s had not been because of the Death Eaters teleporting away. Instead, some of them were because more bodies exploded, painting their entrails all around because Laura had already come pretty close. The ground around Voldemort had started to crack by this point, showing exactly how much pressure Laura was putting on Voldemort, and as Laura came closer, Voldemort was finally forced to react. The thick forest of trees, created in Voldemort's fight with Loki's shadowy appendages, started to expand and spread around as they supported each Death Eater that remained behind and prevented them from feeling any pressure. The tree itself buckled under the pressure that had shifted from the Death Eaters to itself, but it kept growing more and more wood around itself along with flesh to keep itself from completely crumbling. And it did its job of protecting everyone in the vicinity. The Death Eaters were joyful that their sacrifice hadn't been in vain, except, seeing Voldemort also defend Loki with a tree, caused all the Death Eaters to become confused for a moment. Why did the Lord protect him? And why was he attacked in the first place? Shouldn't she be attacking our Lord? Soon they noticed that Voldemort didn't even have a tree around him and the ground around him hadn't even begun to crack even a little. This made it clear to everyone. They all realized that the Voldemort in front of them was Loki and the Loki in front of them was really Voldemort. Almost instantly, everyone's wands shifted from being pointed at Bellatrix towards Loki. Loki just calmly smiled as he turned towards Laura and spoke with a small sigh. Couldn't you have done it in a more stealthy manner? Laura just gave Loki a short glance before rolling her eyes and turning to look at Voldemort, who was similarly looking at her with interest. Was it this woman that killed me in those visions? Troublesome. A/N. I will upload extra chapters for Power Stone milestones once I'm back home, in about 3 days. I apologize for the inconvenience, but on the bright side it'll be a mass release. Thank you for your support and for reading. Chapter 398, Descent into Chaos, Transformation. Loki stopped sending the waves of shadowy appendages and dropped the illusion almost instantly, but he made sure to do it in front of everyone by breaking a mirror. He didn't want to reveal his true Beyonder powers, so he used this method to keep the suspicion off of himself and on some random mystical item. A healthy dose of manipulating the sea of collective subconscious. Later everyone believed the mirror to be the true culprit. Lerua's identity wasn't much of a well-kept secret between everyone in the Beyonder world. Much less the purebloods who had all sorts of spies planted in various places in the Ministry of Magic. As such, they feared for Voldemort, who had until just recently been single-handedly handled by Loki. You took your sweet time to arrive, didn't ya? Loki said sarcastically while looking at Laura without even letting a hint of fear show up on his face in spite of the numerous wands that were directed at him. There were too many flies trying to delay me from leaving. Laura only mumbled her response, but everyone heard her clearly. Loki nodded and looked at the Death Eaters surrounding him calmly. Are you really going to try and fight me? Loki asked as if he was dealing with a chore rather than a life-or-death scenario. Bellatrix was the first one to smile, her mood visibly turned chirpy as she spoke in a sickeningly sweet voice. What should I do with this pesky pest lord? Should I roast him to give to our friends? Should I make him beg for death? Or should I eat him alive? Voldemort almost smiled when he heard that, but Loki frowned and spoke in a somewhat offended tone. I'm not pig food. Bellatrix's smile froze at the underhanded insult. Her mouth opened and closed several times in the span of a few seconds, but no words came out. Loki quickly capitalized on it as he spoke with a humorous smile. See, just like a pig, you don't even know how to speak. And before anyone could do anything to control the situation, Bellatrix flicked her wand towards Loki, violently sending a chain of unforgivables. Loki's eyes captured the spell chain as it traveled through the air perfectly. Yet he didn't move to dodge or defend against the spell since Harry had already acted against her. But the remaining Death Eaters that had lived after Laura's entrance weren't weak run-of-the-mill nobodies. Each was well trained in one form or another in magic, and they immediately moved to support Bellatrix by firing their own spells at Loki. Loki's eyes narrowed as he watched the barrage of spells flicker into existence as they slithered their way through the air, trying to race against each other to be the first to touch down on their target, him. With a single flick of his wand, Loki caused a cylindrical structure to appear around him from the ground, forming a defensive barrier for all the spells to land upon. With the Death Eaters losing sight of Loki, they all paid close attention to what was going on behind the barrier to understand what Loki was aiming to do next. A few used their spirit vision to try and gauge where Loki was through the walls, others tried to empower their spells to break through the simple defensive barrier easily so they could attack Loki even faster. Normally this wouldn't have been much of a big deal since Loki was a sequence 5 and a lot of the Death Eaters were sequence 5 with some even being sequence 4s. Normally Loki attempting to fight them all alone would have put him at a severe disadvantage. But Loki wasn't normal. As soon as the transfigured wall rose up, Loki's eyes glimmered and he vanished from the spot he was standing on. In his place was a replica of himself, an illusion that had everything, a body of heart and mind, an astral body, almost everything a normal body would have. Once the barrage of spells landed, the wall immediately disintegrated and exploded, covering the area in a cloud of dust, making it hard for people without good spirit vision to be able to understand what was going on. Among all, Bellatrix was the first to spot the illusory Loki that Loki had left behind as she attempted to launch a new chain of spells towards him in anger. But it was at that moment when she was about to launch the spells that she realized that she had tunnel vision due to her anger towards Loki. She had missed something very important. And she was punished for it. Harry dodged the spells already launched by Bellatrix by diving in between them, narrowly dodging them as he landed right in front of Bellatrix. Harry slashed with the short knife that Dumbledore had given him, his hand flying through the air as it reached Bellatrix's head. Bellatrix dodged by taking a step backwards, but this was under Harry's calculations as his cold emerald rune-filled eyes watched her every movement like prisoners in a panopticon. Harry's arm adjusted appropriately as Bellatrix moved and the knife stabbed right into her head. But almost instantly Harry's mind rang alarm bells. There was no feedback. I didn't feel like I pierced through her flesh or skull. And Harry was right. Although there was a frown on Bellatrix's face, she had turned ethereal, existing purely as a projection right between the spirit-body state and the physical state. Harry's eyes traced out Bellatrix's figure to try and understand what was happening when he suddenly saw her lips move. A deep instinctual sense of fear grew in Harry's heart as he realized that this was a trap Bellatrix had planned all along. He quickly pushed strength into his legs to jump away, but Bellatrix was faster. Hollow. Bellatrix spoke in a deep tone. The language was unknown to Harry, but it clearly created an eerie feeling of death. Almost instantly Harry felt like something wrong was happening with his body. The feeling only compounded rapidly when he suddenly lost control of his body as his spirit was pushed out of it. His arms started to fall and go limp, dropping his wand and the knife Dumbledore had given him to the ground, while his body began to fall forward. Bellatrix's smile began to grow. Harry watched it all with his emerald eyes. They scanned every bit of his body and mind to find out how he could get out of whatever Bellatrix had done to him. As soon as he analyzed everything and came to a conclusion in his mind, his body began to transform rapidly. His legs, which were still connected to his spirit, expanded rapidly while becoming as thick as an ox. The rest of his body grew similarly. His eyes started to blend shut under his skin while a dark thick covering glazed over his body, tightening around it like a skin suit. Harry's muscles grew more and more pronounced while everything about him exuded a strong sense of danger and horror. Bellatrix, who had gotten the front seat of the transformation, was suddenly losing her footing as her body began to mutate and lose control. Harry's spirit body, which was originally being ripped out of his physical body, suddenly stopped and started to merge back with the transformed state. His body rapidly expanded with a bluish-black skin and well-defined muscles until they grew up to form a one-eyed giant that was about 4 meters tall. Harry had transformed into his mythical creature form to force his spirit body to anchor itself to his physical body because the mythical creature form was a single body across all planes of existence. But being just a sequence 4, Harry's mythical creature form was incomplete, and that meant there were significant risks involved in using such a form. The first was that it would lead to madness and loss of control with each passing second it was used. Bellatrix, who was starting to lose control at the sight of the mythical creature in front of her, also countered the same way. Her body began to transform into a Quetzalcoatl, a feathered serpent that was made out of an illusory material that was neither spiritual nor physical. Illusory patterns and shapes marred each of the scales on her body. They were constantly shimmering as if baiting to attract the attention of those around them. The sudden sight of 2 uncompleted mythical transformations on the battlefield rapidly devolved it into a field of madness and corruption for everyone else. Death Eaters that were not demigods themselves started to rapidly lose control with no way to fight back or save themselves. Each one of them rapidly operated away as they tried to escape with as little damage as they could while protecting themselves from the sudden influx of corruption. Loki, who was watching all this while constantly keeping the corruption out of his body by stealing it from himself, looked at it all with wariness. Only one last step left. Loki's eyes then settled on the demon that was still working to torture the humans prepared for Voldemort's advancement ritual. Chapter 399, Descent into Chaos, Power Play. Voldemort and Laura paid no attention to the sudden transformation and reveal of random incomplete mythical creature forms. Since each step above the 4th sequence was a comprehensive step towards the divine. Voldemort and Laura instead continued watching each other unhesitatingly. Is this his new body? Laura glared at Voldemort. It seems to be much more cursed than it was a few decades ago. A body suited to his pathway. How foolish. Does he even recognize me? Laura frowned when she thought of that. Her hands trembled in anger and she clenched her fist shut, promising herself that she'd make the part demon pay for what he'd done to her husband. Loki's information about her husband's condition only worsened her anger towards Voldemort. It made her feel anger from the depths of her very being. She wanted Voldemort dead and she would do anything to see it turn into reality. Especially when the very man in question was right in front of her. Voldemort on the other hand found himself hesitating for the first time in a while. His condition was too bad to continue fighting against a Sequence 3. It wasn't because he was any weaker than the person in front of him. It was because he was dealing with plenty of things already. His body of heart and mind was held back with sticks and duct tape after Loki attacked it with Dumbledore's corruption and his own special spell. Plus, Loki was still around. Voldemort could sense him prowling just outside his perception, waiting to swoop in like a hyena. But on top of it all, Voldemort had to keep an eye out for Tom returning to fulfill his warning too. As much as he hated it, Voldemort felt a little fearful of Tom, not because he was worried about Tom being stronger than him because Tom definitely wasn't even a demigod yet. Voldemort was worried because Tom knew things about him that no one else did. Things that could be used against him in ways that he could imagine very clearly because of his knowledge and mastery over dark magic. Voldemort left his thoughts for later and refocused his gaze on Laura as she walked closer to him in steady and unwavering steps. He'd fought his fair share of Arbiter Pathway Beyonders during the first wave of his reign of terror. He'd killed plenty more too. He remembered wiping away almost the entirety of the Bones family for rejecting the protection of his gracious umbrella. And yet, seeing Laura standing in front of him in such a fearless manner made him feel a tingling sense of excitement. Almost as if he was on the edge of something sharp. Anger, fear and grief. Voldemort noted Laura's emotions that were on full display. Leaving her body of heart and mind so exposed was clearly an inviting trap for Voldemort to step into. But there was only one person Voldemort feared fighting in the domain of the mind, and Laura wasn't even qualified to come near it. As such, with his eyes locked onto her body of heart and mind, Voldemort spoke with a menacing glare. Death. The word, spoken in Latin, emboldened by Voldemort's immense spirituality, transformed into a sharp, formless weapon. And although completely invisible to everyone else, even Laura, the effects were instantaneous. Laura's skin started to flake and fall off along with clumps of her hair while the blood in her body began to clot and clump as if she were really dying. It seemed like someone had taken a peeler and started skinning Laura bit by bit. Blood started to seep through the exposed layers of skin, as her body slowly became drenched in a shower of her own crimson blood that was clotting quicker than ever before as it started killing her. But there was no panic on Laura's face. Instead, her macabre blood-painted face stared right at Voldemort as she spoke in a bold tone. The language of foulness is a dead language here. Almost instantaneously, the rotting of her face died out. It looked like someone had pressed the pause button on the ability that Voldemort had used. It proved that Laura was strong enough to contend Voldemort at his current best. Except that wasn't all that Voldemort had done within those few moments. Voldemort had surgically placed a defiling seed within Laura's body of heart and mind. And Laura only noticed this when Voldemort smirked before whispering. Explode. Except, as anger and grief, the emotions that were amplified due to the defiling seed to try and destabilize her were almost immediately countered when Laura simply flicked her hand and caused the dangerous bomb to become confined by illusory walls in her body of heart and mind. Laura had just used Confine, an ability which allowed her to strip away her target from the real world, sealing them away so that they could no longer interact with anything outside. Voldemort's smile faltered a little and slowly morphed into a frown when he saw Laura only looking at him with the same deadpan expression underneath which anger and violence simmered. That was when Laura stretched her hand and dragged it backwards as if she were pulling something over Voldemort, like shrouding him in a blanket. What happened next wasn't visible to anyone else apart from Loki and Laura. Voldemort's eyes narrowed as he felt the effect of what Laura had done. He had almost instantly lost a bunch of abilities. 6 to be precise. Laura had dragged her hand and used the same confinement ability to seal away Voldemort's abilities by imprisoning them behind illusory walls that prevented Voldemort from interacting with them any longer. Voldemort lost his ability to breathe, see, and hear. Along with the mundane, Voldemort lost his ability to transform into a devil, his ability to manipulate emotions, and the most important of all, his danger premonition ability. Laura had clearly come up with a plan, since that wasn't the only difference. In the same motion she used to seal away Voldemort's abilities, Laura also sealed off an entire domain from being able to interfere in a small area around herself and Voldemort. It was the domain of greed, desire, and corruption. Almost instantly the trees that Voldemort had summoned started to die out. Even the ones that were being used to pin Loki's shadowy appendages in place. Voldemort was stripped of most power and authority. Even still, Voldemort, all things considered, was actually very calm. As if he'd expected such things to happen. And with his next moves, Voldemort reassured the world that he wasn't done yet. He extended his hand in Laura's direction, sensing her emotions, even though he could no longer manipulate them with the help of his Beyonder abilities. And he wasn't even after manipulating them, since several cursed abyssal flame swords erupted out of nowhere, hundreds, all hovering around him, waiting to be dropped like a guillotine on a noble's neck. Looking at the swords, Laura didn't panic. She calmly extended her own hand as if waiting for the first shot to be fired. She had already set her part of the stage. Voldemort's abilities had been sealed, and he had lost part of his authority through his connection to the Mother Tree of Desire, since Laura had sealed away the corresponding domain. Being a saint, being unable to breathe wasn't a big deal, and Laura knew that. But with her biggest weapon being her own body strengthened by advancing through the sequences, Laura wanted to engage Voldemort in close combat so that she could knock all the air out of his body and force him to breathe. But with Voldemort summoning several abyssal swords, it was clear he was going to try and run Laura's stamina down without moving from his place by having her fight the barrage created by them. Laura's fist tightened in response. Chapter 400, Descent into Chaos, Shifting Battlefield. Even though Voldemort had responded appropriately, Laura wasn't shaken, because she had thought of this day multiple times in her head. She knew she wanted Voldemort dead, and she made sure that no matter what happened when she met him, she would leave him in a state worse than dead. Taking a stance, Laura's fierce determination shone through her eyes. It was clear that the tension was going to snap at any moment, with Laura going to try and engage Voldemort in a close combat fight. Now. Laura vanished from her position, leaving behind sonic booms as she reappeared in a flash right in front of Voldemort. And given that Voldemort couldn't sense her through his normal senses, he was a little late in realizing where she was, except even though Voldemort was a little late, he was too fast for Laura. Before Laura could release the punch she'd cocked up for his chin, Voldemort stabbed his bone wand into Laura's neck. Of course, it didn't go through since the wand itself was weaker than Laura's body, but it did leave her open to any spell he would use. Loki's eyes widened when he saw Laura's speed and the posture the battle had frozen in when the two saints stopped. "Hey! That's my move, you freak! Don't copy me!" Loki wanted to scream. Laura dodged Voldemort's wand at the last second, causing the wand to pierce her shoulder instead. To prevent Voldemort from exploding her shoulder or directly killing her using the killing curse, Laura quickly kicked Voldemort in the chest with enough force to separate from him and create some distance. "Can't even aim for a blind man," Voldemort taunted, his lips taking on a smirk as he aimed for more. "Even that kid before you was a tougher opponent." Voldemort. Even though he couldn't use Beyonder means to manipulate Laura's emotions, he could still say things that were going to hurt her, and so he didn't hold back. "Have you come to avenge your dead husband? Then don't worry, I shall send you right to him. You can tell him exactly how you failed once I defile your corpses and throw you into the abyss along with your husband for the demons to have fun with." Laura's eyes reddened as her clenched fists shook with fierce energy flooded into her system by anger. And before anyone could understand what was happening, the scenario devolved into an unbridled play of chaotic energy. Loki did his best to keep track of the fight using his immense calculative abilities, but even he was finding it hard to keep up. All he could normally see otherwise were the sudden sparks and bright flashes of light that rushed around from place to place as the flaming abyssal swords either missed Laura entirely and stabbed into the earth, cleaving a trench so deep into the ground that it looked like a portal to the abyss, or Laura forcefully grabbing them out of the air and freezing them to create ice swords before using those same ice swords to try and skewer Voldemort by launching them back at him as projectiles. Laura fought against the flying swords, each clash and clang sending reverberations through her body as if she were striking diamonds. Yet even though her body ached as it fought through the degradation that Voldemort induced into it with each strike by controlling poisonous flames, Laura kept pace. Laura looked like a fiery tank that cared not for her own fragility as she rained down blow upon blow onto Voldemort. And in a few seconds, Voldemort started to try and create some distance between them. Not because he was weaker or feared Laura, but because the woman was just being too forceful. His slowly degrading mental condition was already slowing down his responses, but Laura's continuous blows tired his body too. Being an arbiter, Laura had immense physical strength, and she didn't hold back when using it, making sure each muscle in her body was focused on the singular cause of deleting Voldemort in every single strike that she unleashed. In Voldemort blocked with a sword, she'd aim to cleave through the object her used to block her and then cleave Voldemort himself. If Voldemort dodged and switched himself with a sword, she'd push herself closer to him irrespective of the abyssal swords burning her to make sure his dodge was wasted. It was the dance of a mad, rabid dog. One which cared not for its own self and desired total death and destruction upon its enemy. Eventually, Voldemort was tired of it and decided enough was enough. He directed the several flaming abyssal swords around him to barrage Laura without giving her a break, much like she was doing to him. If the fight wasn't going to be based on skill, Voldemort was not kind enough to try and defeat Laura using skill. Instead, he showed her just how underpowered was against him. So Voldemort laid a clear trap. Voldemort made a single pathway to reach him through the barrage of swords that were being rained down upon Laura. Laura could only reach him if she destroyed all the flaming swords. Meaning she could only reach Voldemort dead, tired and exhausted from having fought meaninglessly against all that Voldemort had to offer before she reached him. It was a simple trap, one that even Loki recognized because of how blatantly open it was. It looked like asking a human to pull the trigger to their own death. But to Voldemort's excitement and Loki's shock, Laura moved closer and closer towards Voldemort. Not by thinking of a clever solution to skip the problem that Voldemort had set up, or even using some special ability to make it easier. Laura looked like she could only see the way through the flaming swords that Voldemort was showing her. Her eyes were focused like she was a mad bull being shown red. And her body moved through the pattern that Voldemort exposed to her as she did everything in her power to reach Voldemort. This wasn't a completely out-of-field response, since if Laura outlasted Voldemort in his trap, she would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. And since Voldemort had already slowly started corrupting her with the help of the abyssal sword, she was forced to act quickly, even if it was a brutal way, since wasting time searching for a plan and implementing it would only waste valuable time in which she would be corrupted even further. She even had to make sure that the seed of defilement within her didn't break out of confinement. And on top of it all, Laura had to make sure that Voldemort didn't overpower her confinement of his abilities. If he was able to regain even one of his Beyondner abilities, the fight would be decided very easily and would become one-sided. Woman. Loki was tense and worried. Partly because he'd come to admire Laura a little, and also because he had a good rapport with her since she let him do as he pleased with his wishing well stalls in Nocturne Alley. But mostly because if Laura went down, his task to advance to Sequence 4 would become that much exponentially harder. Things probably aren't that simple, right? Laura has a plan, right? Loki thought, why clipping his nails with worry. She probably has a plan and this is just bait. Right. The stakes were high and Loki knew it. Should I do it then? A/N, it has been an honor to write as many chapters as I have written for you all. I hope you are around for the ones about to come. Thank you for reading. P.S. Still traveling, so wait for the extra chapters. Chapter 401, Descent into Chaos, Trapped. Loki closed his eyes as all his memories with Laura flashed past his eyes. She did get angry with me for a few seconds once I told her that I knew a way to get her husband back. Is she really not acting? Has she truly lost her mind? Loki didn't know what to do, and that was when one of his first memories with Laura flashed in his focus. It was the time Laura had assigned Loki the mission to find her husband. And Loki remembered just how calm she had been during the entire time she told him about it. Is she just acting? Do I do it then? Loki wondered as he looked at the Ring of Harvest, since it contained the ultimate weapon he had prepared for Voldemort. If he made a mistake in his judgment and used it prematurely, as long as Laura wasn't sane enough to capitalize on it, it wouldn't just affect Laura, it would also affect him, since Voldemort would probably stop at nothing to get rid of him with no one present there to save him. Loki took a deep breath in and calmed himself. It isn't like me to get all worked up about something so silly. Loki looked at the situation with a calm gaze as he analyzed everything about what was happening in front of him. His eyes then gleamed as if he had thought up the perfect plan for the situation. This isn't as complicated as I'm making it out to be. Yes, it is very simple. Voldemort extended his hand towards Laura once again as she neared him, all weak and tired, fighting tooth and nail to get to the spot and stand in front of him, but completely out of energy to do anything to harm him. Laura swung her ice sword with fervor, even though her face became covered in sweat that was slowly mixing with the blood on her face, creating streaks that gave her a brutal look as if she were wearing the mask of a demon. Her shoulders heaved up and down in noticeable sweeps as she tried fighting the last swords Voldemort sent her way, trying to stand in front of Voldemort while he stared down at her eerily with his hand extended fully. And very soon, Voldemort's reason for extending his hand became apparent. Because Laura had grown so tired of fighting abyssal swords, her grip over the walls confining Voldemort's abilities slipped. It wasn't even a moment after that the worst happened. Almost instantly, Voldemort regained his ability to breathe, to see, to hear, along with all the other Beyonder abilities that had been sealed away. Voldemort looked directly into Laura's eyes as he spoke in a whisper that one would use before falling asleep. Explode. Voldemort overpowered the seed of defilement he had buried into Laura's body of heart and mind. Except before anything could happen, Loki got to work, executing the perfect plan he had thought up, to counter the move he had already expected, Voldemort exploding the defiling seed. After all, in such a tense fight where either side making a single wrong move would cause them to pay the heavy price of death, what better way to make your opponent strike their own feet than simply manipulating your opponent's emotions to distract their thoughts and muddle them, forcing them to make irrational judgments and leaving them exposed to anything you wanted to do to them. Just as the seed that Voldemort had planted into Laura's mind to increase fear exploded, multiplying it by several-fold to the point that it would have left her creaking and trembling, crawling on the floor to pull her own skin out, Loki performed a theft. Loki stole Laura's ability to feel emotions. Laura, who was fighting against the several abyssal flaming swords, almost immediately noticed the foreign interference and was about to retaliate. It wasn't out of thought that Laura had prepared for this exact scenario. Laura had come prepared to fight the defiling seed on her own. But when she felt her mind becoming clearer and coldly calculative, she was left surprised. A confused frown formed on her face, but she didn't waste the opportunity to surprise Voldemort since he was still looking at her like she were vermin. She dodged and cleaved through the flaming swords like it was a practice dance, her clear mind showing her exactly what to do and how to react. And with a frightening smile dove right through the horde of swords, speeding through all of them towards Voldemort. Voldemort frowned. His eyes bounced around from the various Death Eaters who were all running away with the help of apparitions to Bellatrix and Harry, who had both revealed their incomplete mythical creature forms, and then finally to Loki, who was looking right at him and smiling. He did something. Again. Just who is this kid? Is he really Herpo's Horcrux? The slight shock and delay in reasoning allowed Laura to come close enough to Voldemort that her frozen abyssal sword had begun burning his fresh new skin, since Laura had made it by flipping the rules of the sword, making the once corrupted sword a holy item. TSK. But Voldemort was never a one-trick pony. Taking a single step forward, Voldemort unleashed a new ability that neither Loki nor Laura recognized in the heat of the fight. Their ability to think suddenly became drastically slower. At first, the silence of their minds only made them think that their focus had heightened. It was a reasonable development, since one often loses track of the mind while maintaining a single-pointed focus on a particular task. With Laura's mental bridge of logic and experience degrading because of the constantly pulsing defiling seed in her mind, she never realized what was happening. But Loki was different. He had been using spirit vision from nearly the start of his fight against Voldemort. Loki was constantly trying to study Voldemort's surface thoughts to always see if his thoughts were ever trying to cook up something, to be aware of Voldemort doing something to trick him. And when Loki saw Voldemort's thoughts speed up, something set off alarm bells ringing in his mind as he saw Voldemort thinking about victory in such a precarious situation. His chest tightened. Victory. How will he win this? Something unexpected. Loki's gaze almost immediately shifted around as he looked at the arena in front of him, the arena in which Laura and Voldemort were fighting. Loki scoured through, trying to analyze what was going on as he tried calculating what advantage Voldemort could have gained, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head due to the overload of information that his senses passed to his brain to analyze. My brain can't handle it. Stress. No. My thoughts are slow. With the crux of the matter revealed, Loki stopped trying to think fast and did his best to control his emotions by replacing them with illusory ones so that Voldemort would never notice that he had caught onto Voldemort's trick. It wouldn't have worked for long against a master of legilimency like Voldemort, but Loki didn't need to have to do it for that long. Only a short time was enough for Loki to try and think of what he would do next. Chapter 402, Descent into Chaos, Escape. What is happening? Some form of corruption. But I can't spot it in my body of heart and mind or my sea of subconscious. Then. It can't be. The fool pathway. Marionettes. Loki's eyes widened slightly, but he kept it hidden behind a makeup of illusions. Even with the problem figured out, Loki didn't know how he could get out of the sticky situation he was put into. Loki's eyes darted around the arena and soon landed on the deep ravenous pits carved into the earth from Voldemort's mist-cursed flame swords. As soon as Loki saw them, he realized what was going to happen and his eyes widened. The cursed flame swords that missed Laura had never been destroyed. No one had actually seen them be reduced to nothing. They were going to return, and they were going to return fast. Fast enough that Laura wouldn't be able to comprehend and retreat or defend against them quickly enough because of her focus and her slowed-down thought process that mimicked Loki's situation. Loki's eyes darted around looking for something he could use to save himself and Laura, but processing everything outside fast enough using his slowed-down brain wasn't possible to do immediately. The more strain Loki applied on his mind, the faster it started to get, but he also felt a piercing strain consume it. He was reminded much of the first time he had confronted Voldemort's soul inside the Sapphira Castle. What can I do? Laura hasn't noticed the cursed flame swords that will return. Harry and Bellatrix are wrapped up around each other in their own cute little fight. The Death Eaters are vanishing. Is this time to use it? Loki did not debate around after he reached that thought. Without any delay, Loki sent a single command to the Ring of Harvest, specifically to a feature he had modified and added to it quite a long time ago in preparation for today. To outsiders, it appeared as if Loki had remained still, but his actions had caused a massive reaction. Voldemort's head snapped towards Loki as his eyes widened in shock and horror. But that was only for a few seconds. Soon an unholy scream left Voldemort's throat, like a banshee's wail. It sounded like a man being killed by painstakingly screwing each and every centimeter of his body with blunt screws while carefully excluding his vitals so that he would remain conscious and alive for long enough that his skin could be peeled for him to be boiled alive while someone stretched all his limbs to kill him. Voldemort quickly collapsed to the ground, rapidly deforming into a mutating mess of flesh and body parts. Laura didn't miss a single beat of this, no matter how weird she found the situation to be, as she stepped forward at high speeds with her frozen sword in hand. Voldemort's eyes, which had multiplied from 2 to a population of tens to hundreds on his fleshy body, all watched the sword come closer and closer to him. His flesh began burning as the blessed sword came closer, and the moving and bubbling mass of flesh started to try and react in self-defense by turning into a thick gooey mass of emotions to protect itself by turning non-corporeal. But it was futile. Voldemort had long since devolved into an irrational mess of voices. His head was already fractured when Tom messed with Voldemort's mind by planting Dumbledore's corruption from Harry Potter, and the subsequent fight with Loki only worsened it. Voldemort's mind was essentially held up by the Beyonder duct tape, which used the domain of corruption of the Abyss pathway to slow down the mental corruption that Voldemort was currently facing. Just as Loki was about to rejoice that Voldemort was as good as dead because he regained his ability to think normally, his vision flickered and he returned to looking at the world normally, broken out of his spirit vision. For a second Loki thought it was simply his glabella spasming, which led to his spirit vision being turned off, since this was the first time he'd used spirit vision for this long. But then, just as Loki was about to activate his spirit vision for a second time, he was suddenly distracted by an ant biting his feet. Activating spirit vision failed. Loki's spine chilled at the realization of what had just happened. He did not attempt to look at Voldemort directly anymore. Instead, Loki immediately vanished from the spot he was standing at. Stealing the spotlight these many times should be more than enough for me to safely ascend during the ritual. I don't care if a true god interferes. No one can stop me from advancing anymore. Loki shouted in his mind as he reappeared in front of the demon that had been left unprotected. This is all I can do for Laura. It is up to her after this point. I'm sure she has had her fair share of brushes with true gods. I'm sure she can manage what is likely an outer god. Arriving in front of the demon that was just sitting in the center of the hundreds, nearing thousands, of bodies, Loki grabbed its head with his hand before almost immediately using his Beyonder ability to teleport away again. The demon didn't even attempt to retaliate against Loki. It was so positively terrified that it barely even registered Loki arriving in front of it. As his hand grabbed the demon's head, Loki felt another chill travel down his spine as he felt something far beyond dangerous lock its penetrating gaze onto him like he was its prey. Loki didn't spare a single glance to look at what was trying to attack him. He knew quite well that whatever outer god had taken control over Voldemort's body was going to try and kill him, since he was probably ruining Voldemort's ascension ritual, but Loki didn't care. Without a single sound, Loki was about to teleport away when a devious idea popped into his head. As Loki teleported away along with the demon in his hand using apparition, he dropped down a stray creature he always kept on him to use as a prank. The creature, whose terrifying gaze was on him, stabbed its hand forward to catch Loki midway through the teleportation, but he vanished without a sound in a swirl of colors before it could get to him. Loki reappeared in a different part of Britain entirely, a place that he had prepared before, and looked at the demon in his hand that was beyond terrified, even though it was in Loki's hand and they had already left the place. Loki looked around himself to make sure that there wasn't anyone else present in the area, and after some assurance, turned to look at the demon that he had captured by activating his spirit vision. Quite the peculiar creature you are. I thought you'd be more, how do you say it, scary. The demon didn't look powerful, or even something that was capable of defending itself. But that was mostly only because in the little time Loki had arrived in front of it and teleported with it, it had been corrupted almost completely by the outer god that possessed Voldemort in the last second. Branches and roots stuck out of the little demon's body as Loki investigated it thoroughly for any other traps or misgivings that might give him a hearty surprise later. It seems like she didn't have the time to leave me anything scary. But I guess unless you're Adam or Amon, you probably won't be scaring me anytime soon. Loki then raised his hand with the Ring of Harvest on it and pointed it at the demon that had almost died after Loki had rudely separated all corruption from it by converting it into a rune for later use. But since the corruption was deeply intertwined with its body, Loki had also ripped apart a large part of its body instead. But the demon didn't die so easily, or rather hadn't died yet. The ring quickly grew a thin toothy mouth out of which a thin and long tongue swirled out. The tongue wrapped around the demon's body before its soul was grabbed by the ring and it was eaten, consumed as fodder for Loki's pet ring. With a soft burp, the ring then puked out the demon's body. Loki looked at the dead demon with his spirit vision and quickly started fleshing out the mystical item that contained the sequence 4 parasite Beyonder characteristic. Meanwhile, in the arena where the wild Voldemort was, Laura trusted her spiritual intuition to retreat from the area as soon as she felt her holy frozen sword become corrupted. To make her blessed sword corrupted at such a rapid pace meant that something had gone terribly wrong. And since Loki had stolen her ability to feel emotions, and Voldemort's control over her spirit threads had vanished, Laura retreated. She apparated away only because the creature's attention had switched to Loki instead of her, trying to catch him as he apparated away. In her last moments, she was about to stop to protect Loki, but when she saw him smile and vanish, she escaped too without a second thought. Bellatrix and Harry too instinctually chose to flee the area in spite of being blithering fools who couldn't maintain a single rational thought since they had prematurely exposed their mythical creature forms. Bellatrix vanished using apparition while Harry simply jumped away from the area using his enhanced strength. Voldemort on the other hand appeared to be fully healed. He was currently standing in his spot as he looked at the spot Loki had left from with a deep and angry frown. But as soon as Loki left the area, a different person suddenly walked into view. The person was wearing a large royal witch's hat, and exquisite blue robes that were so long that they dragged on the floor. The person's face was dainty and pretty, it looked effeminate, but at the same time, it looked sharp and masculine. The man who had walked out of thin air looked at Voldemort in front of him and smiled. And even though Voldemort didn't have any hair on his body, it all stood up. "Hello there, missed me so much that you called me to witness you fight." Everything in that moment felt scary and wrong to the creature that had possessed Voldemort. It was as if it could feel the constantly radiating and pulsing divinity of the creature in front of it. A heavy pressure was forced onto possessed Voldemort's shoulders as it faced a seemingly simple and calm person who looked like a harmless and happy visitor. Chapter 403, Descent into Chaos, Mysteries. Voldemort's body trembled. The entity that had possessed it felt fearful as it stared right at the simple man who had appeared before it. "It has been such a long time, hasn't it, you silly tree?" the man asked, a cane forming in his hand as he started to walk by tapping it on the ground with each step. "Tack. Why did you call me here? Did you miss me? I've missed our private talks very much, have you missed them too? Do you want to have another private talk?" the man asked again, his voice so soothing that the possessed Voldemort almost fell into a trance. For a moment, the possessed entity within Voldemort spasmed as it almost lost control. But almost instantly, a small wooden stake formed in the possessed Voldemort's hand as he stabbed his own thigh with it, brutally, breaking bones in the process as he quickly took a few steps back, making sure to step away from the man that was looking at him with a smile. The possessed Voldemort's eyes narrowed dangerously as it extended its hand and snapped its fingers. It might not have seemed like much, but the soft snap was enough to induce corruption in the boggart, causing it to mutate into a fleshy sack of organs that hung low from the corrupted tree it had formed. Even still, the face of the man did not vanish, it kept looking at Voldemort with the same gentlemanly smile as it spoke in a kind manner. "I will be returning soon, you silly tree. I hope you prepare a warm welcome for me." Possessed Voldemort's eyes narrowed dangerously as it snapped its fingers again, sending out a strong and visible pulse of degeneration/corruption to infect everything around it. The wave crashed into the man's face with full force and stayed that way for a few seconds as his face started to vanish along with the godly presence he was emitting, but he never stopped smiling. The entity possessing Voldemort finally breathed a sigh of relief when the man was gone, before turning around and controlling the wave of corruption that was spreading around itself. Even though it looked like it did nothing to the man himself, the short pulse of madness was enough to awaken all the comatose captive humans who had been given a short rest from torture after their jailer was kidnapped by Loki, sending them into a flurry of pain once again. The comatose humans all stood up from the ground like puppets being pulled on strings, before opening their mouths and wailing in despair while simultaneously exhaling an unholy cacophony of screams filled with pain. The entity possessing Voldemort then flicked its finger, causing an ethereal silvery liquid to flow out from its tip. The liquid coalesced into a thin sheet, turning into a thin mirror that reflected not light, but what appeared to be the abyss itself. The entity then closed its eyes, basking in the madness surrounding him as the people around slowly started to show signs of losing control. The humans were being edged to lose control without ever giving them the release of actually losing control. So they remained in a perpetual state of existence where their consciousness was slowly being obliterated continuously as their bodies fought to become mindless beasts before returning to being human again. The entity waited under the symphony for a few seconds before extending its hand into the mirror and pulling out a small vial of a unique potion. The potion was deep red in color. It shimmered with a unique shine that made it seem insidious. There was a deep sense of life radiating out of the vial, but it also felt like just a single drop of the potion was enough to kill anyone by forcing them to come in contact with horrors they had never known. It seemed like the vial had unwillingly captured the blood of a mythical entity that was in absolute pain when its blood was extracted. The entity possessing Voldemort then uncorked the vial, before bringing it close to its lips and gulping down the entire potion in a single swig. At that moment, everything paused for a few seconds, be it the cacophony of screams and wails, or the cool soft night wind blowing through the scene. It all paused as if the world had come to an understanding and then acceptance about respecting the strength of the being near it. Voldemort's body repeatedly turned ethereal, transforming into a black mass of chaos that flickered around with a variety of emotions all relating to pain and despair, but each time that happened, the ethereal mass would pulse for a second before reforming into Voldemort. The pulses got longer and longer until they slowly stopped occurring, leaving behind a Voldemort that looked just as fresh as he did after his recent rebirth. Once framed, Voldemort looked around for a few seconds as if confused about something, and then his eyes widened as he seemed to realize what really had happened. His eyes fell on the deep black curtain that was isolating a portion of the arena from him. He frowned as he looked at it, knowing that it was a waste of time to bother with the people inside it. He then looked around the arena and frowned further. Everything that had happened here today had been a mess. Not one thing had gone his way. It all started when the person pretending to be his own Horcrux appeared. Then it shifted to the boy Loki dueling on equal terms with him. Once Laura appeared, Loki was still able to nearly kill him with some trick that he could not understand fully, yet. He knew what Loki had done, but he could not understand how the boy had come in contact with it. If it was as he suspected, that meant that the boy was a lot more dangerous than he'd estimated before. He looked around and then decided that now wasn't the time for him to stand here and ponder his failures. He would definitely be arriving here soon, and although he had grown stronger, he was still not able to fight him off without relying on sufficient preparations. Voldemort frowned. He did not like the outcome of today's battle one bit. Especially because he had almost died once and was only saved because she herself had descended into his body. And so with one last glance at the curtained area, Voldemort flicked his hand a little to do what he had already planned to do earlier with the defiling seeds that he had already planted. Voldemort looked at everything one last time before vanishing from the spot he was standing on by teleporting away as a wisp of smoke that was seemingly sucked into an air vent. All the people who had just been screaming with undue horror suddenly collapsed as the entire arena became silent as the night once again. Inside the curtain, Sirius paid constant attention to the battle outside. He could see outside, but he hadn't used his spirit vision yet since he could feel the profound sense of danger that lingered outside. Through the shadows of the various beings outside, Sirius felt exactly how strong everyone out there actually was. So he remained silent along with the rest of the Beyonders who had fought and destroyed the famed fire dragon. The out-of-control Beyonders had been suppressed but not killed, just in case the Unspeakables had a way to reverse their corruption. Except that was their biggest mistake. Daphne's eyes suddenly widened as she noticed a sudden sense of misfortune befall her and the people around her. Her eyes rolled around as a sudden vision took hold of her sights, making her see something that she did not understand or even think was possible. Without a second thought, Daphne vanished in a swirl of colors from her place, apparating away as she reappeared right beside Hermione. But before Hermione could even understand what was happening, Daphne pushed her away with force befitting a sequence 5 before. A silent explosion, one that did not disturb any part of the surroundings, occurred. The fleshy out-of-control Beyonders all suddenly wailed in painful agony, as their torturous screams echoed in everyone's ears. Each Beyonder used their own means to stop hearing the screams and wails, with most even forcing shut their eyes to prevent themselves from seeing anything that they shouldn't. Except, no matter how unprotected they were, no one heard anything. It was as if all the sounds in the world had been silenced. Everyone looked at Sirius to see if he had done something, but their eyes caught a different spectacle. And Hermione gained a front-view seat to what was happening. Her eyes widened as she looked on in horror when Daphne's eyes and ears burst open, her limbs exploded and her body spat out a fountain of blood everywhere. Some blood got into Hermione's eyes and forced them to shut right before all the out-of-control Beyonders exploded like bombs of flesh too. Hermione thrashed onto the ground after Daphne had pushed her away and rolled a few times before she managed to push herself up and frantically looked around everywhere to search for Daphne in all her sights. The sounds around her went in and out of focus as a constant ringing sound echoed through her ears. She couldn't feel pain from the terrible way her skin had been scraped from rolling on the floor. She didn't even feel Sirius holding her and trying to keep her back. No way. Hermione's lips moved but no sound came out, at least none that her mind could recognize. She knew exactly what had happened. Having worked alongside her for the past year, Hermione knew exactly what Daphne had done. She had most likely seen what had happened to Hermione in her vision, but then she probably chose to save her by attracting the calamity that was about to befall everyone towards herself. She sacrificed herself to protect everyone else. What should have been an event that would have led to the death of everyone around her and herself was turned into an event of Daphne's sacrifice alone. Hermione suddenly felt a tightening pain in her chest as the reality of the situation started to sink in. It felt tortuous, far more than the pain she had to suffer by fighting the out-of-control Beyonders. She had a sinking feeling of guilt that started to eat and consume her alive. Hermione looked at the spot where she had just been, and instead of her body or even Daphne's body, she found herself staring at a puddle of fleshy organs and blood instead. Chapter 404, Descent into Chaos, The End. Loki looked at the body of the little devil with his spirit vision and then lightly flicked his wrist. An object inside the devil's body flew out of it and into Loki's hands. He then carefully lifted the thin tiny object that had come into his possession into the moonlight as he observed it all carefully. A needle, huh? Loki then wrapped the small item in his spirituality and carefully studied the runes that were carefully and methodically etched into it. The precision of the runic arrangement was so incredible that it almost felt like a machine had fabricated the object. What a strange item, Loki concluded as he studied the runes. Even though it was made out of the Beyonder characteristics of a sequence 4 parasite, the main function of the item is not to parasitize something, but the ability to be able to steal only a part of whatever is targeted. But it will only work as long as you are alright losing some of your intelligence. Is the needle trying to parasitize the person it comes in contact with? So that the Beyonder can revive itself in some way using the remnant will? But the little guy was able to keep himself sane even after using this item on so many people. Is the effect just that weak? Well, whatever. I can only steal an entire item right now, which is why it is so difficult to steal away corruption without doing some damage to the body of heart and mind of a person. Will I be able to take out deep-rooted corruption when I advance to sequence 4 too? Loki looked at the body of the little devil and then fed that to the Ring of Harvests too. While the ring was enjoying a scrumptious meal, Loki first looked inside it to check the condition of his surprise weapon which he had used against Voldemort. It's in shreds. I don't think I can fix that. Not unless I ask someone from the Mother Pathway to help me. But would I even need it again? You know who will likely protect himself from this sort of attack the next time he comes knocking on my door. Loki stared at the shreds of his weapon and frowned as he thought back to the time he had just used it against Voldemort. When Loki was wondering about how he would hurt Voldemort in the Sapphire Castle and reenacted the scenario in the Tarot Club and found a solution by asking Fleur about the question, he had realized something simple. To harm Voldemort he had two ways. Emotional. And physical. Normally, Loki would have chosen the physical route since it was much more tangible and could be calculated and executed perfectly each time. After all, who knew if a monster like Voldemort even had the capability to feel emotions? Especially when the sequence 8 of his pathway was cold-blooded. But that was when Loki remembered something strange he had done earlier at the end of the second year. Loki had fed Tom Riddle's soul to the Ring of Harvest. Not by making the ring eat it, but by grazing the soul. As such, if Loki chose to dabble in a little bit of esoteric magic, he wondered if there was a way to hurt Voldemort by damaging a piece of his soul. The soul that he had carefully stored in the Ring of Harvest. Now, the one way to gain such esoteric knowledge was to go through the Black family's library. But strenuously spending weeks over at the Black Manor and reading through books while keeping it all a secret from Sirius felt like a hard task to do, and Loki didn't prefer it. Not when Loki had a better source with him. Tom Riddle. The Wonder Boy who had created a Horcrux at such a young age. Loki simply convinced him by using the built-in torture mechanisms of the Ring of Harvest to find a way to harm Voldemort through his own soul. What a generous person Loki was. He even allowed Tom to feel no pain in exchange for making Voldemort feel all the pain that he felt when he was going to be torn to shreds. And so when the right time arrived, when Voldemort assumed he was at his best while he was taking control of Laura's and Loki's spirit threads, Loki unleashed his final weapon to catch him off guard, and also because without doing so he would have died and his body would have become Voldemort's puppet. Who knew if he would also get access to the Sapphire Castle after that? The weapon had worked flawlessly and Voldemort had been driven to the edge of death. He had instantly lost control because of the pain as his body was starting to become corrupted because of the sudden shock his soul had faced. Loki wasn't satisfied with the result. Not even when he saw that Laura was going to kill Voldemort. Because when he had asked Tom what his spell would do, Tom assured him that Voldemort would face instant death when he activated the modified runes. Loki couldn't ask Tom why it didn't work since the soul was currently in tatters, but he had his own guess as to the reasons. It was probably because he used the Death Blasphemy card in his revival ritual. It gave him some authority over the domain of death. But Loki was still able to hold back his curses because he saw Laura stepping in to finish the job and rid the world of the one fool that had been torturing it for the longest time. Voldemort would have died. If not for her immediately descending into his body. Simply because Mother Tree of Desire had possessed Voldemort through whatever strange method she had used, Voldemort had managed to live. Loki did not know if she could permanently remain in his body, but he guessed that she could not, because if she could, she should have already done so before all this. Loki simply shook his head. Now wasn't the time for such trivialities. There was something more important waiting for him right now. Loki then looked at the needle and calmly performed a simple theft. He stole the Beyonder characteristics of the sequence 4 parasite from the needle. The Beyonder characteristic looked like a silly green worm that was frozen in time. Loki's first thought at this moment wasn't the potion he had to quickly cook up with the worm, but an idea for a fluffy toy for Elaine. She'd like a silly earthworm toy, wouldn't she? I'll get one for her later on. No. I should make one myself, she'll probably treasure that more. Elaine's face in his mind brightened up his day and made him happy about being able to survive the hell fight that he'd just been through. Loki calmly flicked his wrist once again and caused a small beaker filled with an incomplete advancement potion to appear in his hand. It was stored in the ring that Salazar had left for him in the secret chamber of the Chamber of Secrets. Loki looked at the worm-shaped Beyonder characteristic for one last time before he dropped it into the incomplete potion made only out of secondary Beyonder ingredients. Who was the person that messed with my memories though? Loki wondered with a Crystalis focus, but then he shook his head again and directed his attention at the potion in his hand that had slowly started changing colors. A/N, sorry for the delay, just finished my trip, but fell a little sick. I will try to get well soon and upload the extra chapters from last week and the 100 power stones from this week too. You guys are crazy. Let's go. Chapter 405, Sequence 4, Parasite. To a normal person, the potion would have looked like a simple sea green liquid, but Loki could easily see just how lively it was. The potion looked deceptive in Loki's eyes, it looked eager to get into whoever was going to drink it and wanted to capture them and make them their host. Is this why the ritual was important? Because it helps anchor your humanity during the potion consumption. So that the will of the potion itself/remnant will of the previous Beyonder characteristic does not interfere with your advancement. Loki had known of this earlier too. But it was one thing to intellectually know something and another matter entirely to see it happen and experience it. Interesting. Loki slowly brought the potion to his lips and then slurped it all down in a single large gulp. The thick potion flowed down his esophagus before settling in his gullet where it began to heat up. Loki suddenly felt the potion split up and attack all the cells in his body. He opened his eyes and looked down at his hands as he saw them slowly bubble up and swell. But the changes didn't stop there. The hands soon started to turn into maggots and worms that started to act out of his control. It felt like there was someone else in his body trying to take it over. It felt like he was just a person parasiticing this life and now it was someone else trying to take it from him. Loki took a deep breath to calm himself before closing his eyes and focusing on the battle with Voldemort where he had taken the spotlight throughout the entire fight with the help of Cogitatin. He focused continuously as he reminded himself that he was the one in control. No matter what he was involved in, he would arrange things to always move towards his benefit. He wasn't just an actor. He was the director, the producer, and even the audience. Everyone was just acting according to the script he had set for them. Loki slowly started to regain sensations in his hands that had been swelling just a few seconds before. They regained their skin as the worm slowly receded back into his body, forming his muscles and veins as the blood started to slowly circulate through them, making them an inseparable part of his body. This is it. Loki thought as he slowly opened his eyes to look at his body. I've done it. I've finally stepped onto the path of becoming a true god. Loki closely examined his body but something suddenly stood out to him. Huh. What dash? How? Ah, I see, I get it. Finally. After all this time. Loki ignored the change he had noticed, for now, and moved on to testing his new abilities. With a simple look, Loki targeted his ability to parasitize someone onto a random bug that was quietly climbing a grass stalk under the moonlight. The bug continued moving around casually, even unfurling its wings to fly around while jumping from one grass stalk to another to increase its air time. But Loki had vanished from his spot. Loki was currently piggybacking the bug since he had already parasitized it within a moment because it was a simple life form. According to his calculations, it would take about 20 seconds to fully parasitize a human, as in replacing them entirely in their bodies. This time could perhaps decrease as he digested his potion further, but it would surely decrease if he increased his sequence. Loki tried to exert his control over the bug to change its direction of movement and found himself to be easily capable of doing such a thing even though he hadn't fully parasitized the bug. Even still, Loki felt a slight resistance to his commands. But the bug couldn't do much else other than listen to him. I guess the more complex the creatures are, the harder it will be for me to influence them without deeply parasitizing them. Loki ended the parasitism finally by performing a theft to leave the bug, which was a required condition for him to undo his parasitization. Loki stole the ability to think from the bug, causing it to suddenly lose its trajectory in midair as it slammed face first into the grass stalk it was about to land on. Thankfully the bug was protected by a good exoskeleton and it would only remain dazed for a little while before it would go back to normal if it didn't get eaten within the 2 hours its ability to think would be missing. Loki was a little surprised by the ease with which he could parasitize and undo his parasitization, but then he moved on to testing his previous abilities. Loki's illusions could now even generate spirit body threads for his illusory objects, be it a normal daily use item or an entire person. Although simple on the surface, Loki knew it would be of much help since it would allow him to interfere with divination, albeit prematurely, by giving his illusions appropriate fates. It would also help against Voldemort. But it wouldn't just help to keep control of his spirit threads and avoid becoming Voldemort's marionette. There was another way it could help him very much. For example, if he fought Voldemort again, Loki could simply make his illusions lethally attack him and use fate to pretend as if they would do damage. This would in fact trigger Voldemort's threat perception and detection and show him a false vision of him being attacked. On top of that, it was a very useful ability to have when most of the Beyonder world ran around planning according to the fates of various people, places, and items. Loki then finally looked at his theft ability. They hadn't improved as powerfully as the others, but they would now allow him to try stealing at least 3 abilities from a Beyonder before he is forced to stop thieving. He had also obtained the ability to steal things only partially as he had guessed earlier. Loki then felt his mythical creature form but hadn't activated or transformed into it yet because he felt he could easily lose control in such a state. Loki had the idea of trying to use his Beyonder abilities to prevent loss of control but doubted he could do it so easily, so he stored the thought of performing such a test at the back of his mind to do so when he could do it under someone's supervision. Which meant it was probably not going to be done for a long time. How nice. I'm growing stronger now. No. I can't get arrogant, not yet. I have plenty of enemies who can probably end me before I even say a word. but I did grow stronger. Now that I think about it. Why haven't I heard those ravings and whispers during the last 2 times I've advanced my sequence? Why did I hear them in the first place? Klein heard them because of marionettes of the half-fool. Why did I hear them? Doesn't that mean that there's an error pathway beyonder out there? Did he die or something? Is he connected in some way to the person who messed up my memories? Loki did not like where his thoughts were headed. A/N, I feel like that was a pretty long fight, I hope you enjoyed it though. Chapter 406, Bad News. With power coursing through his body, Loki stayed still for a few minutes, adapting to everything that was happening around him before he opened his eyes again and looked at the grey fog that was lightly swirling around him. It had gotten much deeper than before. There was a qualitative change which Loki could feel had thickened his control over the Sapphire Castle. And although he couldn't directly teleport into it, yet, he could feel that it would be really hard for anyone to divine anything regarding him as long as he didn't allow it. Loki could now use the grey fog of the Sapphire Castle to cause a strong interference in matters related to him or his actions. This gave him another definite advantage against his enemies. Will Daphne be able to see a stronger connection between me and the Sapphire Castle now though? I mean, now that I'm so deeply intertwined with the Sapphire Castle and the grey fog, I doubt that her mystical items can keep protecting her. Well, nothing that I can't handle when the time comes. I can probably steal the thought out of her mind as soon as she starts to show signs of losing control. Or I could just borrow her mystical item and parasitize it with a worm of time and increase its powers and ability to keep her safe. Would she have left the area? Well, if he is still there, I'm sure I can fight him better this time around. I should get going then. I'm sure everyone else is waiting for me there. With that thought, Loki simply stole his divinity and placed it into a rune so that other people wouldn't be able to figure out about it. He further hid it by obscuring its spirit thread using the grey fog of the Sapphire Castle lingering around him through their connection. Loki nodded to himself when it was all done and with a soft rustle of the wind, vanished from the spot he was standing as he executed a flawless apparition. Loki arrived at the scene of the fight and was glad to see the curtain that Sirius had put up was removed without any indications of it being forcefully torn down. Although he had been pretty sure nothing would have happened to them because Laura had returned there to protect them in case something strange happened, he still felt a small joyful happiness sprout in his heart when he saw that things didn't have to go there. The best danger in his opinion was avoided danger, at least when it came to others. But all of it vanished the second he heard a familiar voice wail. Loki's footsteps unknowingly and unhesitatingly quickened as he found himself scanning the crowds for a familiar face. Soon Loki found himself looking at Hermione, who was wailing like there was no tomorrow while kneeling in a puddle of flesh and blood. Loki's heart wrenched a little at the sight since he always treated Hermione like his sister at Hogwarts. She substituted for Elaine whether she liked it or not, and seeing her cry made him feel an unstable twist in his gut. Why isn't Daphne comforting her? Did something happen to Harry? I doubt Adam would have let anything happen to him. Loki quickly rushed to her side. Someone tried stopping him, but when Sirius waved his hand, they stepped aside as Loki knelt beside Hermione and quickly wrapped his arms around her gently. What happened, Hermione? Why are you being like this? Hermione kept wailing and crying for a few more minutes as Loki stayed patiently with her in silence. He continuously wiped away her tears while conjuring a simple glass for her to consume some water to calm her down. Hermione took a few sips from the glass as Loki tried force-feeding her so that she wouldn't continuously be gasping for air as she wailed like a widow. The tactic seemed to work as Hermione's reflexes kicked in while she tried to gulp down the water that was so forcefully being shoved down her mouth. Loki searched around for Daphne, but not finding her, he rationalized it. She's gone to deal with the aftermath of whatever happened. Did something so major happen that she had to leave Hermione crying here in the middle of the street? Finally, Hermione got ready to speak, at least in broken partial sentences as her throat was pretty worn out from crying so loudly. Daphne, mess. Huh? What did you say, Hermione? Did Daphne leave a mess behind for you to clean up? You don't need to cry for that. I'll help you. Loki looked around and tried to understand the situation by studying the faces of the other Beyonders who were on the scene. That was when his face fell on Sirius, who was looking at him with a terrible expression. He looked like a man who had been through a war and had seen the deaths of each person he was stationed with. The weight that Sirius had lifted off of him when he recovered while resting like a salted fish in the Black Manor for nearly an entire year after being free from Azkaban had all seemed to have suddenly returned to his face. His face was long, his eyes were red, and his hair was messy. It looked like he had just had a long night. Loki's subconscious had already gotten everything it would need to form a conclusion, but Loki's conscious mind had blocked it from reaching the end. Loki knew very well what had happened, he just didn't want to believe it. At least that was until Loki found himself staring into Hermione's tear-filled eyes as she finally spoke after taking a deep breath to calm anchor herself to reality before she spoke with tears flowing out of her eyes once again. Daphne, she died after pushing me away. It was so fast, one moment she was here, then the out-of-control Beyonders wailed, then she pushed me away, then they exploded. Loki looked at Hermione's eyes which were trembling as if she still couldn't accept the truth. All signs pointed towards Daphne having died, but Loki didn't accept it so easily. Loki's eyes turned cold as he stole his emotions, leaning fully on the single sharp edge that was his rational mind as several thoughts passed by his mind in a matter of moments. Can I use the time trunner and create an illusion of her having died to save her? No. If I'd saved her so easily, then she was sure to detect me walking around. She wouldn't have let me leave alive. But why did Daphne kill herself? Just to save Hermione? Not to make her sound bad, but she wouldn't have done that. Not unless she knew she could survive this. Does she have a plan? Loki stood up and quickly looked around the area, scouring it for even the smallest of clues to try and reverse the situation around. But Loki couldn't find anything. Not a twig or pebble out of place. No hidden messages. And no special clever tricks that one could see to piece together a solution to bring it all together. Perhaps she didn't have the time to leave behind a clue. Maybe she trusted that we would figure it out easily. Perhaps she wants me to use the Disc of Miracles to resurrect her. The sudden idea gave Loki the impetus to test out his theory. Loki suddenly vanished from where he was standing, apparating away, leaving Hermione behind in her shocked state. But seeing Loki's excited look, Hermione also remembered she could do something to see if Daphne was truly dead. She quickly pulled out her priceless pendulum which she had purchased from her salary as the Hogwarts honest mill employee and performed a simple divination. Daphne Greengrass is dead. Hermione repeated the statement 7 times regardless of the immense amount of pain it gave her to handle. However, Hermione didn't have to wait for the result, since Loki reappeared almost instantly with a deep frown on his face and his fingers trembling. Hermione then finally dragged up the courage to look at the pendulum, and what she saw caused her to wail almost instantly as if a dam of suppressed emotions exploded in her head. The pendulum was spinning clockwise. Chapter 407, A Rebellious Act. What? Loki couldn't believe what was in front of him. Is it not possible to revive someone using a wish? But Klein. Is it only possible to revive oneself if you are a miracle invoker? But the Disc of Wishes didn't work, it just failed, just like how it failed when I wished to go back in time. It didn't lose power. None of the other iterations of the wish worked too. I can't just wish for her to appear in front of me, and neither does the wish to see her again allow me to teleport to her position or anything else. Loki looked around and tried using spirit vision to sense the spirit threads and check if Daphne's spirit thread was still lingering to show that she was alive in some way, but there was nothing around him. Loki felt a soft sense of dissociation. His mind felt like something had forcibly halted its progression as his mind stopped for the first time in a while, generating no new ideas or even a single ripple of thought. Loki found himself at a mental block as he tried to think of any possible way he could bring Daphne back. His hands trembled and his eyes reddened visibly, but his brain didn't spit out any more ideas. Suddenly a warm hand grasped his shoulder. Loki's head turned to the hand, which he traced to a simple woman who was looking at him with a solemn frown. Sorry. I should have known he would have done something like this. Loki frowned. I know she's not dead. How? I don't know, but I just know it. She's definitely not dead. Laura sighed and shook her head lightly. You don't need to deceive yourself. Things get hard sometimes. It is easy to lose yourself to the smallest mistakes during fights. It was my fault, you don't need to blame yourself. Loki's eyes narrowed as he tried his best not to blink to prevent any tears from leaking from his wet eyes. Loki then turned towards Hermione, who was in a similar condition to his. He looked around at all the people around the area. Most of them stayed some distance away, but he could see it, the pitiful gaze on them all. For some reason, Loki didn't like it. It felt irritating to him. Why are they pitying me? Do they think they know what it's like to lose a person close to you? Loki clenched his fist into a ball and grit his teeth with a frown. His eyes turned redder and redder, but he quickly wiped away the feeling from himself by stealing his capability to feel pain. Yet the empty hollowness somehow only made it worse. His throat clenched, and it became mentally painful to even speak. He grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her away from the disastrous sight. Harry was found by Laura, who quickly pacified him and pulled him out of his mythical creature form using a strange mystical item and returned with him to the scene. The return back to Hogwarts was silent, at least to Hermione and Loki, who were acting like they couldn't hear a single sound in the world. Laura operated with them while the rest of the students operated back to Hogsmeade on their own. McGonagall was the first one to receive them and became shocked when she heard about Daphne's condition from Laura. She then quickly hurried away from the area, and Harry, Hermione, and Loki found themselves in the office of a rather madman. I've heard all about it from McGonagall. You fought the Dark Lord, she said. Moody asked, looking curiously at Hermione and Harry while his magical eye spun around in its socket trying to figure Loki out. Loki's condition was rather unique. Although he had stolen his ability to feel pain or even any emotions, he hadn't stolen his thoughts. As such, his brain was constantly working like a pinwheel in the wind to try and figure out how he could fix this mess. Every single disturbance annoyed him further. As such, Loki was in no mood to entertain the men, and so he created an illusion that encompassed him to make it seem like he was paying attention to whatever the man was talking about. In reality, however, Loki simply flicked his wrist and stole a simple part of the man's identity in front of him. Loki stole all the effects of the polyjuice potion that were lingering within the man. The potion instantly transformed into a rune that flew towards him like a charm, which Loki quite easily contained for later just in case he would have to ever use its effects to transform into someone else while he couldn't use his illusions. With the effect of the polyjuice potion gone, Moody quickly started to change. First were all the flabby wrinkles and scars on his face, but soon the mystical eyeball popped out of his socket, and then his hair started growing, with his bones rearranging themselves to form a much younger man. The young man was startled, but he quickly retaliated by looking at the three young kids and shrieking like a banshee. It appeared that he was of the Hangman pathway. The sudden shout caught Harry and Hermione off guard as Barty Crouch Jr. took the moment to ignite their body of heart and mind on fire and cause them to self-destruct before he wanted to run away from the area. Too bad for him, however, Loki flicked his wrist again and stole Harry and Hermione's ability to feel emotions, stopping their descent into madness immediately. Loki hadn't done this just because he was bored. He'd done it as an act of immediate revenge against Voldemort. But Loki only looked at it all with a bored expression. He knew it was better to perhaps use the men in some way to get closer to Voldemort and retaliate with something stronger, except his brain wasn't working right for now. It felt like he was spinning in circles, chasing a phantom pain that he couldn't quite pinpoint the origin of. The door suddenly smashed open and in came Dumbledore and the other professors, who looked bewildered at the scene in front of them. Barty Crouch Jr. had thoughts of rebelling and taking the children hostage, but Loki stole them too, and he was left standing there like a bumbling idiot trying to figure out what he had to do. Loki had already tuned out all the professors and teachers interrogating Barty Crouch Jr. before they knocked him out, and turned towards Loki, Harry, and Hermione to know more about what had happened in Nocturne Alley. "Loki, what about you? You've stayed silent till now. Since you fought him the most, do you really think he's back?" McGonagall asked while Snape scowled, looking at her. Snape had avoided getting Loki into the conversation till now, since he could clearly see he was hurting, and so, when McGonagall tried roping him into the conversation, he gave her a scowl. "You don't need to answer if you feel uncomfortable about it," Snape interrupted. Loki sent an appreciative nod his way before he spoke with a sad smile. Voldemort - Loki paused, he stopped himself and continued after fixing his words, "He was strong. He was trying to perform some sort of ritual, I think. Miss Laura was close to defeating him when she arrived, and she almost did since I saw him lose control. But almost immediately it felt like someone else entered and took control of his body." "Someone else took control of his body?" Dumbledore asked calmly while Snape's scowl only deepened. Loki nodded. "I didn't see who it was using spirit vision, since I felt my spirituality failed to activate it and voices warned me about it. But that very fact confirms that I wasn't supposed to directly look at what was in front of me." All the adults in the room took in a sharp breath before Harry interrupted. "I think something like that happened too. When I was in my incomplete mythical creature form, I suddenly felt an immense sense of danger that set off my instincts to run away from the area." Dumbledore thought for a few seconds before nodding. "You lot have been through a lot. And you have all done much more than any person your age could have hoped. For now, however, you all need to rest. Minerva, please escort them to the hospital wing." McGonagall nodded before turning to pick up the children and leave Dumbledore and Snape alone in the room with Barty Crouch Jr. Loki returned back to his listless look as he was about to quietly follow the deputy headmistress on his way to the hospital wing, but Harry suddenly asked a question. "Professor Dumbledore, how did you fail to notice all this when the unspeakables were clearly aware of it all and preparing for it? Why didn't you just warn me? Daphne might not have had to die if you'd just told me." Chapter 408, Aim. Loki froze when Harry asked this, since it was because of what he'd done. It was because he'd given Harry's Dumbledore-loving corruption to Voldemort to destabilize his mental state that Harry was suddenly questioning the hand that fed him. Loki had actually planned what he wanted to do with this. Given time, he had wanted to manipulate Harry to stand completely against Dumbledore. It wouldn't have done very much, given how Dumbledore would have easily destroyed any such corruption that he'd left behind, but it was supposed to be a message from Mr. Error for manipulating Gehrman Sparrow. But Loki had forgotten about all this as soon as he'd learned about Daphne's death. The teachers all similarly froze too. Snape even dared to smile in the face of the surprise. Dumbledore was the most surprised, but he handled his expression well. Almost immediately he looked at Harry's body of heart and mind and found that his suggestion planted in it was missing. Someone removed the corruption from him. Perhaps being subject to volatile emotions due to Voldemort's desire manipulation degraded it. Or. Dumbledore mentally glanced at Loki but left the questions for later, since Loki was not the problem at this time. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore and Snape looked at him too, wondering what reason he would give his estranged disciple. Dumbledore started off with an audible sigh. He paused for a moment but then spoke again with a calm but somber tone. You are right in a way, Harry, since stopping him was never my intention. Harry's eyes widened and he quickly but patiently asked, hoping to give the benefit of the doubt to Dumbledore because he had known him for a while, but even then there was a seething undertone of anger and disappointment that laced his next question. Why? Harry's words were simple yet they carried a deeper meaning and they resounded loudly with everyone that was present in the location. Although McGonagall and Snape roughly knew what Dumbledore was about to say, they still looked at him with a curious sense of fascination. Dumbledore audibly sighed again and said, because I cannot currently go against him without worsening the situation for everyone else. Harry's eyes shrunk in confusion but Dumbledore didn't give him a chance to ask any more questions. He looked at McGonagall and spoke to her in a calm tone. Please take them to Pomfrey Minerva. He then looked at Harry and spoke to him too. We will speak again, Harry. There are a few more things I need to take care of for a while before returning to your questions. Please wait for me to come back to you. Harry was still confused but he nodded anyway and started to follow McGonagall when she whisked them away. Loki was still lost, his thoughts roaming around Daphne and her death, but he couldn't seem to bring himself to think much about it. It left him in a strange limbo that everyone around him noticed, especially Madame Pomfrey, who pulled him out of his bed in the middle of the night while he was staring right at the blank ceiling without blinking his eyes. You're going to go blind if you keep that up. Wouldn't change what I saw though. Madame Pomfrey shook her head at Loki's response before she stopped dragging him and walked up to the potions station in her room. Help me make pepper-up potions for everyone. Students have probably caught a cold from staying in the Quidditch stands for the entire evening. Come on, Madame Pomfrey, it's summer already. You really think they'd have caught a cough, cough, cough? Loki was about to argue but Madame Pomfrey suddenly stuffed a disgusting concoction into his mouth which he was forced to drink since Madame Pomfrey was somehow stronger than him, who was a demigod. The hell was that for? Loki asked with a disgusted expression on his face as Madame Pomfrey put away the flask. She then looked at Loki and spoke with a soft giggle. Ah. Why are you laughing like that? Is there something on my dash? Loki touched his face and suddenly found himself smiling. Wah, now way. You fed me a cheering potion. Ha 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 ha. Madame Pomfrey burst out laughing as she looked at Loki, who had an unwilling derpy smile on his face, and then shook her head before going to chop ingredients to make her pepper-up potion. Come on. Join me. Arg, this is going to hurt tomorrow. All my muscles will be stiff from smiling so much. Loki complained with his brows furrowed, but his derpy smile made him look silly. It's fine. Sometimes a kickstart is needed to get you moving. Loki shook his head and joined her in making the pepper-up potion. The night passed by smoothly and Loki found himself in a better mood by the end of it, but not by much. Especially not when, as soon as he returned to the Slytherin common room, found Astoria passed out. Loki's heart clenched as he saw her face. Tear stains were strewn about and had marred her face. There were several scratches around her eyes and Loki found himself trembling at the thought of having to face her. Loki was about to take a step back and quickly go to his room and lock himself away, but Astoria woke up right then. Astoria woke up slowly, with her reddened eyes blinking rapidly before they landed on Loki, who was looking at her with trembling lips. Astoria's lips trembled too, and then she rushed towards Loki before burying her head in his chest as she started bawling again. Astoria's small thin frame reminded Loki of Elaine, which made his heart only ache further, but he couldn't do anything. His expression started to turn numb once again as he was about to steel his emotions to lock away his ability to feel pain. But Astoria mumbled, "Did you see her sorry." Loki's heartbeat quickened as a familiar pain stabbed his heart, but he spoke softly. No. Hermione was with her in her last moments. Daph sacrificed herself for Hermione. I see. Astoria's grip on Loki's clothes loosened. Loki opened his mouth and closed it, thinking if he should actually say what he suspected. He didn't know if it would be appropriate to give someone hope when he himself didn't know if it was the truth or false. But simply lighting up a candle for someone only to extinguish it afterwards felt a lot more cruel to do in Loki's view. Loki thought for a while as he watched Astoria bawl out like a baby for a while longer before he made up his mind. I will only speak about it when I have something concrete. I'm sure the Greengrass family has their own ways of detecting if Daph is still alive or lingering about as a spirit somewhere. I'm sure Tori would have gotten any such news from her parents if that was the case. Astoria's warmth, however, allowed Loki to open up a little more. I tried my best to use extraordinary means to save her, but I couldn't do much. Nothing seemed to work. It all just fell through. My expectations fell flat and nothing I did brought her back. Astoria nodded and let Loki go. She wiped away her tears for a few seconds before she quickly looked up and spoke in a fierce tone. I want you to kill him. Astoria's furious voice coupled with her trembling eyes as she made an angry frown on her face, for the first time since Loki had seen her. And for the first time, Loki felt a deep sense of anger and hatred towards another person in his heart. He hadn't even felt this angry when he was corrupted by Cheek's mindless servants. He had felt more hopeless then, not angry. But today. Ah. Yes. Today Loki felt his blood boil. Before Astoria or Loki could speak any further, Tracy entered the common room from the door and rushed to Astoria. "Tori, your parents are here. They are waiting for you in Professor Snape's office." Astoria put on a fake smile as her eyes glimmered before she nodded at Tracy, who looked like she had bawled her eyes out too. Astoria made her wait for a few seconds as she turned to look at Loki. "Sorry for imposing on you, Loki. I hope we can meet again sometime later." Loki nodded, his eyes similarly glimmering as he watched Astoria run away with Tracy out of the common room towards Snape's office. Loki returned to the comfort of his room before sitting on his bed as a stray thought crossed his mind. It's all Voldemort's fault, isn't it? Miles away, Voldemort, who was recouping his losses and trying to gain control of his body that was constantly rapidly losing control because he had unraveled his protections against Dumbledore's corruption that Loki had implanted within him, felt a strong connection through malice directed towards him. He was about to curse whoever was stupid enough to make the connection with him to set an example, but a sudden vision stopped him. His vision was simple. The moment he tried to curse whoever was on the other end, he'd die by losing control. Voldemort trembled. Chapter 409, Tarot Club, New Commission. Sitting on the table above the grey fog, Loki waved his hand and spread his spirituality to call everyone who was part of the Tarot Club. And all at once 5 figures populated the chairs around the long table of the Tarot Club. Hermione stood up and greeted Loki in a clearly saddened tone. "Good evening, Mr. Error." However, like usual when everyone expected her to greet them too, she didn't. She simply sat down in her chair. Loki understood why and didn't delve deep into the matter since he expected her to still be recovering from the shock of having seen Daphne die in front of her. It had been less than a few hours since Daphne had died and Loki was forced to play his role as Mr. Error once again. Loki simply nodded in her direction and looked at everyone else. Snape was the first to recognize that Mr. Devil was missing, but he remained silent as ever, sticking to his role as a triple agent, knowing that the more he spoke the more he'd have to lie or try and avoid certain untouchable subjects. Sirius wasn't as laid back, however. "Mr. Devil. He's no longer, pardon my excitement, Mr. Error. But may we know what happened to Mr. Devil?" Loki looked at Sirius and contemplated for a few seconds as he understood that Sirius was trying to compensate for the sadness he felt from Daphne's death. Before speaking, he has served his purpose. Sirius felt a little stifled by the answer since it didn't really reveal Mr. Devil's state of being as such, but Loki didn't give him any more. Sirius quickly put it all past himself however and turned towards Mr. World and spoke to him with slight arrogance. "I completed the task you had given me, Mr. World. I was wondering when you could finish your side of the payment." Mr. World sent a wordless glance Loki's way and when Loki nodded he turned towards Sirius and spoke. "All right, do you want the information to be available to everyone here or just you?" Sirius frowned a little, wondering if he'd allow Snape to hear about it since even though he didn't know who it was, he felt like he wouldn't really like Mr. Moon very much. And then he decided purely on instinct that he'd do it in private. "I'd like to do it in private under the guidance of Mr. Error, please." Mr. World nodded and Loki could see Snape's astral body gain a tinge of red indicating annoyance and anger, but then it quickly dissipated into a calming green. Loki waved his hand and formed a quick dark barrier around Mr. World and Mr. Star to keep any outside ears away from it all. "I fought to keep the students of Hogwarts safe, Mr. World." "Well, I didn't dash," Sirius started, his facade breaking slightly. But Mr. World didn't give Sirius the chance to become depressed. He himself didn't have good control over his emotions right now and so Mr. World simply interrupted him. "It doesn't matter. Your presence prevented the situation from devolving into something worse." Sirius nodded, slowly, his hands gripping the sides of his chair as he looked at Mr. World for a few seconds before speaking in the same fake upbeat tone. "So what is it that I would like to know about the Black family that I don't know about yet? Is it about an estranged family member that I fathered? I don't think there are any because I used the proper spells, but I might have missed it. Just once or twice, or maybe thrice." Mr. World shook his head in an amused manner before he spoke calmly. "Walberga Black is alive. She is currently fighting off something that is causing her to lose control." "I knew it. I have a chill, dash." Sirius froze as he digested the words that Mr. World had just spoken to him. He looked at Mr. World for a few seconds before he moved to the edge of his seat and asked Mr. World. "Could you repeat what you just said?" Mr. World smiled and then spoke calmly. "Shocking, right? But Walberga Black is alive. She's currently missing because she's fighting off something that is causing her to lose control." Sirius's mouth opened and closed like a goldfish for a few seconds before he spoke again. "Are you serious?" "No. You are." Mr. World joked, but the underlying message was clear. He wasn't lying about what he'd just said. Sirius collapsed backwards in his chair, his back touching the back of the chair for the first time since he'd come above the grey fog since he was always excited about what was going to happen before. The upbeat persona that Sirius had been keeping up shattered almost instantly, showing just how tired he had gotten. Sirius looked into Mr. World's eyes, or he tried to, while looking at the general area of his face through the mirage. This. Sirius didn't know how to respond or handle the information he was just presented with. Is there any tangible evidence you have about it? Mr. World looked at Sirius for a few seconds in silence before speaking calmly. Although I cannot reveal my source to you, I can tell you with confidence that the information is true. This. Sirius's voice quivered for a few seconds before he asked another question. Can I learn where she is at right now? Is there a way to help her out? I do know her location currently. She is inside a coffin in the Black Manor that is helping her suppress her losing control by putting her into a deep slumber where she can use her dreams to turn the playing field to her advantage. Sirius had blanked out when he heard the first part of the answer. A coffin in the Black Manor? She's in the house. How? Sirius was bewildered. Although he hadn't ever checked the house properly ever since he got it because he barely spent any time in it, he suddenly started feeling guilty. Even though Walberga wasn't a proper mother to him, she still had been one. However bad, she had always performed her duties to him. He suddenly felt ashamed that he was learning information about her from an outside source rather than finding out about it himself. I see. Mr. World nodded and looked at Loki, who quickly lifted the veil covering them. The rest of the participants all looked towards Mr. Star and found him acting reclusive, causing a tinge of curiosity to grow in them about what Mr. World had told Mr. Start that had suddenly made him so silent. Snape smirked, happy about whatever it was that got his enemy to shut up, but didn't gloat about it for long since Mr. World had started to speak. I have an open commission for everyone here today. His words grabbed everyone's attention as they all wondered what crazy commission Mr. World was going to talk about today. I need any and all information you can gather on Voldemort, from the current location he is hiding in, to things from his past that might have held a great, sentimental value to him. Everyone around the table flinched at the mention of his name and because of how boldly Mr. World had talked about it while devolving into a mess of their own theories. Mr. World is no longer afraid of speaking his name out loud. Has Mr. World gotten stronger again? Is he an angel now? He had been a saint recently. How did he digest his potion so fast and gain ingredients to become an angel? As expected of Mr. Error's blessed. Snape's ears perked at the mention of Mr. World's offer and he spoke in a solemn tone. What would you provide as payment? What do you suggest? I can try getting beyonder characteristics for your next sequence potion, Mr. Moon. Or do you want me to knock someone out? Can I ask for information in exchange? Snape asked carefully. As long as its value is the same as the one you tell me. Snape nodded and fell silent for a few seconds as everyone looked at him. It was only after Snape gathered his thoughts for a while that he spoke again. I'd like to know about the method you have of getting rid of the corruption on the moon. A/N. Few people were confused about why Loki couldn't just use the time turner to save Daphne. It seems that I have failed to explain it well, so here are my thoughts. You are free to pick it apart. Loki is afraid that MTOD will notice him if he is there whenever she is there. He can't conceal himself in any meaningful way to protect himself from an outer god. So because he'll have to share the same battlefield or even be reasonably close so that he can save Daphne, he suspects that MTOD could notice him. Another reason is also because he didn't notice himself in the first place. If there was another person like him in the vicinity, his own spiritual senses should have alerted him, like they did in Year 3 when he noticed himself while using the time turner and using his spirituality. But let's say he wants to go after MTOD has left and it's Voldemort alone once again, for that he'll either have to guess the exact time or divine it, both of which have a high risk of either coming across MTOD or Voldemort, both of whom are still stronger than him. Now given those reasons, there is another reason why, but that would be a spoiler. Chapter 410, Tarot Club, Expansion. No way. Loki shook his head. That is too expensive a piece of information to be given away just like that. How about something else? Snape nodded before speaking as if having expected this. What about information regarding the Forsaken Land of Gods in exchange for a list of people closest to him that he has assigned various tasks to? Loki thought about it for a moment. I could figure out if Voldemort has given out his Horcruxes that way. Especially since he knows that I can use them against him. He might have just given it to Bellatrix, but that's the obvious option. It's better to know the other people who he might have trusted his Horcruxes to. But what if he's now become scared of me targeting them? What if he keeps them on himself? No, that would be counterproductive. If he just kept it on himself, then anyone smart enough to lay an ambush against him, say, Adam, would be able to get rid of him very easily. So he's probably stored it away in some secretive place, or given it to someone he trusts to store it away in a secretive place. Loki frowned. Before answering, sure. That works for me, but since I don't know how much the list will help me, I will only give you a little bit of superficial information about the Forsaken Land of Gods unless I verify that the list contains what I need. How does that sound? You don't have to worry about me lying because of the Lord. Mr. World said, motioning towards Mr. Error. Snape nodded quickly and then spoke to Loki. That is fine by me. Snape quickly penned the list on parchment with the help of Mr. Error before sending it to Mr. World. The process, although not new, still amazed everyone else. Loki looked at the parchment and three things stood out to him. The first thing that caught Loki's eye was: Voldemort has asked the Death Eaters to search for a specific snake. Why? But his attention was quickly diverted by the next few lines. Why is he after the Deathly Hallows? If I remember correctly, in the Tales of the Beetle the Bard, there was a story that said that hinted that the owner of the Deathly Hallows would become the Master of Death, but I doubt that is the whole story. Voldemort probably knows something else about the Deathly Hallows, which is why he's trying to gain access to them. Did he learn about it from Bellatrix? He did use her death blasphemy card in his resurrection. Loki thought about asking Sirius for more information about it for a minute but then shook his head softly. No. Sirius has already told us everything he probably wants to tell us about this. If he wanted to say more he would have already told us. I guess I can ask Walberga after I wake her up, she probably knows more about it than Sirius anyway. The third thing that caught Loki's eye, however, was a curious mention of some sort of a prophecy. What does he need a prophecy for? A prophecy would have been made with the help of someone from the reader pathway, or Adam. A stray thought suddenly crossed Loki's mind as he became distracted. Can you turn living things into Horcruxes? But if you can, I don't doubt it has its own risks associated with it all. An important snake, huh? Loki read the parchment several times in the span of a few seconds and finally lifted his head to look at Mr. Moon. He was prepared to give me this information. Either Professor Snape was able to figure out that Mr. World was closely keeping track of Voldemort's progress, or this is Adam's doing. And given how it is about the Forsaken Land of Gods, it probably is his plan. This is decent information. What would you like to know about the Forsaken Land of Gods? Snape was silent for a few seconds before he spoke. I'd like to know how one can enter the Forsaken Land of Gods. What a difficult question. What do they think I do in my free time? Do they think I have a habit of studying forbidden information? As expected of Professor Snape. He always asks things that would benefit him the most while paying the least. There is no way to enter the Forsaken Land of Gods directly. One way is to learn of its entrance through the Chaos Sea, since it contains a record of information about all that has existed through history. Loki wasn't lying or even making up the information. This was simply what he had gleaned himself by reading Rowena's books on the creation and tricks of magic. Snape frowned. It suddenly felt like he had been scammed. Loki noticed this and quickly started speaking again. That is the easiest method to enter the Forsaken Land of Gods. But Snape asked, since he sensed that Mr. World had a different solution to it all. Mr. World looked at Snape and spoke calmly. The other way to enter the Forsaken Land of Gods is with the help of Mr. Error. Snape's pupils dilated a little, but then he quickly looked at Loki at the head of the table and waited for his response. Loki noticed it and simply nodded without saying anything else to keep his mysterious image up. This also wasn't a castle built in the air, or rather it was, since Loki was betting on the fact that by the time Snape could ask him to do such a thing he could trace the connection of the Chaos Sea to magic and exploit it to find information within it regarding the position of the Forbidden Land of Gods. Everyone had a similar thought at that moment. As expected of Mr. Error. Not even a problem that keeps the other gods out of the Forsaken Land of Gods is enough to stop him. Hermione, however, seemed to be the only person confused. What is the Forbidden Land of Gods? But she couldn't voice her question, or rather didn't have the mood to right now because of what had happened earlier. Snape nodded his thanks to Mr. World and then settled in his chair once again, thinking if Dumbledore would be happy to try and receive Mr. Error's blessings to venture into the Forsaken Land of Gods. Silence returned once again to the Tarot Club before Mr. World spoke again. I have another quest for those willing to take part in. This one is rather easy and can be done by anyone. It can also help you earn credit with our Lord so that you can ask him for help in certain matters. You could even ask him to fulfill a certain wish. Those words intrigued everyone, and Hermione was the first one to ask a question, since it seemed like a ray of light shining in the darkness she was trapped. I can ask Mr. Error to grant me a wish. What is it, Mr. World? Hermione's enthusiasm took everyone aback, since she had been mostly silent until now today, so they all immediately connected her eagerness with Mr. Error, drawing the same conclusion at once. She wants Mr. Error's help with something. Loki looked at Hermione's eagerness, guessing easily what she wanted, and gave himself a wry simile that was hidden from the others. I couldn't resurrect her myself. What makes you think it'll succeed if you make a wish? Perhaps by the time I figure out why the Disc of Wishes won't work, I can finally grant Hermione's wish. But I doubt there's a way to revive Daphne anymore. Especially when her Beyonder characteristics were missing from the scene. Mr. World continued speaking after giving Miss Magician a short glance. The task is simple. All you have to do is set up a church and spread information about our Lord to any possible believers. As long as you spread the Lord's name enough, our Lord will fulfill one of your wishes. Everyone became slightly stunned at the words Mr. World had casually dropped. They all looked at Mr. Error from the corner of their eyes hoping to see what reaction he had, but given how Mr. Error was sitting in the same relaxed posture as he always was, they felt a little surprised. Is it time for us to reveal ourselves to the world? Dominic was the least surprised since he had sort of expected this since they had already partially revealed themselves by killing Mr. X in Nocturne Alley. Especially since most other evil god organizations did something similar too. They all tried spreading around their religion at one point or another. But Mr. World continued speaking. This is an act that will help our Lord return from the forgotten history of the world and return to the real world once again. So that he can become the leader of the true gods against the enemies that have tortured us once again. The return of our Lord will address the change of times. It will mark the beginning of the era of rebirth. The world awaits his return and none other than him is capable of sitting on this throne without being subject to corruption. It is our duty as the closest followers of our Lord to proselytize his faith and greatness to make the world embrace him. A small sense of pride emerged in everyone's hearts when Mr. World ended his short speech since they did feel great to be closest to Mr. Error, but what overshadowed it was a sense of fear as they thought back to what Mr. World had told them all before. The return of our Lord will address the change of times. It will mark the beginning of the era of rebirth. Is it truly possible to name an entire era based on the actions of a single god? Why do we even need to fight? Can't we sort things out by talking to each other? But Hermione was determined. What do I need to do, Mr. World? Is there a specific goal you have in mind that you need to hit? Are there any specific people you want to target? Loki looked at Hermione with a little amusement but didn't reject her eagerness. Our aim is simple. All of Great Britain must be aware of Mr. Error's return from history into reality. Everyone's mouth hung a little loose. What? A/N, slightly longer chapter than usual, enjoy. Mass release coming soon. Chapter 411, Distance of Death. As the gathering drew to an end after that bombastic revelation from Mr. World, everyone was slowly being sent back to their bodies in the real world, but Hermione was quick to signal to Mr. Error that she wanted to speak to him privately. Loki noticed it and stopped breaking her connection. He waited and looked at her for a few seconds with his spirit vision to study her thoughts. Hermione seemed to have progressed in keeping her mind shut a little, at least since she had a small wall of runes to protect her body of heart and mind. Not that it stopped Loki from looking at her thoughts, but he felt a little happy that Hermione was progressing. Hermione was fidgeting with her fingers and toes as she tried coming up with the right words. Her heart beat faster and soon she found herself with sweaty palms. Loki waited patiently. Not rushing her even though he'd already read her thoughts. Mostly because he was already trying to think of an appropriate answer by debating with himself, but also because he didn't want to spook her right now. Mr. Error, I have a question. Loki only nodded calmly to indicate to her that he was waiting. Hermione gulped nervously before speaking. Could I know if someone who has been killed can be revived by making a wish to you? Loki's posture relaxed a little as he heard the question and Hermione noticed this. Then he brought his hands together and intertwined his fingers as he rested his chin on the bridge they formed. Resurrection isn't something one should take lightly, Miss Magician. Loki's spirit vision turned blatant when Hermione suddenly felt like all her secrets were laid bare in front of Mr. Error. She felt a vast overbearing pressure lay on her shoulders as she was immediately forced to lower her gaze. Oh no. Did I anger him? Will I die? What is the use of me staying alive anyway when he controls who lives and dies? Will I be killed off too? Hermione's emotions rapidly took a turn for the worse as the general color of her aura changed from a tense red to a deep gray, almost black around her head and heart. Loki was being forceful towards her since he wanted to see what she would do in case he rejected her. He knew well that she was feeling lost and scared. But he wanted to ascertain that she wouldn't end up doing something stupid like old Neil in her chase after the chance for the resurrection of someone who saved her life. Above all, Loki didn't want to give her hope like he did not with Astoria, only to have it snatched away from them to only inflict more pain on them. But no, Hermione. Daph gave up her life to save yours. You need to live. If only to prove her sacrifice. Hermione quickly pulled herself back up, even if only by a thread, as she looked at Loki with firm eyes that seemed to have found the confidence to take charge of her own life. This was a development in the right direction, and so Loki changed his approach towards her while speaking in a calm tone. But, that being said, resurrection is not entirely off the table either. All souls are pushed behind the veil of death. Loki paused, wondering if he would share some information he had recently learned, and decided to speak in slightly more vague terms. Wizards have almost always tried to conquer death. Do you not know the stories, Miss Magician? Death does not need to be the final stop. Especially when the death pathway exists. Hermione's thoughts and emotions froze for a second before under Loki's vision they started to bubble into a sharp crimson red that indicated her excitement. But Loki was quick to pour water over her rising emotions to control her expectations. But if you wish to exchange contribution points from the mission that my blessed has put out, it will be very difficult to do so unless you are able to outperform my blessed himself. Hermione's eyes widened and she felt a little shocked, but she didn't let her mood collapse. It's all right, Hermione. You'll figure something out. With that, they ended their short after-meeting conversation before Loki sent Hermione away. Sirius woke up on his bed and looked at the door of his room with watery eyes. His mind played the memories of a happy family. Of him running around the house with his brother with fake wands casting silly spells at each other. He could almost hear Walberga shout at them, complaining about them running in the halls while his father and grandfather had tea as they read the Daily Prophet or studied the papers that the Gringotts goblins had mailed to them about their various businesses. Soon Sirius found his legs had carried him to the family tapestry. His fingers traced across the several names of his cousins and relatives who were either mentally challenged to view the world with an unbiased perspective or were disowned for doing so. Eventually, Sirius's fingers brushed across his mother's name and portrait on the wall. That was when Sirius closed his eyes for a few seconds. Once he opened them, he looked at a blank spot in the room before whispering a name he'd almost forgotten because of how long it had been since he'd used it. Creature. There was a swift loud pop like the backfire of a car exhaust before an ugly creature suddenly appeared in the room. Sirius frowned as he looked at the creature while the creature did the same as it matched eyes with Sirius. They stood at a standstill for a few seconds before creature started his barrage of insults. Master Black finally learned how to speak again. With how silent he was for the last year, creature expected him to have gone mute. Perhaps being around muggles often had robbed his brains. Not that he had any in the first place. Oh. The horror for Lady Black. How terrible it would have been for her to see her own son devolve into a habit and routine fit only for a pig in a pigsty. Creature kept mumbling random things in an uneven voice because of which Sirius kept missing more than half the things the small disgusting creature kept talking about. His mind filled it in with even more creative insults though. Stop. Stop. Stop, you bumbling idiot. Tell me where she is. Where's mother sleeping? Where is that wicked old woman prolonging her suffering? Creature's body froze before he looked at Sirius with angry red eyes as he shouted, Master knows. Master has been informed by someone. Creature will not let Master kill Lady Black. Creature will never let Lady Black be killed. Creature shouted and started walking out of the room. And despite being insulted by him, Sirius followed him since he knew no matter what Creature said or tried to do he wouldn't be able to stop answering his question and was probably leading him to his mother's resting place. Creature hurled all sorts of insults and curses on the way but slowly kept walking towards the basement which Sirius followed. With every creak down the stairs, Sirius found his heart beating even louder. And slowly he felt it beat louder than Creature's curses. It felt like his intuition was trying to drag him away from the scene, but Sirius knew this was just his fear. He did not know what he feared or even how it had gripped him with such vigor, but he knew that it had and that it wasn't going to leave him alone. A sharp snap brought Sirius out of his thoughts as Creature opened the door to the basement with a simple snap of his fingers, allowing for Sirius to step in. The basement was spick and span, probably even neater than the rest of the house. After the short inspection, Sirius followed Creature once again. Sirius felt his heart come to the edge of his lips as Creature came to a stop in front of a coffin where he activated his spirit vision. A darkness pathway beyonder didn't have spirit vision that was as advanced as a seer or even a marauder, and so all he could do was confirm that there was someone inside the coffin. What neither Creature nor Sirius noticed was the person standing beside the coffin who was leaning on a coffin that looked indistinguishable from the one in front of them. Loki looked at Sirius and breathed a sigh of relief. Few asterisk, I almost didn't make it in time. Good that I took her before something could happen to her from Sirius trying something stupid. Now I just need to fix her. It's been long since I've avoided searching for the solution to her problem. I almost thought that she died after I stopped hearing her name in the whispers during my advancement ritual. She isn't dead though. But. Loki then looked at Walberga for a second as he thought. Who knew the cause of her losing control was this of all things? Well, good for me, I guess. Chapter 412, Parasite. After making sure that Sirius couldn't tell the difference between the real coffin that he had hidden and the fake one he had created by using his illusion skills, Loki didn't wait any longer for this to have happened. Why did this happen? Loki didn't have any answers right now. He needed to perform divinations to understand the matter, but looking at Walberga's coffin a different question came to his mind. Where do I go to wake her up though? Loki frowned since he still didn't have a place he could call home currently other than the Black Manor. I want to be somewhere safe when I wake her up. Making a ruckus in a place where others could interfere wouldn't be the most appropriate thing to do. Especially if I'm right about the sequence of the person I'll be fighting. I could use the Sapphira Castle, but I don't want to have to tell Walberga about it. And manipulating her about it seems rather strange. What will I even tell her? That to repay me she'd have to proselytize the error god. That's not actually a bad idea. I could tell her that the error god helped me in saving her and that his payment is to help spread his religion around the world. I mean, wouldn't she be able to do a damn good job at it too? But still, revealing the Sapphira Castle to her, that's a little strange. I could just tell her that the error god was the one that actually saved her by blessing me with his powers or something. That still leaves the question, where do I take her? Loki thought for a while before coming to a rather elegant conclusion. Don't the founders owe me for waking them up? Then borrowing the castle wouldn't be so bad after all. I've been using it to wake up people after all. Seems like a good place. Loki nodded to himself and smiled for a second before he vanished from the basement of the Black Manor and arrived at the room of requirement. Loki summoned the Marauder's map and looked at it to spot Dumbledore patiently pacing around his study while the other professors were either working patiently in their offices or taking a quick nap. Loki's eyes stayed on Dumbledore's name for a few seconds. Is he cooking up another plan? I hope whatever it is that he's planned for the next year, it isn't as dangerous as last time. It won't be dangerous, right? Can't I divine about it now that I have access to spirit threads? I should arguably be better than the mystery prior guy inside the Ring of Harvest too, shouldn't I? I should free him. Poor guy has been there in the ring for at least like 5 years now. Loki shook his head to put such thoughts aside and looked at the plain wall of room of requirements that would soon transform into a door. But instead of thinking about his wish and walking around the corridor, Loki's spirituality decreased a little as he touched the body of heart and mind of the room and inserted the thought into it. The room trembled as if surprised by what had just happened. The stone bricks turned on each other before swinging around to form wooden planks that slowly grouped together into an innocuous door which Loki opened to enter the room he had hoped to use. The room was mostly dark. There were no sources of light, yet an unmissable shine was spread out through the air, making it just enough for it to seem like the radiant light of the moon from the outside had infected the inside. Loki, however, was unbothered since he could see clearly in the dark. He'd done this specifically to help Walberga because she'd likely be able to use her powers better in this way and it was more likely to eliminate all outside interference. But Loki wasn't satisfied by it yet. As the last of the stone blocks swiveled into place, Loki pulled out his wand and manipulated his spirituality into the shape of a half-moon with radiant stars around it. Once the symbol was complete, Loki thought about something simple, infused his spell with intent, and flicked his wand. Almost immediately a sense of isolation and concealment veiled the room, separating it even further from the world outside than it already was. Loki had asked for Salazar Slytherin to confine the room from the world. He didn't trust Adam to not interfere or try and do something stupid in case things got out of hand, so Loki chose to isolate the room with the help of one of its founders. Loki then carefully placed the coffin onto the centermost part of the room where the room had conveniently painted a target for him. He took a deep breath for a few seconds before slowly exhaling as he calmed his tense nerves that were taut because it had been too long since he'd seen Walberga. He was no longer the little boy she'd seen when he first met her. He might not have grown up by much. At least not when he compared his own age to Walbura. But he had probably been through quite a bit. In fact, it was likely that he had experienced more bizarre incidents than Walberga could have ever imagined. Could she have claimed that she saved an ex-true god? Loki calmed himself, and once his focus was set he slowly pulled out his wand before taking a few steps away from the coffin box that was standing stably in the center of the room without any other support. Loki's eyes flickered to take on a deep hue as he activated his spirit vision to look at Walberga. Everything was just as he remembered when he did this each year he visited her. Walberga was shaded with a dark grayish hue, signifying her time was coming to an end. But there was a slight difference this time. A difference that Loki was sure was the cause of all of whatever had happened to Walberga. Because Loki had increased in sequence, he could now see the spirit body threads of all things around him. As such, Loki could see Walberga's spirit body thread too. But that wasn't all Loki could see. Loki could also see a second spirit body thread that belonged not to the coffin that Walberga lay inside of, but it belongs to a different creature that has hidden in Walberga. Loki summoned the Ring of Harvest and was about to use the soul of the mystery prior in it to perform a simple divination. But he stopped at the last second before sending off the Ring of Harvest back into the Sapphira Castle. I should be able to do it on my own. The owner of the second spirit body thread attached to Walberga. Loki repeated the statement 7 times before falling asleep with the help of cogitation. He used illusions to keep him supported as he slept so he wouldn't fall down. Loki's vision, which was dark because of the room he was in, gradually shifted to a different sort of darkness. Loki looked around for a few seconds and realized where he was when he spotted Walberga right beside him. Inside the coffin. But his vision didn't stop there. Loki's vision shifted slowly as he fell into Walberga. Falling specifically towards her soul. A normal beyonder who would have used divination wouldn't have been able to see much of what was happening because most did not have access to the soul directly. As such, they would have missed what Loki saw next. Attached to Walberga's smooth and stable murky soul was a dark and demented soul that moved erratically. Loki didn't have to think for long to understand what it was. Especially since he already had his guesses even before he performed the divination. A demon. It has parasitized Walberga, not deeply enough to take over her identity, but over the surface so that it can stay hidden within her. Like I did with the beetle that I tested out my abilities on after advancing to sequence 4. Loki frowned. What does a demon want with her? Why would it parasitize her in the first place? The vision broke as Loki returned to standing alone in the dark room. But Loki didn't stop there. He immediately activated his spirit vision and looked at Walberga. Or more specifically towards her soul. As expected, the parasitizing soul was missing from his spirit vision. The demon is probably just like the others. It is using some sort of item of the error pathway to hide itself while parasitizing Walberga. Loki frowned. And if I'm right, to be able to fool me, the item is from a higher sequence. Likely sequence 3 Mentor of Deciate. Chapter 4:13, Deduction. The thoughts hadn't come out of nowhere. They had emerged after Loki had poured most of his occasional time asking himself the same question again and again over the last year. It had started during the summer camp at the Flammels when Loki had asked them the question. What had happened to the higher sequence beyonders of the darkness pathway? Although Nicholas and Prenell had given him a logical answer about it being very difficult to simply stay alive after a person became a demigod, Loki couldn't digest the answer. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with it. And it wasn't because of a hunch or something superstitious. It was because Loki couldn't understand who could be strong enough to wage a war against the Black family and win at it. In a family where traitors were executed and rules were followed to the dot so that their perception to the outside world remained murky and mysterious, the Black name carried weight. Its weight was the first thing that was a deterrent enough for other people to not pick a fight with it. Especially since the weight of that name came out of the greatest pride of the Black family. It was the oldest and noblest house of Black. Normally being the oldest meant that the bonds surrounding it would have become a strain. Turning from elastic frameworks meant to prop up the structure into a bog that only worked to drown it. But in the Beyonder world, things were very different. Having more time directly equated to having more opportunities as long as you could remain alive. And Loki didn't think that remaining alive was a hard thing for a family that followed the darkness pathway to do. Especially with all their concealment abilities. But their concealment abilities weren't the only thing that should have helped them. It was clear to Loki that Salazar Slytherin had meant to have his descendants welcome the next era pathway beyonder, either on direct orders from Loki himself or from divining things about fate after Loki had seemingly disappeared. But the preparations were far from stellar, weren't they? The only reason Loki even ever came onto the error pathway in this world was because of a coincidence of having seen the error blasphemy card. And ruling out Dumbledore's ability to have set up such a coincidence, since he wasn't knowledgeable of the Lord of the Mysteries pathways, it was clear that someone else had set it up. It was clear that whatever Salazar Slytherin had aimed to do had failed, at least partially. So what then was it that constantly made the Black family descendants so bold and open-minded, even though their high-level beyonders kept dying so often? What had forced the Black family's descendants to abandon their protection to venture into the world so bravely when not even their pathway's true god had made it safely and was asleep? And even worse was that this trait was carried down each family member, even ones like Sirius who despite being against much of what the Black family's misunderstood tradition stood for was a total anarchist. The trait was present even in Sirius's brother, his uncle, Regulus Arcus Black, who had sacrificed his own life to take down a part of the soul of Voldemort. This trait was what set off a strange theory in Loki's head. Since each child of the Black family consumed excess Beyonder characteristics and then gave birth to children that were already at sequence 5, what if the wills of the ancestors of the family were carried through generation after generation without anyone realizing any better? What if that was a part of the plan Salazar had hastily planned for the future with the little time he had after he had to fall asleep in a crystal, waiting to be rescued by Loki in the future? The second clue Loki had was the murmurings that had stopped after ascending to sequence 5. Even though the fact that the murmurings had stopped was really weird. Why had they existed in the first place? Specifically, why was he hearing the name of Walberga in the murmurings that he heard during his advancement? He could understand his connection with Hogwarts since Loki hadn't yet forgotten the close feeling of spiritual significance it and the things inside it gave to him. Given his proximity to the Founders, it wasn't hard to think that Loki had left something for himself in the castle. But why Walberga? After Loki had taken the error blasphemy card from the basement of the Black family, why was his fate still connected to Walberga? This had struck a spark in Loki's imagination. Although I don't yet know why I heard those murmurings, if I heard them during my advancement ritual, was it to inform me about my connection to Walberga? That there was something about her that I had missed on my first glance. Perhaps Salazar Slytherin had hidden something relating to the error pathway in the family of his followers. And so when Loki's gaze locked onto the thin spirit body thread that left Walberga while following her own spirit thread closely, Loki had come to a simple but important question. Perhaps there was an incident that prevented Salazar Slytherin from performing any more preparations for me in the future. As such, he couldn't take the proper precautions to make sure that the information was delivered to me. So he took a rather complicated method to keep the information for me. And if it is assumed that she was the one responsible for Salazar and the other Founders to fall asleep, that means that she had likely sent someone to spy on the Black family so that she could know whatever Salazar and the other Founders had planned. Perhaps she was after the person Salazar was setting up the coincidences in the error pathway for too. And what better way to do it with the help of an immortal being that could be fully controlled without anyone ever realizing that it was with them? Loki's heart beat faster as he reached this conclusion. Since he had only a single solution to all these points he had uncovered. Salazar's preparation for me has to do something with the error pathway. And if she wants to learn about it, that also means that it has something to do with the error pathway. Above all, the murmurings, although I don't have proof to accuse someone of creating them for me, are also linked to the error pathway. So whatever she did to keep an eye on the Black family throughout history involves the error pathway in some way. And the only way that comes to mind which would support all these conclusions would be the sequence 3 or higher error pathway beyonders or mystical items of a similar level. Since only those sequences have the ability to hide and wait inside a human without anyone else's knowledge. The demon, throughout history, has probably been parasiticing the lives of the head of the Black family at each generation. Trying to figure out and keep an eye out to learn of the plan that Salazar Slytherin had created. It had likely been siphoning the life force of each family head to extend its own lifespan, a side effect of which was what drove the multiple Black family heads to insanity through loss of control. And observing Walberga's soul had only proved it right. Walberga's soul was currently parasitized. As such, Loki looked at it all with some glee before taking in deep breaths to calm himself. This will be a little difficult. But interesting. Chapter 4:14, Clever Attempt. Loki sent a thin blanket of spirituality over the coffin and caused its runes to show up. The intricacy and skill required to carve the complex runes on the coffin were impeccable. But in front of a pseudo-master of alchemy and rune crafting, Loki could easily spot several flaws that he could exploit in this work of art. Loki flicked his wand rather casually and created a special shape with his spirituality that shot out and landed on the coffin. And instead of a loud bang or even a soft click, there was only silence for a few seconds before the runes on the coffin visibly started to rearrange themselves as the symbol Loki drew with his spirituality started to unfold and crawl around the entire box like a mold or parasite that was growing by consuming the wards on the box. The continuous ripples that were sent across the surface of the wards protecting the coffin made it seem like the individual components were trembling because of Loki's spell. But Loki wasn't done. Switching to his spirit vision quickly, Loki searched for his target with the help of its spirit body threads. To any normal person or even a high-level beyonder of a pathway with strong spirit vision, Walberga's body would look sick and her soul would only look corrupted. But none would be able to point out the reason for it all happening. Loki's first ideas about how to help here Walberga were based on trying to help Walberga gain anchors by creating a following for her such that she wouldn't have to depend on Salazar Slytherin anymore like the other beyonders. But Loki knew that doing such a thing was extremely risky, especially because several other high-sequence beyonders would immediately be able to connect the events of the two things happening. But now he had another option opened up to him. A new method that had only risen above the horizon after drinking his Sequence 4 parasite potion. He could clearly feel that given time, he could very easily siphon of the life of his host and slowly make them lose control while extending his own lifespan drastically. The idea had left Loki with a simple and almost poetic solution to the entire problem. Loki would simply and elegantly subject the demon to exactly what it had been doing all this time. Loki had used his Beyonder ability through the indirection of the Sapphira Castle so that he could keep his attack hidden from the demon. He was parasitizing the runes on the coffin box with the help of a worm of time from his mythical creature form. Specifically, Loki was modifying the runes on the coffin box to do the exact opposite of what it had been programmed to do. The coffin box was suddenly going to extract all the life energy of the person inside it instead of helping the person preserve it. But the target of the coffin was no longer Walberga. As soon as Loki's spell captured the runes on the entire box, it began to slowly infiltrate and attack Walberga herself, trying its very best to devour her. Or at least that was what it would have looked like to other people until a sudden shrill screech filled the air, pouring out of the coffin like a banshee trapped in a well. The pulsing runes that had been consumed slowly started to tremble wildly under the continuous maddening screeches that erupted from inside the coffin. A swirling dark portal opened up beside the coffin for a moment as whatever made the sounds tried to guide it into the abyss, but with a simple flick of Loki's hand the portal vanished as if it never existed. Loki had stolen away the creature's ability to open portals to the abyss. And since the area was concealed by Salazar Slytherin himself, she was never alerted of the event occurring. The creature tried to do the exact same thing again and again, but Loki bluntly stopped its attempts at running away each time with little to no effort. But the creature didn't stop and kept trying again and again since Loki had conveniently trapped it in a loop of thoughts. Loki had manipulated its body of heart and mind by stealing its thoughts whenever it saw the result of summoning a portal. Since the creature didn't know that Loki was constantly shutting down its portal, it kept trying again and again, failing to realize that it had already opened a portal and had failed in doing so. Loki could have easily killed the creature by now, but it wasn't in his best interest to do so. Since if he didn't return the life that the creature stole from Walberga, she'd end up dying anyway, even if Loki freed her from the parasite. And so Loki continued to work his magic. The runes consumed by his life reversal spell started to rearrange themselves as Loki directed them like an orchestra conductor. Each rune was pulled out of the array that was etched into the coffin before it was dragged around and rearranged into an entirely different sequence with a different target, the parasitic demon. Where before the runes simmered down the life energy of Walberga so that she could live longer with what little life energy she had left, now the runes told a different story. They were ruthlessly dragging out the life energy of the parasite and stuffing it into Walberga. Of course, the demon and Walberga were deeply connected during this time, but Loki didn't know if he could separate them without doing something drastic. And since it was only for a short amount of time, Loki left it as it is. The screeching only got louder as Loki continued rearranging the runes, making the connection between the parasite and the coffin stronger by each passing second. Slowly Loki started to hear something inside the coffin try and create deep trenches into the thick enchanted wood, but nothing inside could scratch its way outside. It seemed that the Black family ancestors had made the coffin out of wood strong enough to withstand the family member inside the coffin becoming a creature that had lost control. Loki flinched a little as he imagined how painful it must be for Walberga to go through what he was doing. But he knew it was for her best that this process was done as fast as possible. Like ripping off a band-aid in one jerk to feel the least pain you could. Loki's eyes suddenly narrowed, however. Walberga stepped right through the coffin. Although the coffin was meant to keep a maddened creature inside it, its makers hadn't realized that its occupant could deceive the laws of nature. Loki had bet on the fact that he could keep the demon distracted for long enough to kill it immediately when Walberga was safe and done, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. It seemed like the demon had realized that Loki was messing with its mind and used the mystical item it was using to parasite Walberga to simply deceive the coffin's runes about their position. As such, Walberga, who had just been scratching the unbreakable coffin door, with enough force to break her nails, suddenly appeared in front of Loki. "You wouldn't happen to remember me, would you, Grandma?" Loki asked with a wry smile as he looked at Walberga, whose eyes were crimson red. Blood leaked from her fingers and hands as they dripped at her feet. A warm puff of air was released from her nose as Loki spotted the simple demon climb over his shoulder as it stared at Loki with a menacing look. Chapter 4:15, Not Yet. The demon itself was a disgusting-looking worm that had tied itself around Walberga's neck as its deep mouth with an uncountable number of sharp, jagged shark teeth blared at Loki. Deep dark blood leaked from the hollow eyes of the worm as it looked at Loki, and he could swear he felt it curse him in the language of foulness. "Did I disturb your stay, my lord?" Loki asked in a humorous tone, even though he could feel a sense of suppression from the higher sequence item that the demon was using. Growling. Loki ducked just barely as he saw Walberga's arm swing over where his head had been moments prior. Walberga's nails had regrown, but not humanly. They had regrown as dark black sharp claws like the ones demons had. Curses. Loki grabbed Walberga's hands and tried to move her back without damaging her, hoping to get her back to the coffin so that he could continue with the process of siphoning the life essence of the demon and push it all into Walberga. But just as Loki wrapped his hands around Walberga's arm, the demented demon acted with cleverness and speed that Loki had not expected. The demon spat out like a fire extinguisher. Except it didn't spit out carbon dioxide. It spit out cursed black flames that aimed at cursing Loki directly. Loki quickly left Walberga and rushed backwards, except to his shock and horror, Loki found his feet stuck to the floor. The demon had used the error pathway mystical item once again to deceive the laws of nature to trick it into fixing Loki's current position and the position he would have moved to, freezing him in place. Damnation. With not much he could do, Loki apologized to Walberga in his heart. "I'm sure the Black family has a method to regrow one's arms, Grandma. I'm sure I can even ask Madame Pomfrey to help fix you. Or even that strange shopkeeper at ROB's store." With the jet of fire rushing through the air to burn Loki's head off, Loki suddenly twisted Walberga's arm upwards, snapping her elbow as he stuffed her entire hand into the demon's dastardly mouth. With the demon shocked at its mouth having been suddenly stuffed, Loki acted immediately. With a firm grasp on Walberga's body, Loki bashed his head into the demon, crushing its head to some extent with the immense strength his body had gained after becoming a demigod. The head bash seemed to have stunned it further, as Loki quickly kicked Walberga in the stomach, launching her straight back towards the coffin as he flicked his wand and opened its lid to trap Walberga and the demon back inside. But the demon required quicker than Loki could have imagined. It acted with fierce determination, choosing to do the exact same thing to Loki as he had done to it before. The crazy demon wanted to trap Loki in his own thoughts, forming a loop in his action so that it could take advantage of the situation and immediately kill Loki. The demon's act started with making use of Walberga since it had deep control over her body after the strange ritual Loki had enacted to siphon its life. The demon expelled spirituality from Walberga's body to rapidly drag Loki into a dream so that his thoughts of escape could be stolen and he could be trapped in the dream forever until it killed him. The demon though didn't know that Loki was connected to the Sapphira Castle and wouldn't lose his consciousness in the dream. However, things didn't have to even reach that point. Just like the demon had control over Walberga's body, Walberga had control over herself in it. She had been a little startled by the sudden influx of pain and torture that had captured her and thrown her awake while she was inside the coffin, but now that things were becoming rather clear, she could see that the demon was trying its best to harm Loki. And Walberga was not going to allow that. As soon as the demon tried to drag Loki into sleep, Walberga acted almost on instinct and redirected her ability towards the demon itself and not Loki. The demon was almost about to fall asleep, but having lived through the lives of several darkness pathway Beyonders before, it had the perfect counter. The demon used the error pathway mystical item to deceive the ability Walberga used, making it feel like it worked, when in fact it had done nothing to him. Except, to the demon's misfortune, Loki had finished his task. Since the start of the ritual to transfer the demon's life essence to Walberga, Loki had never discounted the fact that the demon might escape the coffin at some point, so even though he was surprised that it had escaped, he was prepared for it. Loki was prepared for it since he had already sent out worms of time from his mythical creature form to parasitize the error pathway item itself. And although it had taken some time to do so since the item was made from a Beyonder characteristic of a sequence higher than him, he was able to partially parasitize it, just enough to stop the demon from using any of its abilities in the short future. As such, Loki looked at the demon and whispered, "Checkmate." Loki lifted his leg again and kicked Walberga into the coffin, flicking his wand immediately after as he locked Walberga inside the coffin once again. "Bear through the pain, Grandma. It is to return your life energy back to you." Loki shouted as best as he could so that Walberga wouldn't think that Loki had betrayed her and tried to stop the ritual. Loki displayed his extraordinary control over runes and continued to mess with the coffin even as a thin puddle began to form under the coffin. Loki noticed the blood but did nothing. A little loss of blood wasn't much to a demigod. The demented demon seemed to have woken up again once its life was being siphoned again, but Walberga made sure to keep it locked inside the coffin along with her. The screams and screeches slowly died down and Loki finally stopped manipulating the runes on the coffin. Without any help from Loki, the coffin lid loosened before it slowly creaked open to reveal the person inside. A pair of eyes suddenly opened in the deathly darkness inside the coffin. The eyes were pitch black and looked at everything around them with great intensity. The eyes quickly focused on Loki since he was the only other being in the room and relaxed slightly. Loki's grip on his wand tightened but he wasn't tense in the least. He was pretty relaxed. But he was slightly worried for Walberga. "Not now, Grandma." Loki interrupted. Before anything else could happen, Loki flicked his wand. Chapter 416, Foolish Brat. Walberga's clothes pulled her out of the coffin towards Loki, who quickly helped her stand on her own while she looked at him with intrigue. Loki didn't have the time to engage in a chat, however, since almost as soon as he separated Walberga from the coffin an illusory mess of emotions jumped out of it to follow her. Given the darkness, it would have been impossible for anyone to be able to tell it apart, even Walberga almost missed it, but Loki did not. His spirit vision and night vision gave him a clear view of the creature. Loki wasted no time to flick his wand and lock onto the creature's soul. Colorless spells blasted from Loki's wand as everything flew straight at the spirit that was hellbent on getting to Walberga. The spirit froze in midair before it performed an immaculate dodge as it slipped past Loki's spells and dove closer to Walberga. Walberga defended herself instantly by flicking her hand to cause thin hair strands to appear out of her back and rushed to capture the spirit creature. There were so many thin hair-like strands in the air that they felt like a layer of darkness had been induced into the very space that was gathered around Walberga. The hair all floated for a moment before engaging in a dive of speed where they moved directly towards the emotional mess to capture it and freeze it in its place. The mass of emotions dodged every batch of hair Walberga sent at it, performing nearly impossible maneuvers as it changed its shape and size from one moment to the next to bypass all the hair in the air, sneaking in through the razor-thin gaps between them as it moved towards its one and only target. Walberga wasn't inexperienced in such matters, however. With a simple flick of her working hand, the hair that the mass of emotions had evaded so cleverly till now all suddenly revealed the weave they were a part of. Walberga pulled her hand back and caused a single knot to form near her fingers, which she dragged back in the air, causing all the hair strands to converge to a single spot inside the spirit, to trap it in the net she had laid. Walberga watched like a hawk as all the hair around the area came down to bind the spirit and capture it. But under her absolutely stunned and surprised gaze, Walberga watched as the serene hair strands all passed through the demonic entity without touching it for even a single moment before she felt them all entangle around the neck of the person controlling them. Herself. Loki clicked his tongue lightly since the mystical item had thrown off his parasitism and allowed the demon to use the Mentor of Deceit characteristic to pull such a move off by deceiving Walberga's powers. Walberga could suddenly no longer control the serene hair strands she had summoned. They were out of her control and they were being used to kill her. In spite of Walberga being confused and shocked, Loki hadn't given up just yet. Although he couldn't reveal his sequence abilities to Walberga, which meant that he had to do a little bit of jumping around to fight the demonic entity that was a mass of emotion now, it didn't mean that it was hard for him to do what he was about to do. Loki flicked his wand lightly and spoke the name of the spell he was casting to put on a show. Steal. Walberga, who had never heard of such a spell, was rather shocked when she saw the serene hair strands that were choking her disappear and reappear around Loki's wand. Loki wasn't done just yet though. As soon as the serene hair strands appeared on his wand, Loki flicked his wand again and spoke the name of a new spell. Vita Parasitis. Loki had stolen the control of the hair from the demonic entity which was using the mystical item and immediately controlled Walberga's ability instead of the demon. The serene hairs that had knotted around the tip of Loki's wand glowed ominously for a moment before they were shot right at the demon. The demon dropped low to avoid the spell and allow it to fly above him, but Loki's spell worked in ways it couldn't expect or respond to. Since Loki had hidden his intentions using the Sapphire Castle, the demon had missed the trap Loki had laid for it. The flying knot of hair that left behind a trail of ominous purple in the air was just an illusion. The real spell was silent and colorless. The spirit that had just avoided Loki's spell was struck right in the face as it moved into the path of Loki's invisible spell. Walberga admired Loki's skill with magic, but in the next second it turned into a profound sense of pride. He's a proud name in the Black family line. The demon that was struck by the spell coalesced into a tangible form. It looked mostly like the worm it had been before, but now it appeared to have been robbed of its artistic beauty since much of its life essence had been stolen away, leaving only a few drops behind. The worm's vertebrae started to show before it was suddenly turned into a pin cushion prepared by stabbing all the serene hair strands into its body. In spite of the horrifying pain the procedure promised, the demonic worm hung soundlessly as if enjoying a peaceful serene dream in its mind since the hair strands had that effect on it after coming in direct contact. Loki twisted his wand by holding it at a point in space as if turning a dial, and the spirit figure slowly started to move out of its control. Each one of its joints was snapped as the worm was compressed and packed into itself before it spit out something under itself. Loki flicked his wand lightly and caused all the hairs to vanish, leaving behind a simple pile of flesh and a single attractive object that remained behind in the form of an illusory ring. But at this point, Loki wasn't very interested in the corpse or the beyonder item that had dropped. He had a pretty good guess as to what it did, and so he turned towards Walberga, who was looking at him with a smile. "You've grown up so much. And you're just the same as the last time I saw you, Grandma." Loki looked at Walberga with a soft smile as she gave him a fond look. But before Loki could do anything else, he suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine as Walberga's eyes started getting scarier and scarier. "But Dash. You brat. Do you know how much it hurts to have your elbow forcefully snapped? I'm an old lady. And I'm not your doll. Come here, you fool. I'll snap your elbow too. I need to beat you for it." Walberga tried to drag Loki into a dream as she rushed towards him to prevent him from dodging her, but Loki quickly snapped himself awake, completely disregarding Walberga's attempt at trying to discipline him. "It was for your own good, Grandma," Loki shouted as he was finally cornered into the wall of the dark room. Demonic Walberga reached Loki and finally, after taking a deep breath, calmed down after she pinched Loki's cheeks with her only working hand and then finally let him go. Foolish brat. Chapter 417, Plan of the Blessed. "Where are we?" Walberga asked, looking around the dark room Loki had brought them both into. "This isn't the Black Manor. Did you have to sell it to gain capital for someplace else?" Walberga was frowning by the end. "What? No." Loki was flabbergasted when he saw how little Walberga trusted him. "Oh. Then?" Walberga asked with raised eyebrows. "Grandma. Don't you trust me even a little bit?" Walberga gave Loki a dead-eyed look. She still remembered seeing Loki's strange choice for an outfit when she was awake, and then deliberately measured him with her eyes to show how little he was when she'd left him to handle things alone. "Come on. I've grown up. A lot." Loki rolled his eyes, causing Walberga to smile. "And you've become a fine young man. Tell me, you've set your eyes on any girl dash?" Loki shook his head and quickly interrupted Walberga lest she start talking about something absurd. "Forget about all that. I need your help." Loki quickly sprang his problem onto Walberga. Walberga's eyes narrowed and she looked at Loki with a stern gaze. "What happened? Did someone try and bare their fangs at the Black family while I was gone?" Loki shook his head. "No. The Black family has fared well for now. It even has an additional member who has returned. The trouble is with how I helped you recover." Walberga nodded a little as if she had expected such a thing before asking, "What did you do anyway?" "What is that thing? An extinct magical creature or a demon?" Loki nodded his head. "Your guess is right. It's a demon. And although I don't have all the information about why it was haunting you, I have a few guesses." Walberga leaned in to show her interest in the matter and Loki continued. "According to my guesses, the demon was sent to haunt the family head by an evil god whose name I cannot take. But given the matter is related to demons, you should know who it is related to." Walberga's eyes widened with Loki's words. "You know who?" Loki nodded. "Voldemort is only her lackey." Walberga flinched at Loki's usage of Voldemort's name, but when nothing happened she looked at him with confusion. "I fought the madman once already. He's pretty weak. He won't try and take me on directly for now, so don't worry about that." Walberga's eyes widened and almost immediately narrowed as she stared at Loki with a gaze filled with disbelief. Except Loki wasn't interested in expanding further on the matter and continued with his plan. But you must be wondering how and why the previous family heads have also been losing control and dying out after reaching sequence 4. Loki asked. No, I don't care about that, are you alright? You said you fought him later. I'll tell you about that later. For now the problem I have is more important. Loki waved his hand randomly. Walberga breathed deeply, filling her chest with the cool refreshing air of the room as she calmed herself and held onto rationality as she continued to ignore the pain in her broken arm. And then Walberga looked at Loki with a scrutinizing gaze as she tried to understand what Loki had just said. And his words only made her confused since none of the members of the Black family had ever found such a thing. Especially when you said that it was you-know-who's true goddess that had put the demon to work, but you also indicated that all the previous Black family heads were infected by the same demon. How did we not find this for all this time? And how did you find it so easily? Loki shook his head. It wasn't easy. You didn't find it because of a special and particular skill set that the demon had. It contained this mystical item. Loki said, pointing his wand at the pile of bones and dragging to himself the illusory ring that was inside it. Walberga walked closer and observed the ring for a little bit, but since she hadn't delved deeply into runes and their functions, she found it a little hard to understand what Loki was talking about, so she looked at him. And Loki obliged. It's a ring that can allow you to parasitize your enemy. No way. I would have noticed something like that happening to me. Loki shook his head. Why don't you try using it on me? You'll understand what I'm talking about easier that way. Walberga frowned, but true to the madness of a Black family member, she trusted Loki fully before slipping the ring onto her finger as she channeled her spirituality into it. Loki stood still and waited for Walberga to activate its effects. Walberga looked around for a second after pouring her spirituality into the ring, trying to get used to all the new things she was feeling. The first thing she felt was that she could simply extend her hand and rob something from Loki who was in front of her. Several runes floated around his body, and each one of them seemed to be tightly wound to him, along with several thoughts in his body of heart and mind. But she could feel that with her delicate hands, she could usurp any one of them without Loki even noticing anything had been done to them. That was when Walberga spotted. Is that his soul? Walberga was familiar with the concept of the soul since as a Black family member she'd delved into dark magic before, several rituals involving the soul directly. But she'd never seen one as clearly as she was seeing now ever before. Loki waved his hands and spoke. What happened? Walberga spoke. Your soul's still pure, you haven't delved into dark magic. At least it looks like that. I thought I'd have to call in favors to help fix your soul and purify it from the corruptions of evil gods. Why do you think I'd ever delve into dark magic? I'm a pure soul. The purest there is. Well, not exactly, since I'm sure Elaine's would be purer than mine, but But Walberga tuned him out and then examined the second feeling that the ring was giving her. It was the sense of closeness that Walberga felt towards the clean small blob that was floating in the center of Loki's chest. Walberga extended her hand, and within a second her entire view changed. She found herself sitting right beside Loki, like a kangaroo baby in its mother's pouch. She found herself seeing exactly what Loki was seeing through the darkness and hearing all that he was thinking. He studied occlumency. But she could clearly see Loki's mastery over his thoughts, with how none of them were unordered or unstable. They were clearly just waiting and observing her, who was suddenly attached to his soul, just like how she was observing him. That was when she heard a thought from Loki's mind speak directly to her. Don't deepen the connection from this point on, that will force you to kill me and take over my body if you want to leave. Walberga stopped supplying the ring with her spirituality and observed everything through Loki's senses. The ease with which it was done was a little unnerving. Walberga wondered, as long as one doesn't have the ability to feel the soul, it is a hard ability to counter easily. Loki nodded, causing Walberga's vision to shake before he spoke again. Precisely. And I doubt, with Salazar Slytherin having gone mum for the last however many centuries, there was a way for any demigods or even saints in the Black family to protect themselves from this parasite. Walberga frowned in thought before speaking. Do you know why it is here? Loki nodded. Not exactly, but I have a guess. Walberga noticed the uncertainty in his tone and spoke calmly. You don't have to tell me if you've sworn to some true god not to tell about it to anyone. I understand that telling me even this much was a risk. Loki shook his head quickly. It's not that I can't tell you about it. The trouble is if you can believe what I've done. What did you do? It's not like you would have sold the Black family to some evil god out there. Walberga asked pointedly. I mean. Loki was suddenly at a loss for words. I knew it. That spell you used, what did you do? Which god is it? The true creator? Or the chained god? Stop. Stop. Don't ramble away the names of true gods while you are attached to me. I don't want to become a target and be smote by the heavens. Ha! As if anyone's gaze could penetrate the concealment of the place we are in. Walberga argued further, since from the moment she'd stepped out of the coffin she had felt a deep affinity for the darkness they were in. Loki was a little embarrassed, but he still didn't want to act any more emboldened and reveal just how fearless he actually was. Try parasiticing me a little bit deeper. Don't go at it in a full-blown assault. Just try touching my soul and you'll understand what I mean. Walberga did exactly as Loki told and expended a tiny bit of her spirituality, pouring it into the ring to try and touch Loki's soul. What's Southwest scary about getting close to a soul? I'm sure there are several rituals performed in Nocturne Alley that take the cake dash. Walberga froze midway as she suddenly felt herself become insignificant. Chapter 4:18, Plans of an Evil God. In the first few moments Walberga tried to go closer to Loki's soul, she felt a strange dissonance. As if she couldn't make out the difference between herself and Loki anymore. She felt it was rather easy to parasitize Loki and kill him if she wanted to. But that was where the feeling of power ended. Almost instantly a sense of creeping hunger and madness took hold. Walberga looked at Loki's soul and found herself staring at a dense grey fog pulsating and throbbing around Loki's soul. It felt like a barrier had been erected around it. A feeling of inferiority that she'd never felt before in her life as a member of the noble House of Black. She suddenly felt like she was back in front of her grandfather who displayed authority as a demigod to her and wowed her. Yet Walberga didn't shout out in pain or even bow her head against it. Much unlike Sirius, who was rambunctious in front of what he feared, Walberga only became more noble. Her posture stiffened, but it remained straight. That was when Loki spoke, using his thoughts again. As you can see. Loki paused and... You have the protection of a true god. Walberga completed. Precisely, and you can probably guess. It came at a price. Loki nodded and explained, the price was to spread the name of Mr. Error around the world. Walberga frowned. So you indebted the Black family to a random evil god. Walberga didn't like this, but Loki shook his head and made up a reason for his involvement again. It wasn't like I did this on purpose. I was taking stock of the old items in the underground vault and I happened to pick up a really old pinwheel that was just tossed away randomly. That night the pinwheel broke as a flood of red light engulfed me and teleported me to Mr. Error's divine kingdom. Walberga's frown deepened. I don't know how that pinwheel was related to him, but it was. And now, after taking his help on certain matters, I'm indebted to help him in his resurrection. Walberga nodded in understanding, since the fate of Beyonders was not always a straightforward thing. Simply possessing an item that is contaminated by the aura of an evil god could change the course of one's life unknowingly. How did you take his help in reviving me? Was it those weird spells you used? Loki nodded. There's a profound secret to the magic that everyone uses. It is what maintains the sanity of various true gods, both evil and otherwise. Mr. Error's aim is to introduce new spells to the world of wizards and witches. He aims to create anchors for himself through the usage of his spells and regain his sanity once he is revived. Walberga's eyes widened immediately, but she didn't make any immediate comment, opting to digest the information instead of speaking mindlessly. Loki waited patiently for her to speak, and Walberga did after a few seconds. I understand. I can help you with that, so you don't need to worry about that. Loki was about to sigh with relief when he heard that, but then Walberga spoke with an unusually warm tone. I can do that much for a child in the Black family house, can't I? Loki didn't realize, but the burden of his worry about Walberga not accepting or recognizing him suddenly lightened. His body relaxed and he spoke in a similarly warm tone. As if I'd let you abandon me. I'd stick to you like a parasite. Walberga laughed before warning him in a stern tone. If you ever become like Sirius, I'll take no time to beat you up and set you straight. Ah, Sirius. Loki suddenly had a weird expression on his face. Walberga saw the several stray thoughts that popped up into Loki's mind, with the most dominant one being womanizer, and frowned. You went to Azkaban to meet him. I mean, I did meet him, just not in Azkaban. Walberga frowned even more. He escaped from there. Her tone was stern and her sentence was disapproving. Turns out he wasn't a mass murderer after all. It was Peter Pettigrew who faked his death and framed Sirius. Are you serious? Walberga asked. Her voice gained a sharp glassy hint of threat while a soft tremble hinted at her own insecurities. Loki didn't want to turn their first meetup after such a long time into a soppy one, so he tried joking. I'm not serious, your son's name is Sirius. There was an awkward pause after that where Walberga suddenly had a flashback to how terrible Loki's sense of style was, but the short distraction gave her a better handle on her emotions. That was when Loki spoke while tearing 3 runes from around his body towards Walberga. Use the object you're holding to steal them and get back your normal body. Walberga suddenly felt a worm crawl into her thoughts as she looked at Loki and spoke in a gossipy tone. Why do you want your grandma to go away from you? Is it because you want to go somewhere to meet someone? Loki just rolled his eyes and pushed the runes further into Walberga's soul until she was forced to steal them because he kept pushing them into her face. Walberga returned to her body, and after making sure everything was in its place, she looked at Loki. They made eye contact for a second before Walberga smiled along with Loki. By the way, where are we? You never told me. Loki explained casually since he didn't want to go in depth about where they were, Hogwarts. And before Walberga could panic about Dumbledore, Loki added. It's a room that not even he can look into, so don't worry about something happening. Walberga frowned at this piece of information, but she nodded since she trusted Loki. Let's return. I'll have to leave without greeting Sirius though. Why? Did he do something to you? Walberga asked in a stern tone that was almost begging to scold her child by pulling on his ear. Loki shook his head to stifle his laughter over imagining Sirius being scolded by Walberga before he spoke jovially. I haven't met him in my real body ever. I met him in the divine kingdom of Mr. Error. Walberga's eyes widened, even Dash. Yes. You can see how closely the Black family's fate is tied to him. Walberga nodded, her eyes narrowing to show she was taking this matter with extra seriousness now. If before it was a 10 on a scale of 1 to 10, now it was a 20 on the same scale. So please don't tell him about me. I'll reveal myself to him later on, but for now, I don't want to. Walberga nodded even though she didn't really understand why Loki insisted on staying away from her son. Loki vanished for a few seconds and returned after having stolen Skillgrow from the Hogwarts Mandarin for helping heal Walberga's broken bones. This is a modified version of the Skillgrow potion to work on Beyonders. It should work immediately, but it'll also cause a ton of dash. Before Loki could finish his sentence, Walberga was already gulping down the entire bottle. And true to her stance as a noble, Walberga made not a single sound as her broken bones snapped back into place and healed with a sickening crunch that caused even Loki to wince. Teleporting the empty bottle away, Loki extended his hand to Walberga before taking her hand and vanishing from the place they were standing, reappearing in the Black family manor's underground vault. Loki looked at the sobbing, drunk Sirius, who was complaining loudly about the illusory coffin he had set up before looking at Walberga and speaking while keeping their conversation from reaching Sirius. He just learned that you were in the basement in the Divine Kingdom. Walberga nodded. She was confused as to how Loki had created such a realistic illusion, but she chalked it up to the new evil god's powers. Staying invisible the entire time, Loki replaced the illusory coffin with the real one and helped Walberga get back into it before nodding to her. I'll leave the rest to you from here, Grandma. Walberga nodded with a warm smile. She tousled Loki's hair a little for fun before turning away from him to look at Sirius, who was positively wasted. TSK. No elegance. I better teach him to become a proper heir. Loki noticed this and a funny idea crept into his mind. Since Sirius was so wasted, Loki easily planted a simple thought into the man which he thought was perfectly reasonable and logical. If you were still here, Mom, I'd do anything you would have asked of me. I'd even have sworn to never go out in the night again. I'd become the perfect heir you always wanted me to be. I would have made you proud. If only you were here. Walberga's brows rose before a smile walked onto her face. Loki looked at the scene for a last time, watching with an amused expression at the perfection he'd created before he vanished. Chapter 419, Manipulated Sorrow. Loki's reasoning for setting up all of what he did and revealing the identity of Mr. Error to Walberga wasn't a fluke. It was all meaningless or something Loki did purely out of his bond with Walberga. He had done it to set up his advancement ritual for Sequence 3. Well, now's not the time to think about all of that. Entering the Great Hall, Loki found its usual end-of-the-year decorations missing. The banners for Gryffindor or Slytherin winning were missing. In their place was a dark black banner covering the tall walls of the hall, reminding Loki of his loss. The measure and tone of the hall were somber. All the students observed silence. Even the sounds of spoons hitting the plates or goblets being placed on the table were muffled and almost inaudible. The students from Bows Batons and Drumstrang were all wearing black robes to add to the atmosphere of mourning that had settled in the hall. Loki walked over to Astoria, who had decided to remain at the castle for the end-of-the-year feast. He gave her a comforting hug before he sat down beside her and tried to lift her mood up by cracking a silly joke. Did you know? What? I heard a rumor that all the Hogwarts goblets are made from the students who successfully turned rats into goblets in the end-of-the-year test that Professor McGonagall set up. But it didn't quite land. The usual cheery Astoria was missing. In her place was one whose eyes had lost their shine and lips that had started to tremble under the weight placed over them. But Astoria tried. Is that why everything I drink out of them tastes so terrible? Loki gave her an awkward smile before deciding that it was best for him to not speak anymore. Astoria was of the same mind since for the rest of the feast she said nothing to anyone and silently ate her food. At the end of the feast, Dumbledore stood up from his seat at the head of the table and spoke calmly. The year gone by has been one filled with surprises and danger for all of us. Yet each of us stands proud here after having bested them with the help of each other. Dumbledore gave a soft pause before looking at Astoria, whose eyes were trembling and teary. Of course, as you may know, one of us has most unfortunately been left behind, but we must remember their most noble and courageous sacrifices. Their sacrifice is something the world will always let live alongside us in our memories of who we thought they were. Astoria grabbed Loki's hand to stop herself from trembling too much, and he gave her hand a warm squeeze to reassure her that she had nothing to worry about. Dumbledore maintained a soft silence after those words, which everyone showed solidarity with by raising their wands lit at the ends with the simple Lumos charm. The hall was silent and comforting. It gave a much-needed sense of closure to Astoria, who had suddenly been torn away from someone that she considered her other half. But Dumbledore's speech didn't end there. To all those who understand the sacrifice that the older generation has made to end the last war, I want to remind all of you that another war is coming towards us. Everyone in the hall looked at Dumbledore with full focus. Even Fred and George, who were generally cheery, looked at him with furrowed brows. Being the center of attention wasn't something new to Dumbledore, however, and so he calmly continued to speak as if he was talking about his breakfast and lunch. There was much less severity to his voice, which made Loki wonder if it was intentional or if he was just so used to wars that he didn't take it as seriously as he probably would have liked to anymore. And in this coming war, I hope that each one of you will give your full support to everyone who stands ahead of you, protecting your freedom to live, protecting your freedom to love. I hope you always remember that those giving their lives to protect yours are sacrificing much of their own. The words sent ripples across the hall, especially since Loki easily noticed that Dumbledore had messed with the collective sea of subconscious to plant a subconscious hint in everyone's body at once. A hint that would make them subconsciously want them to support him. Seeing this, Loki's hair stood on end. Not in fear or even awe of Dumbledore's abilities. But since it clearly indicated that Dumbledore was afraid of losing support. So much so that he clearly wanted to morph the views of innocent children into helping him. Loki almost frowned when he realized this, but he held it in somehow, since this wasn't the place to be discussing such things. Things are going to get troublesome. Much more than I imagined. My prediction wasn't too wrong after all. But why is Adam afraid of losing support? Loki frowned for a few seconds, since he knew that Dumbledore wasn't really scared of anything, especially not of some random fools sitting in the ministry. But he didn't have to think for long, since his mind spat back several answers faster than he could think casually. The Black Emperor pathway, they're taking sides and supporting Voldemort. No. If that was the case, the people inside the ministry would rebel, and Adam would have been more explicit with his claims against them. Adam is trying to push them into a corner. But why? Because of the nobles. Because most of the nobles support Bladivoldi under the status of normalcy. He wants to rat them all out and find a reason to get rid of them by making everyone else rebel against them, since he can't do it himself as the White Lord. I see, so Adam's going for a rebelling theme for the next chapter of his book. He wants Harry to become a rebel. Something big is going to happen next year. Loki shook his head and kept his thoughts at bay, not wanting to let Adam know that he'd realized his intentions. After packing his luggage, Loki walked back to his silent compartment on the train beside the prefect's compartment, with no one disturbing him during his return. Though it might have had a little something to do with Loki planting a subconscious thought around himself to make people who arrived there to walk away when they came near him. Loki stared blankly at the sky as he thought about everything that had happened this year. This has been the busiest year. It feels like such a long time has passed. I almost feel older than 14. Loki laughed at himself for a while before focusing on his current issue. I need to get Laura's husband back from the abyss. That means I'm going to be sending a puppet in there this year. Hopefully, she doesn't realize. That would be the best case scenario, but I can't depend on that. I need to have a weapon prepared just in case, so she can't pull off some bullshit against me even though I'm just sending in an alchemical puppet. Loki then opened his palm and looked at the ring he'd taken from the spirit that was parasiticing the Black family. I need to absorb the Beyonder characteristics in this thing too. So that I can make stronger avatars when I get to sequence 2. I need a way to gather several Beyonder characteristics of the era pathway too. If I want to be independent and make my own believers, I need several avatars of my own. Difficult. But then Loki smiled when his thoughts reached there. I'm starting to enjoy it a little, I think. All this Beyonder stuff, it's making me tingle like back when I read the book. Chapter 420, The Price of Curiosity. Dumbledore stood in front of his frenemy mirror with a dull expression on his face. Greater Rhodes, could you zoom in on the facial expressions of the person playing Tom? The Greater Rhodes complied without question while seeming overly excited about what it was currently doing. The scene being displayed on the mirror dimmed as it zoomed in, but Dumbledore suddenly frowned. But he didn't stop a Rhodes yet. Instead, Dumbledore carefully observed many things as he made several references and drew outstretched but very detailed connections. That boy, he's not Tom, clearly, a very poor imitation too. He has his mannerisms down, the pauses, the gaze that loves to bask in the spotlight, the slight terror that it makes you feel as if the boy lives in his own world where everything around him is in his control. But it fails at something fundamental. Dumbledore commented. This Tom's gaze lacks the fundamental authority of worthlessness, the casual dismissing of human life like it has no value. It is humane. Dumbledore continued to look at the scene, making soft remarks as he studied the boy he had known so well. He had watched and manipulated his path enough so that he'd become his muse to success. Harry destroyed the diary, rather thoroughly, I made sure of that, but... Dumbledore leaned in closer. His eyes glimmering as he studied the boy for a few seconds longer. Kinda Rhodes, could you show me the point when Tom sees this child? Rhodes complied once again as he zoomed in on Voldemort's expression, showing no fear for the Dark Lord who could use this as an opportunity to corrupt him. In fact, the demented mirror seemed a little gleeful regarding the chance. But obviously, Voldemort did not take such a chance. Instead, he calmly ignored provoking the Great White Lord. Has Tom changed? Dumbledore asked after seeing Voldemort feel confused about seeing his younger self. Rhodes then continued to scrub through the footage of the crime that was taking place. I guess Mr. Sparrow is a decent actor after all. Dumbledore commented after watching Tom push Voldemort. Words formed on Rhodes' mirror as it asked Dumbledore a practiced question. Truth or punishment? Dumbledore raised his eyebrows lightly, but not from the choices he was given or even the memories of the past few times flashing in his head. Instead, Dumbledore spoke kindly, making the best use of his grandfatherly tone to issue his next command. I was not done yet. I wish to see student Loki's reaction through all of this. Rhodes froze for a second, its delay noticed or not went uncommented on by Dumbledore before Rhodes quickly complied with the request. The view of the scene displayed on Rhodes' magical mirror surface shifted, pivoting around Voldemort to glance over several people that Dumbledore recognized easily. The Lestrange couple, Death Eaters whose postures were enough for Dumbledore to determine their identities, even briefly on Voldemort himself even though he had just examined him, but Dumbledore seemed much more interested in a figure that was hidden by darkness. A figure that seemed elusive and forgotten. Dumbledore's attention was on Loki himself. The entire series of events began to play through from the beginning as Rhodes made sure to play everything from Harry and Loki teleporting to the graveyard, Bellatrix's untold assault. Dumbledore raised his hand to pause Rhodes' retelling of the events. Dumbledore leaned in closer to the mirror as he closely examined Loki's expression while he was under the Cruciatus curse. He nodded every few seconds as if understanding something different and making note of simple things while mumbling out loud. A high pain tolerance. Nonverbal, wandless casting of an advanced confundus charm to avoid cognition of pain. Quick thinking. After a few more seconds Dumbledore dropped his hand again, indicating for Rhodes to continue. Rhodes did as asked and the scene soon stopped once again when Dumbledore lifted his hand. The mirror had turned hazy and cloudy for a second as the crimson moon shone through the clouds, making Dumbledore shiver a little as he watched a botched-up version of Voldemort's revival ritual. Dumbledore didn't stop there however and continued to watch Rhodes divine the scene, making it play out in front of his eyes as if he were actually there. He watched Loki pretending to eat something when Tom and Voldemort were speaking. Dumbledore frowned, a little confused but he only popped in a cockroach cluster into his mouth, making sure to bite the last limb of one of the critters as it tried to escape by slipping in between his lips. A potion or alchemical item to heal the body after intense damage from suffering the Cruciatus curse. But that would mean student Loki expected the attack. I suspect his reasoning of possessing something as dangerous to be something along the lines of preparing for the third task. But he is smart enough to know that the teachers would have stepped in before things ever got that dangerous, even me, myself. So either student Loki was afraid of our dearest Professor Moody using the Cruciatus curse on him to torture him, or he predicted something like this happening. Could it not be both? With the help of the great sage, he realized the true identity of his professor and expected him to attack him. The child didn't seem very surprised when he saw his professor turn into a different man after all. If I remember correctly, his eyes held apathy and disinterest. How similar? Does the boy hold Tom's potential? But as long as Tom's around, I don't need him for now. Not that I can do much while she stands guard around the boy like a hawk. Dumbledore stayed frowning for a few seconds until he urged Rhodes to continue. But the mighty mirror suddenly shivered. Rhodes apologizes for the inconvenience but it will not go further. A higher being is watching its every move to evaluate its life and death. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. There was only one being that he knew who could gaze at something so near him while hiding its gaze from him. Dumbledore's lips thinned and he nodded. I guess she still wants the boy for something important in the future. But what could it be? Her work only involves the balance between chaos and order. But the child is protected not only by her but also the hidden sage, and the Ravenclaw ghost. Is he related to Rowena? Dumbledore was left stumped by Loki's clear upfront worth that hinted that the boy held important secrets. Yet no matter how he had tried, the boy he hadn't revealed much apart from frightening talent for runes and magic in general. A melee scholar, I suppose his acting principles involve scholarly studying his opponent and then acting by mapping out the perfect plan. Perhaps that is why the boy remained hidden in the shadows to find the opportune moment. Should I assign him the position of the defense against the dark arts professor for the next year? That would pit his curse on the boy and it would try and manipulate the boy to any extent it could, trying to lead him to death. Dumbledore paused as if carefully considering the rough plan but then quickly shook his head. No. I cannot let my plans go awry because of a hunch. The boy is very tempting though. I'm sure Gellert would be very interested in him. A very kind child though, he feels very deeply for the loss of Eris Greengrass. Another child that still hasn't seen the ways of the world. Before Dumbledore could move on to anything else, however, the scene of the mirror was covered by a thick fog as words formed on its shiny mirror. Truth or punishment? A Rhodes asked curtly. And it seemed to be very annoyed for certain reasons. Dumbledore sighed and then spoke, punishment. The fog within the mirror swirled once again, this time projecting an uplifting mood filled with mischief as words appeared on its surface again. Conduct a ritual involving the primordial demoness and asking her about her experiences as a man. Dumbledore first frowned lightly, thinking it was a joke, but when the words never changed he paled visibly. Chapter 421, Consuming Excess. Loki sat down in his room in the leaky cauldron that was sealed off from the outside by walls of spirituality, his eyes focused on the beyonder characteristics that he had forced to be expelled out of the ring he'd looted from the spirit that parasitized Walberga. They were the excess beyonder characteristics in the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit beyonder characteristics within the ring. Loki was consuming them so that he could make stronger avatars in the future when he eventually reached Sequence 2. Loki picked up a clear beaker and splashed in all the subsidiary ingredients, creating a baby pink potion that was waiting for the main ingredients. Not delaying things anymore after having already divined that the current time was suitable for the consumption of the parasite potion once again, Loki tossed the beyonder characteristics into the beaker and watched it bubble and sink into the concoction, turning its color from the baby pink it was before to a deep sea green. Loki quickly verified that the potion was normal and didn't contain any corruption or such before slogging the entire this in a single gulp. Loki's skin bubbled and morphed for a few seconds, but all abnormalities receded after Loki used cogitation to calm his spirit and mind. Loki didn't feel any more powerful than before, but he did feel fuller. It felt as if he was holding more of something inside the container that was his spirit and his body. Loki flexed his muscles for a few seconds and even used his ability to steal random things from the well-off people walking in the alleyway beside the leaky cauldron to test his skill and abilities before he returned them to stray orphans or beggars that were mixed with them based on his Sequence 9 acting principles. Everything's functioning smoothly. With the short experiments conducted to his satisfaction, Loki lifted the wall of spirituality and used his whistle to call Rowley. And with the flick of his hand, Loki used his illusory abilities to create a simple letter that was directed towards Cassandra Trelawney. Hoot hoot. The owl emerged out of the portal to the spirit world and landed on Loki's shoulder, who just gave it the letter, which it clamped down on using its claws and flew back into the spirit world after taking a few well-deserved pets and scratches. I promised to show her my abilities when I became a demigod. But I think I can do better. I can just explain to her the runes that it uses and how it can be replicated through magic with my help. The only way to complete the advancement ritual for Sequence 3 is this, and it is also the fastest way for me to digest the parasite potion. I need to set things up properly though. All in due time. But I do wonder why she needs it though. What use would she have of them? Is it a part of some sort of advancement ritual to become a Sequence 3 cognizer? Like the Sequence 3 mysticologist that needs to analyze a drop of blood of a mythical creature. Not even a minute later, Rowley returned with a letter of its own. Loki examined the letter for a few seconds and quickly opened it to study what was written in it. Inside were the simple words. You can meet us tomorrow. If you have no issues regarding my request, I would like to see your abilities then. Loki nodded and burned away the letter before turning towards the next person he had to talk to who could help him with what he was going to do next. Loki closed his eyes for a second as he imagined the place he wanted to be at, and then without a word or a sound, Loki vanished from his room in the leaky cauldron before reappearing in a simple garden. Loki looked around at the plants and various creatures that were rushing around and busy in their own tasks like trimming the hedges and chasing gnomes around and smiled. This place still has that calming feel to it. I think I understand why this place exists here a little better. Ahem asterisk. Loki looked at the door and saw Nicholas looking at him with a warm smile. Sorry for coming in unannounced, but I didn't think my owl could find you without doing something rather extreme. Something urgent? Nicholas asked with a frown when he heard that. Not really urgent, but I definitely wanted to be quick about what I was about to do. Nicholas relaxed when Loki said that. What do you want to do this time? Prenell had a vision regarding your trip to the abyss. Something related to that. The alchemical puppet. I doubt I can optimize the functions of the runes any better than you. Loki laughed with a little embarrassment before shaking his head. Yes. I want to make sure that the alchemical construct I made can't be traced back to me. I'll be venturing into a rather dangerous part very soon and I don't want to be connected to it in any way. Nicholas' pupils dilated slightly before he frowned. What are you going to do with it? Where exactly do you want to send it? The core of the abyss. I promise to save someone. Loki stated calmly, speaking in a firm tone that caused Nicholas' eyes to widen slightly, but before Loki could say anything else, Nicholas did something completely unexpected. Prenell. He's here. He's doing something even crazier. He plans to go into the core of the abyss. Loki winced when he understood what Nicholas had just done. The hell did you do that for, you snitch? Loki whispered, hoping that Prenell hadn't heard what Nicholas had just shouted. He slowly walked up to Loki and patted his shoulder while speaking with a good-natured smile that made Loki annoyed enough that the veins on his forehead started to twitch. Consider it payment for stressing me with your stupid ideas. Loki frowned and shook his head before giving Nicholas his storage ring. The construct is inside this. It contains a part of me, and so I want you to make sure that nothing can bypass the protections in it and come at me. No curse, no magic, no nothing. The part of him that was inside the construct wasn't Loki's soul, it was just a worm of time separated from his mythical creature form, but it was disguised using the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit characteristic. This damn thing is even more temperamental than the Ring of Harvest, keeps trying to make me forget it exists so that it can parasitize me and take over my body. Nicholas just laughed before he vanished with the ring, leaving Loki standing still in the garden to stare at the open door where an old woman was looking at him with a frown and squinted eyes. What did I hear you doing? Loki sighed and started to explain. I mean, I'm not exactly going to their mice dash. The spatula in Prenell's hand snapped. Loki trembled a little and made sure to avoid eye contact with the woman while paying attention to the small alchemical creatures that were running around on the ground, their already chaotic runs made even more chaotic when Prenell's divinity was imposed onto the world. Loki heard heavy footsteps step out of the house and into the garden. He was worried that he was going to get beaten up like the last time, but since he was a demigod this time he hoped it wouldn't hurt as much. The footsteps stopped right in front of him, and just as he was worried about being beaten up, Prenell grasped his arm in her own and began to drag him into the house. Ah. This is out of expectations. Where are we going? Loki asked in a timid tone that was also confused. Expected something? Prenell asked, her tone was still harsh. I mean, aren't you angry at me or something? Prenell didn't stop and continued walking in silence for a few seconds before she spoke again. I am. But I know I can't stop your idiocy. So we will prepare. Prepare. Yes. Prepare for every eventual outcome so that you know what to do in case anything fails to go according to your plan. Loki suddenly looked at Prenell with wide eyes. He truly hadn't expected this. Prenell continued to talk and scold Loki for the next few minutes as they walked to her experimental room in the basement, but Loki strangely felt a similar feeling from her that he felt from Walberga. Ah, this last year, it did a number on me, didn't it? But, wait a second. Wait a second. Loki said out loud. By preparing me for the abyss, are you going to perform some dark ritual and modify my soul and make it stronger or something? Loki asked, since Voldemort's resurrection was still fresh in his mind. He knew it wasn't something Prenell would ever do, but he just wanted to pull the old woman's leg. Loki's eyes widened as he concluded this, pretending to really believe that Prenell was in league with the dark wizards. He saw Prenell's lips tremble, but then he saw her eyes turn even fiercer. Do you want to get beaten up again? No, ma'am. Good. Then forget about such silly things. Loki nodded, but there was an irreplaceable smile on his face. They'll make good friends if they meet. Chapter 422, Convergence. Miss Trelawney. When will brother come back? Elaine asked while Cassandra continued to brush her hair as they lay on the bed with Elaine reading to Cassandra the stories Loki gave to her. Cassandra smiled lightly as Elaine struggled to stay awake, rubbing her eyes as they tried to shut away and keep her from her brother. We'll go to Diagon Alley once you are awake tomorrow. He promised to meet you there, didn't he? Elaine pouted cutely before she complained. Big brother is bad, he never comes home. Cassandra gave Elaine a warm smile before smiling and telling her a simple solution. Then why don't you invite Big Brother home? Elaine's eyes widened suddenly as if she'd learnt of a great secret unknown to most. She then turned towards Cassandra and gave her an everlasting gaze as if she didn't trust Cassandra very much, which caused Cassandra to laugh a little. What happened? If Miss Trelawney knew this, then why did she tell Elaine only now? Does Miss Trelawney not want Big Brother to come home? Cassandra simply chuckled a bit and shook her head before explaining calmly. You know, everyone takes away their favorite member of our family once they come here, don't they? What if Big Brother takes you away? Elaine's eyes widened once again before she narrowed her eyes to think hard about it all. Then, as if satisfied with the solution she had come up with, Elaine nodded to herself and put on a satisfied smile. If Big Brother wants me, he can stay here forever. Cassandra simply smiled and shook her head before giving Elaine a soft pat. Come, let's go. Eleanor must be waiting for you. Elaine nodded quickly. Quickly getting down from the bed, Elaine jumped onto her stubby legs, balancing using her hands as she picked up the book she was reading and walked towards the bookshelf in Cassandra's room. Elaine carefully stuffed the book back in its place before extending her hand for Cassandra to take it and walk with her to her bed. Cassandra did just that, and they entered another room with 7 children in it, sharing bunk beds with most fast asleep. There was a soft bluish glow to the room because of the bedside lamp on one of the walls beside which another girl was sitting, nodding off as she continuously fell asleep and woke herself up. Elaine quickly, but silently so that no one else would be disturbed, rushed to her and gave her a hug. "Eleanor," Elaine said excitedly. Eleanor woke up, just barely, and once her gaze landed on Elaine she spoke lazily. Finish talking, brother." Elaine only nodded, even though she hadn't been able to talk to Loki today because he hadn't used the two-way mirror today. Eleanor hugged Elaine before simply tucking herself into her bed while pulling Elaine with her. Cassandra smiled as she watched this before covering the two girls with a thin blanket. "Good night, Miss Trelawney." Elaine spoke softly before dozing away herself. Cassandra nodded and left the room. She closed the door softly behind herself, but instead of leaving, Cassandra stood behind it. Then with a simple and soft sigh Cassandra expelled spiritually, causing it to vibrate as a soft poem recited itself. The girls in the room who were already fast asleep had their minds pulled into a fantastical dream that would make sure to keep them occupied. Cassandra didn't even have to turn around when she quickly knelt down as she realized someone else was in the corridor with her. "Good work, Cassandra. I shall put in a good word for your daughter with Albus." Cassandra only nodded as the men simply walked past her while grabbing her wand and opening the door to the girls' room. None of the girls woke up, courtesy of Cassandra's spell, copied from the darkness pathway from her trusted friend Walberga, as Grindelwald moved with purpose towards Elaine's bed. Standing over the girl, Grindelwald looked at Eleanor for a few seconds as he reminisced about something before simply flicking his hand and pushing her away. Then with his wand out, Grindquan tapped it onto Elaine's temple. "Carcerum lusum." A soft glow caused the wand in Grindelwald's hand to tremble. There was a soft flicker for a second which caused Grindelwald to frown for a few seconds, but once he poured in a little bit more spirituality into the spell, the light at the end of his wand sunk into Elaine's mind. Elaine shifted around a little uncomfortable as if she were having a nightmare as she clawed the sheets with her tiny hands. But Grindelwald only smiled when that happened. He nodded to himself and walked out soundlessly, dropping off Cassandra's wand into her hand before he vanished just as silently as he'd arrived. Cassandra, who had been staring at the floor the entire time, raised her head. Her eyes trembled with focus and anger for a few minutes as she wordlessly looked at Elaine through the door. She then sighed softly as she closed the door, her lips moving barely as she whispered into the night. "Numbskull has no idea what he's messing with." Loki sat in his seat in the Sapphira Castle as he stared at the card of blasphemy in his hands. Advancement Ritual. Parasitize a fundamental force that is being observed by several higher-level beings and change its function. The higher the level of the beings deceived by the change and the greater their number the smoother the advancement. Loki looked at it and sighed softly. He has a clear idea of what he wanted to do, but felt a little hesitant to act on it since the risk was too great if he got caught with it. The only fundamental force that I know about which is being observed by several higher-level beings is magic. I can parasitize the system of magic to include my own spells in its catalog so that people begin using them. But I don't doubt that the other gods, good or evil, will do their best to figure out how I did this, and they might even go to extreme lengths to try and get to me for this knowledge. I just need to keep Elaine safe, while making absolutely sure no one catches onto my tail. Is it possible though? If I want to parasitize the system of magic I need to set up an individual and new system from scratch in its entirety, so that I can grant those spells with the help of a worm of time inside the Sapphira Castle. This would ensure anonymity, but this isn't really parasitism of the existing system, is it? To hack into the original system I'll need access to the Chaos Sea. Or, I could piggyback onto the system used by a different god and make a deal with them. I did free Rowena. I could ask her for the location of the Chaos Sea, but I could also ask her to let me piggyback onto her connection. But if I ask her for permission, it's no longer parasitism, is it? That's more of a symbiotic relationship. Or, now that I'm Sequence 4 and my Dream Stealer abilities are stronger, I could search for the Chaos Sea through the Sea of Subconscious. But will I be able to do something if even Adam couldn't do it? Loki thought hard about it for a few seconds before a strange idea took hold of his mind. Could I use the convergence of the Saphiras with each other because they are part of the original creator to trace the others? Loki frowned when he thought of this since it meant exposing himself to the original creator's will and could potentially cause him to awaken the original creator in himself. That's too risky. For now, I could just implement my own system using the Sapphira Castle and then somehow merge it with the system of the Chaos Sea once I have access to it in some other way. Interesting. Chapter 423, Invaluable Help. Loki was sitting on a chair in Prenel's experimental lab while she sat on the chair opposite to him and held her wand in her hand, giving herself the appearance of a strict teacher. "What preparations have you already made?" "I prepared some pure unicorn blood to purify the alchemical construct that will be entering the abyss in my place, along with several other purifying artifacts. I also have a way to isolate corruption from myself, should that be necessary." Prenel closed her eyes to think for a few seconds before she opened them again to speak calmly. "I want you to learn one of my personal spells before you leave." "Your spells?" But are spells really going to do anything to stop me from being corrupted? I mean, what if the gods that support the spell betray me at the last moment? Prenelle shook her head. This isn't about stopping you from being corrupted. It is about empowering you to be able to fight. If it's about fighting, I already have plenty of spells in my arsenal. Prenelle shook her head once again. Nothing like what I have in mind. The spell I'm about to teach you is of my own making and corresponds to my own beyonder ability. So they will only work if I provide you with the blessing to be able to do so and don't depend on any other gods. This got Loki interested and he leaned a little closer to look at what Prenelle was about to do. Prenelle flicked her wand and drew a clear figure in the air with her spirituality. The shape was glowing like fresh molten magma had suddenly been frozen in place using telekinesis and left to hover in the air. Loki's brain quickly deciphered all the symbols that Prenelle had used and easily figured out what the spell was meant to do, but that was what shocked him. Are you sure about this? Loki asked with a little shock as he looked at the spell that Prenelle had created for him to use. I am sure. It is a spell that has been tried and tested. The spell can cause any act performed under the domain of desire to be inflicted upon me as soon as you are inflicted by it. This means Loki interrupted. That I won't be affected by the curse for even a second after I cast the charm. You're doing this to help me think straight for the entire time I will be in control of the alchemical construct I will send into the abyss. So that I don't make any stupid decisions under the influence of my desires. But this will just affect you instead, are you sure about this? Prenelle nodded and her expression was grave and serious. I hope you realize that she is not someone that can be so easily hidden from. Especially inside the abyss. She roams everywhere inside the abyss. The devils long fled from the place, and any that remain are corrupted deeply by her. So don't trust anything or anyone in there. Everything will be a trap to drag you into a quagmire of muddled emotions which you can never come out of, so make sure you will never let go of your mental stability. Loki nodded at the seriousness with which Prenelle was explaining things to him. It felt rather reassuring that instead of dissuading him with stories of danger and warnings, she was explaining to him how he could protect himself. To be able to navigate the abyss, one must be able to drop down anchors all around the place. Anchors? Loki asked confused. He only knew that navigating the spirit world was confusing and needed anchors from the ritual a sequence 5 traveler had to undergo, so he was a little startled when he heard Prenelle say even the abyss had such a restriction. Prenelle instantly caught onto Loki's source of confusion and explained patiently. The anchor system is something I realized was needed after I studied devils roaming the spirit world using their unique pathway abilities. While in the spirit world anchors are necessary to orient and guide you, in the abyss, they are necessary for you to be able to enter and exit the place. Seeing Loki still confused, Prenelle elaborated. The abyss is a place that constantly saps your desire to leave from it, slowly turning you into a demonic being that can only reside there safely. Loki nodded since he had read about that earlier and had prepared his alchemical puppet by shielding it with the concealment rune to keep it safe from being turned into a puppet for the mother tree of desire. Do you know why this happens? Prenelle asked with raised eyebrows. I don't know for sure since I haven't examined the abyss myself, but I assume it is because her corruption is rampant in it. And the abyss allows her to perfectly exercise her domain of corruption, so everyone inside it is slowly corrupted by her. Prenelle shook her head. If it was so simple, the devils wouldn't have left the abyss. They could have taken help of the other pathways through their beyonders and found a way to isolate an area in the abyss that was separated from her influence. Then, there is a strong reason why they had to leave, which is that the abyss itself is a single entity. The abyss is the body of the primordial demon. The primordial demon? Loki asked with shock. This wasn't a name he had ever heard. But if there was the primordial demoness, it meant that there was also such a thing as the primordial demon. Prenelle nodded. Although only a carcass, it still is the body of the first demon to ever exist. The carcass is what the abyss is. And this carcass has been corrupted by her. This is what gives rise to the constant corruption that slowly brainwashes people to give up their senses to only become a puppet. It means that the entire abyss is already corrupted. There is Northwest safe place. I understand, but what is the relation of this with the need for anchors? It is because while, unlike the spirit world, the world of the abyss does not change due to the body of the primordial demon being a carcass, but the remnant will of the primordial demon itself does change locations. Loki's eyes narrowed as pieces started to fall into the right places inside his head. You mean? Yes. Prenelle nodded. As long as the will of the primordial demon is focused on you, you will fail to protect yourself from corruption irrespective of whatever measures you take, since the will instantly make you forget the entrance and exit, even the thought about trying to exit. Loki frowned. And the anchors are a way to make sure you don't forget while helping keep track of this moving mass of will that can kill you in a single moment. It is also what the devils use to sometimes enter the abyss when they need to. And how do I set up these anchors? Loki asked with slight worry. But Prenelle smiled. Why, how else? Of course, you need the help of the oldest and noblest house that you're a part of. Ah. The Black family. Prenell nodded with a smile. Precisely. The Black family is famous, well only me and Nick know about it and now you, but still, famous for owning the locations of several devils in the real world. These are places that they have been kept safe from being discovered and are protected by the Black family. As long as you ask them for help. You can anchor yourself and always keep track of the will of the primordial demon. Chapter 424, Concealed. Sigh, do I ask Walberga about this directly? Or to Sirius in the Tarot Club? Does Sirius even know about this? I'm pretty sure he'd have been bragging about it all in case he'd have known about the devils given how much he loves to brag about random things like his nightly adventures. Loki thought for a few seconds before he looked at Prenell and nodded. All right, I understand. I'll ask Walberga for help. She's back? Prenell asked with raised eyebrows. Yes. She woke up today. I just helped her. A parasitic demon was attached to her, don't worry about it though. I sort of exorcised it. Prenell's eyes narrowed as she asked, do you know why it was there? I guess it was there for the location of the demonic beings, but I'm pretty sure that the Black family had suspected something like that happening to them, so it's probably hidden in a very convoluted way. Prenell nodded. That makes sense. She wanted an army of the devil kind, but her plan was thwarted each time with the help of a few true gods and eventually sealed when the devils all left the abyss and chose to abandon the place to go somewhere else with the Black family. Loki nodded. Thank you for telling me about all this. Prenell only smiled before brushing Loki's hair and speaking calmly. I know the allure all this holds for you. But I want you to know that as long as you can return back safe and sound, a second chance is always better than a life-risking run. Loki pushed away Prenell's hands, feeling a little embarrassed. Don't do that, I'm 14 already. Prenell laughed and quickly gripped Loki with her strong hands before rubbing his hair to her heart's content. Fool. Don't try to tell me how old you are because I'm always going to be older than you. Locked in a headlock, Loki didn't try and separate himself from her since he knew she was a lot stronger than him. He had been taught that well from her punishing him. But he found it in himself to joke around and escape by catching her off guard, so he said in a sly tone. The first time I've seen a woman take pride in her old age, you old hag. Gasp. Prenell froze and Loki quickly used the opportunity he created to rush out of the room and hide in Nicholas's experimental room to use the cloaking device that Nicholas used to hide his problematic experiments from Prenell, while she herself rushed out similarly to catch him. Prenell missed Loki closing the door to Nicholas's experimental room, on purpose or otherwise, but Nicholas just laughed when he saw that. Did you anger her again? Anger is an understatement. Loki said, turning around and looking at Nicholas, who was tinkering with Loki's alchemical puppet, sticking his wand at various spots on its body and chanting various spells as he examined the runes etched onto its surface and melded within the structure itself. What's up with the puppet? Is it fine? Well, by my standards it should be fine. But I can't judge this with my standards alone. I don't want to get the cold shoulder from Prenell after all. Seriously? Yes, you little brat. And I can see the several places you've tried to get away with scribbling runes in a jam-packed way so that I might miss the few corners you've cut. Loki stuck out his tongue a little with a silly expression and spoke like a toddler. Ah, you caught me. Nicholas only continued to tap the various spots in Loki's puppet and fix any errors he saw before asking Loki a simple question. Where did you get the charm that allowed you to pilot the puppet? It wasn't easy. I don't know if they will be annoyed at me for revealing this, but the founders gifted me a charm after I helped them with something last year at Hogwarts. Loki made up a reason on the spot. Nicholas's brows rose. Helped them with something. Were you the one responsible for his reappearance? Loki stayed silent, not wanting to discuss any further, but his silence was also an answer. Still, Nicholas understood that Loki didn't want to discuss this further and hence didn't question him about it. This charm is invaluable. Are you sure you want to use it for this? I thought about it for quite a while, and I think I should do it. Especially since I promised a person that I'd do it for them too. Oh. You swindled someone else out of something again. Loki laughed lightly before just waving his hand in embarrassment, calling this a con job would be hard. I mean, I'm actually doing what I'm promising them. A payment is only fair. And the payment is worth equally to your job. Well, given how dangerous Prenell makes it seem, no payment can match it. After all, isn't my life priceless? So any amount of price promised to me is still worthless in actuality. Nicholas laughed for a good while before shaking his head, spoken like a true swindler. Since it would take the Flammel couple a little longer to perfect his alchemical construct, Loki left for Diagon Alley the next day in the noon, since that was when he'd promised Cassandra that he'd meet up with her and Elaine. During the night in between, Loki had spent inscribing only illusion and theft, his abilities in a diary using runes and replicating them so that his worms of time in the Sapphira Castle could respond to people using them. It was a manual to translate his abilities into magic with very elaborate wand movements and diagrams, but it was only built as a test project for Cassandra since Loki had promised to share his abilities with her much earlier. I should make this a part of the official handbook of the Error God's religion, shouldn't I? I'll ask Aunt Cassandra to give me a list of any errors she noticed so that I can improve it before giving it to everyone in the Tarot Club to publicize. It feels like it's missing a few cool stories like the ones Furs wrote for Gehrman Sparrow. I could just make a few up and then this would become a proper religious textbook. I'll do that soon enough. The night ended and the next day soon arrived. Loki was particularly happy to meet Elaine once again after all this time. He had gotten an idea that she had prepared a gift for him from Cassandra and had done the same for her as usual along with a stuffy toy worm which he had decided he would give to her earlier. Loki waited patiently at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor while waiting with Elaine's favorite burger flavor and his own favorite pixie dust. Loki heard the pitter-patter of feet come from behind him and a smile showed up on his face. She's here. Elaine quickly placed her hands on Loki, awkwardly, since she was still a little smaller than Loki when he sat on a chair, but Loki made sure to slip a little down and let her place her hands over his eyes. Guess who am I? Loki put on a thoughtful expression, doing his best to keep the smile on his face from appearing. Are you my friend from Hogwarts? No. Are you my professor from Hogwarts? It looked like that was it for Elaine's patience since she rolled her eyes and huffed audibly before speaking. Arg, big brother forgot dash. It's Elaine. Loki cheered, turning around and picking Elaine up into the air as she giggled like the little girl she was. Elaine cheered as Loki spun her around in the air while making sure to keep them hidden using an illusion for everyone else. Making weird noises, Loki rubbed his face against Elaine's and finally put her down only after she started protesting with a smile. She wanted to talk with him after all. I bought your favorite ice cream already. Wanna eat it with me? Loki asked and Elaine nodded before climbing onto her chair and eating the ice cream while making delicious noises. While Elaine ate the ice cream with Loki, he made his illusion give his handbook about his powers to Cassandra, who was standing slightly away as usual. Illusory Loki asked Cassandra, will this do? Cassandra was suspicious and was wondering if Loki was backing out of their deal, but once the old lady scanned the book she frowned and looked at Loki. I thought I was the prophet in between us, how did I not know about this? Loki frowned too but then remembered he'd written all of it in the Sapphire Castle so he waved it off. Don't worry about it. But can I know why you want it? Cassandra remained frowning for a few seconds before speaking after a sigh. My daughter, she's been corrupted by him. Loki's brows raised. He has long guessed that Professor Trelawney at Hogwarts was related to Cassandra given their same surnames, but he had never really investigated it even lightly, preferring to leave such matters for when Cassandra might bring it up. It was also especially since he hadn't wanted anyone to investigate the reason for his connection with Cassandra to keep Elaine a secret from everyone else. So when Loki realized Cassandra was talking about Dumbledore, he felt a slight chill travel up his spine. Now that I think about it, Adam could easily be doing what he'd done to Harry to the other less knowledgeable professors too. Perhaps that is how he keeps their wages unpayable. As such, I could dash. Loki tried to help, since in his view Cassandra had been nothing but helpful to him by taking good care of Elaine so far. No. I have to do it myself. It's the least I owe my daughter after my mistake. Loki just nodded solemnly and dispelled his illusion and went back to enjoying the ice cream with Elaine. But, he was taken aback by Cassandra's stern refusal for his help, so he ended up activating his spirit vision to scan through her emotions and thoughts. Not that I can probably see deep since she is using a Clement dash. No mental shields. Loki was shocked since if her enemy was Dumbledore, she should have at least had basic shields. There were the usual ups and downs in her emotions, but Loki's eyes widened as he scanned her thoughts. Chapter 425, Hostage. Elaine has been corrupt dash. Loki almost immediately suddenly felt the urge to grab a certain someone's, an old woman who had a daughter at Hogwarts that taught divination, throat and interrogate her regardless of how old she was, but Loki exhaled and calmed down before. Did they do something to Elaine? Loki's eyes glazed over Elaine without letting even Cassandra notice what he was doing. Loki's eyes narrowed, but he quickly used illusions to keep his emotions hidden and his mind under wraps. Allowing me to read through her mind itself is a greatly risky idea, but why would she do that? Contract. Loki looked back at Cassandra without letting her know, then paid full attention to Elaine instead. What did you make for your big brother, Elaine? Loki asked with a derpy smile on his face. Elaine giggled a little before shaking her head with a soft blush on her face. Big brother first. Ah. Loki wanted to pinch the little girl's cheeks, which were colored like a strawberry's insides. Loki wanted to surprise Elaine with his gift for her after she gave him hers, but seeing how his little sis wanted to steal the show, Loki quickly poked holes into his dreams and wishes and snapped into existence a simple box that was wrapped in white silk and had a pastel ribbon on top. Loki had only reconverted the object back from a rune, but he made sure to do it in a showy manner to entertain Elaine. The box was small, just about 2 or 3 inches on all sides, enough for it to fit on Elaine's tiny hands. The silk cloth had silly bunnies embroidered on it that were all munching on some grass stalks or carrots by themselves. They were animated. Elaine's eyes were immediately attracted to the simple box. She looked at Loki eagerly for a second to see if she could open it, and Loki nodded calmly. Elaine's fingers gently pulled off the ribbon as she slowly tugged at one end of it to release the knot. With the ribbon off, Elaine went on to open the box, and with her delicate fingers she lifted the cover. Inside it was an extravagant silver glass necklace that looked like a frozen teardrop. Elaine carefully pulled out the locket and flicked it open, only to be surprised by what was inside it. Big brother. That's us. Loki simply nodded with a smile as he patted Elaine like he was doing in the picture. He had taken a note out of the two-way mirror's runes, a bit of tomfoolery with the protean charm and his illusions along with a worm of time, and added it all to a necklace that would always mimic him and Elaine inside the glass mirrors. The illusions were supported by one of the simpler excess beyonder characteristics of Sequence 8, Swindler, he got from the mystical item of the demon. It was a continuous live rendition of the two of them. As long as we're together it'll show up in the necklace as one picture, Loki explained to Elaine. If I or you go too far away from each other then the picture will split down the middle to show us both individually. I have a complimentary one, Loki said, pulling out a necklace that was exactly the same. Instead of using those cumbersome mirrors, we can just use our necklaces to talk now, all the time, Loki said, showing Elaine how useful the necklace was by spinning a small dial at the side of her locket which caused the sounds Loki was producing to be replicated inside it. Like it? Loki asked with a smile. Yes. I love it, big brother. Elaine said happily, quickly putting the necklace around her neck with small stars in her eyes. He also gave the little girl his worm of time, stuffy worm, which she loved very much. Will I be able to make things like this too when I go to Hogwarts, big brother? If Elaine studies hard she will. Loki nodded. Study. Elaine made a frowning face, remembering all those other times she was forced to study in the orphanage with the other kids. Loki brushed the little girl's head before asking her about her gift. What did you get for your big brother? Is it a dinosaur? Elaine blushed for a second as she put her hands into her pocket to pull out a gift that seemed to have been packed as best as she could, which was woefully inadequate when comparing it with Loki's gift-wrapping skills, but then she quickly pushed away her blush before showing Loki the small box she had gotten for him. Elaine couldn't look at Loki, and he clearly noticed this, especially when she was trembling a little while holding the gift. What's this? Loki asked, looking at the paper box that was in Elaine's hand. I worked hard to get it for you, big brother. Elaine said while looking at the floor of the ice cream store. Loki gently picked up the box from Elaine's hand and looked at it for a few seconds. He opened the box soon after and his eyes widened as he saw what was inside it. When Elaine peeked over her bangs to see Loki's reaction, she spoke quickly in a soft but high-pitched tone. "I want to marry big brother when I grow up." A smile showed up on Loki's face almost instantly. He didn't know what to feel. There was a silly smile on his face as he heard that, but he also wondered about something else. Elaine, who taught you about marriage? Elaine looked at Loki with clear eyes. She felt as if she was being tested and she didn't want to let down her big brother. All people who come to the orphanage are married. They come to the orphanage to take my friends away. If I marry big brother I can take them with me. So that big brother and Elaine can always have friends. Loki just laughed a little, but it made Elaine slightly sad since she thought he was laughing at her conviction, but instead of tears she tried to cover it up by looking at Loki with an angry expression. HMPF. Elaine doesn't like big brother anymore dash. But Loki didn't let her say any more. He just laughed a little while stuffing Elaine's mouth with her ice cream, giving her a terrible case of brain freeze. All right. I will keep you to this promise. When Elaine grows old enough, I will marry Elaine if she wants me to, okay? Elaine's eyes widened cutely before a smile blossomed on her face as she stood out of her chair and rushed towards Loki to hug him. Loki just calmly patted her back before shaking his head and returning her to her seat while trying his best not to laugh at the little girl's antics. Loki and Elaine talked for a while longer before Loki finally sprung another surprise on Elaine. Elaine, do you miss Granny? Elaine's brows furrowed a little when Loki said that. She tried searching for memories about who Loki was referring to but couldn't figure anything out since she was drawing blanks. Ah, you forget her so soon. Wasn't it just yesterday when she gave you that plushie that looked exactly like you? Elaine liked doll. Loki nodded. But Elaine doll was made by Aunt Cassandra. Loki deadpanned. Elaine frowned hard as she thought about what Loki was saying before she shook finally her head. I don't remember. Loki just shook his head. Grandma is going to be so disappointed. But then does she want to leave the orphanage? It seems like she's grown attached to the place. Elaine, where do you want to live? If you had the choice, would you like to live with our relatives or at the Ordash? I won't leave the orphanage. Elaine shook her head quickly with worry. Huh? Why are you so sure about it? Loki asked softly, gently caressing her hair to calm her down. Elaine buried into Loki's hand and explained her reason quickly. I promised Eleonora that I'd be with her for the entire time she was there. And I don't break my promises because I'm a good girl. Loki smiled at Elaine's cute pout and simply nodded. All right. You can stay in the orphanage. But, will I get to meet Big Brother every day if I go to our new home? Elaine asked softly while twiddling her thumbs. Loki almost wanted to tease Elaine by saying yes, but he felt a little bad for taking advantage of his innocent little sister, so he just shook his head and patted her on the head. I'll be with you anywhere you are. Didn't I just give you the necklace? Elaine's eyes brightened up and she nodded with vigor. Yes. Loki and Elaine then spent the rest of the day walking around Diagon Alley and the Muggle world. They spent some time watching movies like A Baby's Day Out before Loki let Elaine return with Cassandra, and he left to go train under Prenell and master the spell she wanted him to learn while studying under Nicholas to see what improvements could be made in his alchemical puppet. They're so worried it's almost as if something really terrible is actually going to happen. How silly. But then as Loki returned to his previous thoughts, his eyes narrowed dangerously as his divinity almost broke through his concealment. I tried to mess with Elaine's mind. Why? Loki kept frowning. Gellert Grindelwald. What does this fool want exactly? Loki's hand tightened into a fist as he keenly recalled the corruption that had been intertwined deeply with Elaine's body of heart and mind. He hadn't touched the corruption just yet since he didn't want to alert anyone about it going missing all of a sudden. The purpose of the corruption was rather simple. They want to take hostage Elaine's memories. For what purpose? She's not a beyonder for her to suddenly lose control if her memories were erased, and neither is it something that'll impact her so terribly since she's still just a child. What's the plan? Too bad Aunt Cassandra doesn't know what Mr. Grindelwald wants. Should I pay him a visit myself? Also, why can't he use a wand though? Aunt Cassandra's memories about it are too vague for me to be able to understand what he was doing without a detailed investigation, or I could just ask Aunt Cassandra about it directly. But I don't want to derail her plan. I'm pretty sure she will turn soon after she saved her daughter. Did she let me peek into her mind knowing that I would trust her? Now that I think about it, how much does she know about me in the future? Chapter 426, Returning Home. Back in the Flammel's house, Loki trained with Prenell on her new spell she had made for him. Prenell looked at Loki's spell with a frown and chided him lightly. Why do I feel like I will get scammed if I accept your spell? Loki laughed softly before speaking. Well, your instincts would be on point since I'm pretty dangerous. No. This isn't just about danger. I feel like as long as I accept the spell you can do something to me. Seriously? Do you think I'll do something to you? I'm pretty sure you'll have me hanging by my legs if I even tried something. Loki attempted to laugh it off. Prenell gave him one last glare before nodding. All right. I'll stick out my neck because you promised me. As soon as Prenell accepted his ritual and responded to it with the flick of her wand, Loki suddenly saw the spell he had cast take effect. A dim golden light encompassed him before washing through his entire body as it searched for something. However, since Loki wasn't currently corrupted or even affected by the corruption of some god, he found himself free of inspection as Prenell opened her eyes calmly. Good. You got it. Prenell nodded with a smile and Loki immediately questioned her. So I'm good to go to the abyss according to you? Prenell frowned instantly. Yeah, I forgot you were doing this for that stupid idea of yours. Well, whatever. It isn't my problem if you die off suddenly now. Not even after I taught you my secret spell. Loki's smile just broadened before he walked up to Prenell and gave her a tight hug. Thanks, old hag. And then went to Nicholas's experimental room to hide himself. What do you think? I'm ready. Loki asked, with a slight nervous undertone. Even without looking at Loki, Nicholas sent out a gruff laugh. Why? You don't think you're ready after Prenell gave you the go-ahead? What? Are you two connected to each other or something? How did you figure that out? I literally just walked from her room and arrived here. Nicholas laughed and said nothing else, creating a soft silence that Loki enjoyed. After a bit more of the usual wand-waving, Nicholas finally looked away from Loki's alchemical puppet. How's it? Nicholas looked at it for a while before nodding. It's fine. Better than anything I could have built at your age. Seriously? Loki asked with joy at the compliment, causing Nicholas to shake his head before he matched his gaze and spoke seriously. Promise me you'll do whatever you're doing carefully. Loki nodded before adding a snarky comment. If I don't, I'm sure Prenell will come wherever I am to beat me up, and don't be so serious. I ain't going to the abyss myself anyway. It's just a puppet. A puppet that has a piece of you in it. Nicholas gently reminded, and Loki scoffed casually before packing his alchemical puppet and walked out of the room with Nicholas so everyone could have Prenell's lovely lemon cake and biscuits that she'd baked herself. After spending 2 days of his holidays with the Flammels, Loki finally left their home to visit someone he'd promised he'd meet soon. Waiting at a secluded spot in Nocturne Alley, Loki looked around for his client, but seeing no one there yet, he simply pulled out the alchemical puppet and began testing it one last time. Still can't get used to the split vision I have when I pilot the damn thing by myself. It took a while of waiting, but Loki eventually sensed a short disturbance in space and closed everything before looking in its direction as he saw someone teleport to be right in front of him. He quickly steadied the alchemical puppet and covered it under an illusion. He made it look as human as he could and waited for his guest to show up. There was a soft pop before Laura came into view. Her eyes scanned around for a few seconds before they landed on Loki. Why here of all places? Well, it's just easier to hide in a place like this from everyone else anyway, Loki said, shrugging his shoulders. Laura nodded before looking at the puppet that Loki had beside himself. An alchemical puppet? No. It's alive? An animal's controlling it. Loki just smiled without responding to the lady's questions. He was surprised that Laura could tell what he had was an alchemical puppet. He'd expected her to mistake it for a human. But he guessed that she had seen her share of weird things since she headed the unspeakables. Everyone's got secrets, and if I told you mine it wouldn't be fun any longer now, would it? Laura simply rolled her eyes at Loki's antics before asking, what are you going to do? I'll send it into the abyss after a few days. I only need what I asked you to get. Did you get it? Laura nodded before tossing towards Loki a brass ring. Loki grabbed it from the air and looked at it for a few seconds before tossing it to his alchemical puppet. It was a ring that Nathan Drake owned, something that was close to him, and so it would help Loki use divination from the Sapphire Castle to figure out where the man exactly was at each moment. He still couldn't continuously keep divining about it since that would also alert Mother Tree of Desire, but it was better than going in blind. Why do you need a few days to send it to the abyss? Laura questioned softly. Loki looked at her and shrugged before giving her the real reason. I need to strike a few deals to be able to navigate the abyss effectively, and that'll take me some time. But I'm sure I can do it so you don't have to worry about it. Laura nodded since Loki had kept up his part of the bargain until now, and then they vanished from their spots in Nocturne Alley after discussing Loki's real reward, the Time Turners. But all that Loki learned was that he wouldn't be getting his hands on them until the end of the year. Once he operated away after converting the alchemical puppet into a rune, Loki arrived in front of a house he was very familiar with while staring at the door with a little bit of worry. I mean, Grandma shouldn't reject me, right? Right, she didn't even discriminate against me when I helped her out. She was pleasant and worryful. But I wonder how Sirius will react to this. Loki was about to grab the knocker on the door and give it a tug to show he was standing outside and waiting for someone to open the door, but as soon as his muscles twitched, the door opened on its own. Didn't something like this already happen the first time I was here? But this time, instead of the door being left open, Loki quickly spotted a shifty haze leave the door, but since he was standing in the way it froze and tried to figure out what to do. Loki easily recognized that Sirius was trying to escape from home using a cheap invisibility cloak, but before he could simply step aside and not react to whatever was going on in the Black family, Loki heard a soft creak on the stairs. Walberga walked down from the upper floor and her face lit up when she saw Loki. But the moment she saw the misty haze, her eyes froze before she whipped out her wand and sent a stinging hex in its direction. Wow. You wretched old lady, why did you send a stinging hex towards me? And why does it hurt so much? Did you use dark magic for this? How cruel dash. Zip it. Walberga complained in seething anger before she looked at Loki and smiled once again. How nice of you to come here, Loki. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Loki smiled and extended his hand when Walberga walked past Sirius, whose invisibility cloak had fallen. Sirius was left stunned when he saw his mom smile, and several stray thoughts entered his mind when he saw Loki laughing along with her. What about Dash? Before Sirius could say any more, Walberga hit him hard enough to knock his teeth out. Speak a word more and I'll make sure that you never go to that wretched meeting of yours. You still wag your tail like an obedient mutt for that foolish old man. How long will it take you to understand that the world doesn't run on white and black? I don't care if it doesn't. Since I'm sure your heart is as black as the abyss. Sirius complained, walking back into the house by stomping his feet, leaving Loki's handshake hanging. Loki's ears perked since he deduced that Walberga was talking about Dumbledore, but even though he didn't understand much yet, he was able to easily deduce what was going on. Meeting. Is Adam finally going to do something about Voldemort? Chapter 427, Bargain. With Sirius locked in the house, Loki gave Walberga a wry look as if apologizing for the trouble he'd caused, but Walberga just patted his shoulder before walking. Don't worry about it, that wasn't your fault. I just have stupid children. Walberga complained loudly enough for Sirius to turn back and glare at Loki for a few seconds before huffing and looking away. It caused Loki to laugh a little since Sirius was acting like a child. But stuffing away his laughter, Loki quickly followed Walberga to the living room, where she sat down and Creature brought them some snacks. Creature acted as if this was the first time he was seeing Loki, but he still got him the muffins he used to love eating in the house. Loki thanked him with a smile before turning towards Walberga, who had engulfed them in a confined space to prevent their discussions from leaving outside. What do you need? Walberga asked politely with a smile. I need to contact the devils that the Black family has contact with. I need a particular set of abilities that they have to orient myself on a trip into the abyss. Walberga's pupils narrowed instantly and she straightened her back as she leaned in a little before asking. What? Loki sighed, knowing that he had to explain to Walberga exactly what he was doing. I'm using a mechanical puppet I made to help Laura Drake get her husband back from the abyss. He's currently hiding there using the Turnoset brass notebook. And before Walberga could speak again, Loki said exactly what she wanted to hear. I negotiated it for receiving their help in a mission that the god who's blessed I became asked me to complete. I also negotiated the right to use the Turnsoest brass book 3 times upon recovery. Walberga's eyes widened slightly before she closed them to think through everything Loki had just told her. After about a minute of contemplating, Walberga quickly opened her eyes and shook her head. You shouldn't have negotiated for the right to use the Turnsoest brass book thrice. What you should have done was ask the Bones family to give you 3 blank favors which could have been passed to the Black family in case you perished regardless of the success of the mission. But since the Turnsoest brass book is probably a high-level item that belongs to the Arbiter pathway, you still did well. Loki realized that Walberga didn't know that the Turnsoest brass notebook was actually the uniqueness of the Arbiter pathway, so he mentally shook his head, wondering what her reaction would be when she learnt of it, so he calmly nodded for now. But I can't allow you to go to the abyss, Walberga said snappily with furrowed brows. Firstly, the matter concerning the Abyss Devils has been recorded in the Darkness pathway and one will learn about it once they get to the right sequence. I haven't learned about any of it even though I'm a demigod. I know. Loki interrupted with a soft smile on his face and a nod. Then why do you want to go into the abyss? Loki shook his head gently. You've got me wrong. I don't just know the restrictions regarding the information about the Abyss Devils and the abyss itself. I'm telling you that I know what the forbidden knowledge regarding the abyss actually is. Walberga's eyes narrowed before she was about to speak, but as if reading her mind, Loki shook his head. No. I can't tell you about it without risking you to corruption. In fact, the reason that the Spirit Devil was attached to you and all the other demigods of the Darkness pathway before you was related to this secret. And it was probably for that reason that the information was concealed by the Black family ancestors using the pathway. They likely wanted the people that trod on this pathway to be much stronger so that they could defend themselves before they were exposed to this information. In it was also what the Spirit Devil wanted to learn, the location of the Abyss Devils that the Black family helped. Walberga frowned since she felt like she was the younger one of the two suddenly. How does he have mysticism knowledge that surpasses mine? That evil true god. Walberga thought about everything that Loki had told her for a few seconds before she asked a simple question, so you know how I can access the information without me reaching the right sequence? Loki nodded with a smile. I noticed your connection to the information earlier. But I'll need your help doing something rather risky. What? Walberga asked doubtfully. I'll need you or Sirius to forcefully absorb the beyonder characteristics of a higher sequence until your connection to the concealed information grows stronger. That will be when I can use the help of the Lord to exploit the connection and learn the knowledge myself. Walberga frowned since this was a substantial risk that she'd have to be taking. If it wasn't Loki that suggested this to her, she'd have already ignored the person talking to her, thinking they'd gone mad and were close to losing control. But since it was Loki, Walberga thought about his request for a while. Are you sure you can keep me or Sirius from losing control? Loki shook his head. I won't be keeping you from losing control. It'll be him. Loki said, pointing up. Walberga looked at Loki's finger with confusion as her brows furrowed. Who? Who else other than the true god of the Darkness pathway? Walberga's eyes widened, but Loki cared very little about it as he casually continued. He owes me a favor and he'll help you out for a while. Walberga's eyes widened a little as she mumbled out words in confusion. This, how? The true god who's blessed you are? Is it because of him? Loki really wanted to destroy Salazar Slytherin's scary image by telling Walberga that her pathway's true god was his fan. But since he didn't want to be suddenly captured by shadows and become lost in the darkness, he only smiled lightly, pretending that was the case. With whom will the procedure take less time and be safer? Walberga asked Loki. That would be Sirius, since he has digested more of the potion than you have. But I prefer you over him since I don't want to reveal my capabilities to him just yet when he's related to him. Walberga got the hint since she wouldn't have preferred using anyone related to Dumbledore in her own plans either way. After a few considerations and ideas, Walberga finally looked at Loki with a smile that caused the hair on his neck to stand a little before asking. Pray do tell, you aren't going to be using your helpless old grandma for nothing, are you? I'm sure there's something you'll give her to do all this. Something like a gift. Just to motivate me in the right direction. Loki's smile twitched. The hell is she acting like a swindler with me? But Loki wasn't one to back down easily. He used his illusions to add a few sparkles in his eyes as he looked at Walberga with a heart-wrenchingly innocent expression while he spoke. Oh. Grandma. You know I don't have much. But do tell me what you need, I will do my best to fulfill your wishes within my means. Oh. Really? Walberga asked with a smile that caused Loki to feel even more scared. Really? As long as it is reasonable. You wouldn't want to burden your grandson, would you? Oh. Don't worry, this is simple. Walberga waved her hands innocently with a nice good-natured smile. Loki continued to look at her and Walberga spoke in a sweet voice that was completely uncharacteristic of her. It's nothing big, I'd only like you to officially join any and all business you've constructed in the span of these few years with the Black family. Loki's eyes widened. How did she know? The picture of a shabby creature whose name rhymed with it came to his mind. Creature? What do you say? Isn't it a bargain to have the full support of the Black family behind you? Walberga spoke as her smile finally turned sinister. Loki shivered. Chapter 428, Family Drama. After agreeing to Walberga's terms, albeit unwillingly since even if Loki knew that Walberga would probably be able to handle things better, Loki didn't want to part with what essentially felt like his baby. Loki and Walberga decided on the dates they would work through it all. In the meantime, it was decided that Loki would stay in the Black Manor. And so they were all currently having dinner around the table. Sirius looked annoyed but Walberga acted completely calm and turned to Loki as she asked him a question. When will you bring Elaine here? Loki almost choked on his food when Walberga asked him that question since he'd kept her identity a secret from almost everyone around him. But hoping to hint at Walberga not to talk about it for now, Loki quickly responded, and Cassandra is taking care of her like you asked her to. We can go meet her there. Walberga nodded at those lines but she realized from Loki's lack of details about his sister that he didn't want to talk about her in front of Sirius. That was when Walberga turned to Sirius instead. You never told me how you were pardoned for killing that rat. Sirius looked annoyed that his friend was called a rat when Walberga didn't even know the truth, but he couldn't get too angry too since Peter Pettigrew really was a rat. Sirius ground his teeth for a while before he started speaking in short sentences. I was never given a proper trial, thanks to someone pulling away their support from me because they wanted to teach me a lesson. Walberga scowled as she looked at Sirius with a gaze filled with anger and pride. You chose your side. Why did you never ask him why you didn't get a fair trial? Never thought he would betray you once you had no more use to him, did you? Dumbledore did not betray me. He just Don't take the name of that foul man in this house. I will not stand for filth entering this house. Filth? What about the filth your ancestors created? The absolute abominations and experiments they conducted on humans. What about those? You think I haven't read the books in the library? Walberga scowled. Those were for the betterment of the house. They were done to make sure the Black family survived beyond any calamity. Seeing the argument getting heated and turning wild, Loki tried to intervene. Cough, please don't argue. But his words were too soft, so Loki had to bear through eating his meal while listening to the background noise of two people arguing over dinner. Dumbledore. 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 Now what will you do, you old hag? Walberga flicked out her wand and pointed it at Sirius as she flicked it wordlessly to cast a simple spell at him, causing a thin beam of pink light to hit him square on his chest. All of a sudden all the hair on Sirius's body came alive as they all grew longer as if they were alive and swung into his mouth, blocking any sound that came out of it, almost choking him in the process. Yet that wasn't where it all ended. Sirius quickly used his superhuman strength to pull out and rip apart his hair, causing his scalp to bleed. Is this what you'll do, you hag? Kill your only remaining son? Like you killed my brother by pushing him towards the Dark Lord. Loki's eyes narrowed at that insult as he saw Walberga freeze for a second too. He saw her eyes redden but Walberga didn't respond verbally. Instead, she flicked her hand this time and caused several serene hair strands to appear around Sirius all of a sudden. As each strand started to bind Sirius and paralyze him to sleep, he activated his own ability and caused even more serene hair strands to show up as they battled against Walberga's. Loki looked at all this and finally decided that he'd had enough. Finally, after letting it go on for a few more seconds to see if they would stop, Loki stood up from his chair and flicked his wand. He hadn't really used a magical ability, but he used it to disguise his ability to steal. Loki used this disguise to steal both Walberga and Sirius's ability to control serene hair strands. Walberga was slightly annoyed by Loki, but Sirius was completely shocked. How? This spell? Why can't I activate my Beyonder ability? Finally, just as Sirius was about to speak up and ask Loki a question, he simply silenced Sirius with a glare. Shut it. Both of you. Loki said with an annoyed frown. If you two keep acting like this, Uncle Regulus will die once again in his grave from your codswallop. Walberga nodded, somewhat proud of Loki taking her side, but then he turned towards her, and Grandma. Are you seriously going to not tell him the truth? Doesn't your only remaining son deserve to know the truth about his dead brother? Do you really think he'll know to respect him without knowing the truth? Walberga's eyes narrowed along with Sirius's as they looked at him with a sharp gaze. What do you mean by the truth? Sirius asked aggrieved. There was some pain in his voice along with a soft tremble as he looked at Loki first and then at Walberga. Walberga's already teary eyes that had formed because of Sirius reminding her about her son's death slowly changed to firm ones that showed no vulnerability. Loki. You should stay out of this. Loki looked at Walberga with an annoyed expression. He knew why she didn't want to explain the truth about his death to Sirius since it involved Horcruxes, something that was a key point regarding Voldemort's powers. It was knowledge that once spread around would cause them to incur wrath from both the white and the dark side since both sides would want it, irrespective of it the blacks had such knowledge or not. So instead of arguing with Walberga, Loki inserted a thought into her body of heart and mind, I know about it and I already destroyed it. Walberga's eyes widened when she heard what Loki said. Her eyes teared up a little before she quickly blinked them away. Loki meanwhile simply picked up his desert and walked away to his room on the upper floor, leaving Sirius and Walberga to discuss the rest. Loki heard loud voices from below a few more times during the night, but it was mostly interspersed with sobs and loud cries, from both sides. With all the talking and arguing about death, Loki was reminded about Daphne's passing. And so he tried distracting himself by trying to parasitic the creeping hunger with one of his worms of time so that it wouldn't be as hungry as it usually was. I mean, there are only so many souls my Dementor butler can get for me from Azkaban. After a long time of arguing and silence, Loki finally heard a knock on his door just as he was about to fall asleep himself. Yes. Loki said, opening the door and looking at Sirius, who had several tear stains on his face. That, I wanted to ask you about the spell you used earlier. Sirius said softly while paying close attention towards Loki's expressions. Loki nodded and explained as if it wasn't a big deal, you're better off asking Walberga about them, she was the one that taught me about it. Sirius nodded as he turned around and left. It made sense to him that his mother would know such a spell since the Black family had delved into black magic for several generations, it was family tradition at this point. Perhaps she had picked them up from such a moment. On his way back though he paused for a moment before looking at Loki for a second as he whispered a soft thanks and left to go to his room again. Loki simply nodded. My pleasure. Chapter 429, Following a Hidden Trail. Standing in the basement, Walberga looked at the potion Loki had crafted for her with strange eyes. Are you sure you'll be able to keep me safe from harm? Loki rolled his eyes and flicked a piece of paper towards Walberga. The details of the ritual are written in that thing. Make sure you don't do anything disrespectful and you should be good. Walberga nodded stiffly as she looked at the various lines on the piece of paper Loki had given her. Loki gave the basement one last look before stuffing his wand into his holster and walking away. As soon as Loki left the basement, he walked into his room and locked himself inside it. He quickly performed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual to enter the Sapphire Castle. In the basement, Walberga knelt in front of the 3 candles that were placed on the altar in front of her. Walberga then looked at the paper and after memorizing all the lines on it started the ritual by lighting up the leftmost candle. I pray for the power of time. I pray for the power of errors. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to bless me by giving me the ability to maintain my sanity during and after the time I consume the Sequence 3 Horror Bishop potion without having digested the Sequence 4 potion fully. Beetle grass juice, a herb that belongs to the domain of error, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Twilight dew, a fragrance that belongs to the limbo of time, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Walberga kept her eyes closed as she focused on feeling if there were any changes taking place around her or even in her. Loki inside the Sapphire Castle suddenly saw a crimson star in the distance start to pulsate rhythmically. Extending and covering the star in his spirituality, Loki found himself looking at Walberga, who was kneeling in front of an altar. Using his illusions to create the image of himself speaking, Loki sent the projection to Walberga through the connection of the crimson star. In the basement, Walberga suddenly opened her eyes as she found herself looking at the spirit world. The view then tilted as it rose quickly through the directionless space as several spirits rushed about. The view rose further and soon landed on the elusive 7 lights of the spirit world that were recorded in the Black family mysticism books. Walberga recognized them at a glance because of the various experiments of the Black family ancestors, but when the view rose further and entered the gray fog she became a little shocked. There was a place above the spirit world. A being that controls the spirit world. Walberga didn't think much else about it all, however, since she reasoned that if the devils had a ruler for the abyss it was highly likely that someone ruled the spirit world too. But she was shocked nonetheless that this being managed to stay hidden from such a well-connected and integrated place in the wizarding world. Soon her vision was filled with a dim fog that was lit up by crimson, in the center of which a slim man sat on a chair fit for giants. He rested his head on his hand as he looked at Walberga, who felt like he could see everything about her. I'm aware. The words, although simple, resounded deeply within Walberga. Especially when her vision was suddenly blinded by a warm light that wrapped around her like an angel's embrace. Her vision quickly vanished momentarily after that before it returned and Walberga found herself back in her basement. Walberga stood up slowly and looked around for a few seconds before her eyes landed back on the crimson-violet neon potion in front of her on the table. Walberga picked up the potion and with a simple swig emptied out the container. Not even a moment later, Walberga felt every single cell in her body rebel with outrage at the sudden sense of power that had been injected within her as the potion dissolved. But surprisingly enough for Walberga, as soon as her body rebelled, it suddenly quietened. As if the cells forgot the will of the original creator within her body, forgot that it even existed. Walberga only felt her strength increase and soar in both quantity and quality. But she also frowned when she realized that there was something in her body that was preventing her from truly absorbing the entire potion and kept it separated from her, not allowing her to truly advance to sequence 3. Having done something similar earlier with Hermione, Loki above the grey fog in the Sapphire Castle quickly picked out the new runes around Walberga's body. Runes that weren't part of the normal advancement process. Loki was looking for runes that were meant to test her sequence to give her the appropriate mysticism knowledge once she reached the right level. He was doing this because this was the easiest way Loki could think of someone hiding the information within the pathway itself. He searched through a variety of runes before he landed on the right one that had popped up during her advancement and hence frozen it so that he could tinker with the connection and deceive the test so that he could gain the corresponding information. The test is not only for her to be a sequence 3, but also that she is a direct descendant of the Black family. Is this why they were so proud of their lineage? So that they could always access the knowledge that was locked behind their advancement. Loki didn't delay his work anymore as he casually used his spirituality in combination with the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit mystical item to deceive the test so that it assumed that Walberga was already a Sequence 3 horror bishop. Walberga didn't realize any of this happened. She only remained puzzled about what was happening to her since she could feel that she wasn't yet a Sequence 3 but neither was she as weak as a Sequence 4. Loki on the other hand grabbed the connection that the residual wills of the ancestors of the Black family attempted to make with Walberga and pulled the connection to himself by deceiving the will to think he was Walberga instead. The ravings that Loki heard were not only unbearable and kept trying to make him lose control but they were also confusing and useless since they started corrupting him by causing him to mutate one worm of time at a time. No information about the devils that escaped. Loki paid closer attention to the ravings and soon realized what was happening. I see, so they're testing if I can handle being corrupted by the knowledge and if the devil possessing them is truly gone and eradicated by the current Black family member. If the devil was still here, the corruption wouldn't do anything since it was probably already corrupted by her. And if it was truly gone, the person would need to be able to sustain learning the information. A strange test, one where your ability to become corrupted proves your humanity. Loki quickly expended more spirituality to deceive the secondary test by deceiving the probes of the will of the Beyonder characteristic that extended around Walberga's body acting like bait to be latched upon by an unsuspecting devil. As soon as Loki deceived the probes nothing happened for a few seconds before he suddenly found a rush of knowledge pouring into his mind. Loki's eyes shone ominously as the information was organized inside his mind. Is that so? This is too easy. A coincidence? Loki quickly looked at Walberga and stole the potion that was close to being digested in her body. He then sorted out all the individual ingredients he'd used to concoct the potion along with the Beyonder characteristics Walberga had provided from a secret vault before laying them out on the table in front of her. All of this happened within moments. Walberga, who was riding on a sudden high of power, suddenly found herself become a measly Sequence 4 Night Watcher demigod once again. But Loki cut off Walberga's connection to the Sapphire Castle quickly before returning back to his body in the room inside the Black family manor. Loki then retraced his steps to the basement where he knocked on the door and asked Walberga a question. Are you done, Grandma? Walberga, who was recollecting herself after the strange incident, found herself puzzled as she couldn't understand if the task had been completed or if a wrench was thrown into it. Yes. I'm done. You can come in. And as soon as Loki entered, Walberga asked him a question. Did it work? Loki simply smiled and nodded. It did. My lord asked me to inform you that you did great, Grandma. Phew. Walberga released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding before she looked at Loki and asked him a simple question. What did you learn? A/N, good news. Mass release likely tomorrow. Good luck. I hope you enjoy it. Chapter 430, Ritual Requirements Met. There is a very specific ritual that can be performed to open the door to the devils that live in the spirit world, but this is not as you suspect it to be. Seeing Walberga eager to learn more, Loki spoke calmly. There are several ingredients that are needed for the ritual. One needs to have a high-level Beyonder characteristic from the criminal pathway dash. Walberga's eyes narrowed sharply, but Loki continued as if what he'd just said wasn't impractical. One needs the blood of the head of the Black family manor, and finally, along with a few herbs and charms, one also needs to prepare a sacrifice for the devils. Why the sacrifice? Walberga asked softly. That's what I meant earlier by opening the door to the devils that live in the spirit world. Although we will be performing the ritual in the spirit world, all it will accomplish is giving us a connection that the devils can respond to dash. And once they respond to it, it will be up to the devil that responds if it wants to allow us to enter the devil's turf or not. Hence we need a sacrifice worth their attention, we need to tempt the devils. Walberga nodded in understanding, but then she spoke her worry quickly. And how are you planning to get a high-level beyonder characteristic from the criminal pathway? By attacking other noble families. Death Eaters. Loki shook his head. No. I have a sequence 3 blatherer beyonder characteristic. I got one from destroying the Horcrux that Voldemort made out of that locket that Uncle Regulus sacrificed his life to obtain. So you need my help for the sacrifice? Walberga nodded, albeit a little shocked, but she didn't say much about Regulus. Loki shook his head. I have an idea for a sacrifice they won't be able to reject. The Horcrux Voldemort made when he was young. Walberga's eyes widened. That, how do you plan on getting that? You're going to bargain with one of his closest circle of Death Eaters? Or make an exchange with them? That'll be hard if not impossible, unless you take his help and forcibly make them change sides and betray you-know-who. Loki shook his head and interrupted Walberga before she could spin off conspiracy theories. Tom Riddle, child Voldemort, attacked the school in the 2nd year. I have his soul trapped inside a mystical item. I also have a spare body to use to stitch the two of them together with Mr. Error's help. I will sacrifice him after I am successful in doing so. Walberga sighed again. You are better prepared than I thought you were. Good, you are as a member of the Black family should be. You've grown up well. Loki smiled with a little pride and then spoke in a soft tone. I learned from the best after all. Walberga pinched his cheeks lightly as she spoke with a warm smile. Let me know if you need any more of my help. Loki nodded and spoke quickly. I have something that needs your help, but Mr. Error told me to tell you that he'd help you with your advancement ritual for helping me by risking yourself. Walberga's eyes widened immediately. But. Loki nodded. I know, your ritual requires you to observe the nights of 50 years. But Mr. Error is confident in being able to pull it off for you. Loki wasn't talking out of nowhere about this or making a baseless claim. He had actually noticed that he could help Walberga attempt to complete her ritual and advance by using the sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit beyonder characteristic. But this couldn't be applied to most other people, not even Sunny. Because Walberga had already suffered from losing control once before, Loki was guessing that he could forcibly stabilize Walberga's condition because she had already observed nights for about 45 years or so, but also because Salazar Slytherin had resurrected. Walberga's hand trembled a little before she closed her eyes to think about it all, and she nodded. I can agree to that. Let me know when he will be ready to help me out. I can plan things around that. Loki nodded and then shared his concerns with Walberga. There is another thing I need your help with, Grandma. I suspect that he is up to something that alters the balance of fate of the world dash. You don't need to be worried about that. With me here, I will make sure he doesn't overstep his bounds. I might not be as powerful as him as a beyonder, but the noble and most ancient House of Black isn't afraid of just anyone. Walberga's pride was almost infectious and caused Loki's chest to swell up too. But Walberga quickly switched up the mood when she finally asked Loki a question since they were alone. What about Elaine? Are you not going to bring her back? Loki bit his tongue, and after seeing Walberga's kind gaze he melted a little. I mean. When Walberga leaned in to show her anticipation, Loki finally sighed before almost speaking the truth. She made a promise to a friend of hers in Aunt Cassandra's orphanage that she would stay with her. Loki saw a slight disappointment in Walberga's eyes, but he quickly tried making it up to her. You could go meet her at Aunt Cassandra's orphanage. I'm sure she'd love it and is waiting for you to show up. Walberga's eyes widened and a small smile showed up on her face as she nodded. I just might. Any more questions, Grandma? Walberga shook her head. No. It's just nice to be back among the living once again. Walberga brushed Loki's hair out of his eyes before turning away and walking back up the stairs as she calmly spoke to him. Make sure you get all the documents regarding your business ready and prepared by tomorrow evening. I'll be visiting the Gringotts Bank during the night. Loki sighed and shook his head, but he had an amused smile on his face all along. With Walberga gone, Loki began to examine the various components of the ritual that he would need to perform to establish contact with the demons. I doubt I can attempt to use Tom's soul more than once. I doubt I will even get it back from the demons after sacrificing it to them, so everything about it needs to be perfect. I also need to make sure that Tom can't do anything once he is out of the ring. Even though he's dead, I don't want Voldemort to suddenly appear in the spirit world to try and wrestle away his ex-Horcrux. Miles away, Voldemort sat at the head of a long table as he looked around at the various people that had gathered around him. They all bowed their head in complete silence as they waited for Voldemort to speak to them, to give them new orders they had to follow and complete lest he take their lives. Surprisingly, Voldemort was never the type of person to plant a secret curse on the bodies of his followers. Even the dark mark he etched onto them was a simple corruption that allowed him to communicate with their body of heart and mind. And while he could ask Mother Tree of Desire to further the corruption to kill them, Voldemort had never done such a thing yet. Voldemort would usually hunt down traitors himself and publicly torture them and humiliate them before they were killed. That was what kept them on a leash. Since they knew that no matter what happened, Voldemort would never let them run away from him. Their bond was a strong one. And it was a bond for life. As such, when Voldemort's gaze surfed over the fearfully bowing bodies of everyone around him, they trembled a little while trying their best to stay calm and project a fearless side that was ready with fanaticism to execute his next orders. Bellatrix was the only one, however, to match her gaze with Voldemort as she looked at him with true fanaticism. But Voldemort quickly turned his gaze away from her. Voldemort closed his eyes for a few seconds as he thought back to the meeting he had had a few days prior with a man he knew very little about personally, but whose name was etched deeply into the annals of history of the wizarding world. Chapter 431, Something Sinister. There weren't many things Voldemort feared. Especially not since he didn't even know what fear was anymore. Although he could manipulate and control people's desires and induce fear in them by torturing them or destroying the things dearest to them, Voldemort felt untold fear in the moments he'd met the men for the first time in his life. Tom. The man asked as he silently appeared in front of him when the hall he was sitting in was void of Death Eaters. The casual tone and the sudden presence of a person other than himself inside his range caught him off guard and surprised him a little, but what he felt the most was intrigue and curiosity. So Voldemort turned towards the remarkably old man and looked at him with slight confusion before noticing that the man in front of him was at least a saint like him too. Who are you? The old man smiled and then calmly waved his hand. Voldemort didn't see what happened directly, but he almost immediately felt the clear distinction in his surroundings. It suddenly felt like he and the men had been pulled out of the world. Like someone had concealed their presence. Voldemort wasn't surprised by the concealment ability since it was something he had come across before while he had one of the Black family members working under him during his previous rise to power. What did surprise him, however, was that the man who used it clearly wasn't a Black family member, at least not one he recognized immediately. Who are you? Voldemort asked again in an even calmer tone. He hadn't retaliated in any way yet since he didn't feel any hostility from the men. As such, he chose the more decent option. He uncharacteristically decided to talk because he felt a slight warning from his intuition about attacking the men. Nothing great enough that he would feel threatened. But just enough to know that if they were to fight, then coming out on top wouldn't be very easy, making him sure that the man was about as strong as he was in a fight. The man only looked at Voldemort and smiled again without answering his question directly. You must have already guessed who I am by now. But that is not very important. What is important is that I have something to offer to you. Something you desperately need and something that you desire. The old man's voice was carefully toned. Even though Voldemort had met countless demons before, the man's voice sounded much more like the sweet whispers of a devil. Even still, because he didn't have any emotions, the words did not evoke the right feelings. The old man noticed all this but didn't let his enthusiasm simmer down. Except Voldemort frowned almost immediately. Now that he had observed the men for a few seconds longer, he suddenly realized that the man was very much like him. In that, the men didn't have many emotions, it was almost as if the man was just as cold-blooded as him. But since the man clearly wasn't an abyss pathway beyonder, Voldemort for the first time in a while felt a little surprised. He had never seen a person like this naturally. Even the closest murderers he knew displayed emotions for their favorite things. They might have been devoid of emotions normally, but when they were committing the act, they were usually exuberant, or scared, or just something in between. But the man was emotionless. Even though he looked exuberant visually, his emotions were dead. That was when the old man's smile widened as he spoke. You want to be free of her leash, don't you? Voldemort's blood froze cold. From what he knew, it was impossible for anyone to divine anything about her. At least not without dying immediately after because of coming to comprehend information regarding her. As such, Voldemort almost immediately raised his defenses. His spirituality was primed as he moved to attack the old man in front of him, but he controlled himself from acting on impulses at the last second. Not because the old man spoke to him or even created remarkable defenses to stop him from attacking. No, it was entirely because even though the old man had thought of and spoken about her, he wasn't corrupted yet. Her gaze hadn't even arrived at his position for a moment, even though the man had very clearly thought about her directly. This meant that whatever means the old man was using to conceal himself and Voldemort from the outside world was keeping her gaze away. Ooh, scary. The old man shivered as if he was scared, but he held a sarcastic smile on his face as he looked at Voldemort, staring him down as if he were looking at a foolish child. It irked Voldemort, but he remained calm since he could still feel his connection to the abyss, which meant that should things come to the worst he could still move into the abyss. By this point, Voldemort had already pieced two and two together and come up with the most possible identity for the person in front of him. Gellert Grindelwald. The old man nodded and gave Voldemort an exaggerated bow. In the flesh. Why are you here? Gellert looked at Voldemort with his eyes gleaming as he spoke in a simple but lethal tone. We wish the same thing and I am here for it. Voldemort was a little confused since he wished to be the strongest. Did Gellert aim to fight him for the title? Gellert only shook his head while maintaining eye contact with Voldemort. I guess I know you better than yourself. Voldemort instantly frowned at the arrogance Gellert was showing, but he wasn't given a chance to speak. Don't we wish for the downfall of the White Lord? Voldemort's eyes instantly widened. You see, I cannot make a direct move against him because of a few reasons. But that doesn't mean I cannot help someone else make a move. You know, nudge things along the way so that the same thing I need happening, happens. Get to the point. Voldemort spoke, impatient since Dumbledore had been the one wrench in his plans ever since he had learnt more about him from the Mother Tree of Desire. Ah. The younger generation. Truly impatient. Gellert shook his head with slight disappointment, but the smile on his face still remained. And then he spoke with an even wider smile. Voldemort opened his eyes once again and found himself sitting in the room with the rest of his Death Eaters, and as the silence stretched thin, Voldemort finally pulled his thin lips apart as he spoke in a hissy voice. Your next mission is to find a way to destroy all the prophecies in the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries. The Death Eaters all frowned simultaneously, even Bellatrix. In fact, Bellatrix was the one that frowned the deepest, since the order was a little uncharacteristic of Voldemort's usual ruthlessness and violence. She even began to suspect that Voldemort had been replaced by Loki once again. This order was almost as if it had been planned to do something deeper, something more sinister. Something which was uncharacteristic of Voldemort. A person who attacked from the front with wands blazing. And while they did not understand what it meant, they did realize that something had changed, or rather, something about Voldemort had changed itself to become much more sinister. Chapter 432, Failures. With the aim to merge Tom's soul with his previous body, which was corrupted by Cheeks still, Loki started to work. The body had already begun shrinking since Loki hadn't taken care of storing it away properly in any decent way. But the Sapphira Castle, or rather the grey fog within it, had kept Loki's body in proper condition, not allowing it to go much beyond the point of initial stages of rigor mortis. The body wasn't exactly cold to touch, but it wasn't warm either. It was somewhere in between, like touching warm liquid in a pouch. Loki worked tirelessly through the weeks trying to piece together Tom's soul piece by piece with as much focus as he could, but things weren't turning out as he had hoped. Do I need Luna's help after all? What will I even tell her when I ask her for help regarding this? Given Luna won't have too many questions. But it'll still probably be strange. So Loki put his efforts with merging Tom's soul and his body on the back burner for now while focusing on something different, Mr. Error's Holy Bible. Things moved very slowly since Loki had to invent a lot of stories based on books in the Room of Requirements, based on what Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw had written about Mr. Error. So his days fell into a simple routine of reading books after teleporting into Hogwarts. Hogwarts wards couldn't block his beyonder abilities, not because he was special in some way, but because the castle seemed to avoid stopping him in any way, before he sat down and inscribed the stories bit by bit into his Holy Bible. But something strange troubled him. This. Why do Rowena and Salazar talk about me using different bodies to meet them? They sometimes refer to me as being shorter than them, while other times I'm taller. What's going on? Were those my avatars? But why would I reveal that to them? Wouldn't I just use illusions to cover up my appearance? Granted, I never answered their question as to why I had different bodies each time I was present. Why does it seem like there is something amiss? Time passed by slowly as Loki came to enjoy living with Sirius a little. Sirius had tried multiple times to leave the house to go to meet Dumbledore for some secret meetings that Loki had no idea about, since they were so well guarded that his normal divinations couldn't pry into them. He could have gone above the Sapphira Castle, but Loki didn't want to have to see something he shouldn't have and plan his actions in some silly way again to avoid Dumbledore from finding out he knew something about it. For now, he was going to learn about it in the Tarot Club meetings anyway when Sirius and Snape gathered again. But each time Sirius tried to leave, he was stopped either by Walberga herself or mostly Creature, who had been ordered to do so by Walberga much to his delight. With the Tarot Club meetings on hold for the summer since everyone seemed to want to take a leave to do something personal, Loki found himself quite interested in the next meeting where he could more easily read Sirius and Snape's body of heart and mind to learn more about the situation. But alongside working on merging Tom's soul and his old body in the Holy Bible, Loki was also working on something rather special. Loki was working on the first edition of magical spells that would be recorded into the Error God's Bible. Loki was going to set up a system of spells that he would grant his followers, cheap imitations of his lower sequence beyonder abilities. It was turning out to be a rather strange set that held esoteric spells and mysticism knowledge of the world that had never been seen before in the wizarding world, things like spells that could manipulate chain spell casting etc., which Loki had learned from Rowena's books. Loki wasn't giving everyone access to these tricks directly, he was only using his worms of time to act as intermediary, promising them the effect if they worshipped him. So Loki worked hard to make it all comprehensible and even added a reward system for his believers that would give everyone who spread his religion in a widespread manner the ability to ask for a small wish. The wish he would grant wasn't anything grand or majestic. It ranged from wishing for a helping get rid of curses and corruption, since Loki was aiming for the nobles that Voldemort had corrupted, to simple people around the wizarding world who needed a little bit of money. And after 2 weeks, Loki was finally done with the first edition of the book. Finally. With the book in his hands completed, Loki immediately teleported to room 2-21 in Hogwarts. From there, Loki quickly stole the newspaper printer and brought it to his room in the Black Manor. Flicking his wand to silence any noises the machine would produce, Loki rearranged the settings on the machine before dropping his book into the slot that the machine would use to scan and print its pages. Leaving the machine running, Loki finally caught himself relaxing a little as he took a much-needed break to drink some juice. After he was done with his juice, Loki walked out of his room and started searching for Walberga to pick her mind, for fun. Where's Grandma though? Creature. Pop. Yes, Master. Where's Grandma? Creature was told Lady Black and Master Black have gone out of the house to attend a funeral, Master. Ah. Loki froze in his spot. He closed his eyes as sorrow-filled memories surfaced in his mind. Seeing Loki's reaction, Creature's eyes widened. Has Creature done something wrong, my lord? Loki quickly shook his head. No, Creature, you did nothing wrong. Thank you for letting me know. Do you know where the Greengrass family's home is? Creature nodded. Creature knows. It is near the Fortuna village. The Greengrass family are the traditional lords of the village. Loki thanked him and Creature went back to scrubbing a few old painting frames while Loki teleported to his room and quickly changed into the appropriate clothes. He gave himself a glance in the mirror to iron out any kinks on his suit. He then adjusted his tie before nodding to himself after finding no more errors in his decorum which had been refreshed by Walberga recently. Staring at his eyes, Loki found himself unable to come up with something to cheer himself up. So without wasting any more time, Loki stole his sadness and vanished from his room again, reappearing this time in the vicinity of Fortuna. Standing on a small hill nearby, Loki easily spotted the Greengrass family manor at the edge of the village. It was much larger than the Black family manor and bordered a large botanical forest that contained several exceptionally rare herbs and flowers. Loki observed the procession from a distance. For some reason, as soon as Loki laid eyes on the silent Astoria who was sitting with her mom, he found himself unable to take a step closer to the venue. Astoria was greeting everyone who arrived at the mansion with her mother. There were no smiles involved. It was mostly just face showing. There was an unspoken solemn silence that hung in the area, which Loki could see was not of the magical sort. Yet it was strangely magical in its own way, since even though Loki couldn't feel any sort of sadness, he could feel his chest clench up with sorrow. It was strange for Loki since he had never felt like this before. Chapter 433, Tarot Club, Reconvening. I didn't even feel this pain when I was suddenly brought into this world. Was it because I wished for it to happen? Or was it because of Elaine? She did become an important pillar in my actions back then. Elaine's the pillar of my humanity. And now Grindelwald wants to do something to this pillar. Why are there such strange people in this world? Everyone in LOTM worked together when it was about matters concerning strengthening themselves against the outer deities, but why does Grindelwald want to pull Mr. Error down? Is he related to the Lord of the Mysteries Pathway group? Loki thought about more seemingly meaningless things for a while longer as his hands trembled occasionally with faint traces of sadness. Didn't Daphne's mom say I was a good luck charm for her? Where did that go now? What did her mom even think when she said that to her? Was it based on some stupid divination? If so, why was she wrong about it in the first place? Did someone else interfere with the divination? Didn't Daphne basically die because of me? I was the one that warned Laura to come to the location with her unspeakables. Wouldn't Daphne have lived if I hadn't called them there? Eventually, Loki remained standing on the edge of the hill for about 3 hours before he teleported away with a new flame lighting up in his heart. Voldemort. Damn you. Walberga and Sirius returned to the house at 7 in the evening and they all had a silent dinner since Sirius and Walberga had learnt accidentally from Mrs. and Mr. Greengrass that Daphne was actually quite close to Loki. Walberga was quite a bit surprised by this, but she knew Loki would rather not talk about it unnecessarily, so she didn't bring it up over dinner when it was clear that he was already a little depressed. Eventually, when Sirius was about to try and ask Loki about it and speak a few words for comfort, Walberga simply flicked her wand and caused his mouth to stitch itself shut. The small incident brought a silly smile to Loki, who just nodded and left the table since he'd finished eating. What can I do to hurt him the most? I could destroy the rest of his Horcruxes. But is there really nothing else I can do to him? I could cut off all his connections too. How would I do that? Just kill all the people associated with the dark side. No, Adam would have already done that if that was possible. At least I think someone else would have, if not him, like Nicholas and Prenell. They probably don't want to do it, firstly because it would be too troublesome, but even if that were the case they aren't doing it because of the goddess of fortune, since Nicholas clearly told me she likes maintaining balance. It is clear that given how she treats and uses the Greengrass family, she is working hard towards maintaining balance between the two sides for some reason. I could go against her, but I'm not strong enough yet to take on a goddess that has possibly lived through multiple millennia. So are there any other ways to hurt him? I don't really know much about Voldemort, do I? Apart from his obsession with the items closest to founders that he probably wanted to uncover because he wanted to resurrect them or corrupt them further, there isn't a lot of information about him floating around. Should I infiltrate his ranks? I could split off a worm of time and parasitic, a mystical item that I can ask Snape to plant on some Death Eater around Voldemort. But that would probably be a little risky if he notices. Not because he could hurt me, but because he might take precautions that prevent information from leaking any further. Knock knock. The door opened slowly before Walberga paused as she looked at the printer in the room that was printing something before looking at Loki. Loki grew slightly embarrassed for running a bootleg printing farm in the manor and quickly stood up with a slight blush. Yes, Grandma. You need my help with something. Walberga nodded. I need your help with a few things related to the house's properties. Oh. Loki was surprised. Clearly, Walberga didn't mean normal properties since she was more than capable enough to take those from anyone she wished all by herself, so Loki asked softly, you need my help or Mr. Error's? Your help should suffice. It isn't something urgent or something that I even have hopes of solving, but I would like to know if you can gain possession of the death card of blasphemy from him. Ah. Loki thought about it for a few seconds before he nodded as a simple plan formed in his head. I can try, but do you have any guesses about where it could be? Loki didn't want to reveal that he knew that Voldemort had used the card before since it wasn't something that was explicitly revealed to him or Harry when he was resurrected. The Black family has methods to locate them in case they have left the hands of the Black family member. And all those spells have failed. So the card is still with Bellatrix Lestrange. Walberga nodded. All right. I understand. I'll figure something about it. Loki said with confidence that surprised Walberga. Don't do anything rash or reckless like Sirius, Walberga warned. Remember that you are much more important than a silly card floating around somewhere. Loki nodded, and after speaking to Walberga for a while longer where she discussed what he was printing, which Loki told her directly was an order from the Error God that he had to print his Gospels, which got her off his back. Except before she left with a short goodnight, she grumbled about how Mr. Error was being rude and was using properties of the Black family businesses without paying the right price. She took a book though, as payment of course. But it was a price Loki was willing to pay since talking to her had improved his mood. She came to talk to me just to distract me, didn't she? Loki smiled fondly. Finally, the clock struck midnight and Loki, who had already entered the Sapphira Castle about 15 minutes before, waved his hands and connected to his Tarot Club members' crimson stars to summon them. Hermione was in a much better mood this time and she stood up immediately and curtsied. Greetings to you, Mr. Error. She then nodded towards all the other members, who each nodded softly in return, and then sat back down silently. Mr. World was the first to speak up. I have printed copies of the Lord's Gospel. If you want to distribute them to your followers, you can ask me for any amount of copies. There was a certain madness and fanaticism to Mr. World when he said this, since Loki was imagining having a sea of anchors that he didn't have to share with anyone else in the world. However, everyone else mistook this rashness as Mr. World coercing everyone else and ordering them to buy a Bible or he'd do something to them. Hermione, being the weakest, shivered involuntarily and looked at Mr. Error for help, but trying to maintain a cold and aloof personality, Loki didn't respond to her plea. Not that he was paying enough attention to understand it in the first place. Chapter 434, Tarot Club, Gospel. Loki looked at everyone with a smile since he could clearly see all of them adopting a serious attitude as soon as the Gospels were mentioned. Sirius was the first one to ask the question on everyone's minds, what does the book contain? Mr. World nodded and turned towards Mr. Error to ask him permission to summon pages out of his imagination. You may. Loki said, waving his hand lightly as he caused a stack of papers and pen to appear on Mr. World's side of the table. Mr. World quickly picked up his quill and imagined and projected his thoughts onto the paper, and under everyone's expectant and slightly stunned gazes, because of the beautiful handwriting, watched as he passed copies to them once he was done. Although shocked by Mr. World's magical display, everyone looked at the first page and understood what it was. An index. A catalogue of chapters. The beginning, miraculous birth, childhood and guidance of the world. As an angel by his side, adopting the founders and laying the foundations for magic, sacrifice for humanity, magnanimous rebirth. Everyone's eyes either narrowed or widened when they read through the index. Snape was the only one that managed to restrain his emotions a little, but everyone else had slightly shocked looks. Especially when they looked at the reference to Mr. World in the book. Mr. World is an angel since ancient times. Has he been here since the previous epochs? How many epochs has he witnessed? Hermione's respect for Mr. World suddenly grew quite a bit, especially since they had all guessed Mr. World's level from his previous fight. But now that the information was verified, they all felt a slight tremor pass through their bodies. Everyone's respect for Mr. World's authority in the Tarot Club increased. But along with the shock about Mr. World's status, the last chapter caught everyone's attention. Magnanimous rebirth. Sirius looked at it with a little bit of fear. I mean, we knew that Mr. Error was gaining his powers slowly. It's just scary. For a plan to be set into place so many millennia ago and still working perfectly was slightly unnerving, to say the least. They all opened to the pages that interested them the most as they began to examine the book with some sense of reverence while Loki waited in silence, pondering if any of his followers were brave enough to give him recommendations to improve his Bible. Hermione, being the most studious of them all, began to speed read through the first chapter. Mr. Error is the only true God that has existed all throughout time, right from the moment when the original creator's body was fractured. He has been present in all the errors that have existed through time and will last until the absolute end. Hermione frowned when she read these lines, trying to comprehend the deeper meaning vaguely hidden from plain view. Does this mean to say that the first true God to form out of the original creator's body was Mr. Error? Because of the imperfection within him that shattered him. So Mr. Error is the oldest God. Hermione continued reading. Sirius, on the other hand, jumped straight to the chapter titled Adopting the Founders and Laying the Foundations for Magic. Since he guessed that it was related to the Hogwarts founders, some of the most mysterious people in the modern magical world, and also because Salazar Slytherin was the true god of the pathway he followed. The first meeting between the Hogwarts founders and Mr. Error happened under strenuous conditions. A young follower of the Error pathway was captured by and stuck in the basement of a rather mysterious beyonder who was experimenting with the beginnings of human emotions. The boy was tortured every day until he finally broke enough one day that pain stopped bothering him. The boy seemed to have lost all emotions, and as such the mysterious beyonder aimed to dispose of him since he no longer served his purpose and had just become a waste of time and energy since he had to be fed otherwise. The mad beyonder brought down his axe once, but he missed and only chopped through the boy's collarbone. The mad beyonder brought down his axe once again, but just as the boy was about to be killed, a previous escapee of the mad beyonder's experiments had returned to torture and kill his captor, a revenge seeker. The mad beyonder and the revenge seeker fought each other tooth and nail. None of the other captives that watched could tell who was going to drop dead first. They all wanted to interfere, kill their captor so that they would become free. They had all seen what the mad beyonder could do to another person. The result, the boy who had lost all his emotions, was right there in front of all of them, right on the chopping block, loosing blood from his shoulder as he impassively watched the fight without a care in the world. Without an ounce of anticipation regarding the result of victory. But there was one difference between the captors and the little boy. He was outside their prison while everyone else were inside their cells, locked up in darkness so deep that none could remain sane after witnessing it. As such, the boy pulled of something none of them could have even hoped to do. When the sword of the revenge seeker fell upon the sharp blade of the much-hated captor, the young boy extended his hand and as if by a miracle, the axe of the captor vanished. Finally, the blood-throwing fight between the mad beyonder and the revenge seeker ended after the mad beyonder dropped dead by screaming a symphony for an entire night and day. The revenge seeker quickly rushed towards the boy and tried saving him with what little he knew about death and darkness, but it was too little. As such, the revenge seeker quickly set up an altar to request divine interference. Oh! Great Lord of the Mysterious! The Lord of all that is true and untrue! The Slayer of Time and the Wooer of Fate! I, this simple follower of yours, ask you for a wish to be granted. I ask for you to save the boy before me, for he has been through the same torment that I have. I wish to share the burden of his fate. I wish for him to survive so that I can touch death. By the power of Fireflower, I wish for you to grant my wish. By the power of Beetlegrass Juice, I wish for you to grant my wish. The rest was a miracle. With the boy's condition already so dire that he was barely hanging by a thread, the great Lord of the Mysterious descended into the waking world himself, leaving his divine kingdom behind to help the cry of one of his followers. Blessing the boy so that his injuries could be healed, the great Lord of the Mysterious even healed the boy's inability to feel emotions. It was a miracle. And it was the first miracle witnessed by the revenge seeker whose name was later revealed to history as Salazar Slytherin. Sirius's eyes widened. His gaze flickered between Mr. Error, who was sitting impassively at the edge of the table and the papers in his hands, as he tried to impose the imposing and daunting figure at the head of the table with the kind and lovable one in his imagination. It felt grand but incomprehensible. But Sirius felt like the mysterious grey fog that swirled around him had also cleared a little, as if understanding this small facet of Mr. Error had given him a deeper connection to the deity he so very closely interacted with. Chapter 435, Tarot Club, Significant Words. Fleur was the one, however, who trembled the most visibly after she read the chapter titled Childhood and Guidance of the World. The chapter at first glance was rather simple. It talked about the adventures of Mr. World in the world alongside his growing devotion for Mr. Error because of the feats he performed for him. It was well framed and written cleverly to explain the likes and dislikes of Mr. Error, things like the fundamental principle of equivalent exchange that he had told them about along with other similar principles. The chapter was clearly dedicated to brainwashing most people into believing the fundamental principles of Mr. Error in a secretive manner. But that wasn't what caught Fleur's attention the most. No, Fleur was rather surprised because of the roles Mr. World had taken in the book. In the beginning, Mr. World was just a simple young man who worked at a farm that had stumbled upon Mr. Error's temple because of a sudden raid by mythical creatures on his humble village, which he hid from by hiding in an old, decrepit, and abandoned well. This well, however, had a small secret pathway at its bottom, which was not visible from the top, and as such, the pathway led to Mr. Error's shrine where Mr. World first became a Beyonder because of his blessings and boon. With this newfound power, Mr. World was able to stop the invasion, but it was the words Mr. Error left him with that surprised her the most. Fight not for what is right and wrong. Fight for what you wish is your aim, because there will always be those that claim you are wrong. Fleur couldn't understand why, but something about those words left her feeling a little tense. It felt like if used right, those words alone would have her fight for Mr. Error. Fleur immediately activated her spirit vision to peer into the words on the paper, to try and see if there was something wrong about them or if those words were being used to manipulate her mind. But she couldn't find anything. So Fleur became even more silent than she already was before she started to contemplate and mumble those words over and over again in her mind. Trying to understand what about them was so gripping for her. Is it my spiritual intuition? Fleur felt like she locked onto something important once she realized that. Snape, on the other hand, felt attracted by the chapter titled Sacrifice for Humanity. Since he knew a thing or two about sacrifice. Especially because he worked under people who had made him sacrifice things he valued dearly. The chapter was rather long, so Snape only briefly skimmed over it, but his gaze paused when he reached the last paragraph. In the final clash between her and Mr. Error, the lives of several humans were held hostage. To the extent that if a single god moved to act against her wishes, all life on the planet would have vanished before it could have taken another breath. In this dire situation where both sides were locked in a stalemate because Mr. Error had driven her into a corner because of his skill and expertise, and she had driven the other gods into a corner because she had taken their loved humans hostage, a delicate imbalance was needed. The imbalance was needed for the fulcrum of knowledge created by the omniscient eye to be placed to kick her out of the planet and repair the barrier that would keep her out. With nothing else possible, it was Mr. Error who sacrificed himself at this turn so that the entire planet could continue living without her degenerative influence. It was a battle that could only be won because of the well-placed sacrifice of the great Mr. Error himself. Snape suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. It's just like him. Loki looked at Snape with a concealed gaze and almost snorted. How am I like Adam? This isn't manipulative. It's the truth. At least like how Rowena and Salazar wrote it in their books. Loki read the thoughts rather easily now since he could continuously use the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit Beyonder characteristics to deceive one's mental defenses. But Loki's book had the intended effect. Everyone was now set on getting at least a single copy of the Gospel from Mr. World since it had piqued their interest in one way or another. Snape wanted to simply report back to Dumbledore and the Moon Goddess, while Sirius wanted to spread the Gospel in the Order of Phoenix. As soon as Sirius's thoughts shifted to the Order of Phoenix, Loki's eyes imperceptibly narrowed. So they're reviving the Order of Phoenix. I predicted that, but not like this. Adam is preventing any information from spreading to Harry Potter. Why? Wouldn't that make Harry only get further annoyed with Adam? Loki had a soft confused look on his face since he didn't understand what that was about, but then he glanced lightly at Snape to see if the loved professor had any thoughts regarding the Order of Phoenix on him. And a stray thought in Snape's mind automatically derailed his thoughts down a rabbit hole. Harry has a piece of Voldemort's soul inside his scar. So they're worried that Voldemort, now that he has advanced to a higher sequence, senses his soul inside Harry. Is that why Adam is worried about his plans being revealed? Is that why he corrupted Harry? To keep an eye on him for signs of Voldemort. Loki's frown deepened, but he said nothing. Hermione was the first to place her order. Could you give me 50 copies of the books, please? Huh. What? Not just Loki, but everyone was a little shocked. 50. There was an awkward pause, but Mr. World quickly took up Hermione on her offer, but he reminded her that this wasn't a joke and that none of the gods' gospels should be wasted. I hope you make sure none of the gospels are treated as table setters. Hermione nodded fervently, and Loki was almost curious enough to peek into her body of heart and mind, but decided against it at the last second since he wanted to surprise himself. She'll probably distribute it to students at school. But would that be allowed? What will she tell Professor McGonagall? That she's come in contact with an evil god who asked her to do this or something. Now that I think about it, she should be due for the next potion. I have ingredients for this potion, but I should tell her to figure things out on her own the next time. Next was Dominic, who simply acted according to the orders he had received from High Command. I would like 30 copies, please. And this surprised Loki. Especially when he read Dominic's thoughts. Laura told him to get more copies of the Gospel. She knew about this. How? I didn't even tell anyone about this, forget her directly. And why is she acting like she favors the Error God? I should check up on her. I would like 20 copies. Sirius asked while Snape remained silent for a while before he said, I would like 10 copies, please. Mr. World didn't warn Snape on purpose because he knew that Snape was likely trying to keep up his image and couldn't really sell them to his various Podiwunner friends across the world or Death Eaters, but Loki also had something else planned for him. And so, Mr. Moon, could I make a deal with you? Snape was a little startled since he thought the number of books he had ordered was too low and that Mr. World was angry about that, but then he calmed himself and prevented himself from jumping to conclusions. Would you like to discuss it privately? Mr. World asked, and Snape nodded, much to the annoyed curiosity of all the other Tarot Club members, especially Sirius. Mr. World looked at Loki and he simply waved his hand to cause a simple curtain of darkness to surround the three of them. Chapter 436, Tarot Club, Spiritual Significance. Once satisfied by the secrecy, Mr. World looked at Snape and spoke in a serious tone. I would like to commission you to plant an item onto a rather famous Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange. Hearing the nature of the request, Snape frowned since it was not an easy task. Especially when said woman hung around the Dark Lord nearly all the time she physically could. What do you think? Mr. World asked with a little nervousness, since doing something like this meant Snape would take on several risks. So Loki tried to ease some of his worries. Please don't worry about it being tracked to you. I will use some of my credits with the Lord to grant you a concealment blessing for the duration of the task. Snape stared blankly at the shifting mosaic that was Mr. World's head for a few seconds before he asked a question in return. I will do it in exchange for a method to get into the Forgotten Land of Gods. It was a statement, but the question was clear: was Mr. World desperate enough to part with an even more important source of information? But Mr. World didn't appear taken aback, and it seemed like he had predicted the response, so he answered calmly. There is a way that you can go there while being able to come back. I can foot the bill of credits that might be required for you to do so at least once, as long as you can make sure that the item I give you is safely planted onto the target. Snape was surprised since he had been rejected one too many times already, so he thought about it for a while, before nodding, since this seemed like something that would benefit him in the long run if he didn't have to risk himself to gain information on Voldemort through a simple deal with Mr. World. All right. After their little deal, it was Hermione who proposed a request. I would like for someone to help me make an item that can allow connection of various people instantaneously regardless of the distance between them. Preferably not through the spirit world, or if it is through the spirit world, I would like methods that cannot be tracked easily by anyone. Mr. World appeared interested in what Hermione was using all this for and quickly nodded and explained, as an artificer, I have several practical methods that could be implemented for achieving such an idea, I even have several experimental items that I could offer at a discount. But what would you be willing to pay for it? And how many people do you need to connect with each other? Hermione frowned as she spoke, slightly saddened. I want to connect about 40 to 50 people. I have a few £100 saved up in Muggle currency and about 30 galleons in wizarding currency. What would you prefer and how much? If that is too little, I could do with pointing me in the right direction. I could attempt to make the items myself since I've taken the basic ancient runes class at Hogwarts. Mr. World seemed to think for a while before he nodded. For 30 galleons I could only offer you an item that could connect about 3 people without letting anyone other than those 3 people operate the item reasonably. And without such protective measures. Mr. World looked at Hermione in silence as Loki peered at her body of heart and mind. She wants to set up an underground club at Hogwarts to spread the Mr. Error religion and create believers. Well, my surprise didn't last very long, did it now? And spoke softly. If you are going to use the items to do anything with Mr. Error, it is better to apply these protective measures lest someone else you don't want poking their noses into the matters figure out your ideas. Hermione shivered when Mr. World so easily guessed her intentions, but he continued nonetheless. If you don't care very much about such security matters, there are other solutions too. Loki wasn't stopping Hermione from using secretive measures since he guessed that in case Hermione was caught he could write an article about an underground club at Hogwarts that was caught worshipping an evil god. While most adults would avoid this evil god, Loki bet that there would be a few adventurous people who might try to contact him. It wasn't a well-thought-out plan and there were several holes in it, like how he would get behind publishing the true honorific name of Mr. Error in the paper since all the teachers would ask him to censor it immediately, but it was a plan he could somehow envision working in the future. The Protean charm could be a solution, but another reasonably private option if you don't want anyone else to be able to intercept the messages. You might have to look into waxbirds. They are mostly overlooked messengers in the spirit world that can directly transmit thoughts. But wouldn't they be easy to track? Hermione asked, unsure. Mr. World shook his head. Nah. There are too many waxbirds around people all the time. And you wouldn't know which specific one was carrying your message, so given their tiny size it would be extremely difficult to trace them in any practical way. Divination would also not work for a similar reason since they're too small. People can destroy several of them at once though by simply laying a trap in the general area. I see. Hermione nodded, albeit a little confused, but she decided to look up the Protean charm too. After all, it was better to keep options open so early for what she was planning. With their conversation sealed, silence returned, which was broken by Fleur. Mr. World, if I may. Fleur asked with a polite bow directed towards the illusory puppet. Loki looked at the girl and examined her body of heart and mind keenly but immediately became confused. The words seemed spiritually significant. What? Why? In the meantime, Mr. World nodded. What do you want to ask me, Miss Empress? Fleur looked straight at Mr. World, or where she assumed his eyes would be, and spoke softly. Could you tell me who wrote this Bible? Everyone put on strange expressions. Why would Miss Empress care about that? I wrote it myself after compiling several sources and memories that I have had from my experiences with Mr. Error and his various blessed throughout history. Mr. World spoke. I see. What do I do if I feel spiritual significance to a few words in the Bible? Everyone's eyes simultaneously widened as the words left Fleur's mouth. Some widened in confusion, but others like Sirius, Dominic and Snape's widened in a little bit of surprise. Mr. World too remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. One reason for such a thing happening would be because those words are a warning to yourself from your subconscious in the form of a spiritual enlightening. Fleur nodded. You said one reason, what about the other? Mr. World stopped speaking then and looked straight at Mr. Error. Finally, Loki as Mr. Error sighed. He interlocked his fingers and placed his chin on it while his elbows rested on the table. To feel spiritual significance to my words indicates one of two things. Fleur leaned in closer as she paid attention to each of Loki's words. The first one, the simpler of the two, would be as World said, it is a subconscious warning. Fleur nodded. She had deduced as much. She only wondered if there was another reason, as the rest of the Tarot Club remained in silence to listen to this gossipy question. The second would be because someone higher up in your pathway, living still, was deeply influenced by those words and decided to include it into the spiritual knowledge of your sequence. Fleur frowned. She had never heard about any such thing from her family, so she quickly excluded them. But that only left one other person, which made her feel a slight shiver. There was a soft silence after that where Mr. World quickly added. There are also a few test spells that will come included in the copies of the Bible you will receive. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard that, but before they could ask a new question or react in any way, Mr. Error spoke. Let us depart here for now. And with a wave of his hand, the connections were disrupted, leaving Loki alone in the endless sea of grey fog. Well, alone with Hermione. Mr. Error only looked at her for a few seconds before speaking. Your next potion is ready, let me know when you will be ready to consume it and advance. But after that you're on your own for gathering potion ingredients. Your well-wisher doesn't want to make you dependent on him. And before Hermione could respond, Loki unplugged her connection. Chapter 437, Spells. Hermione woke up with a slight start. Her nightmares had been getting stronger and stronger recently. She was inside her room in the Weasley household, back to sharing a room with Ginny while she stayed here. She hadn't made up with Ron though. Will Mr. World let us know when we can get our books and send them through Mr. Error for us? Not knowing the answer, Hermione looked out at the night sky and studied the various constellations that she felt like a part of herself ever since she had advanced to the astrologer sequence. Hermione lifted her pillow slowly to reveal a small black diary underneath the covers. She pulled it out and tapped it with her creamy-colored wand to reveal its true regal red. The cover opened and pages flipped quickly as they sorted through various pages of long and neatly organized text marked with different colors to keep track of things she had written down. Eventually, they stopped at a simple page. Timeline. Hermione read the notes on the page quickly. According to the constellations and an astrolabe divination, I will be in charge of a secretive group of about 30 to 80 people this year. Responsibility will be given to me by someone important. Initial expectations are that I will be responsible for the believers Mr. World has tasked us all to gather, but several tangential interpretations can also be made, such as me being in charge of a group assigned to me by the headmaster or the deputy headmaster. Or even being in charge of a group that is responsible for tracking down mystical artifacts under the unspeakables in the ministry. But it could also mean that I am responsible for dealing with a group of auras regarding tracking down and keeping safe people caught in the stray fire between the fights of good and evil, the White Lord and the Dark Lord. Hermione's plan was simple. Whoever she was responsible for, she would make sure they were going to learn about Mr. Error and become a believer of him by learning about him and his spells. Those spells were particularly safe and impactful and were things that would definitely change the way dark spells, especially the unforgivables, were viewed. Since Hermione had discovered that the steal spell could be used to steal away an opponent's spell given enough skill. At least in theory. There were several other spells that Hermione felt would shake the world, spells related to illusions, spells related to stealing thoughts, and spells relating to enhancing sight. Each spell seemed normal on the surface since its effects were described in a vague fashion. But it was this vague description that Hermione felt made these spells stronger than normal. Especially since the few spells Hermione had gotten around to trying were powerful enough once their usage was twisted. For example, Hermione was able to use the theft spell after combining it with a botched-up Accio spell to instantly teleport random items to herself. The trouble was that Hermione had tried this on Ron's wand, and it had worked. She had been able to steal Ron's wand right from his hand without allowing him to retaliate in any way. Ron was so surprised by it that he almost cursed out loud that Hermione was a dark witch. But Hermione had rectified that by simply stealing away a few thoughts from Ron's body of heart and mind to make him forget the entire incident. Hermione was initially extremely happy with this development but quickly realized that the strength of her spells depended very much on Mr. Error's blessings. Since when she asked Ron to use this spell after telling him she'd read about it in an ancient tome, Ron failed to even steal a single hair from her. She had verified that Ron wasn't directly the problem and the problem was that he wasn't devoted to Mr. Error by using divination. This was also why Hermione wanted to develop a secret communication system because she wanted to make sure that the 50 people she would be in charge of would be able to communicate with each other about Mr. Error in secret. Especially when the Ministry was already taking strict actions to suppress information about Voldemort's resurrection from spreading too far. She had learned this from hanging around the edges of the Order of Phoenix. Their headquarters was currently the Weasley house. Hermione felt a little frustrated at the fact that the Ministry that everyone depended on was so corrupt, but she recognized that she couldn't do anything about it easily, especially not when she was at such a low sequence in her own pathway. Hermione slapped her cheeks lightly before motivating herself mentally. Come on, Hermione. You can do this. You must become a mid-sequence Beyonder by the end of the year. There was a slight pause before she thought again. I hope I can advance 2 times at least. A soft breeze sneaked in through the window and flipped a few more pages open. Leaving the book showing a page Hermione treasured, it was her real goal. Daphne. I will revive you. I'm sure Mr. Error will be able to help us. Snape knocked on Dumbledore's office and heard a quiet voice speak from inside. Come in. As soon as Snape stepped in, he found Dumbledore giving him an inquisitive gaze. You found something. Snape simply nodded, not amazed by Dumbledore's deduction since he'd seen it several times before now at the meetings they had at the Weasleys every so often regarding matters related to the Order of Phoenix. I have secured a proposition that will allow for one person to travel to and from the Forsaken Land of Gods for a single time and no more. Dumbledore's eyes lit up instantaneously but he kept his calm and spoke softly. Given your time, it's from the Tarot Club. Snape nodded and explained what was left unsaid. I need to plant a device onto a Death Eater that is close to him. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. That would be helpful for us too. Perhaps the member of the club who proposed this deal would like to work with us. Dumbledore asked patiently. Snape shook his head. I don't think that will be possible, since the deal has already been closed, but I don't think we're losing out on this by any means. I don't think there is a better source closer than me. Dumbledore nodded while stroking his long beard. Indeed. That is true indeed. Do you think I could get my hand on the item dash? No. I cannot risk doing that. Asterisk sigh asterisk how difficult. Dumbledore continued to stroke his beard and looked at Snape with intrigue. How weird of you to be choosing sides. You never did that even when I asked you to test her. Snape said nothing and after a few seconds of waiting to see if Dumbledore had anything else to say, he turned around and walked away to his office. Just as Snape was about to step out of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore spoke out loud, Severus, if possible you should get me a copy of the Gospel of Mr. Error that you will receive soon. Snape stopped, scowled, and looked at Dumbledore who just laughed lightly. Don't blame me. You were just too obvious about it, it's floating on the top of your head. So many thoughts about using miracles of resurrection. Bang. Youngs how feisty. Dumbledore looked out of the tall window on the left wall of the room. He watched the clouds for a bit as if studying their swirls and contours. It was only after some time that he turned towards a letter that was sitting on his desk. Albus, you only have a few months left. You only need to do this once. Are you still going to keep me away? Dumbledore looked at the letter for a few seconds before smiling and penning a reply. Believe it or not, I have a way to save myself. I told you it paid off to be good. Fate isn't as fickle as you believe her to be. Time passed and a month flew by pretty quickly. In this month, several things happened. All the Tarot Club members received their Gospels, which included surface-level stories written in the form of small plays that depicted stories in the kindness of Mr. Error and his strange miracles. The stories weren't realistic in a Beyonder sense but were things Loki had cooked up after studying the various books in the Room of Requirements carefully. It was something that he had made to appear real for any Beyonder that wanted to validate it with history, but to a simple person, it served as a guide for the new spells that had been introduced to the magical world. Loki was currently looking at the complex system of worms of time sitting around in the Sapphire Castle that he had set up to keep blessing people's rituals that occurred when they were using his magical spells. Loki tinkered with a few more runes before the entire system was hidden once again inside the grey fog. 7 people in a month. Out of the nearly 100 books I printed, only 7 people used any of the spells. Wait, doesn't that mean only the people of the Tarot Club used it along with Walberga and Cassandra? I do feel my potion digest a little, but this is abysmal. It'll take me 1,000,000 years at this rate, and the ritual is bound to fail. And I still haven't been able to track the Chaos Sea's connection to normal magic. Why didn't Rowena reveal how the Chaos Sea was hidden? HMPF, lazy nutcrackers. A/N, the next 6 mass release chapters will be out in the next 12 hours. Let's go. Thank you for reading and for your unending support. Chapter 438, Planning. Loki looked at the information he had given existence in the form of pages using his illusions with some worry. Specifically, he was looking at the potion that he had to make and feed to Tom Riddle when he would be inside his old body. It was a potion to make Tom Riddle ready for being sacrificed to the devils so that they could initiate contact. This is a rather strange potion. Loki concluded as he read through the pages. 21. After mixing the ingredients in the right order, drop in a sequence 3 blather beyonder characteristic and let the potion marinate in the spirit world while it is drip drop by drop on the body, which will eventually consume it once every day for the next month. And this is a little risky. Loki concluded. If I'm not wrong, putting Tom in the spirit world while giving him some of the sequence 3 blather potion each day will probably allow him to regain his sanity, no matter how hard I try to keep him a secret. He shouldn't be able to speak or anything if I make an item from the sequence 3 mentor of deceit beyonder characteristic so that I can steal any such thoughts from him automatically, but if he uses the mythical creature form, even instinctually, it should give him the rationality of an animal. And given his knowledge about occlumency, he should be able to regain some sanity by segmenting his mind. He doesn't even need a continuous stream of consciousness to be able to cause trouble. He could simply regain his sanity for a moment and contact the real Voldemort. That would surely cause chaos in the spirit world. But I can't seal away our space in the spirit world with the help of Salazar, since if I did that, the devils who the ritual is supposed to help contact wouldn't be able to figure out what was happening in the first place. Loki's eyes shifted from the papers he was holding towards his body that was trapped in a fluidic container sac that had a dim bluish ethereal glow to it. Looking at the sac, Loki thought of his conversation with Walberga. Grandma, do you know of a way someone's soul can be stitched back together if one has all the parts, like all the hundreds of tiny pieces? Walberga frowned at the question but thought for the answer for a few seconds before shaking her head. I don't think I know of any such method. It is nearly impossible to stitch a soul back together into a whole after it has been broken into even 2 pieces, much less hundreds. Loki sighed and then entertained the more direct stray thought on his mind. Should I ask her for help? I mean, she is from the planter pathway, and is likely going to be able to stitch souls together. But what do I tell her? Can I just sign a contract with her and trust her? But, I'm pretty sure she could just tear away the binding that would wrap onto her soul because of the contract if she really wanted to do so. Perhaps not if it was the sun goddess herself directly, but that would mean involving the sun goddess in this too. Should I threaten her? I doubt that will work on her, and I doubt that is even necessary. She was different. I'm pretty sure she'll agree to anything I ask of her, but it just feels a little weird to trust her so plainly. Then can I do something that she needs? What does she even want? I can't even swindle her since I know next to nothing about her. Should I ask Hermione about it? For the first time, Loki found himself at a slight loss about how he would proceed with asking Hermione about a random person. Asking Hermione it is, I guess. Loki left the Sapphira Castle and quickly penned a simple letter to Hermione asking for information about. Greetings, Hermione. I hope you're all right and have done well over the holidays. I hope you have already started finishing our summer homework, since I would love for you to accidentally send me the summer homework so that I can accidentally read through it to accidentally compare how well I've done on my own and add to any deficiencies I find. Also, do you know anything about the girl in the 3rd year called Luna Lovegood? Perhaps you know her by the name Looney Lovegood instead. Thank you for being my friend. Who am I kidding? Of course, you would be my friend. I'm so cool after all. Your greatest friend. Loki. Loki then blew his whistle and called on Rowley, who he quickly sent away to Hermione with his letter. Hermione, who was sleeping, was forced awake when an owl started pecking her head. Ah, this late in the night. Who sends a letter this late? Loki. Hermione looked at the owl and after wrestling with the darkness for a few seconds used her fingers to take the letter that was attached to the owl's feet. Luna. I don't know much else than that she's good in herbology and care of magical creatures. Hermione quickly wrote her response on the back of the same letter along with Luna's address before pausing for a little bit and scribbling something else quickly and sending it back with Rowley, who was trying to nibble on her hair since her hair was curly and moved like a worm under the moonlight. Loki, who was waiting patiently, found Rowley returning within a few minutes as he stole the letter from its legs before giving it a few kibbles to chew on as payment. As Loki read the letter he frowned more and more. This, undiscovered animals. She has a fascination for animals that haven't been found yet and are reported by the Quibbler to exist. I already knew about her interest in herbology and care of magical creatures since she always hung around the island in the center of the Black Lake. But what's the Quibbler? Loki gave his mind a few seconds to come up with anything from his memories, but he failed to remember anything about such a newspaper. Is it some niche newspaper or magazine that only a few people read? Loki guessed since Hermione seemed like the type. So all I can do is find some animals from the Quibbler and then strike a deal with her. Or is she the type of person to search for them herself because she enjoys the joy of searching? Perhaps gifting her the location of such an animal would be more fun. Either way, I have to go to that stupid ROB store to get the location of such animals if I decide on taking her help. Loki frowned for a while before shaking his head. I'll talk to her directly since Hermione provided me with the address. But would it be weird to randomly show up at her home to ask her for a favor? Loki didn't know if it would be rude and he didn't want to drag Walberga into something so simple, so he put the matter aside for now before switching to solving his issue with no believers. How do I get more people to use my spells? Do I just wait for the Tarot Club members to spread it around, or can I grease some hands to spread it faster? If I grease hands, I would probably need Walberga's help. Can I do it without her help though? I know that the spells are already pretty strong and will usher in a new range and subject of magics like transfiguration. But can I make them want to use it faster? Perhaps by making the spells a part of the Hogwarts curriculum. Loki frowned at this thought. So I'll have to ask Adam for help. Loki was not afraid of the idea but found depending on someone like Dumbledore rather strange. No. It would be better if I set up my own school of magic. But that would be rather foolish to do since I probably won't have any students attending. But what if I hijack and turn Hogwarts into my own school? Loki thought for a bit, and as his gaze landed on an object on the ground, an idea sparked in his mind. I could do that, but it'll take me some time to establish it. Then along with the Tarot Club members spreading my true name, I could also do it in secret myself. A smile formed on Loki's face as he nodded. Yes, this is the perfect way forward for me. Chapter 439, A Step Towards the Future. Loki's idea was simple. Simple in a theoretical sense, but practically he knew the idea he had settled on was bound to take him weeks if not the entirety of the rest of the summer vacation until the start of next year. To secretly start his own school at Hogwarts, he would unquestionably need Dumbledore's approval since he'd first have to ask either Snape or McGonagall, which would mean the news would eventually reach him anyway. Even if Loki tried to keep it a secret with Snape's help, he knew well that Dumbledore would immediately know what was going on when any significant number of students joined. And that was another problem in this entire situation. What's stopping Adam from investigating into my school when a lot of students join it? The only other way would be to use Salazar Slytherin's help to keep everything a secret so that even if Dumbledore stared the information in the face he wouldn't be able to comprehend it since Salazar would have hidden it away. But that had its own problem. If Loki used Salazar's help to set up a system for his own magic, Salazar would immediately realize what Loki was trying to do when he would hijack the current system of magic. While this wouldn't be a problem in the traditional sense with Salazar trying to stop him since he was a fan of Mr. Error and would probably even welcome Mr. Error joining their little experiment of magic, it would mean that Loki wouldn't be able to finish the advancement ritual for Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit. Since the advancement ritual needed Loki to parasitic a fundamental rule in the universe without anyone realizing he had done it, asking Salazar and by extension, Rowena for help would cause him to fail his ritual since he would no longer parasitic anything. He was just in a symbiotic relationship. And so Loki had come up with a theoretically simple solution. There was one common way Loki could communicate with everyone at Hogwarts all at once. And he was sure that he could do it in a way such that he could always keep the entire process a secret. The idea had emerged after looking at the item Rowena had gifted him for waking her up. The item was the simple chatterbox. With the item's ability to control people's dreams, Loki aimed to modify the item to connect it with the Sapphire Castle so that it could use the Grey Fog. For what did he want to do that? Loki wanted to connect the dreams of all the people in Hogwarts using the chatterbox and obscure all those connections with the help of the Grey Fog. And in this common dream, Loki would run his own school. It was a pseudo-tarot club sort of thing. A brilliant plan if I say so myself. Sometimes my own genius scares me. But thinking of such a plan was simpler than actually implementing it in reality. Loki had experience working with the Sapphire Castle before when he invented the ring that would allow him to teleport items to and from the outside world and the Sapphire Castle as long as he wished. He did that by anchoring himself to the castle with the symbol of the error pathway behind his seat. But working with the Grey Fog wasn't as easy as he had expected it to be. There was no way for him to directly exert control over the Grey Fog while he was outside the castle. He did have access to a meager amount of Grey Fog after advancing to Sequence 4 Parasite. And he could exploit the connection with the help of the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit beyond her characteristic, but Loki wanted to make a system that did not depend on that. That was because Loki knew he would have to use the Beyonder characteristic to keep Tom from escaping when he was fully repaired and being tortured with drops of his Sequence 3 Blather potion. As such, Loki came up with a compromise. The system wouldn't be guarded as heavily as Loki had imagined it to be. Instead, Loki would only use the meager Grey Fog he had control over while outside the Sapphire Castle. And as soon as an attack was detected, Loki would make sure that he would go to the Sapphire Castle himself to fully defend against the intrusion by using the entirety of Grey Fog then. It wasn't a perfect system. But it was the best Loki could do for now, and he didn't have time to do much better when there were so many things revolving around him all the time. On the side, Loki had started working on fixing his malnourished-looking old body. Although the grey fog had prevented it from rotting too much, Loki still needed to fix the body and bring it to the perfect condition so that Tom's soul wouldn't reject it more than it already would. For that, Loki had dunked his old body into a unique potion. It was a potion he had read about earlier and even seen it being used. In fact, he already had a small copy of the potion with him. It was the polyjuice potion. The potion Loki was using wasn't exactly the polyjuice potion, but it was very similar. The polyjuice potion was something that transformed a person into the exact replica of another person whose hair or nails could be obtained. The potion was rich in nutrients and, unlike transfiguration, physically altered the body by pumping it with the right nutrient ingredients such that the body would morph and look exactly like the genetic information obtained. Of course, the potion did a lot more, and this was just a high-level explanation, but Loki ended up using this new potion he had created by modifying the polyjuice potion to recreate/repair his old body to look exactly like his new one. Except since his old body was dead, he had to depend on the body's natural absorption factor for the polyjuice potion to be mixed into it. The body was swimming around in a deep vat in a corner of the Sapphire Castle undisturbed. Loki observed the process every few hours and made sure that nothing was going wrong. This wasn't something he did out of impatience. It was something Loki did out of worry, since it made him a little afraid to be healing a body that had been corrupted by an actual true god before. Even though the fear was irrational, Loki still felt it each time he looked at the body swimming in the vat in such a relaxed manner. I hope things go smoothly this year. Loki wished as he continued to work on the golden chatterbox which he was modifying for his secret school. Things had never been easy for him, especially since the third year. And so when Loki had himself stepped into making long-term plans to execute his own advancement rituals, he felt like he was right at home. I just have to make sure that there is absolutely no way for anyone to interfere with me. But there's also that strange person out there who can mess up my memories. Loki frowned as he worked diligently to carve a rune. But then smiled again. I'd like to see that person try messing with me after I become a sequence 3. But then he frowned again. And then there's Grindelwald. What am I going to do with him? Chapter 440, Personal Visit. Loki heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the massive tapestry of runes he had carved to be placed onto the tiny ring that was in front of him. It took him a few careful weeks of patient enchanting and carving to get everything just right. He had almost decided to quit midway through because of some of the problems he'd faced, but after asking Nicholas and Preenell for a little bit of help in figuring things out, he was back on track. This is going to be a huge change for the wizarding world. Most will probably hate it though. I guess the Aurors and Duelers might like it. Loki couldn't believe that what he had dreamed of not long ago had turned into a reality in just a month. But it is only going to apply to Hogwarts and the Tarot Club members for now. Still, this is going to be pretty monumental. I'm sure plenty of people will be confused by it and will also want to hijack it and try to monetize people's access to this. But it should have no problems unless the person involved is at least a true god themselves. Even then, if they're careless, I can react immediately and hide it using the grey fog. Over the past month, Loki had not only figured out a way to spread his magic around and teach everyone about it, but he also made sure to figure out everything he could about Luna Lovegood from random people he knew like Hermione, but most of his information came from Professor Snape directly. He hadn't asked Snape about Luna directly, but had asked if there was a way he could get in touch with the writers behind Quibbler, which Hermione had told him about. Snape had given him Luna's information after that so that he could make the best first impression while avoiding any landmines that he might want to avoid in conversation. Through all this, Loki learned that her mother had died due to a magical experiment earlier, and he also figured out that the Quibbler, which was an alternative to the Daily Prophet and his own newspaper the Hogwarts Honest Mill, was written by Luna's father Xenophilius Lovegood. Loki hadn't visited her yet because he was rather focused on making the item that he was going to use to complete the digestion of his parasite potion. And also because he thought, since she'll be at Hogwarts anyway, I'll just ask her about it then. Since Tom's body wasn't ready yet, so there was no point getting ahead of himself and ask someone to fix his soul for him. Loki flicked his wand and covered the tapestry of runes that stood tall in the Sapphire Castle with the grey fog, leaving it to unveil it later when the tarot meeting for this month happened. With his preparations done, Loki left the Sapphire Castle and landed back in his room where there was a suit and coat laid out on the bed that he had to wear to his destination with Walberga. Over the last month, Sirius had left the Black House several times after Walberga had decided to use him as a bargaining chip with Dumbledore so that she could show him the support of the Black family so that he wouldn't pressure them politically as much. Walberga had already taken charge of several businesses that had been operating freely ever since the house was left to Loki and Creature, and along with it she had to call on for favors from her old friends who did their best to appease her since they knew life would be much miserable if they didn't. Walberga had already arranged an official printing station for Hogwarts Honest Mill and had already turned the entire model into a subscription service which would guarantee that subscribers would get their newspapers each day for a cheaper price overall. Even then, Hogwarts Honest Mill was making bank since most people didn't buy every edition of the newspaper, since a lot of them only bought the paper for the special edition cards for Arcadia Royale that were occasionally released. Walberga had also already renegotiated the deal Loki had with Bilton Blinds, the outcome of which Loki had seen in the form of Bilton nearly crying out his body weight as he exited the room after their negotiations. "Aren't you being a bit too harsh, Grandma?" "Harsh? What's that? Is it something I can make money off of?" Loki just shook his head and let it be. Today, however, Loki and Walberga had decided to pay Cassandra's orphanage a short visit to meet Elaine. And so, Loki was making sure that he'd be at his best so that he wouldn't cause Elaine to feel embarrassed in front of her friends. Wearing the suit after a quick shower, Loki found himself admiring how he looked in the mirror for a few minutes. For some reason, the style which Walberga and Creature originally forced on him had started to grow on him. He nodded to himself while looking into the mirror before leaving the room to meet Walberga, who was already waiting for him downstairs. She scanned him from top to bottom, trying to see if he had put on clothes according to his own sense of fashion, but seeing nothing glowing brightly, Walberga gave him a nod of approval before extending her hand. Loki shook his head quickly. "No. I'm not operating. That is uncomfortable and annoying. The spell Mr. Error gave me is much easier." Walberga looked annoyed at the fact that she was essentially being escorted by Loki and made up her mind to learn the new spells in the book Loki had given her. Her growing age and the slight pain she felt in her bones after being squeezed into a thin tube while operating might have also been a factor. So Loki extended his hand instead, and after Walberga grabbed it they vanished from the living room without a sound. Coming down a few seconds later, Sirius looked around to search for Walberga before failing to find her. Creature teleported with a pop and looked at Sirius with a frown. "What does Master be wanting? Where's she?" Creature's eyes narrowed, but he answered anyway. "Lady Black has left the house with Master Loki." "Ah. Why didn't I hear them operating away then?" Sirius asked, but before he could think any further, Creature simply chided him. "Not everyone is as bad at apparition as Master Black." And before Sirius could respond, Creature vanished and went back to finishing his tasks with a softer pop, as if showing him that even the slave was better than the master. Loki and Walberga arrived at the orphanage on a silent street as they looked around and oriented themselves. "Although I haven't been here a long time, it doesn't feel like much time has passed since then at all." Walberga walked ahead with confidence and quickly stood in front of the door to the orphanage, where she pulled on a small chain that was hanging on from the ceiling. Ding dong. The doorbell rang and a flurry of footsteps rushed towards the door. There were slight thuds that indicated that a few people taking those steps had fallen, but even more had joined the fray. Loki was worried that there was a stampede. He wasn't worried about the other kids, he was more so worried that Elaine had fallen. "How can my little sister fight off all those evil kids?" In a few moments, the door flew open, showing Loki and Walberga the faces of several children of all ages, big or small, as they peered through the door to look at who had come. Loki looked at them all for a few seconds as he searched for Elaine, but he couldn't find her. Worried that she had fallen and gotten trampled over in a stampede, Loki was about to turn on his spirit vision to check through the crowd, but that was when someone quickly stepped down the stairs. The person was wearing a cute pink frock patterned with several little white flower buds that were nearly open and looked like the sparkles around a fairy's dress. Loki's eyes widened when they landed on the little girl, as did the girl's when she looked at him. "Elaine. Big brother." Walberga smiled, seeing her two enthusiastic little adopted children, as she too felt happy seeing their enthusiasm. The other children that had crowded around the door widened their eyes before looking at Loki with some admiration too. Loki completely missed this, however, since he was focused only on Elaine, who was happily running towards him. Even though the two of them had seen each other so recently, both Loki and Elaine had large smiles on their faces as they rushed towards each other. Elaine jumped into the air and forced Loki to grab her out of it, swing her around and spin around with her before letting her down. Once Elaine was satisfied by her hugs, she stopped to look around and finally noticed Walberga. Her brows furrowed for a bit while Loki felt a little tense about how he was going to handle Elaine not recognizing Walberga. Should I add a thought to her body of heart and mind to make her remember Walberga? But she is my sis dash. Before Loki could think any more, Elaine's brows shot up as her eyes widened before she pointed at Walberga and shouted, "Witch." Loki was shocked. She remembers. And then he felt pride in his little sister. Walberga laughed grandmotherly just like a witch would and patted Elaine's head softly before looking at her and then at the other kids before asking them all, "Where's Aunt Cassandra?" There was a buzzing silence as the children talked to each other around themselves before one of them spoke out loud. "Aunt Cassandra said she had to go visit her friends, so she left us alone for a little while. She left me and a few other children in charge of everyone's safety until then." Walberga nodded before asking a question again. "Do you know how long it'll take her to return?" Ma'am. She told us she'd be here in an hour, and that was half an hour ago, so only half an hour more." With the information out, Walberga decided she would stay here and wait for Cassandra while having fun with all the children, especially her granddaughter. Chapter 441, Silly Relief. Did you really defeat an adult dragon, Loki? A young boy asked with stars in his eyes. Loki sent a funny glance Elaine's way and found her blushing in embarrassment, so he put up a proud smile and spoke loudly. Of course, I defeated a dragon. It was as tall as the orphanage and had claws that were sharper than a razor blade. Elaine's eyes widened, but she quickly caught on and began to speak with even more enthusiasm. Not only did my big brother fight it off, he even made it promise to never return. After I defeated it, it also became my friend, so if you guys ever want to meet a dragon, you can just let me know. Whoa. The kids around Loki were all super excited and began asking him more questions, like how it felt to ride on a dragon and what its favorite food was and such. The little kids were all muggles. They knew nothing about magic, so Loki's stories were only fantastical in nature for them. Stories that had come up mostly because of Elaine's bragging about various things Loki told her about when they chatted during night while he was at school. Loki patiently answered everyone along with Elaine, who was standing beside him with a proud smile. But suddenly, Loki spotted a stray girl in the crowd that looked like she was about to cry. What happened? Did the dragon scare you? Loki asked the girl, trying to ask her about whatever was worrying her. But she quickly shook her head and started sobbing and crying. Loki looked at it with confusion, so he turned towards Elaine to understand what had happened, but she was almost already about to cry herself. Elaine's crying. This is the first time I've ever seen her cry. Was it because of something I did? Am I the reason she's crying for the first time? Loki, panicking, pulled the girl towards himself before kneeling beside Elaine and asking them the same question. What happened? Why are you crying? But almost immediately the girls opened their mouths and started wailing loudly. www. Loki grew confused. He started wondering why the two of them had started crying and even looked at everyone else for help, but the other kids suddenly started to act afraid of him. The hell? Did Grindelwald do this? Is he making me feel bad by making Elaine cry? How dare he? As Loki began panicking, Walberga stepped in once she saw the fuss that was going on around him. She quickly pulled the two girls closer to herself and began to pat their backs slowly. The two little girls started to calm down when Walberga's slow rhythmic patting broke their cries of sorrow and distress. What happened? Walberga asked softly, turning towards Elaine first since she assumed Elaine would be more open to her. Elaine's eyes had turned red because of her rubbing them with tears inside, so Walberga had to slowly push away the hand to try and get Elaine to listen to her as she repeated the question. What happened, Elaine? Why are you crying? Sob because sob Eleonora sob crying. Walberga pieced together the string of words that had come out of Elaine's mouth before asking, Eleonora is your friend? Elaine shook her head and spoke with slight anger, no. Sob Eleonora is sob my best friend. Ah. Loki suddenly understood what was happening. Walberga turned towards him because of his exclamation, and he quickly knelt beside Eleonora to slowly pull her hands away from her eyes as he spoke in a calm, soothing tone, trying his very best not to deceive the little children using his Baedonder abilities. Eleonora, you don't have to worry about Elaine going anywhere. Eleonora's eyes opened quickly as she looked at Loki, not believing what he'd just said. But Loki just reassured her after patting her head softly. Elaine told me about your promise. Didn't you two promise to stay together forever? Eleonora quickly nodded, but there was still hesitation in her eyes as she saw Walberga and Loki, so Loki explained further. I know Elaine is my sister, but Elaine already told me that she wants to be with you. So we aren't here to take her away. She'll be with you for as long as you are here. Eleonora quickly looked at Elaine. Aren't I telling the truth, Elaine? Didn't you already tell Big Brother that you wanted to remain here with Eleonora? Loki asked with a smile. Elaine quickly nodded before looking at Eleonora with some anger as she spoke quickly. Elaine does not break her promises. Loki looked at the two little girls that had gone from crying to talking to each other, albeit with a soft frown of annoyance, in the span of a few seconds, and looked at Walberga with a deadpan expression. Seriously? They fight for such silly reasons. Walberga just covered her smile and stifled her laughter before turning towards the main gate. Loki turned around and spotted Cassandra arriving with a radiant smile on her face, as if she'd just done something unthinkable. An hour ago. An old lady sat waiting at one of the tables outside the Florence and Fortescue ice cream parlor. She was sitting quietly while observing the wizards and witches running around her. Occasionally her feet would start tapping the floor because of nervousness, but she'd catch herself doing it and stop it before it got too obvious. All of a sudden a person placed their hand on her shoulder, causing her to turn around and look at who it was. Ah, Sybil, you're finally here. Mother, I hadn't expected you to want to talk to me after so long. Cassandra only smiled at the mention of disconnectivity from her daughter and didn't let her real emotions show. She wondered if she even remembered how to show genuine emotions anymore, but then she thought about Elaine and how she, along with all the other kids in the orphanage, had kept her heart bright. She quietly palmed her daughter's hand before guiding her to the chair that was opposite to her own. Sit down, Sybil. And please don't be so harsh on your mother. Sybil Trelawney sat down with a soft smile before looking directly at her mother and speaking casually. Before we begin, Mother, I wanted to ask you, are you going to finally give up chasing your dream to release him from Nurmengard? Cassandra gave her daughter a wry smile before speaking softly. I realize now I had been too naive back then, my dear. I recently came across a pair of children in my orphanage who loved each other so deeply they refused to be adopted alone. Seeing them I felt like I was wasting the limited time I had with you because of some silly squabbles. Sybil's smile grew upon hearing her mother's words, but before she could say anything else she froze. Cassandra, who had her wand pointed at her daughter under the table, sighed in relief before flicking the wand with a soft frown. All of a sudden, a radiant white orb of light separated from Sybil before it flew to the tip of Cassandra's wand. She inspected it carefully for a few seconds, before shaking her wand and causing the orb to fly away and fall onto a random brick on the ground. She pointed her wand at Sybil once again, before flicking her wand while using it blatantly above the table this time, unfreezing Sybil. That's good, Mother. I'm sure you can prove yourself by joining the Order of Phoenix, no dash. Sybil swallowed her words as she raised her hands and looked at them carefully as if she'd just noticed something strange. This, Mother. Cassandra finally smiled with relief as she saw Sybil tearing up. Her body relaxed as she finally relaxed into her chair to sit more comfortably after realizing a sigh of exhaustion and happiness. Finally. After nearly 2 decades. Finally, I freed you from his control. Sybil, on the other hand, couldn't properly form words. Her mouth opened and closed for a few seconds before she broke down into tears, causing Cassandra to flick her wand again to create a small illusion to make everyone else think that they were talking perfectly normally before hugging her daughter with the warmth that Sybil came to relish and Cassandra desperately needed. Like an oasis for a parched being in a desert. Chapter 442, New Information. Looking at Cassandra, Loki almost instantly realized that she had used his theft magic since the wand gave him a slightly familiar feeling. So she did whatever she had to do. Will she tell me about Elaine then? Or will she still keep it hidden? Walberga and Cassandra spent some time talking to each other in close quarters while Loki distracted the children with his strange stories about a land far, far away where the people lived in almost complete darkness, trying to survive by eating the demons they slew. It was a little scary for all the children, but that was only until Loki introduced the main character of the struggle who could bring light and could become the sun for all. Praise the little sun. Loki cheered. Eventually, however, Walberga called Loki inside for a few minutes abruptly, much to the disappointment of the children who were invested in learning more about the character called Mr. Error who helped Little Sun by making him stronger. What do you think? Walberga asked softly as she sat back down beside Cassandra. Loki frowned. What do you mean, what do I think? What are you asking me, Abu Dash? Is this some sort of weird test? No, Grandma wouldn't try to test me in such a roundabout way, she'd probably say it as it is. So something she can't directly talk about. Adam. But what about him? The Order of Phoenix. And Aunt Cassandra seemed to be working for Grindelwald, so something Grindelwald and Adam are working together on. I see, if that's the case they likely want Mr. Error's support. I can just tell them that I'll talk to Mr. Error about it. Walberga knew about Mr. Error from Loki helping her rid the parasite leeching off her and Cassandra from when he handed over Mr. Error's gospel to her, since he promised he'd be showing her his beyond her abilities once he reached sequence 4 and became a demigod. Loki didn't trust Cassandra too much to show her his beyond her abilities and didn't want to reveal his pathway to her, since that would just be careless, since he knew she was in some way, shape or form related to Grindelwald and by extension Dumbledore. So what he did was simple, all he did was convince Cassandra that he was still a darkness pathway beyonder, but in actuality, he was the blessed of an evil god and could show her the spells he had blessed her with. He showed her those spells and passed them on to her the gospel so that she could use them herself, which seemed to have satisfied her. Loki was about to open his mouth to speak, but he froze midway when his eyes spotted Cassandra's hands quiver as Walberga held them tight. Oh, I see, it's also about Elaine. Aunt Cassandra probably divined that it would be much better to break the news about Elaine while she was with Walberga. Or Grandma probably convinced her to do so because she knows just how protective of her I am. I guess they still haven't realized that I already protected Elaine by giving her a locket parasiticed by one of my worms of time. Nothing can get close to her without me noticing it anymore, and for a limit time, I'm sure I can use the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit characteristics to attack anyone that gets close to her by deceiving the position of my attack so that they emerge at her location directly. I just have to figure out how to take care of the side effects of the Sequence 3 mystical item, since the darn thing always keeps deceiving me into thinking it doesn't exist. Let's give them a hearty scare. Loki's gaze finally fixed on Cassandra as he spoke in an even tone. I already know, probably more than you do. If possible, I'd like to know what Grindelwald has planned, maybe even Dumbledore if possible. Cassandra's mouth hung slightly loose and Walberga froze in place. You can't take those names so casually. Loki shook his head. Don't worry about that. Loki had actually figured out a simple way to use the true names of anyone he wanted to without letting the person they referred to know anything about it. After Loki had gotten to being able to seeing his own spirit body threads, he realized on accident while using Voldemort's name that each time he spoke the name his spirit body thread would nearly almost cause a fixed ripple. As such, as long as he made sure to dampen that one thing, he could take Voldemort's name without him even ever realizing that his name was spoken. And Loki found that the idea could be extended to Dumbledore. He'd done all the testing in the Sapphire Castle first and then inside a space sealed by Salazar before using it anywhere outside. Loki savored the expression that Walberga and Cassandra were making before restating his question just for the giggles. So what are Grindelwald and Dumbledore planning? I know Dumbledore is trying to perform his advancement ritual, but do you know of the details? Perhaps the timeline of his advancement. Blood drained from both Walberga and Cassandra's faces as they realized that they weren't dreaming and that Loki had actually named him, not that dreaming about him would be any better. Loki stood there for what felt like a full minute before Cassandra and Walberga seemed to come back to themselves after they realized that nothing was happening. Dumbledore had not suddenly appeared near them to capture them or turn Loki into his loyal follower as he had done with Cassandra's daughter, or do something even worse than they could imagine. Loki was simply standing in front of them like it was a casual Tuesday. Cassandra and Walberga looked at each other, gulping audibly before Walberga gathered herself and spoke calmly. You can do this because of his help, I assume. Mr. Error. Loki nodded. I mean, it isn't really wrong, right? I am Mr. Error. So me being able to do all this because of Mr. Error is the same as me doing it because I can. Hee hee, the look on their faces is priceless. I should show Sirius Walberga's face later, in secret. So. Do you know when he'll perform his advancement ritual? Loki was using the term advancement ritual on purpose. He didn't know if Walberga and Cassandra knew about the apotheosis ritual, and as such Loki was playing it by the ear. At the end of this year, both of them are going to perform their advancement rituals together at the end of the Hogwarts academic year. Cassandra immediately replied after she had calmed down. I see. Loki frowned in thought. This year. That's too quick. Isn't it? Is Dumbledore planning to advance to Sequence 0 by making Harry fight Voldemort at just Sequence 3? But even the Sequence 1 author ritual required one to predict the flow of times quite accurately. What would the Sequence 0 apotheosis ritual involve? And what about Grindelwald? As if reading his thoughts, Cassandra continued speaking. I know the advancement ritual of my master because I've seen the blasphemy card for the White Tower pathway several times. Loki's frown vanished and he looked at Cassandra with full focus. She's seen the card of blasphemy for the White Tower pathway. So Grindelwald has the White Tower pathway card. Why didn't Prenell ever take it from him? Shouldn't she have the higher authority in the pathway? Or did they leave it with him for a reason? Did Prenell foresee something? A prophetic vision? What's the ritual? Loki asked calmly. Give meaningful advice to a high sequence beyonder such that the flow of times is impacted meaningfully. The higher the better. Cassandra repeated, seemingly word by word straight from the card of blasphemy. Loki frowned but didn't speak another word. Something feels off about all of this. Why wait for so long to perform the advancement ritual? I mean, Dumbledore surely could be higher in sequence than Prenell and Nicholas since they're both only Sequence 2 angels while Dumbledore is probably Sequence 1, but something stinks. Why does he need to involve Mr. Error in all this by preparing to hurt Elaine? Why does he need me? But before Loki could speak again, Cassandra spoke faster. I want to destroy their advancement rituals. They cannot be allowed to gain power. Under no condition. Chapter 443, Laying the Foundations. Loki sat down in the living room of the Black Manor to discuss the most recent proposal that Cassandra had presented to them since Loki had asked for time to decide what he would do. Are you serious? I mean, I'm not saying you're crazy or something, but really. Are you going to join her to take them down? One of them is an angel, you know. Cass said that the prophecy she'd seen was 100% real and was bound to happen. It's only a matter of time before it does. So our victory is guaranteed. Loki frowned almost immediately. Divinations aren't all-powerful, Grandma. What if Dumbledore planned all this from the start? What if he and Grindelwald had shown her the prophecy on purpose? To drag us into her plans and by extension, their plans. While Loki was against letting Dumbledore and Grindelwald gain powers, he wasn't fully against them for two reasons. One was because they needed someone in the God Almighty pathway anyway so that Mother Tree of Desire could be stopped when the barrier protecting the Earth eventually gave way, but the most important reason was that Loki didn't think, not even for 1 second, that he could take on a Sequence 1 author and survive a direct fight. And I keep telling you, Cassandra's visions are never wrong. There's something special about her visions. She can see things that absolutely no other prophet can. Loki frowned even deeper. That's even more suspicious. How does someone have beyonder powers that step well beyond her boundaries? She's obviously being manipulated in some way by someone. And we don't even know who. But they've never been wrong. Walberga argued back, causing Loki to almost beat his head on the table. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down, Loki finally looked into Walberga's eyes and spoke with some effort. But Grandma, you know that we'll be going against almost everyone else in the current wizarding world, don't you? The ones in light won't be in agreement with your aim, while the ones shrouded in darkness will do their best to make use of you and your plans to hurt Dumbledore as best as they can. Walberga shook her head when Loki said that and with a steely gaze spoke with confidence. The Blacks are the most noblest and ancient house of the wizarding world. And there is nothing that can stop us from achieving our goals. Loki looked at her unshakable resolve before sighing as he spoke in an even and calm tone. I understand, I'll try and see if I can get help from a few of my friends that I've made over the years. Walberga's gaze softened and she was about to say something, but before she could, Loki interrupted her. I know you think I'm too young for this, but don't worry. I'm sure I can cook up a few favors to gain the ability to slow down the White Lord. Walberga's brows rose as she questioned Loki's words with silence, and so he expanded further. It's not like I'll do anything myself. I know a guy who knows a guy who can do something about this. Bones. Walberga stated plainly. Well. Loki didn't confirm or deny, and it annoyed Walberga, so he spoke in a soft tone. Gehrman Sparrow, that's his name. You probably don't know about him, but he is someone very influential in these recent years. Walberga remained silent when she heard this new name she had never heard before. Sparrow. That isn't a family I recognize. A Muggle then. Walberga reasoned. Are you sure sharing this information with him wouldn't be a problem? Loki quickly shook his head. He is also a believer of Mr. Error. And it's not like we can hide anything from him. He's terrifyingly calculative and can figure out several things from very small pieces of information. I'm pretty sure he'll know of this information and make plans to move against it even before I tell him about it. Then what's the use of revealing the Black family's connection and involving him in our plan? Loki pretended to feel a little silly as he rubbed the back of his head and explained with an embarrassed smile. That's because he can probably give us a better plan than one that we can think by ourselves. You trust someone else more than me? Walberga asked with a frown, and Loki quickly shook his head. No. Not like that. What I mean is that he can be elusive. Someone with the Black family name is too big to move without causing ripples to form and disturb the scene. And this, Gehrman Sparrow. He is new and can move more freely. Yes. What does he want then? Loki suddenly paused at this question and spoke with a funny smile on his face. As long as whatever we do helps Mr. Error, he'll do anything for it. Walberga frowned, but Loki shook his head. No, he isn't secretive or cunning about it. He's just a character that's devoted to helping Mr. Error as best as he can. He's more aptly described as a loyal dog. Or a fanatic. The description didn't fill Walberga with confidence, so she did the next reasonable thing she could think of. I want to meet him. We can discuss the plan together with him for now. And if he really is as good as you describe him to be, we can work with him. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of our time. Loki nodded and stood up. I'll write him a letter telling him to meet us soon. Do you want the meeting to happen with our identities hidden or be open for the two of us? Although it will be difficult to hide the Black family name when wading through these matters, it will serve as a nice test for Mr. Sparrow for me to see if he's really as keen and insightful as Loki's made him out to be. Let's start with it hidden, Walberga said. Loki smiled as he caught on to what Walberga was trying to pull and simply responded with a, you won't be disappointed, and left the room to go and send a letter to Mr. Sparrow. Kneeling on the floor of his room, in front of an altar with 3 candles lit from the left to the right, Loki performed a simple prayer ritual targeted towards Mr. Error to send Mr. Sparrow a message. He wasn't doing this to really send any message, but because he wanted to keep a record of this information as a prayer for later, because he had a plan to use it in a way that benefited him and the Black family without Walberga realizing it. A plan was already cooking in Loki's head with regard to Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Mr. World, I would like to ask you about a 3-way meeting that I would like to conduct between me, a friend of mine, and you. It concerns matters regarding supporting the rise of a historical group of wizards more popularly known as the Acolytes. As those words left Loki's mouth, they were recorded as they were by the Sapphire Castle. Instead of stopping there, however, Loki quickly performed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual to enter the Sapphire Castle as he walked over to the crimson star that was pulsating because of his prayer. Loki examined the crimson orb for a few seconds and slowly studied the spirit thread that was tied to him. The Sapphire Castle had done a great job of erasing its ripples from traveling anywhere throughout the world, but given Loki was its master, he could observe it precisely. He tinkered with the threads for a few minutes, after which he quickly used his illusory skills to create a nearly identical spirit thread attached to him that extended well into the skies without any interruptions. Loki watched the new spirit thread coat his previous original thread as it slowly climbed with the help of the original, reaching towards the vast astral world above where it melded into the darkness and vanished. Becoming a thread just like any other. How easy. I wonder how many people will get tricked because of this. First will be Grindelwald. He chose the wrong little sister to mess with and I've avoided his topic long enough. Summer's about to end, so I probably can't hurt him before school starts, but maybe after I advance to sequence 3. A/N, finally mass release done. It was a mini mass release for 2 days but a mass release nonetheless. I hope you all enjoyed the sudden barrage of chapters. Thank you for reading and supporting me everyone. You guys are the coolest. Chapter 444, A Ride. Holding a newspaper while studying the news about the various incidents happening around the wizarding world, a strange old man with heterochromatic eyes sat inside his otherwise fully furnished cell in silence. The pages of the newspaper were flipped slowly, one page at a time, as the man made sure to scour every bit of information available. He frowned whenever he saw mention of information about Albus Dumbledore, or even the British Minister of Magic. One of the articles, however, caught his attention. The French Ministry of Magic trembles in fear, the acolytes are here. Are you really going to walk the path of disaster, Albus? Even after I've warned you so much regarding it. Not my problem anymore if you want to choose death. The man whispered with a frown. He folded the paper close and then sat facing the large, ornate, stone glassless window carved into the wall of his stone room. The window gave him a clear view of the large mountain that he had once used someone else to destroy. His frown remained prominent as he watched the scared mountain while thinking about various things that were happening in the wizarding world. A sharp bang broke him out of his thoughts as he was forced to look at the bars that had been installed where an ornate door used to be, turning the elegant room into a prison that he could not leave. At least not willingly according to the world. A man with a thin wand stood on the other side, looking at him with slight anger and disgust. The sight elated the old man very much, bringing a soft smile to his face. Are you here already, Thomas? I thought it'd take you a few more days to arrive here. How's your mother? I foresaw her dying this week. Are you on bad terms with her? Don't you want to be by her side in her last moments? Thomas looked at the old man with anger and was about to curse at him, but a thin hand on his shoulder stopped him from speaking. A stern woman appeared from behind Thomas as she looked at the old man with scrutiny. Her gaze was as sharp as an eagle as she analyzed everything about the old man, who was smiling while looking at them. Not going to say anything, Vera? The old man spoke with obvious joy in his tone. What have you done, Grindelwald? Oh. Me. What could I have done? I haven't moved from this place in the last 5 decades. Don't you know, Dash? Don't lie to us, Grindelwald. The acolytes, or whatever remains of your legacy, those fanatic groups, have started moving again. Information about their revival is spreading everywhere. Either you tell us what we want to know, or we'll make sure you aren't left in a state to do much of anything else. Oh. Grindelwald's eyes suddenly gained a tint of excitement as he heard those words. I wonder what you'll try this time. The Cruciatus curse didn't do much the last time. Perhaps you'll try using fiend fire this time. The woman looked at Grindelwald with a sharp glare before speaking in a stern tone. This is your last warning, Grindelwald. Try anything and it won't be you who'll suffer this time. It'll be your acolytes. They will all be treated worse than Death Eaters once they are caught. Grindelwald's smile deepened. A maddening glint emerged in his eyes as he spoke cryptically. Are you sure about that? The woman glared at him for a few seconds before turning away and leaving Grindelwald to suffer alone in his small cell. Thomas followed the woman after sending a short glare Grindelwald's way. Loki sat down in his compartment on the train and closed his eyes to sort out his thoughts as the train started to chug towards Hogsmeade. A method to trap Grindelwald in my trap. I just have to trick Grindelwald into thinking that Dumbledore is going to be in danger. Voldemort, perhaps. Maybe I can get Grindelwald and Voldemort to fight against each other. Given their close relationship, it'll probably cause him to come after whoever is trying to kill Dumbledore, right? It'll probably be difficult to convince Grindelwald that Voldemort is a threat to Dumbledore, though. Maybe I can try manipulating the situation such that Grindelwald thinks that Voldemort is going to interfere in Dumbledore advancement ritual. I mean, after all, I'm pretty sure that Voldemort will surely do something to stop Dumbledore from advancing. Maybe I can fan the flames so that Voldemort becomes a bigger threat than expected. Then I can just kill whoever survives in between Grindelwald and Voldemort. I should be able to do it as long as I'm able to provide Voldemort with some genuine information regarding Dumbledore's advancement ritual. But what's Dumbledore's advancement ritual? I know what the apotheosis ritual is, but how will Dumbledore perform it? Will Gehrman Sparrow be involved in it? My point of revealing Gehrman Sparrow to Walberga was to act as a buffer in between her and Dumbledore so that she won't be the main focus of his plans. But dash. There was a soft knock on the door, causing Loki to open his eyes and look through it using spirit vision. Ah, Astoria. Loki stood up and opened the door with some hesitance but didn't let Astoria feel any of his troubled mood. How are you here, Tori? Grown tired of your friends? Loki asked with a smile as soon as he opened the door. Astoria rolled her eyes and pushed Loki to enter the compartment and sit down on the right side. Loki closed the door and sat down on the left side while looking at Astoria, who looked sleep-deprived and tired. Those girls, they can't stop discussing about Daphne. They keep bringing up things that keep reminding me of her. Loki didn't know how to respond to this, and so he chose to remain silent for a few seconds before trying to distract Astoria from the topic. Are you excited for this year? Astoria quickly shook her head. Care to let me know what about it is troubling you? Astoria kept looking at the window for a few seconds before speaking. It just feels like something is missing. Like I can touch her but she's not here. Like she's by my side but she's missing. For whatever reason. Loki frowned at the description, not because he felt that his attempt at distracting Astoria had been wasted or even because he felt that Astoria was lying. Those thoughts didn't even enter his mind. No, what did cause him to frown was a different idea. She can feel her. Loki quickly activated his spirit vision to scan Astoria from head to toe. But apart from her deeply depressed mental state, he couldn't find anything strange about Astoria. Not even her spirit thread indicated any form of tampering or manipulation. Is she lying? Or hallucinating it? Loss of control. No, Tori wouldn't have told me if the feeling wasn't truly bothering her in some way. Since when? Astoria looked at Loki with slightly widened eyes. You believe me? Loki kept frowning but nodded. I don't know what it's like to lose a close one. But I can imagine, and my imagination definitely isn't as strong as what you're feeling, so I hope to give you the benefit of the doubt. So logical. I thought you didn't have brains. Astoria tried joking, but her terribly tired state left Loki feeling more pity than joyousness to express in the form of laughter. But now that I think about it, isn't that just a slightly more complicated way of telling me that I'm lying? Astoria asked with her brows raised, and Loki quickly shook his head. No. That's why I'm asking you, since when all this started. Can you pinpoint the time when you started feeling like this? Astoria frowned and went to look back out the glass window in their compartment. Wondering how she should answer or even what she should say. She looked like she was trying hard to place the feeling she was having in a time frame, but was clearly failing to do it. I don't know, it's something like it's been with me all along, ever since she's been gone, even before I heard the news, I'm not sure. Loki frowned even more at that but didn't offer any advice. Astoria looked at Loki because of his silence and was a little surprised when she found him thinking deeply about her little problem. You really believe me? Loki didn't say anything directly, instead he said something else. I don't know why you're feeling like that. But I'll make sure to try and figure something out. Astoria nodded and finally smiled. It was more her facial muscles relaxing into a smile, but Loki found it a little heartening, so he quickly pinched her cheeks. Agawagagage. What are you doing with my cheeks? I'm Eris Greengrass. Astoria complained. They suddenly matched eyes and burst out laughing. Seriously? Eris Greengrass? Loki teased. Astoria blushed and then shook her head before saying something else that surprised Loki. Did you know the Malfoy sent me a letter for a marriage proposal? Oh. Really? Loki asked, immediately interested in gossip. The rest of the train ride passed smoothly, with Astoria bragging about how she rejected the proposal with a snarky reply, but since her mother caught her stuffing her reply into the official response, she was grounded to the mansion for the rest of the summer. But she did say that when her mother read the letter, she secretly, accidentally, slipped it into the envelope. The cart lady of the train also knocked on their door, but they were too absorbed in their gossip to pay any attention. Chapter 445, Bad Impression. Sitting in the carriage, Loki looked at Luna stroking the Theastral backside and began to ponder about asking her a simple question. Would you like to join the Hogwarts Honest Mill newspaper, Luna? Without even turning to look at Loki, Luna spoke in her dreamy tone. All right. But since you're joining now, I'd like to test you later. Luna looked at Loki for a second, but then went back to stroking the Theastral and nodded. All right. I'll send you the necessary documents later. Let me know if you need to change anything and we can discuss more about this later. Loki said. The plan was to pretend the test was fixing Tom's soul. How was it related to Hogwarts Honest Mill? Loki did not know. But he did know that Luna already knew that his goal was the test and not the newspaper, and so when she nodded he understood that she'd keep whatever the test was their little secret. With their conversation concluding, Loki began stroking the Theastral too, causing the winged horse to unfurl its wings a little as it enjoyed getting scratches in an area that would have otherwise been very difficult. Loki. Hermione cheered as soon as she entered the carriage. Oh. Hermione. What are you doing here? Thanks for sending me that letter through Rowley. Huh? What? Loki was suddenly confused. I sent a letter to Hermione. Through Rowley. Where? When? But then Loki remembered he owned a time turner, and so he looked at Hermione with a smile as he asked her, "So how was it? Did you like it?" Hermione nodded, hard not to like winning 2 galleons worth of chocolates from the cart lady. "How did you even know about the winning numbers if you didn't use divination?" "Ah." Loki's mind whirled as he tried to think of a reasonable explanation, but when his eyes landed on Luna, who was still petting her Theastral, he spoke quickly. "Waxperts delivered the information to me." "Waxperts?" Hermione asked with a confused look on her face before she turned towards Luna and then back at Loki before she frowned as she complained. "You didn't use divination, did you? If you did, I'll tell Professor McGonagall about it. That's not the right way to use our abilities." Loki quickly shook his head. "No. I didn't. I swear." "Why don't you just perform a divination to figure out if I did? Actually, you really should. Since I want to know why and how I did this too." Hermione frowned for a bit before nodding and believing Loki. "All right. Well, thanks anyway for letting me know that there were exactly 1,748 beans in that jar. I would never have been able to guess such a big number myself." Loki nodded and the duo, other than himself, looked at the Theastrals with varying expressions. Hermione was clearly upset, and Luna was lost in her own world. But remembering that he'd just extended an invitation to Luna, Loki turned towards Hermione and spoke softly. "Hermione, I just invited Luna to join us at the Hogwarts Honest Mill." Hermione nodded absent-mindedly before she froze mid-nod and looked at Loki with wide eyes. "I mean, with Daphne not being here any longer, we have to keep the paper going, and... you know." Loki said, his words getting softer and softer by the end. No. I get it. I mean, we can't have a paper without illustrations, can we?" Hermione's eyes teared up a little as she quickly dabbed their ends with her fingers. Then, she put on a happy smile, turned towards Luna, and extended her hand for a handshake. "Welcome to the team, Luna." Luna broke away from petting the Theastral and finally looked at Hermione and shook her hand by strangely intertwining her fingers with Hermione's and then shaking them side to side. "Thank you. I promise to be just as sane as you." Hermione was puzzled and she gave Loki a questioning look, but when she saw him shrug she just mentally sighed before nodding and shaking her hand. "Normally, and I promise to do the same." With no one arriving at their carriage anymore since all the students had already left and others, the carriage they were in also started to move. Their journey to the castle was spent in silence, and it wasn't long before they found themselves standing in front of the castle gates through which hordes of other students were walking in. Arriving at the Great Hall, Loki separated from Luna and Hermione and went to sit at the Slytherin table. Astoria sat beside him, and surprisingly, Draco sat opposite to her with his gang on either side. They sat exactly where Daphne used to always sit, making Astoria very uncomfortable. Loki could see the weight of responsibility on Astoria's shoulders as she was being forced to put up an act of nobility even though she really wanted to stand up and smack Draco's large head on a plate full of cake. So Loki did the best that he came up with in that moment. "Oh, Draco. Happy now that you've been handed Daphne's spot in Slytherin? I mean, why wouldn't you be? After all, your entire family lives on handouts from others, doesn't it?" Draco was stunned for a second, but before he or even his lackeys could respond to the sudden verbal attack, Loki spoke again. "I've heard rumors in the black market about the Black family making moves. I wonder if they're returning soon. Wouldn't you like to know? After all, wouldn't the reigning position of your father's grip on the dark faction waver if the true nobles returned?" "Oh. Wait a second," Loki said as if he was granted a great revelation. "Is that why you wanted to serve Eris Greengrass? So that you can lick their boots to wealth and nobility?" Astoria covered her mouth as her shoulders trembled a little. Everyone was stifling a laugh too, but Loki's next words shocked them a little and sowed a little fear into them all. "But Tori told me that your negotiations aren't going well. What will you do if they fail? What then? Will you ask for Voldemort's help? Crawl over to him and become a bootlicker of his ghostly black fumes that he passes out of his arse?" Everyone's eyes widened in horror when they saw Loki speak Voldemort's name without fear. But apart from him using Voldemort's name, what made everyone even more afraid was that as the agonizing seconds ticked by, nothing happened to Loki. He did not kneel down, screaming in pain, leaking blood through all his orifices, or even scratching his scalp as he heard a maddening deliberate assault of ravings and lost control. Nothing happened to him. Absolutely nothing. A twinge of fear started to seep into the hearts of everyone on the Slytherin table, which led to an unnatural silence in their part of the hall. The teachers all noticed and immediately turned towards the table, while Dumbledore was the only person who was looking at Loki with an inquisitive look as he tried to study the boy. Can he use Tom's name because of the sense of misfortune that lingers on him? Does Tom feel it too now that he's risen a sequence? Before matters could get worse, however, Dumbledore quickly stood up and walked up to the podium that was in front of his seat to lift up the mood. "Welcome again to another year at Hogwarts, everyone." The students from other houses cheered, but the Slytherin table still remained mum, including Astoria, who was looking at Loki in a new light. A few other students sent Loki the same glances before they chose to ignore him so that they wouldn't get involved in whatever he was doing, since clearly it would drag them into dangerous matters that they weren't ready for themselves. I would like to introduce to all of you our new defense against the dark arts professor, Madame Dolores Umbridge. There was a short applause from all the students as they saw the lady dressed in a pink fluffy cardigan stand up from her seat at the teacher's table. She had a toad-like face with flabby cheeks, with her hazel hair parted like a bow on top of her head. Loki looked at her and with a simple glance felt that she was wearing the world's most expensive rings on her fingers. What even are those beyonder items? How does she even manage so many negative effects and keep them all in line and prevent them from acting out? And what does she need so many items for anyway? Is she afraid like Moody? Constant vigilance. But that strange atmosphere around her, it's almost suffocatingly good. Her eyes carry a hint of distrust in all they see just like Moody, but it isn't from a place of inferiority or vigilance, it's more like she thinks that she's on the top of the world. Everyone else is beneath her, like worms that don't even stand a chance in front of her. Like Voldemort. Why do I have this feeling that her image is only going to take a deep dive and plunge into a bottomless hole once she opens her mouth to speak? Chapter 446, Problems. Dumbledore turned around to look at the students once again, and was about to speak. As with the amazing Triwizard Tournament last year, Inter-House Quidditch had been cancelled to accommodate the competitio dash. Hee. Dolores Umbridge laughed awkwardly, in a mostly melodic tone that felt like she was mocking everyone that could hear her, to interrupt Dumbledore as she stood from her seat before placing her pink handbag onto the table and walking over to stand beside Dumbledore. It was a little comical to students in the hall, how Dolores was nearly 2.5 heads shorter than Dumbledore, but everyone kept their giggles inside for now since Dolores was looking through the audience with wide inquisitive eyes, scanning each student's faces and expressions. Dumbledore had paused to look at Dolores with a little confusion, but just as he was about to speak again, after ignoring her, Dolores spoke again. "Thank you, Headmaster, for your kind words of welcome," Umbridge said with a sweet smile. And before Dumbledore could say, or do anything, she turned towards the students in the Great Hall. "It is my utmost pleasure to meet you today," Dolores said in a sweet tone, with a wide smile on her face. "Hogwarts has been a school of magic and wonder. Of adventure and progress for you on your journey to learn and unravel the secrets of magic." There was a soft pause as the student settled into paying her unignorable high-pitched voice attention before Umbridge spoke again. "As such, I'm sure you care very much about the most ancient school in the history of magic teaching you only the very best. Facts that are proven, and are not intertwined with personal biases. With each headmaster bringing their own touch to the education of you young little wizards, we've arrived at today, a day where the power to use this pinnacle of magic lies within your responsible hands. I am here to help guide you so that your hands remain safe and unscared as we progress through working with magic's intricacies." Umbridge paused there before taking one last look at every student in silence as she spoke in an even higher-pitched sugary sweet tone. "With you all like this, I'm sure we'll become the greatest friends." Yo. Everyone heard Fred and George interrupt as soon as Dolores ended, but Dumbledore managed to save them from anything Dolores might plan to do by interrupting with a soft clap immediately. No one wanted to hear her ramble of in her high-pitched voice once again anymore. So the clap traveled like an infectious disease and spread throughout the hall, making Dolores mask her feelings with a sweet smile once again before she walked back to her chair and sat down while looking at everyone just as intently as she had done before. "I wonder what pathway she's from." Loki wondered as he looked at Dolores. His eyes trailed all over her spirit body before they latched onto the strange feeling that he was being watched as he watched Dolores herself. Is she a spectator? Loki's brows jumped up in surprise and he looked at Dumbledore, who had calmly gone back to talking about Quidditch being resumed in the upcoming year. Everyone cheered for the return of the Quidditch matches and forgot about Umbridge. At the end of dinner, everyone left for their dormitories while Loki moved to his favorite spot in the castle, the Room of Requirements. Entering the room, Loki found the 2 crystals remaining. He used his spirit vision to check if the remaining 2 true gods were still trapped in there, and found them to be trapped in it, so he didn't do much else as he quickly entered the Sapphira Castle. From there Loki blessed himself with the time turner which he used to quickly send Hermione a letter by traveling about 3 hours to the past. Rowley could have been a little confused when he was summoned since he could detect his contractor in 2 places at once, but Loki solved it easily by using a ritual to summon Rowley instead of just his whistle, which formed a more stable anchor to the real world from the spirit world. With the letter sent, Loki tried analyzing the scenario he was in. Why in God's name did I send that letter to Hermione? Rowley returned to Loki with his usual enthusiasm and earned a few dry snacks to munch on before he was sent back to the spirit world. With no other clue or way to think about the issue in sight, Loki quickly went up to the Sapphira Castle and performed a simple dream divination. "The reason I sent a letter to Hermione about the number of candy beans inside the cart lady's jar." Loki repeated the sentence 7 times before slipping into a cogitation-induced dream that caused his vision to swim through the spirit world. Colors shifted and Loki found himself viewing random things before his vision settled on himself. He saw himself calling Rowley using a ritual before he sent a letter to Hermione. That was all he saw and he was rightly confused about it. The vision shattered like glass after that, causing him to wake up. Huh. What? Why did I send her the letter? The heck was that? Loki closed his eyes to go through the vision once again, trying to understand exactly what he was doing and why he was doing it, but his introspection led to no trails. He just couldn't understand what was happening. Was it simply a bend in time? Is it something strange that just happens randomly? Is it something to do with owning the time turner itself? The heck? Loki quickly pulled the time turner to himself and began to examine its runes for any changes, trying to find something that might have changed about it which would have caused him to send a letter to Hermione. But nothing. It's exactly as I remember it to be. How is this possible? Is it some true god? Did Salazar conceal the real reason? Or Dumbledore? Loki frowned when he thought this far, but since he didn't have any way to prove his theories, he shook his head and exited the Sapphire Castle. I hope it doesn't happen again. Whatever that was. Loki spent the night in the very convenient room of requirements while studying random books Rowena had written about magic and its intricacies. He read through the books with a mystical flair as he came across a rather strange concept that Rowena talked about in her books. Each magic leaves an imprint on fate so that it can be traced. Is that how the Ministry of Magic's underage wizard's magic trace system works? Loki quickly pulled out his wand and flicked it to cause a small white orb to shoot out of it. He'd just used the Lumos spell. Loki used his spirit vision to carefully dissect the entire spell from its beginning to its end, but he didn't find any spirit body threads attached to it. Perhaps only more complicated spells are marked? Loki flicked his wand once again and performed a simple shadow manipulation spell, causing an appendage made out of the chair's shadow to rise from the floor and delicately wrap around the handle of the teacup that was sitting on his desk. Loki frowned even as he sipped on the tea that the floating teapot served him. No spirit threads for that either. Did she mean something else? Or is something interfering with me and my magic specifically? Making it untraceable? Probably not. But why wouldn't I be able to see the spirit body threads of my magic specifically? Maybe there are no spirit body threads at all. I'll try this on others in class tomorrow. Chapter 447, Challenge. You may open your books to Chapter 3 page 121, Umbridge spoke sweetly in a high-pitched tone as she paced around the class, walking through aisles and peering over students' shoulders, making everyone uncomfortable even if she wasn't trying to do so. Loki barely spared a glance at the woman while hiding with an illusion as he continued reading his book about the secrets of magic by Rowena Ravenclaw. Umbridge did walk up to Loki who was sitting in the last row of the class, but when she saw him diligently looking at the introduction of the first page of the third chapter and reading through it, she smiled and turned around, happy with her inspection results. Now that everyone has their textbooks open, I want you to study the chapter open attentively, since there will be a quiz at the end of the class from the first 5 pages. Most students frowned at this as they'd gotten used to Professor Lupin and Professor Moody's practical classes, making them feel like they were at the helm of an adventure, directing a small fight of their own each time they came face to face with these mythical creatures that would have otherwise only been moving pictures in their thick tomes. Even Professor Quirrell had let them duel simple creatures. So hands quickly shot up into the air. Umbridge looked around completely unaffected before opening her mouth to speak quietly. Did I say you could raise your hands? Some hands faltered when Umbridge said that while others became even more adamant at getting an answer from her. Would it not be more helpful for us if Umbridge licked her wand and outshot a small blob of white light that caused the student's mouth to be glued shut. There will be no questions to ask. What if we have doubts? Harry asked boldly. Umbridge first assessed that everyone else in the room had the same question and then looked at Harry with her simple sweet smile that promised a kind version of herself. Yet when she spoke, everyone felt a slight mental suppression. Loki was the fastest to recognize what was happening. Psychological cue. Hermione quickly caught on next, after which Harry and Ron recognized what was happening immediately. While they all guarded their minds against the attack, Loki did something different. He simply latched onto the connection that had formed in his mind for planting the psychological cue for mental suppression and examined it in detail. This is a well-made connection. But not too good. It's about as good as what a sequence 5 or 4 would be able to pull off. So she's a demigod. Why did Adam let her become one? Or was it to curry favor with the minister that he allowed her to become one? Irrespective of Loki's thoughts, however, Umbridge walked closer to Harry and spoke softly like a mother would, even if her words were laced with the strict sharpness and poison of an assassin out for revenge. I'm sorry. For not obeying the rules laid out, you will lose 10 points from Gryffindor. Harry wanted to retaliate, but Umbridge spoke faster. He wasn't even able to open his mouth before Umbridge reacted, as if afraid to let him speak. I understand that several of you have questions regarding this matter, and I have a simple answer. Everything you need to know is in the textbook. As long as you write exactly what the textbook says, you will pass your OWLS. The words put a frown on the faces of each student, be it Gryffindor or Slytherin. Everyone was looking at Umbridge with a little hostility, especially those who were particularly looking forward to the year that they'd be allowed to come in contact with the more dangerous spells that they'd not been introduced to yet. Their expectations had been increased because of Professor Moody using the unforgivable curses after all. But Umbridge didn't take another question. She simply walked over to her chair and table and sat down while intertwining her fingers and looking at everyone. You might want to get on with reading the textbook. You will have a quiz at the end of the CLA-. We need to learn how to defend ourselves. We need to learn how to defend ourselves from you-know-who. He's back and he'll come for you. For each one of us as long as we refuse to bow to him. Harry shouted. Umbridge completely ignored Harry for a few seconds as she saw that everyone else in the class was a little frightened by what Harry had just said. But she didn't respond directly. 20 points from Gryffindor for spreading lies and causing Pawnee Dash. This is not a lie and you know it. I saw it with my eyes. He's come back. However, he managed to do it. He's back. Daphne died. A student has already been killed for his ambitions. He has marked his return. Harry shouted again, his words ringing not only in Umbridge's ears but in those of all the students in the class too. Umbridge stood up and walked over to Harry before speaking in a stern tone of voice while still keeping the sickly smile as she spoke in a high-pitched tone. You will serve detention with me after classes today, Mr. Potter. Everyone became a little stunned at the blatant disregard for reasoning or discussion on Umbridge's part, but it also gave them all a deep sense of her character. Most students were immediately able to recognize that Umbridge wasn't here to help teach them defense against the dark arts, or even any sort of defense really. She was here to defend the Ministry's viewpoint on Voldemort. And combined with the oppressive psychological cue that Umbridge was pushing onto them, everyone felt like the walls of the room were enclosing them into a dark space. It made them feel claustrophobic and underfed. Yet in this darkness, a simple sound broke the effect, shattering it into a million pieces without regard. Clap, 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 clap. Loki stood up, clapping as loudly as he could. The loudness coupled with the stifling silence that Umbridge had created made Loki's claps feel extraordinarily impactful. Umbridge's smile thinned and it was clear that Loki's interruption had annoyed her greatly. And while Umbridge was feeling terrible about it, everyone else was a little excited. They knew Loki was a bold speaker and knew that he wasn't someone who would simply sit down and take whatever Umbridge was dishing out. The Slytherin felt a little afraid since they were reminded of the time Loki had used Voldemort's name in the Great Hall, while the Gryffindor knew that he was up to something since he was adventurous. It was only Hermione who was biting her lips in worry, wondering what Loki would say to Umbridge. Umbridge was about to say something, but Loki cut her off and began speaking boldly. I didn't know I'd find such a great friend in you, Professor Umbridge. How amazing. I mean, I thought I was the only fool who thought there was nothing to be afraid of about Voldemort. The bald-headed nut was a stain on humanity and had nothing going for him that should keep people afraid. Loki paused and then, with a deliberate soothing smile, which he used to spread calmness into everyone around the class by hijacking Umbridge's mental connection with everyone while amplifying it with his own ability to insert thoughts, he spoke. Are you afraid, Professor Umbridge? You're not afraid of Voldemort, are you? He's a lie after all. Right. Loki hadn't said everything. But it needn't be said, his intention was clear, he was challenging Umbridge to speak his name. A/N, we crossed 300 power stones. Oh. Extra chapter tomorrow. Let's go. Thank you for reading. Chapter 448, In Search. A tense silence reigned inside the classroom as Loki stared at Umbridge. There was a short pause before Umbridge simply looked at her watch as she spoke in her sweet tone, ignoring Loki completely. Oh. Would you look at that? Silly me, I forgot that we would have to take a test to see how much you remember from your previous years. We shall begin the test now so that we have some time left for the test at the end of the class. Everyone frowned at Umbridge choosing to dodge the issue, but Loki didn't say anything anymore. Instead, he sat back down on his desk before using his illusions to pretend like he was attempting the test. And when Umbridge passed by his way to check how he was doing, Loki simply stole the answers from Hermione's body of heart and mind and projected them onto his paper using an illusion. Umbridge looked a little annoyed that Loki was doing well, but with nothing to latch onto to try and get back at him, she waddled away disappointedly. Oh. Luna. Loki exclaimed as he spotted the white-haired girl entering the Hogwarts Honest Mill classroom 2-21 from the corridor. Luna turned to look at Loki and sported a small smile when she saw him. Are we going to draw crumple-horned snorkax? I've been gathering materials about them. Would you like to see them? Loki looked at Luna's enthusiasm and found it a little hard to reject her, so the two of them entered the room at the same time and moved to the area where Daphne previously worked, her art station corner. Luna unfurled a few drawings of her favorite creature while Loki examined them, and after a few changes that Luna agreed with and some that she would not compromise on, they finalized the first drawings of the article that Luna was involved in. What do you think, Hermione? Loki asked Hermione as she entered the room. It took Hermione a few seconds to realize that Loki wasn't pointing at Daphne when he was pointing in the direction where she usually was, and it was a bit of a surprise seeing Luna there, but Hermione quickly recovered before walking up to Luna and peering over her colorful drawings. Are they part of some adventurous story the ghosts told us? Hermione asked with a confused look. But Luna didn't keep Hermione in the dark, and quickly explained. These are crumple-horned snorkacs. They reside in countries like Sweden. They have poison that can transmigrate you into a different dimension altogether. It is said that those even scratched by one of their horns will be marked for life and never be able to return home no matter how hard they try. Hermione looked unconvinced as she stared at the strange creature that had a spiral horn, purple skin, and a stout nose that looked like a boar's or a pig's and the body of a very, very short caterpillar. Hermione looked at Loki with a judging gaze and he just shrugged. Who knows, there might be something like it. I mean, it's not like wizards have really put effort into finding them, have they? Loki was about to say more, but Luna interrupted them. Mr. Scamander says they exist too. Hermione frowned at the revelation, not able to believe it even a little, but before she could say anything, Colin rushed into the classroom. I got amazing pictures. Colin exclaimed as he rushed straight towards Loki and thrust a series of pictures that had been developed recently into his hands. Loki looked at the pictures and with each new card he flipped, his eyes widened further. Seriously? How did you even manage to get these? Did no one spot you during this? Colin shook his head. No. I made sure to be quick and used a spell to brighten the pictures magically so I didn't have to use a flash. The rest was all up to the twins. They kept her distracted enough for me to take the pictures and rush away quickly. Loki looked at Colin with short surprise at his skill and motivation to learn potions that not many wizards in their 5th year knew and passed the pictures to Hermione for her to take a look. Hermione's eyes widened similarly. You can't be serious. How did you get these? This is so wrong. Umbridge will be so cross with us once she learns that we published these. And I doubt Professor McGonagall will take it kindly to us publishing such pictures that make Hogwarts professor look bad. Loki deadpanned, deflating at Hermione's realistic interpretation of the situation, but Luna suddenly spoke up. Are we not going to be honest? Lying is bad. Even the Quibbler does not publish any lies. Loki's smile widened and he quickly nodded at the implication of those words. Since the Hogwarts Honest Mill was literally supposed to be honest, it was in their name. Everyone looked at Hermione with moony eyes, especially her 2 juniors who seemed eager. Loki noticed the unwilling expression on Hermione's face and sighed, but since he didn't have the heart to reject his juniors he played devil's advocate, sort of. I have a feeling as a fortune teller that these images will help us much more in the coming days. Let's keep it for then. Noticing that Loki was helping her, Hermione spoke quickly. These images are good, Colin. And Luna, you are right. We need to speak the truth. So why don't we do this? I have a suspicion that Professor Umbridge isn't being truthful with us about her purpose here at Hogwarts. Why don't we figure that out and let everyone know about her lies? Really? Colin asked with wide eyes as he looked at Loki, but before he could say anything, Luna interrupted. The Waxperts don't like her very much, and Waxperts only don't like people who lie. The implication was clear, Luna was on board too. As such, the staff of the 4 people at Hogwarts Honest Mill began to collect material for their new article on Umbridge. Each person focusing on a different direction in their research. Colin was tasked with collecting more pictures, Luna was going to talk to the Waxperts, and Hermione was contacting Umbridge's classmates and possible ex-colleagues who might have a thing or two to say about her. Loki in the meantime consulted with the ghosts and tried asking them what they thought Umbridge was here to do, trying even to see if they had any orders from Dumbledore regarding how they could handle Umbridge. Loki studied their bodies of heart and mind but didn't really find much other than the fact that Dumbledore had told them to help students escape Umbridge if she was ever in the corridors. With none of them knowing much, Loki turned to his trusty reliable ghostly friend. Helena, could you help me out? What is it? Really? You're so cold with me after I helped you find your mom. And help your dad. Loki nearly shouted at the injustice, but he knew that Helena simply talking to him was an achievement in itself since she ignored most students. As such, he quickly continued before she might decide to change her mind and ignore him like the other students. I'd like to know if you can learn more about a certain professor that likes pink too much and could happen to accidentally tell me about it. Helena's eyes narrowed. But when she saw that Loki was serious about it, she spoke calmly. Fine. Helena could snoop around very easily, especially because she was a wraith and could hide in plenty of reflective items, and Loki knew this, so he waited patiently for the next day to arrive when he might learn something incriminating about Umbridge. She rubbed him the wrong way and Loki intuitively felt as if having more information about the woman would be nice for him. Chapter 449, Incriminating Evidence. I could just read her mind. But given that she's either a demigod of the spectator pathway or has an item of the spectator pathway made out of a demigod's beyond her characteristic, I need to be careful around her. Well, I'll wait until Helena reports back. I can probably decide what to do then. Days passed by in silence with no response from Helena. Even the Hogwarts Honest Mill staff found their motivation simmering, with Luna being the only successful one amongst all of them since she'd figured out that Umbridge was tightly protected from wax burts. It was on such a random day when Helena waited in Umbridge's window that she heard a knock knock. Harry knocked on the door that had been turned baby pink and had baby pink wreaths hanging from it as he waited outside, trying not to start hating the color pink. The door opened on its own and Harry found himself walking into a room that was also filled to the brim with the color pink. The wallpaper was pink, the china dishes and cups were pink, even the damn table was pink. Harry was confused because he'd never seen pink wood before. And since nearly everything in his vision was one shade of pink or another. This is almost as bad as Lockhart's office with all his posters of himself. Harry's eyes finally set on the person behind the table as they tried to compensate for so much pink by narrowing and trying to take in less light. Harry could swear that he could see Umbridge turning pink slowly, but decided that his mind was playing tricks as he walked towards the table and nodded slightly. "Yes, Professor." Umbridge's smile widened as she looked at Harry with a soft gaze as she asked him a question. "Would you like to join us, Harry?" "The right side. The side that fights for the common people. Like you and your friends. Like you and me." Harry was taken aback. Not just because he was suddenly reminded that no teacher at Hogwarts had ever discussed politics with him or any other student. It felt incredibly unprofessional and unbecoming of a Hogwarts professor. But because he remembered Voldemort asking similar questions to Loki when they had fought at the end of the last academic year. Harry's eyes hardened as his brain automatically classified Umbridge into the same category as Voldemort, not very close yet, but close enough. You know who is coming back whether you like it or not. And I don't want to be on the side that is most likely to stand by on the sidelines or even support him while he takes over the world. Umbridge looked at Harry in silence but kept smiling as her face turned even more pink to Harry by the second. And after a few more seconds, Umbridge calmly pulled out a quill and parchment and placed it on the table. "Here, you may begin your detention. Continue by writing the phrase, 'I must not tell lies,' until the parchment is filled, both sides." After a while, when Harry had classified Umbridge into the exact same category as Voldemort, due to the special nature of the quill Umbridge forced him to use, which carved the words he wrote on paper onto the back of his hands. Clink. Umbridge and Harry looked at the window that had suddenly cracked behind Umbridge herself, but noticing nothing wrong, they ignored it, thinking it was because the window was old or too cold. Loki woke up lazily, wondering which one of his alarms had tripped and woken him up. He looked around with sleepy eyes, scanning the room for the runes he'd set up to check if someone had tried entering it, but none of them seemed to have tripped. The Sapphire Castle. Loki immediately became excited since there was only one alarm inside the castle that he'd recently placed. Loki pushed off the covers and got down from his bed, trying not to let the fall cold bother him as he performed the simple ritual of walking counterclockwise in a square while chanting the honorific name of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth in his mind. Loki bore the ravings that assaulted his mind when he was taken out of his physical body and sent above the grey fog with a smile. "If it is what I think it is, then I couldn't be happier." Loki landed in the Sapphire Castle without a sound, but then quickly ran towards his magical runic setup connected to his Worms of Time and started to count his believers by checking how many unique connections for magic the worms had approved. And when he looked at the number 7. It's still on 7. He frowned. That accounts for everyone: Hermione, Sirius, Professor Snape, Fleur, Dominic, Grandma and Aunt Cassandra. Then what even woke me up? I don't remember setting an alarm for anything else. That was when Loki's eyes fell on the potion bubbling some distance away at the edge of the grey fog. Ah. So that thing finally finished. Well, about time. I thought something had gone wrong with it and I needed to rebrew it for some reason. Loki quickly picked up the large pot-like cauldron that he was using to brew the potion and placed it on a table he conjured out of the grey fog. The potion was bubbling in soft pink with a hint of purple as it bubbled with soft pops while releasing glazed bubbles like a soap solution. Loki extended his fingers and created an illusory ladle which he used to stir the solution for a few seconds as he examined the changes in consistency and thickness by studying the swirls that formed within it. It seems to have finished well. Loki pulled out his old body, which had been marinating in the different potions, which were there to remove signs of rot and mummification due to being abandoned in the Sapphire Castle, and examined it. It's not gone bad, and seems to have healed perfectly. Loki thought as he flicked his flabby cheeks and watched them jiggle. And with a simple flick of his wand, Loki levitated his old body and dropped it into the newly finished modified polyjuice potion which would turn his body into a perfect vessel for Tom. Finally, Loki's eyes landed on Tom's soul. Or rather the absolutely shredded pieces that were left. Loki had tried fixing all the pieces one by one using several different methods and ways, but the result wasn't very good. I haven't even reconstructed it by 10% yet. Should I just ask Luna to help me out? Having worked with her for a couple of weeks now, I doubt she'll reject it. She isn't the sort to gossip even, but I can't trust her to simply keep it a secret without any assurance. A notary then. I'll have to buy one, again, from that wretched store. Can't I mimic its functionality with something? Loki thought for a few seconds, but the answer was clear. He couldn't. Could I ask Laura for help? Since she could set up a law about Luna not betraying me. But even though Luna wouldn't mind, that will probably sour our relationship. She seems to trust me, sigh. Loki gave up lampooning about his trust issues and switched to lampooning about his lack of believers. It had stayed the same for more than a month now. Did Klein also have to go through this? This is stupid. I should have trimmed my expectations. I feel so dumb now. I thought they'd multiply and then grow exponentially. It was so easy to sell my newspaper. Why is it so much harder to sell faith? And especially when the god is such a benevolent and kind being. TSK. I should urge them on in the next Tarot Club session. Chapter 450, A Debt to Repay. With his short inspection of his runes in the Sapphira Castle done, Loki left the Sapphira Castle and returned to his room, where he tidied his bed before leaving to go to the Room of Requirements to continue working on trying to find the Chaos Sea. Loki randomly activated his spirit vision to study his spirit body threads, wondering if he could experiment directly with it and see if using magic affects it in any way. Perhaps I can find the Chaos Sea using that. Now that's probably too far-fetched, even for me. If only I had some item that was close to the Chaos Sea. I'm sure I'll figure out a way. I have to, or things won't be pretty for me. Loki continued walking as he moved through the cold corridors just as he felt his spirit threads ripple a little. Loki was about to stop and examine them, except Loki spotted what was possibly the cause for his spirit thread to tremble. Why were you here? Loki asked Helena, seeing how she was looking out the window on the 7th floor. There's no reason for me not to be here. And shouldn't you be answering the question in the first place? You're breaking curfew. Loki just rolled his eyes and started pacing around the corridor thinking about Salazar's riddle and opening the correct room again. But Helena's next words stopped him. I found out something about that evil pig. Loki had to forcefully hold his mouth shut as he began snorting like a pig himself while holding back his laughter. That pig punishes students by making them write on paper, except she uses a quill that's a mystical item to etch the same words into the back of their hand. The words heal as you write, so there are no marks left. Loki's face fell, his smile or laughter nowhere to be found as his eyes narrowed, and his mind started thinking of theories immediately. And no one's spoken about it. They're not allowed to. The quill's a mystical item that forms a contract and forces them to remain shut about it. Or they just write on a notarized paper. Loki quickly deduced. Helena nodded. I see, Loki said with his pupils narrowed until they only left a pinprick hole to still let light in. But then Helena spoke again. I have a way for you to repay your debt. Loki's mind froze, and almost immediately his thoughts launched into an animated spree. This woman. Asking her to help Hogwarts students was a debt. Seriously. Why am I the one that always gets swindled when I make a deal with her? What does she even want help with now? Her dad. I doubt there's anyone better than Rowena to help him. Is Rowena in a stalemate with her, and so Helena wants my help? Your mother wants to help your father, I assume. Loki asked openly, since he was probably the only one who knew any better about the entire situation other than Helena herself. Helena's gaze firmed, but eventually, after a little bit of mental hesitation, she nodded softly. Yes. She requests your help. She wants you to create a distraction. Loki's eyes widened as he almost cursed out loud. The hell does she think? Distracting her? And what am I supposed to do? Dance. Mom said she only needs you to keep her distracted for about a week and Helena tried reasoning while using her wand to silence the surroundings to keep Loki's voice from waking up the entire castle. Weak. Loki almost shouted before remembering he didn't want to wake up the entire castle and whispered. What do you think I do? Sit around and kill my time by playing with gods and goddesses for a living? A week? Are you insane? Don't call mother insane. Like hell, I will not. What does she think I do that she even thought I'd agree to help her? Helena responded not with words or violence but with a simple action. She pulled out a small card. The card looked breathtaking. It looked like something similar Loki had seen a million times before. The design was immaculate and created artistically in ways that a normal person would not have imagined before. On its surface was the face of the very woman that they were talking about, Rowena Ravenclaw. She was wearing a gorgeous head accessory and colorful clothes, almost like a jester's, while holding a stick with luggage hanging from it as though she was on a long trip. She had a visionary look, like she could see what was in store for her in the future, and beside her was a puppy, following her to the end of time. Loki looked at the card with a glimmer in his eyes as his mind sparked into a blaze. That's the Fool card. Loki's eyes immediately dragged towards Helena's. His breathing hitched and he froze for a moment as he realized that she couldn't see the contents of the card. But Helena was quick to notice that Loki was shocked. So she smiled as she spoke happily. "So you do want this?" Helena said, waving the card around in the air. Loki immediately frowned. "No. You can keep it. I changed my mind." Loki was about to turn around and walk away, which caused Helena to quickly follow him with a soft plea which brought a soft smile to his face again since he'd guessed right. Helena likely didn't know what she was holding and was only told by her mother that it was a valuable item, valuable enough to get Loki to agree to her. "It's not that I don't want such a thing," Loki said with faux annoyance. "While it is simply a slightly important card for me, for you it's a matter of life and death for your father, is it not?" Loki teased with a joyous smile that didn't extend to his eyes. They remained cold and calculative as they took in Helena in her entirety and dissected everything from her expression to her body language. Helena frowned, accepting the slight setback even though she could guess that Loki was only pretending not to like the card very much since her mother couldn't be wrong about how much he valued it, and pushed herself a little away from Loki as she turned towards the window and looked outside. "There is another reward if you are able to keep her distracted for a month." Loki's eyes widened as he followed her gaze and stopped on the crimson moon. "No way, the moon card." Helena turned around and just nodded like she knew exactly what Loki was thinking. "Uncle would help you too." "Oh no card. Uncle. She's talking about Salazar. The moon card would have been harmful anyway if it was corrupted by her. He said if you're able to keep her distracted away for a month, he would help a single person of your choosing advance faster on the darkness pathway until they're at least an angel." Loki's breathing turned light as he realized what Helena had just said, but he forced a few deep breaths in to calm down. "This, for Sunny." Loki frowned as his mind started to think about the various people he could use this for, which wasn't a lot, being capped at 3 for now with Sunny, Walberga and Sirius, but it still felt like something he would like to do very much. If either of them becomes an angel, they can use abilities regarding confinement. If I'm going to go against her, or even Voldemort, that'll be really helpful since disturbing Salazar for every small thing would grow annoying real fast. Especially if I have to hide things from Dumbledore. I doubt simply messing with fate is going to help me very much. But who do I choose? No, that's not what's important. I can't get tempted. Not yet. Especially not on a mission that is practically suicide. I didn't pay attention before, but didn't Helena say month? Month. Loki practically screamed once again. A/N, here's your extra chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 451, Thinking It Over. The hell do you mean month? I thought it was a week. Loki shouted Helena's spell from earlier coming to use once again as it suppressed and dampened Loki's voice, preventing it from reaching the entire castle. Helena sighed and spoke softly with a downcast expression. I feel like it's going to take a month instead. Mum did say she only needed a week, but I doubt it. I know what she's like, cold and calculating and is rarely ever wrong, but I don't see how she'll be able to finish this in a week. Especially since I've seen her looking at all this, it almost feels like she wants to trade places with father. Loki saw Helena's eyes fill with tears as he clenched his fist to keep himself from getting emotionally involved in the situation, since no matter the sob story, this was none of his problem. Why do you think it'll take her a month? Loki asked calmly. Helena looked at the moon and then back at Loki as she whispered, I had a dream. It was a dream about my mother being stuck in the same position as my dad. I don't remember much of anything else since it was a dream, but I do remember hearing her say she needed a little more time. Loki frowned. The dream could either have been a warning from her spirituality, but it could also have been a simple subconscious expression of her worries. As if knowing what Loki was stuck on, Helena continued to speak. I know it might just seem like something not very important, but the only other time I've dreamed about the situation with my father was when he was trapped in that situation in the first place. Ah. A weird noise leaked from Loki's mouth as he was able to connect two vague dots. So that person last year who needed to purify those chained pathway beyonder characteristics was able to sacrifice them to him. That was probably what allowed him to gain enough ground to be able to interfere with his daughter's dreams. But there are a lot more things that can be interpreted from such a dream. The chained god is against the idea of having his wife trapped in his place. But the reason is unknown. It could simply be because he thinks she would lose, but it could also be because he already has a plan in motion. But if Rowena is still going at it, and doing it without asking Mr. Error's help, it means she's sure of something else. Since she surely knows most of whatever I know by virtue of being the true god of the hermit pathway. Apart from that, communicating with Helena in such a way without letting her get corrupted by her means that the chained god has some excess energy to spend. Loki looked Helena straight in the eyes and spoke with a serious expression. Give me some time to think about it. I want to think about this with a clear head. It's too much of a difficult choice for me to make immediately. Helena nodded softly and after wishing Loki a good night, vanished through a wall, leaving Loki behind alone in the 7th floor corridor. With everyone gone, Loki paced around the corridor 3 times and stepped into the room of requirements where the other 2 gods were housed. How do I help either of them? Godric Gryffindor would most likely require me to use the Gryffindor sword. What about Helga though? Does her bowl require a food recipe or something? Loki frowned, not understanding what he might do with her just yet. After a few minutes, Loki sat down at the table and sipped on the room's precious herbal milk tea while thinking about what the Hogwarts honest mill was about to uncover for the rest of the wizarding world to see. If Umbridge is really doing as Helena's found out, that means one of 2 things: either Fudge and Dumbledore are cooking up something together, or Dumbledore has set up the stage for Fudge to fall, and fall rather terribly. I should send a letter regarding the matter to Walberga. Loki quickly penned a letter and then called for Sunny using his special whistle. Give this to Walberga. You don't need to wait for a response. Sunny nodded as he caught the letter and the coin that Loki flicked over to him before stuffing them into his pouch as he stepped back into the spirit world and vanished from sight. Loki then closed his eyes as he focused on and pondered about Helena's offer. The Fool Blasphemy card is pretty important. Not only would it let me use high sequence Beyonder powers from the full sequence if I accommodate it, but would also allow me to raise Beyonders that belong to this pathway. The biggest plus side would be that my divinations are likely to become more empowered if I accommodate the Fool card within me. Not that the Sapphira Castle wouldn't aid my divinations, but that the concealment powers of the Full pathway would help me to conceal my actions in the real world outside the Sapphira Castle because of strong anti-divination effects. Especially when I don't have a lot of the grey fog with me right now since most of it is being used to conceal Tom's body in the astral world for that strange ritual. And Salazar's gift is pretty useful too. Who should I choose for it though? That's rather difficult. Sirius doesn't have any uses at first glance since he belongs to the White faction and is more situated to do flashy things that can help take away heat from more sensitive matters. But that personality of his is what makes him useful since he can be manipulated as long as he doesn't catch on to the fact that you're using him. Walberga is a lot less flashy, but strengthening her involves improving the power of the Black family. It would likely create a secondary faction of nobles that might help by taking over a large chunk of wizards from each faction to support Mr. Error. Sunny, however, is tempting to choose especially since no one really knows about him being a Beyonder. He can be a surprise wild card that can be sprung upon unsuspecting enemies. Loki intertwined his fingers and lay his chin on them as he thought further. But how will I distract her in the first place? Do I do something grand in the abyss? But what could I bait her with if I want to distract her? I can't simply make her chase me through it now, can I? 'Cause the second she learns of my position, I doubt I can live longer than a few moments after that when even Laura's husband is partially safe inside the abyss only because of the uniqueness of the Arbiter pathway. Loki kept his eyes closed as he steadily thought of various possibilities. Could I use the Disc of Wishes in some way? I could, but I can't trust something that has a mind of its own. What if it refused to fulfill my wish at a critical moment? Even if I'm able to make it more cooperative by parasiticing it, I doubt I'll be able to trust it unless I can figure out why the Disc of Wishes didn't work for me in the first place to help me time travel. What about some other options? Could I make a device that can grab her attention? Chapter 452, A Surprising Letter. What if I threaten her by setting up a ritual inside the abyss where I can set up a stage for corrupting her? What if I created a ritualistic region in the abyss that the other gods and goddesses can use to conquer it or hurt her? Loki thought about this for a while but eventually shook his head again. No. That would make it dependent on the will of gods and goddesses. And I doubt anyone wants to get into a direct confrontation with her on her own domain. That would be stupid. And opening a method to hurt her would mean that she can possibly hurt or act on this side of the barrier protecting the planet. That's even more dangerous. If even gods don't want to do this, why am I? Eventually, Loki gave up thinking about various opportunities and finally settled on reading a book for now. Loki walked through the familiar shelves and picked up a book from the 9-part series that he had been avoiding reading for a while now. Knowledge Hunter Series, 3: A Tale of Corruption. With 6 more books to go, Loki picked up the 3rd one and walked back to his table as he opened it to read more about the next spheroid detailed in it. The first spheroid was the Calamity City which he had ignored, and the second was the Chaos Sea but there was very little written about it. And this was the 3rd. The 3rd spheroid is also called the Brood Hive. Loki's eyes widened as he read the name of the 3rd spheroid represented in the book. Seriously. I get a mission about her, and now I'm already finding books regarding her friend. Well, at least it isn't directly about her, and is about her friend Dash. But Loki froze when he read the next line. This spheroid has been captured by an outer god that also controls the abyss pathway after she corrupted the devil monarch for body. God damn, it's about her. The one that I need to keep distracted for a month. This isn't just a coincidence, is it? Loki complained as he thought about Dumbledore doing something with the Quill of Alzahad. But then remembered the strange fluctuation in his spirit thread earlier that night. Loki took a few deep breaths and continued reading since he had a few questions he wanted answers to. The spheroid is located deep in the abyss where it resides, disconnected from the entire world. Although the territory of the spheroid has been captured by her, she fails to accommodate or even control the spheroid, which is working hard to corrupt any Beyonder characteristics that come in contact with it to raise Beyonders that might or would help it in becoming free. My short visits to the abyss have led me to believe that the spheroid is waiting for an opportunity not to return to its original owner, a different outer god, but to help revive an ancient goddess that goes by the name of Omabella. As such, I believe that the current ruler behind the puppet of the abyss has been at odds with the will of the spheroid, which is rejecting her. Loki paused reading any further from there and quietly closed the book as he began to ponder about the situation he'd just read about. So there's a spheroid inside the abyss too. Is that why her presence in the abyss is so strong? Was it brought there intentionally and locked there by Tree Woman? Would doing something with that count as a logical way to distract her? Maybe I can do something to the spheroid. Like leak its exact location to the depravity lady, so that they fight about it outside the barrier. Loki kept a cool head as he studied his ideas in detail, trying to come up with a complete plan as he pieced together various items he had with him. I feel like I'm missing something. Something that would make all of this a lot easier would help very much, but is there something like that? Loki thought about it for a while but didn't recognize what he was missing. As such, he gave up and left the room of requirements to go stroll around the castle. Loki walked aimlessly, letting the castle carry him to wherever it desired. It was just a thing Loki had started doing ever since he realized that he was definitely involved in the making of this castle in some way. First, Loki was taken to the astronomy tower where he met Miss Norris, who was lazily licking her paws to make sure they were clean for her next hunt. Loki fed her some tuna he'd stolen during dinner and continued on his walk. It took a while to travel from all the way at the top of the astronomy tower to a room in the dungeons that had become the favorite of several students. The home of Noberta, the whimsical dragon. She was given such a name because Noberta had taken to collecting the strangest items from the students at Hogwarts. Initially, she was interested in shiny things like gold, silver and diamonds like any other Niffler, but once Loki introduced her to a kaleidoscope, she had started to collect absolutely absurd things to put into the one Loki had gifted her so that she could enjoy looking at it from different angles. Loki hadn't done this out of a sense of enjoyment from watching a small creature be puzzled by the existence of mirrors and their reflections, but he'd done it because he noticed that Dumbledore had fed the girl a spectator potion. As such, the dragon was bound to get bored staring at the dungeon walls all day, and started to have a few destructive tendencies that only Hagrid could handle. So Loki gave it a kaleidoscope. The dragon couldn't talk though, since her throat was too big for that. She could however interact with people through gestures. And when Loki walked into her nest, Noberta instantly pinned him down with one of her claws before snorting fire onto him. Hee hee, I know it was summer vacation, that's why I didn't arrive here in the last 2 months. There was another snort which partially singed his collar, but Loki only giggled and softly pushed away the dragon's face and started to climb onto its head. Loki spoke to Noberta for a while, talking about silly things like plans that involved shrinking the dragon so that she could hunt a certain pink toad that was torturing students. Loki doubted it could defend itself. Loki then left the dungeons to go to the island at the center of the Black Lake to meet his tree friends, but stopped walking, however, when he noticed something disturbing the space around him. "Sonny, you're back?" Loki asked as he grabbed the letter that the Niffler passed to him before climbing his arm and falling asleep inside his robes wordlessly. Loki opened the letter and read calmly, but with each line he read, his eyes widened further as he stood stunned in the middle of the corridor. "Seriously?" Loki asked himself as he looked at the letter once again. "Dear Loki, I have 2 things to tell to you. Firstly, don't disturb me in the middle of the night. I know those of the darkness pathway don't need to sleep too much, but did you have to send me a letter right in the middle of the night when I sleep for 2 hours? Secondly, the Bones family has reached out to join hands for our support for Amelia Bones to become the next head of the British Wizarding Isles. As a show of acceptance, I will need you to accept her daughter Susan Bones into your team at Hogwarts Honest Mill. Yes, this is the precursor to a marriage proposal. But don't worry, Amelia doesn't have such intentions in mind. This is purely for the public. It will happen after I reveal your adoption to the public. I will start by including your name in the list of official inheritors for the Gringotts Vault of the Black family tomorrow. Now that I think about it, did you already know about this? Is that why you sent me a letter in the dead of the night? Did you want me to die of ill health? If you didn't, then that's too shameful. You should think more like a Black. Anyway, getting back to the matter at hand, Susan Bones will be joining you at Hogwarts Honest Mill. You can decide what she should do. But along with that, you'll also be the head of the team. Susan Bones will be joining as a Beyonder that will do what every Beyonder student at Hogwarts does at year 4. Good night. Don't disturb me again. If you do, I'll make sure to turn your dreams into nightmares. Good night. Your dear Grandma. Walberga of the oldest and noblest house of Black. Loki sighed at the information he was bombarded with and then sighed again because he realized that he'd really disturbed Walberga since the letter was a mess, meaning she'd really been woken up to write it while she was sleeping. I hope she forgets about it once she wakes up. If not, I fear how she'll take her revenge. She's already informed me about something that would have made my night worse as revenge. I hope it ends at that. Inside the Black Manor, Walberga quietly sipped tea with a smile on her face. He's probably worried about disturbing my sleep. I didn't know how to break the news about Bones's niece, but this gave me a nice excuse. How innocent. He really is much easier to handle than Sirius. What a nice child I have acquired for myself. I should give him a bonus in the inheritance, lest Sirius spend it all away on booze and nightly fantasies. Chapter 453, Tarot Club, Financing. Loki smiled when he heard a soft buzz. It's midnight already. There should be nothing of importance in today's Tarot Club meeting, so it'll probably be a short one. Loki teleported to his room in the Slytherin dormitory dungeons and quickly entered the Sapphire Castle, where he readied himself and sat down in his chair before summoning everyone else. Hermione stood up first as always and greeted Mr. Error first before greeting everyone else. But the first one to speak, though, was surprisingly Sirius. "My lord," Sirius said, standing up politely with a bow. "My lord. Is Sirius drunk again?" Loki nodded subtly to indicate that he was listening, after which Sirius continued. "Mr. Lord, I have a request for Mr. World, and you." Loki's brows rose. "A request for me? What's that about?" Everyone else was almost equally shocked, but having gotten used to being shocked from the last year, they all hid their expressions well. Even Hermione looked relatively steady, even though Loki could see just how excited she had become to learn about the unknown immediately. Loki didn't speak, he just nodded to indicate that Sirius could speak and that he was still listening as long as there were no lines crossed. Sirius looked at Mr. Error with a little relaxation before he tensed up again and then spoke in a firm tone, like a soldier or an excited intern reporting an idea to their superior. "Mr. Error, I have just joined another famous gathering in the wizarding world." Sirius paused to gauge Loki's reaction, and once he saw him looking at him with patience, he breathed a mental sigh of relief before completing his words. "And I hope to spread your magic in this gathering." Everyone frowned since Sirius didn't really need to ask for permission in this regard, especially when Loki as Mr. World had specifically asked them to choose such a route, but it was Sirius's next words that shocked everyone a little more. "In doing so, I realized that a more efficient method for me to spread your faith would be to set up a gathering of my own. One that is dedicated simply to you and your followers." Everyone's eyes simultaneously widened, especially Loki, since he was thinking something else entirely. This. Does he want to set up a pyramid scheme or something? I remember Walberga complaining about Sirius starting up some new secretive scheme. No, that isn't the important part. This. If Sirius does this, it would mean that this would be a gathering set up by the Black family. Personally, this would be a great help to me. I knew it, Sirius. I knew you had a reason to choose the start card. I definitely trusted you. I promise. I hope to ask your permission for this mission." Sirius ended with a polite bow, waiting for Loki's response. Loki calmed himself down and pretended to think about a few matters before wrapping his hands around the edge of the table. "All right. You can do so." Mr. World also chimed in after that. "Let me know if you need anything relating to the Lord. You don't need to disturb him for the small things. Even though it'll just be me answering about myself." With the matter done, silence returned to the Sapphire Castle before Hermione raised a question. "Does anyone have materials like the entire brain of a spectre crab and the skin of an ancient wraith?" Snape stayed silent for a bit, comprehending why Hermione would need such ridiculous materials before Sirius interrupted his thoughts by speaking. "I have the entire brain of a spectre crab. The skin of an ancient wraith, though, would be hard to get. Especially since wraiths are either dead or dark wizards that are going to be dead because the Ministry caught a whiff of their location." "Why are they considered dark wizards?" Hermione asked, a little confused, and Sirius explained for free. "There are two ways to become a wraith. One is by using a Beyonder potion from the prisoner pathway, while the other is because you have unfinished business and resent something very deeply. Both of whom are generally really harmful to humans." "Why would a Beyonder that is a wraith be harmful to humans than any other Beyonder?" Hermione asked with some confusion, since she remembered Professor Lupin was a pretty relaxed person and he was from the prisoner pathway, a werewolf. "Because the prisoner pathway mostly involves deeply investing in your desires. I don't know a single person in this pathway that has become a wraith and stayed alive to tell the tale because they lose themselves to madness pretty soon." Hermione fell silent, but that was only until Loki made Mr. World to speak up to distract from the topic of madness, since the madness was likely the influence of Mother Tree of Desire on the chain pathway through the chained god. "How much skin do you want?" Loki asked, even though he knew exactly how much Hermione needed just to make her think that her conversation with Loki and her identity as Miss Magician were really a secret that no one else knew about. Since he had given the information about the next potion materials to Hermione through a vision from Mr. Error. He had done this since he didn't want to keep making her potions himself. But Hermione took Loki's words the wrong way. Not just her but most people. How much? Why is he speaking like he has an ancient wraith just trapped in his basement waiting to be skinned alive? Hermione exclaimed in panic, and her reaction wasn't that far off from the others too. Snape frowned while Sirius and Fleur shivered a little at the implied meaning. It was reinforced once again into the people of the Tarot Club that Mr. World wasn't a normal person. Especially Dominic, who had idolized him as the apex shining knight of justice who fought against the madness that lingered in the dark. Hermione finally gathered her wits and spoke calmly. I would need about 10 grams. That's all. Mr. World asked. He genuinely sounded disappointed since Loki hoped that Hermione would purchase more of it in case she made a mistake brewing the potion. That's all. What am I going to do with more? Make a fabric out of it? Why does he sound like it's a waste of his time? Does he deal in a black market of wraith skins in bulk or something? That's all. Hermione nodded firmly. Mr. World then simply nodded as he explained, you can pay me 35 galleons for it. 35 galleons. Hermione almost exclaimed but managed to tone herself down when she remembered she was sitting next to a god. Mr. World nodded softly as Hermione was forced to decide if she'd pay so much or not. I only have about 300 galleons saved from working at Hogwarts Honest Mill. Humph. Loki doesn't pay me well at all. Shouldn't he give us a pay raise depending on how well we do and have been doing? Albeit reluctantly, Hermione finally nodded her head in agreement before Mr. World accepted the trade. Loki did read Hermione's thoughts and it suddenly shocked him. This. Am I becoming like Dumbledore? Not paying my employees well? Is this the curse of becoming the leader of a secret organization? I should do something about this. And so even though Hermione nodded her head in agreement, Mr. World spoke again. Actually, why don't we finance it? You can pay me 6 galleons every month for 5 months. Hermione's eyes widened as she quickly pulled on tighter shields around her body of heart and mind. She hadn't felt anyone read her mind and calmed down as she attributed it to being the keen insight of Mr. World since he was an angel, but even if it happened, she accepted it as her own mistake and simply nodded, albeit reluctantly and with a little anger. It caused Loki to laugh a little but he didn't say anything else. Chapter 454, Request. The Tarot Club ended soon after with Loki sending everyone away with a wave of his hand. Loki himself left the Sapphira Castle after making up his mind about what he was about to do next. Once outside, he pulled out the Marauder's map and searched for a fancy name he hoped to spot. There you are. What are you doing at the Black Lake so late in the night? Are the merpeople awake? Loki didn't delay his task any further and quickly left in search of his target, and to his luck she hadn't moved a single step away from her position on the map since Loki had last seen her. Luna. Loki called out as he walked up behind the girl who was dipping her feet in ice-cold autumn waters. Luna turned around, enabling Loki to see her perpetually surprised expression as she gazed at him with her moony eyes. Loki. Luna said, standing up quickly as she walked up to him with a slight skip in her step. Loki smiled when he saw her like that, especially when he spotted her holding shoes that looked exactly like the ones he'd transfigured for her 2 years ago. They were completely dry. What are you thinking about? Here at the edge of the Black Lake. So deep into the night. Luna looked at the lake with a mysterious smile before turning around to look at Loki in silence. Fine. Fine. I get it. Keep your secrets. I need your help. Loki said with raised hands, accepting defeat. Luna stayed silent but a strange glimmer shone in her eyes as Loki said that. It might not have been clear to anyone else, but Loki, who had worked with or rather around Luna's eccentricities, knew that she was interested. And so he didn't waste any more time as he started explaining his problem. I'm currently in the process of giving a very weak soul a new body. I need it for a ritual. Something to do with the abyss, so I can't tell you very much about it. I want you to stitch the bod dash. Where is it? Luna asked, interrupting Loki, which caused him to smile since he liked Luna keeping it short and to the point. Loki waved his hand and tried to conjure a fog wall to try and isolate them. The gray fog around him thinned out as it spread into the air, covering both Luna and Loki, to stop anyone from divining anything about it all before he spoke lightly. Follow me. I can't show it to you here since other people might be listening. Luna noticed the air turning foggy, but since she wasn't able to figure much out about it, she simply nodded after attributing it to a strange anti-divination spell and started to follow Loki back up the castle where he guided her to the room of requirements. Luna was bemused when the wall turned into an ornate door with several detailed figurines carved onto it and began to examine them closely, but she had to stop when Loki pulled her into the room of requirements. Loki hadn't brought her to the room with all the founders in it, he'd brought her to a room that looked similar instead, since he was comfortable with the room's layout and needed a room that could shield outside interferences. Loki quickly flicked his wand and caused a large gunny sack to appear out of thin air. Loki had just used his wand as a cover for bringing the body out of the Sapphira castle. He then dragged the large gunny bag in which his own body was floating around while tossing another ring towards Luna which contained the weakly joined shattered soul of one Tom Marvolo Riddle. Loki pulled his body out of the gunny bag. It had Tom's face on it and Loki did it to tell Luna. That's the body, that's exactly what he should look like. Luna stayed silent as she examined the body first, noting that it was kept in its best condition and didn't seem dead in any way. Do you think it is possible? Loki asked with a little hope since he was prepared for an outright rejection on the matter. Luna didn't respond. Instead, she calmly began to examine the soul inside the ring. She spared not a single glance more for Tom's body even though it looked young and fresh, as if someone had only recently acquired it. She didn't even question if Loki was involved in shady matters or if he was the reason the person in front of them had died. She skipped them all and carefully examined the soul. What Loki didn't know was that almost as soon as Luna saw the mess, her eyes never paused on the damage done to the soul. They widened slightly because of how it was tinged with darkness and madness. To her it felt like the abyss itself had touched it and it made her believe that Loki was telling her the truth that he couldn't reveal more about the matter without keeping her safe and sound. But seeing Luna's face morph into a frown after a few minutes of continuous examination, Loki assumed the worst. And this is not possible, Luna said as she looked Loki dead in the eyes. But Loki asked since Luna's brows were still furrowed, showing that she was feeling discomfort about something regarding the situation. Once she saw Loki paying attention to her, Luna continued to explain, it is not impossible because of the amount of damage, but because the soul itself has given up. It doesn't want to live anymore. Loki's intuition was right. Things were much more complicated than they seemed on the surface. Loki frowned at the information and tried thinking of a solution immediately. Will it be possible if you advance to a higher sequence? Loki asked since if it was possible he would try and help Luna grow stronger so that she could force Tom to live, for however short an interval he would be alive before he was sacrificed again. Luna kept frowning as she studied the fragmented soul for longer before she turned to Loki and spoke in a solemn tone. I do not think a soul that has given up on itself can be brought back, Luna said, shaking her head. Is there anything you can do? Loki asked with a last bit of hope. But when Luna remained silent he finally sighed with acceptance and nodded before. As long as you get closer to the soul within, as long as you bring it hope to live, you can make it want to return. I can form a connection in between this thing and you for you, Luna said, holding the ring open on her palm. Loki frowned since this meant a whole lot of things that didn't particularly feel good. A connection on the soul level. I'm not too worried that it'd do something to me since I'm much stronger than him when compared to this soul. But it's still risky. Especially since I don't really have much to protect my soul with and because forming a connection would involve not only exposing my soul to a weak Tom but also Luna. Loki frowned as he concluded this point and he carefully examined Luna with a sharp gaze. Loki hadn't revealed all of what he had revealed on a whim. Loki had done it because he knew well that if things took a turn for the worse, he could at the very least suppress Luna for long enough that he could steal her memories of the incident. He also trusted Luna to a certain extent because of her nature and affinity to eccentricity, but his own strength was what gave him the confidence and divinations. And yet while he knew that she wouldn't do something wrong to him, he did feel a little worried about accepting, since exposing one's soul wasn't to be taken lightly. I should be able to come up with a way to defend my soul on the surface level by making an item or asking Walberga for an item that can do the same, but with Luna here I doubt there is a way to directly give her access to my soul and protect it from her at the same time. I guess I have no other option for now. So, Loki nodded. All right. But you'll have to dash. Before Loki could finish his words, Luna was already at it. With a simple snap of her fingers, Luna caused Loki to feel a sharp pin prick on his chest, right where a fluffy ball of white sat and reigned supreme in the surrounding gray. Loki almost instinctively retaliated but held himself back at the last second. Damn Luna. Crazy much. Loki shouted in his mind, as he started containing the shock of what had happened. It is not good to curse at other people inside your mind. Loki heard a stray voice speak to him inside his head, causing him to feel a little surprised. Luna. Loki tried joking around but it didn't land on anyone. Luna didn't speak anymore and instead focused her full attention on the ring in her hand. Loki saw her drag a random ethereal thread out of his own soul and pass it through the ring like she was threading a needle. And the effect was almost instantaneous. Loki first felt a small pain that he expected to pass over like the needle pin prick from earlier, but instead of reducing, Loki suddenly felt like his world had ended. All around, no matter how he moved, breathed, or even looked, all Loki felt was pain. Loki was sure he was screaming on the floor, rolling around and trying to maintain his sanity while convulsing. But he could feel none of it. All he felt was a fall of pain that erupted from every corner of his body. It was as if he was simultaneously being exploded from everywhere. Luna dash. Loki's line of thoughts cut off and all that remained was pain. Chapter 455, Trick. Luna concentrated on the ring in front of her while working on it with all her focus. Blood began to leak out of her mouth, forming a thin stream as her pale eyes trembled in waves of small tremors as if she was being continuously bombarded by an internal earthquake ravaging her body. Luna's eyes constantly flicked between the ring and Loki himself. Loki's eyes were closed and his entire body was mutating, his skin started to solidify like marble and his eyes started to change into clock dials. But Luna flicked her fingers almost as soon as each change happened, making them vanish for a second before they started to reappear by overpowering her abilities. Loki's mind was fried. Pain was a personal concept to him in this moment. He had so much of it in this moment that it felt more like his world had been absolved of everything other than pain. Moving from point A to point B. That was just measured in how much pain it took to get there. Thinking one thought over another. That couldn't be measured. Not because it was too fast or painless, but because he couldn't think of anything except the pain he was facing. It felt like his entire mind, conscious and unconscious, had been consumed by pain. Like every single aspect about him had been dissolved into it. Loki's mind raged to break free, but he couldn't think of anything other than pain. Meanwhile, a single soul gained clarity inside a new world. The new world was completely white and had nothing in it. It felt like it was something out of the world and its laws. It was as if this new place was created to foster a canvas of paints that would dictate how it progressed. The young piece of soul started scanning around for any changes in this ever-white place with a little bit of confusion before the silence in its ears was interrupted by a shrill ringing scream that pricked its mind. The boy followed the screams to a stray corner where another young boy was kneeling on the floor, vomiting out a continuous fountain of blood as he tried to withstand whatever he was facing alone. A smile formed on the boy's face as he picked up the short white pointy bone wand that was on the floor and spoke in a humorous tone. "You didn't think I'd turn the tables like this, did you, Loki?" Even though Loki didn't stop screaming, and even though it was unclear if Loki was able to hear the young boy speaking to him, the boy continued. "Ha! You're squirming like a worm because of such little pain. Foolish. How stupid. To think that such a stupid fool was my captor. It truly shows just how lucky you had become in the first place. You're nothing but a measly worm that thinks it owns the universe. But this, even this is not enough pain for you to face redemption, and so dash. Crucio." A thick beam of green light shot out of the wand that the boy carried and struck Loki's back. Almost instantly, Loki's body started spasming as all the pores on his body opened up to leak blood. Everything on his body turned a deep shade of red while the pool of blood he was in started to expand and become larger, painting the canvas of the world in red. The boy looked at his own reflection that appeared in the boy's blood and smiled devilishly. His hands pushed the wand he was holding lower as the beam that tortured Loki slowly became more and more concentrated, taking on a hue of near black because of how bright it was as Loki's body spasmed like it was on the electric chair. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the boy stopped. Did he die already?" the boy asked as he looked at Loki whose body had long stopped spasming and now played dead. "TSK. How weak and pathetic." The boy looked at his blood-stained shoes and quietly walked away, moving in the endless expanse of whiteness with purpose, as if it were a familiar place, trying to leave. If I'm not wrong, it should be somewhere around here." The connection the girl made was hidden, but not hidden well enough. Not enough from a great wizard like me. The boy waved the wand he picked up around like he was conducting an orchestra. Occasionally a pulse of his spirituality would escape out of the wand, ringing around the white space and highlighting objects around him that were invisible to anyone else like echolocation. It was only visible to him, and he made full use of it since the moment he spotted a strange object at the edge of his sensory vision. He smiled. "That's it. Now I just take over her body. Foolish student, thinking you can take over my soul so easily, trying to control me, the master of magic. Such a pity that she'll likely die though. Someone with her capabilities would have been useful. Perhaps I can make use of her beyond her characteristics once I leave Hogwarts." As the boy walked towards the door-like portal that was visible to him, he spoke out loud. "I wonder what my other half is up to. I wonder if he recognized that I was being used against him in the fight. I wonder if he was killed and I need to start from scratch. Surely Lucius should be able to provide me with funds." The boy finally reached the door and placed his hand on the doorknob, but just as he was about to turn it open, he stopped in his place and gave the doorknob a second glance. "Ha! You thought I'd fall for such a simple trick. But this just goes to show how clever the little girl truly is. Can I save her for later use? I will only be able to use her body for a small amount of time if I do. I could sacrifice another student in the castle if my other half has perished and then escape from the castle. Perhaps I could even take on a teacher if it came down to it." The boy calmly pointed the wand at the doorknob before chanting rapidly. "Reducto." A sharp thin blue light shot out of the tip of the wand and slithered towards the doorknob, landing on it with 100% precision as it was obliterated in a flash of light. Except when the light vanished, the doorknob seemed perfectly fine. But the boy wasn't disheartened, he gave a broad smile instead. It's good that my skills haven't gotten rusty. The boy then wrapped a layer of his spirituality over the doorknob and examined the layer of runes that had shown up. The reductor curse had broken much of the defenses and left only the physical doorknob still intact. A true testament to the boy's skill in using the curse. The boy finally sighed happily and turned around to look at the endless white space. He spotted the barely recognizable bloody body of his previous captor in the distance and smiled a little. With a flick of his wand, he transfigured the entire body into a simple coin that was pulled towards his hand and stuffed into his own pocket. That should do it. A nice trophy for a victory that not even my other half could achieve. The boy finally put his hand on the doorknob and then opened it with a soft click. There was a bright light that engulfed the boy as he stepped through the door, vanishing into what looked like nothingness before another person reappeared in the white space. Loki pulled out his wand and flicked it lightly. Seriously? 100 more? How many times did the bastard tear his soul apart? Well, on the bright side, at least all of him are dumb enough to think that they're killing me and opening the door to freedom instead of an even longer life of eternal slavery. Too bad I couldn't do all of them at once, it's probably hard for Luna to hold on. I should do this quicker. And with those words, Loki vanished from his spot. Chapter 456, Soul Stitch. Mrs. Cole. Tom voiced as soon as he opened his eyes. A woman, slightly old, with short blonde hair and a thin face with all her features creased to be impeccably sharp, stared down at Tom with a kind smile. Yes, Tom. It's me, do you remember me? It's been so long. Tom's eyes widened and he felt slightly bewildered. M-I-D-E-A, no. This can't be. He wouldn't have let me die. He would have kept me tortured. The woman frowned and she walked closer to Tom and held his shoulders. Tortured? Who, Tom? Does someone want to hurt you? You know you can tell me about it, right? Tom's eyes quivered but he soon firmed his gaze as he stepped away from the woman and spoke in a harsh tone. You couldn't do anything to help even if you tried. Don't be so harsh to judge me, Tom. Tell me. Perhaps I can be of some help. Tom's eyes hardened further and he spoke in a cold tone that seemed to cause Mrs. Cole to flinch with shock. You never did anything to help me in the orphanage when those children did their best to bruise me or call me a monster, did you? Why then do you suddenly care about me now? No, Tom the Dash. Enough. Tom interrupted the woman and flicked his hand like he was holding an invisible whip. The woman's mouth was sealed shut before an invisible force grabbed her short blonde hair and pulled her backwards like she was a doll. Before anyone could do anything to stop the crime, the woman's spine broke and she was snapped in half twice, first at the base of her spine and the second time at the base of her neck. Her body collapsed as her eyes turned hollow and she started looking at the endless white expanse around them. Was this an illusion shown to me by that girl Loki asked help from? I need to get out of here. Scanning around the area after Mrs. Cole died, Tom started searching for a connection to the outer world. In another similar white space, Tom looked at the three bullies who were standing in front of him with smirks on their faces. Shocked Tom. One of the bullies asked while Tom gave them a scrutinizing glance. You're alive. No. That can't be, I made sure to kill you, I still remember the cold rocky island I took you to. The bliss that coursed through my body when I took lives for the first time. I felt on top of the Dash. Enough of your yapping, Tom, this isn't the outer world anymore. This is the afterlife. And we've been assigned to be your torturers for eternity. Your bad deeds have caught up to you now, haven't they? Tell us, Tom, just how bad have you been? In another white space, Tom looked at the ghost of the girl that was floating in front of him with a frown. Myrtle. Myrtle looked at Tom with narrowed, angry eyes. How do you feel, Tom? Knowing that the soul you split apart after killing me has fallen into my hands to judge. In another white space, several Death Eaters formed as they knelt on the floor and pledged their allegiances to Tom as he tortured them for abandoning him for a few minutes before searching for a door again. In another white space, Luna appeared and Tom struck a bargain with her to allow him to escape from this place and be free of Loki's eternal torture. Several other illusions created by Loki appeared in the white space created by Luna as he tricked each and every piece of Tom's soul into tricking them into rejoining with their other selves in an attempt to leave the space Luna had trapped them in. Each one used simplistic tricks like making Tom think he was in control of the situation or that Luna was on his side because she pitied how Loki had treated him until now. But each time Tom exited the space and rejoined with the other pieces his soul had been torn into, it was Loki that grew happier. A few more pieces. I hope you are holding on well, Luna. Loki spoke out loud randomly, knowing that Luna could hear him loud and clear. And soon, before anything else could go wrong, Loki smiled as he saw the last piece of Tom leaving the area Luna had trapped him in. But even as all the pieces of Tom's soul gathered together with the intent of freeing themselves for another chance at life, Tom failed to reconcile himself. Almost instantly, as soon as Tom's soul fragments rejoined, he instantly became a victim to insanity. It was Loki's plan and the sole reason he had played around with trapping Tom inside an illusion. It was so that when all his pieces would rejoin he'd be trapped in a boiling pit of confusion where he'd have to sort out through his thoughts about the reality of the situation. Loki looked at the squirming Tom's soul that was rapidly deteriorating into a furry creature that reeked of the beginnings of a devil and spoke calmly. "Luna, you can pull me . Even before he could finish his sentence, Luna brought Loki back to his body, or more appropriately out of his soul space. Loki regained balance in moments before turning to look at Luna, who was still looking at Tom's body with full focus while her nose and eyes bled. Not wanting to disturb what came next, Loki stayed silently on the side as Luna quickly, under Loki's gaze using spirit vision, pulled out Tom's completed, yet still incomplete, soul from the ring and slowly began to stitch it back together. Her skill was unparalleled when compared to anything Loki had seen Nicholas or Prenell ever do. Loki kept a stern watch on the operation and helped Luna wherever he thought Tom was about to regain control by simply manipulating the fool's body of heart and mind and amplifying his confusion by slipping in incoherent thoughts of random illusions. They wouldn't have had much effect on a normal Tom since Loki wasn't of the spectator pathway. But given how Tom was already fighting for control to decide which among all that he had experienced was real and which was not, plus Loki being a sequence 4, gave him an advantage and allowed him to delay Tom from regaining his sanity by simply pressuring some uncooperative parts using his divinity. He kept it hidden from Luna, of course, not just because he disguised it with the grey fog, but also because Salazar Slytherin was still preventing information about the 3 pathways from being recognized. But because of Loki's cruel interference, as more of Tom's soul was stitched together with each other by Luna, he started exhibiting signs of loss of control. He began to morph and mutate continuously, making Luna's job harder since she had to keep herself safe from the corruption but also stitch Tom's remaining soul pieces at the same time. But she kept at it while Loki kept sharpening the edge between loss of control and sanity for Tom's body of heart and mind. Loki did feel slightly afraid of Luna's clear skill, which meant that she had worked on things like this several times before, but he would ignore it for now as long as Luna ignored what he was doing. A little bit of mutual benefit never harmed anyone, did it? Neither Luna nor Loki considered the sanity or the cruelty of the situation they were in. They both remained focused on the task ahead and, after what felt like a couple of hours, during which time Loki kept wiping Luna's sweat that collected over her brows, Luna was finally done. Loki, however, wasn't done. He quickly uncorked a flask he was carrying on his person and unloaded its contents down the throat of the body that had now fully changed to become Tom. Luna saw the potion and whispered sweetly, "Death's leak." Loki looked at her with a little surprise that she'd gotten the potion name simply by looking at the color or rather the lack of it, even though it was her own made-up name, and nodded. "Indeed. It is the draft of the living death. I hadn't known you were into newt-level potions, Luna." Luna remained silent as she observed Tom, and before anything else could happen, she quickly pulled out her butterbeer cork necklace and tied it around Tom's neck. Noticing Loki's confusion, Luna explained, "Just in case the Nargles want to get to him." Loki remained confused but nodded anyway. Didn't she just help me in torturing him? Why does she suddenly care about Nargles getting to him now? A/N, we crossed 150 power stones. Let's go. Extra chapter tomorrow. I hope you have fun reading. Chapter 457, Untold Betrayal. Walking up to classrooms 2 to 21, Loki walked up to the only couch that was there as a remnant from the time Loki ran a fortune-telling booth in the same room. There's someone else working. This late. Hermione. Loki was too tired to care and so he collapsed onto the couch and soon fell asleep, only to be woken up what felt like only a few seconds later by Hermione poking him with her wand. "Loki, wake up. It's time." Loki's eyes flickered as he almost felt like he dreamt himself awake. He looked around for a few seconds before his eyes landed on the batch of newspapers that filled the room. And as soon as they landed on the paper, Loki's eyes widened as a wide smile crept up onto his face. "You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe that you finished the articles before the end of the week, Hermione. Nice job. We couldn't even finish the main article we had planned." Hermione pouted with a frown as she fidgeted with her wand. "Are you sure we should do this, Loki? You know it would get us on everyone's bad side, don't you?" "Bah!" Loki exclaimed while throwing his hands out, "Who cares what the fools think? And they'll think what we want them to think once we have all the proof regarding the Pink Toad's involvement anyway. If they don't, I have enough money to throw at their faces if they decide to rebel." Hermione still kept her frown and Loki could easily see she was worried, so he threw his arm around her shoulder. "Tell me, what are you worried about?" Hermione stayed silent for a few seconds and spoke after some thought. "It's not that their hate towards us that worries me, but that she might use the Ministry's influence to do things that question our credibility if she even gets a whiff of what we're planning for her. What if they misinform everyone about us to try and discredit us?" Loki looked at Hermione's body of heart and mind, analyzing her surface thoughts as he studied how she was thinking about the things she'd overheard at the Order of Phoenix meetings that she had taken part in over the summer, before responding. "Don't worry about that. There are other more important people that'll be at Fudge's ankles as long as he tries to do something too drastic. It might be a bad short-term decision for our reputation to run this article, but in the long term people will trust us more. Hermione looked unconvinced. Who exactly will be on Fudge's ankles? I'm pretty sure even if Professor Snape weighs in on the matter or even Professor McGonagall, we won't be able to save our ruining reputation. Loki smiled with his tongue sticking out a little. I mean, you know, well, you'll see anyway. Maybe I should tell you before you learn about it through other sources. Oh God. Speak already. Hermione complained, slapping Loki's hand that was over her shoulder. Fine, I mean what I'm trying to say is that my summer wasn't as lackluster as it usually is. Well, it usually isn't lackluster, but this has to do with my house. House? I thought you were an orphan. You lived with your cousins, right? You even had that little sister who you said was also going to be a witch. Oh. Did I? Loki panicked internally but came up with a clever excuse. I don't exactly live with my cousins. I mean, that girl was just a little girl in the orphanage I help out at during summer. Orphanage? A hint of tenderness slipped into Hermione's tone. Loki nodded. Well, but what I was telling you was that I'm currently adopted, like my adoptive parents, or rather, Grandma will be on Fudge's ankles since I sort of kinda sold a large part of Hogwarts' honest mill to her for her protection. Seeing Fudge's name be used directly by Loki without any fear calmed Hermione initially. It made her feel that since Loki wasn't afraid of an old man, she shouldn't worry much about it too. And above all, Hermione felt like Loki was right since Dumbledore had already revived the Order of Phoenix and had started to try and tackle the situation to bring it to an advantageous position for the white side. Loki picked up a paper and inspected it, taking note of all the fantastic pictures that Luna had physically edited along with Colin Creevey. He studied the wonderful lettering Hermione had chosen to accentuate certain points and make them more visible while also appreciating his own arrangements of the various articles. That was when Hermione's eyes widened suddenly. Wait a second. You sold Hogwarts' honest mill. To whom? Why didn't I hear about this? And Grandma? Did you get conned, Loki? Did someone use the Imperious Curse on you? Or did you accept to be adopted so that you could wait until she died and then use her family inheritance to help Hogwarts' honest mill to expand? Clever plan but not very good. You should have at least told me about it. Do I mean so little to you? I thought we started this thing together. Hermione pushed Loki away as she fired all of her questions faster than Harry could cast Expelliarmus at every needed opportunity to battle the unblockable killing curse. Loki sighed. He moved closer to Hermione and then calmed her down by petting her head. Of course, Hermione wanted the situation to be serious and deftly dodged Loki's hands, but after a few seconds of continuous misses because of Hermione being clever about it, Loki simply stole her thoughts for a second. Normally Hermione would have been startled about it, but since she was having such a rush of thoughts in her head she missed it completely as she froze for a fraction of a second when Loki caught her. And once he did, Loki started to aggressively rub her hair so that it turned even more bushy and annoyed the girl. Although this annoyance managed to replace her intermediary shock and surprise, there were still tears in her eyes because of what she perceived was betrayal. And so Loki spoke calmly but with all sincerity and gentleness. I haven't sold it, yet. Shoo. Listen to me first. Hermione glared at Loki but he ignored it and continued. I said I sold it because I doubt you'd not agree with me. Especially since the name of the person who is supporting us is too large to simply ignore. Loki stopped there to be a tease, and deciding to bite the bullet Hermione took a deep breath in and released a hot breath out before locking eyes with Loki and asking him a simple question whose answer she would use to judge his actions. Who's it? Loki looked at Hermione and spoke with an unmistakable smile. Walberga Black. What? A pureblood family. What will they think of me, a mudblood? I'm sure they'll ask you to remove me. And then they'll take over and fill this newspaper with their stupid propaganda too, and then it'll all be just like the Daily Prophet once again. Hermione paused, her eyes blinked in confusion for a few seconds as her triad stopped before she locked eyes with Loki again. Who did you say it was again? Loki's smile widened. Walberga Black. The oldest and noblest house of Black. Hermione's eyes widened like she'd just witnessed a miracle. Chapter 458, Makeup. You've got to be kidding me. Hermione whispered in horror as she looked at Loki with a gaze of disbelief. But what about me? I'm a mudblood. I haven't heard good things, if anything, about Sirius's mom from him. He always said that she loves dark magic and supports Voldemort, didn't he? Loki completed. Hermione flinched at the mention of Voldemort as dark memories resurfaced but remained calm-headed nonetheless before looking at Loki with unblinking eyes indicating her curiosity. Well, Sirius wouldn't be wrong, in a way, but that's only 'cause it seems that way to everyone else. In truth, she's a sweet old lady who is just out to do the best she can for her kids and the Black family as a whole. Hermione kept staring at Loki silently, unable to believe a word that came out of his mouth. She still does use the term mudblood though, but to her, it's more a curse to use for the bottom dredges of society that torment others and leech off of them, rather than a term for good people. Evidence? Well, she's pretty good with kids too. The children in the orphanage love her, most of them are muggles. Hermione wanted to launch at Loki when he said that Walberga did use the term mudblood, but when he said everything else, it made her hatred simmer out. So Hermione took a deep breath and slapped away Loki's hand from the top of her head before opening her eyes once again as Loki asked her a question. So, do you want her support? To take down that pink toad? It'd be very beneficial for us. And I promise you I won't let anyone take away your rights to the newspaper, ever. I'll write it into the contract too if that suits you better. In fact, I'll just do it even if you don't want it so that you know I have nothing to hide. PPPPSSSSHHHHHHH. Hermione deflated like a leaking balloon and collapsed into Loki's chest. So that's a yes? Loki asked after some silence and Hermione simply nodded in his chest. And by the way, Loki started saying something again which caused Hermione to flinch, but she calmed down quickly. Wouldn't you think that a person with such a punchable smile should get the best punch we can afford? Asterisk, Hermione choked and quickly calmed herself, before scolding Loki by punching his shoulder. No way, Loki. You must respect her. She's a teacher at Hogwarts. Yeah, and the only thing I've learned from her till now is how to smile like an idiot all the time. And even that Lockhart was better at. You know what, I think I enjoyed Lockhart's dramatic dramatizations more than Miss Pink Fudge's textbook reading classes. Hermione smiled and nodded before her eyes turned moist and she frowned again. I wonder what Daphne would have told us if she was still here. Oh, don't remind me of that. She'd have probably just remained silent and ignored her until she did nothing to her. But wait a second. What if this pink pig touched Astoria? Oh God, that would have been so much fun to watch. Just imagine. She'd probably have stared at her so hard that she'd have burnt holes into her. Maybe even cursed her with calamity for her entire life. Hermione laughed a little, agreeing with Loki about it, and quickly wiped away her tears before settling on the couch Loki was just sleeping on. I did the printing this time, it's your turn to manage the deliveries. Hermione complained as she dropped her head backwards and promptly fell asleep. Loki looked at Hermione with a slight smile on his face as he pulled out his wand and made a few quick flicks as he used the ink pot in her bag to do something a little silly before he left the room quickly to manage all the deliveries for the end of the week. After a few hours when Hermione woke up, she looked out of the window to estimate the time and realized that it was already late in the morning. Oh no. Did I miss breakfast? I hope I'm not late for my first class. It was Professor Snape's class. Hermione quickly pulled out her pocket stopwatch, looked at the time and sighed in relief. It seemed like she'd woken up early by habit. It was just one of those days the sun was acting weird because you'd lost track of it for a long time, so she quickly packed up her things before walking to the Great Hall, deciding that she'd schedule in more breaks to curb her exhaustion. Now that we have the Black family as our backer, we should be able to hire more employees, right? Good job, Loki. I'll be taking my paid vacation soon. As she packed her things, however, she noticed something off. Why is my ink pot out? Did I leave it out after all the work last night? I probably wasn't in the right state of mind after that revelation from Loki yesterday night. With her packing done, Hermione walked towards the Great Hall. On the way she passed by several girls but frowned when she found them laughing while pointing at her for some reason. Eventually, she met Luna, who was jumping around the halls and looked like she was having fun while doing so. Don't run in the halls, Luna. I might have to dock points for that from Ravenclaw if I see you doing that again. Luna paused, froze, and looked at Hermione inquisitively. She slowly walked up to Hermione with her wide eyes and analyzed what she was seeing. Her gaze continuously shifting all around Hermione's face. What's wrong? Hermione asked patiently, wondering if it was just another quirk that Luna had picked up from somewhere. Is something on my face? Luna shook her head. I did not know you had Nargles following you too. I'm happy that you're not paying any attention to them. They multiply when you do so. Hermione frowned, but knowing Loki's insistence on treating Luna normally, she sighed and just nodded. I hope you'll stop running in the halls, Luna. See you later. Hermione walked to the hall with a prance in her own steps as she started remembering that the newspaper she'd worked so hard on was coming out today. It was always a joy for her to see her works published for the world. But Professor Umbridge's article, it'll take some time to gather all the evidence. But will they like it? I hope we don't get in trouble for it from Professor McGonagall. But I think it felt nice writing such a piece. I should do it more times in the future. With her self-reflection done, Hermione stepped into the Great Hall and began walking towards her usual spot on the Gryffindor table. Except with each step she took, she realized that the hall was turning more and more silent. But her thoughts kept her occupied. Oh. I forgot to congratulate Loki that he now has a family. Is that even something you congratulate others for though? Wait a second, if Sirius is Harry's godfather, what is Loki to him then? Eventually, she reached her seat opposite Harry and Ron, but they were looking at her with wide eyes as if they'd seen a ghost. A/N, my schedule is going to be wonky for a while, close relatives have visited home. Sorry to be a bearer of bad news, but maybe you're up for another mass release. Let me know. Thank you for reading. Chapter 459, Revealed. The Hell Dash. Hermione almost screamed but shut herself up by slapping her hand on her mouth as she looked at her reflection in the plate Ron was holding up for her. Instead of her face in it, she saw a girl with several ink masks drawn on her face. The ink wasn't directly on her face and was hovering a few centimeters away from it as if held by an invisible power. The face mask disguised her as a sort of humanoid rabbit that had tall bunny ears and a pointed nose along with fake teeth that stuck out of her lips a little. In any other scenario, Hermione would have likely glossed over the mask, possibly even praising the artistic talent of whoever made it, but when the mask was following her head around as she moved it to get a better look at it in the shiny plate, her mind exploded with anger. Hermione's thoughts buzzed around wildly before locking onto the only person that she was sure was responsible for this. Loki. Hermione's eyes scanned the crowd in the Great Hall before they locked onto the simple boy sitting at the Slytherin table along with others like Tracy and Astoria who were all holding back their laughter while Loki was whispering into their ears. Hermione blushed in embarrassment before quickly pulling out her wand from the pocket in her robes. Except just as she was about to fish out her wand after fumbling to pick it up a few times, a lady in a pink cardigan walked up to the table with a sickening smile, causing the entire Great Hall that was buzzing with comments to turn silent. Her heels clicked loudly before they came to a stop when the lady reached Hermione and stopped in front of her. She looked at Hermione and pinched her chin to pull her face in her direction, before moving her head around to examine Hermione's face like an item on a shelf at a shopping mart. She moved Hermione's head around for a good minute before she looked around the hall with a calm gaze. Hermione was about to pull up her wand and undo the obvious animated transfiguration spell Loki had used on the ink mask to either stop them by banishing them or just use the freezing charm to get them off her face without letting it stain her face or her fingers. It's all right, Professor Umbridge, I can deal with Dash, Hermione started but was forced to stop because Umbridge interrupted her. Mr. Loki. You will attend detention in my office at 3 in the afternoon today. Umbridge said softly, the silence in the hall allowing her high-pitched tone to reach Loki's ears clearly. All the heads in the hall turned towards Loki whose brows lifted. Loki turned to look at the teachers' table and found that the teachers were all frowning, clearly not wanting to get in between banter that was clearly between good friends. Loki then scanned the faces of the students in the Great Hall and saw them all similarly confused, and so he voiced his own confusion. And please do enlighten me, Professor Umbridge, why am I going to have a detention with you? I mean, I know my company can be charming, but you can't in good faith to all the other pretty girls in the school carve some time from my schedule for yourself, can you? Several students had to hold their hands in front of their mouths to avoid spitting food onto their benchmates. A few even snorted hard enough for food to be pushed up into their nostrils. Yet Loki kept his stern gaze fixed on Umbridge, with not a hint of a smile on his face as he did so, as if he hadn't just delivered a joke that had caused even Professor McGonagall on the side to laugh. It's all right, Professor Umbridge, it was just a bit of food dash, Hermione started, but was interrupted by Umbridge once again. One is not allowed to use magic outside the classes in the halls, Miss Granger. You ought to know that. Aren't you a model prefect? Hermione froze a little when she heard someone accusing her of breaking the rules, as did the other Gryffindors who were suddenly looking at Umbridge like she'd done something impossible and worthy of being framed in the great halls of Hogwarts as a forever legend. Had he not known better, Harry had the strong urge to stand up and clap at this miracle. Umbridge then turned away and looked at Loki again. Mr. Loki, you will be attending detention today, if you don't I shall deduct points from Slytherin. Suddenly, all the children in the hall started frowning, feeling that Umbridge was stretching the small incident to an extreme that none of them liked. Although untold, it was always a rule at Hogwarts that as long as students didn't do anything too dangerous like breaking the laws about not messing around with the taboos of transfiguration and not hurting each other in any irreversible ways, it was all right to have a bit of fun. What else were students going to do trapped in this otherwise bland castle? There were only so many times one could slide up and down the grand moving stairs or eat Bertie Bott's every flavor beans as your friend tossed it to you while you were on your broom. It was why Quidditch was such a popular sport along with Arcadia Royale. These things essentially allowed students to pass their otherwise academic days with a bit of fun and joyous tension. Hermione frowned. She knew that Umbridge had stepped on a landmine and was going to instantly become heavily disliked if she continued on the path she was going, but feeling a little sorrowful because of her future hit piece on her in the Hogwarts Honest Mill, she was about to admit that she had done this to herself for fun. Except Hermione. Don't do anything. Hermione heard Loki's voice whispering in her ears. She felt like the wind had carried his voice over to her and delivered the news itself. Hermione's eyes widened not only at the remarkable magical spell involved in doing this, but also because she realized that Loki was doing this because he had a plan in mind. Except she knew her hunch about his plan was rather crazy. He's going to use this to involve the Black House, isn't he? Her eyes instantly locked on Loki and she saw him flash a bright smile before opening his mouth to speak directly to Umbridge. Loki's tone was sweet, almost mimicking Umbridge's own while his smile was just as sticky as hers. It was as if Loki had embodied Umbridge's spirit in that moment as he spoke the next words. Of course, Professor. I understand that I have committed a grave error. I shall pay by attending your detention. Everyone in the hall shivered at Loki's words. For it not only made them feel like something terrible was going to happen to Umbridge, but also because Loki looked eerily like Umbridge herself in those moments. It felt like he'd pulled out her essence and distilled it to its perfect form before throwing it back at her. Snape was the only one who smiled, however, as close to a smile as he could get, which was just a sneer. Umbridge frowned but said nothing else and smiled quickly before speaking softly. It is good that you understand, but since it took you so long, 5 points from Slytherin. Thank you, Professor Umbridge, for guiding the great Loki Black on the right track. Chapter 460, Surprise Deduction. The entire hall fell into a blunt silence. Harry nearly stood up if not for Hermione's timely intervention to keep his bottom glued to the bench, which caused him to awkwardly fall forward into his plate, but his quick reflexes saved him from being pied in the face. Everyone looked at Loki with surprise, even the teachers felt a little bamboozled. Snape was especially shocked as his eyes looked like saucers. Astoria on the side was so surprised, but she quickly recognized why Loki hadn't appeared at her sister's bodiless funeral. It was probably because he didn't want to turn the funeral into a show stage for his own adoption into the Black family, so only Walberga appeared. But what surprised her even more was the way this could be interpreted. It could mean that even though Loki could have appeared by himself and made it a political show, Walberga was replacing him. It meant that he wasn't just simply adopted randomly, it probably meant that Walberga valued him deeply. Very deeply, since most nobles knew about just how strict and ruthless Walberga was. Her name didn't bring nightmares into people's dreams simply because she was a sequence 4 of the Sleepless Pathway. It was because everyone knew crossing her meant immediate death. When Walberga had vanished from view during the last few years, the black market had suffered heavily from internal conflicts and violence. It was clear that ruling with an iron fist so perfectly displayed Walberga's skill in managing the black market without letting a single unplanned massacre occur. And so when she did return by making herself visible in the Greengrass family's funeral, everyone was surprised. Of course, Walberga had taken permission from the Greengrass family to appear, otherwise she risked souring their relations, but since no one knew if she had actually died or was just secluded for some strange advancement ritual, her reveal wasn't as big a political stunt as Loki being adopted. It was at most a show of face. To tell the world that she was alive and that she's still around even though her presence had been hidden. But this too had a big enough impact. So much that the other noble families that had tried gaining control over the darkness of the wizarding world all gave up and had come to sign a natural non-aggression pact that would be followed by everyone dealing with darkness. Walberga's presence terrified them and as such made them fall in line. But that wasn't all. The main reason Astoria was terrified was something else entirely, as she blamed herself for not putting 2 and 2 together, even though she had all the pieces of the puzzle with her all this time. How could I have missed this? I'm so stupid. Sis wouldn't have made such a silly mistake. Astoria's brain was currently fixated on the reason behind the war breaking out in the underworld in the first place. Obviously, a simple disappearance of Walberga wasn't enough to make everyone turn into rabid dogs trying to tear flesh off the bone dangling over their heads. What if it were a trap from Walberga herself? So every noble family worth their salt had done their due diligence, using every possible divination they could to determine if Walberga would actually return. And as such, they'd all collectively decided that it was Walberga's time to die. But Loki is different. He was able to cure me. Cure me of a sickness that had been passed in our blood. Cured a blood malediction. Of course he had a cure for whatever had caused Walberga to disappear. I should have put this together long ago. And when Astoria reached this conclusion, her mind was open to the only possible plot that this conclusion revealed. It means that some true god is supporting Loki. Especially since Loki's interference with Walberga's life went undetected by any divination regarding her death. A terrifying gleam appeared in Astoria's eyes that no one noticed. Wow, Daph, of course your taste was the best. Will the promise of giving him your crane truly come to fail? Will you really not come back into the frame, sister? On the other hand, Professor McGonagall was panicking because of Loki's complex situation. She was initially worried about Loki, wondering what the Black family would do to Loki once they knew that he was a mystery prior pathway beyonder. But once she thought about Sirius, she gained some confidence in the fact that he would be able to keep Loki safe enough, at least until she could reach the scene to save him. But then she remembered that the Hidden Sage was supporting Loki and gained even more confidence. Since surely the Hidden Sage, which had turned Loki into a beyonder, would protect him, right? As such, McGonagall began to worry about which side Loki would choose. Loki had never been greedy for mystical knowledge, and as such McGonagall had never aggressively tried to introduce him to such knowledge because he was still not even a mid-sequence beyonder in her eyes. There was time to train him when there were several other important things to consider right now with Voldemort's return. But this had also never developed a very close bond between her and the boy. Which meant that now that Loki was adopted by a very powerful family with eons of mysticism knowledge that stretched far beyond what McGonagall could give him herself, would he succumb to such temptations? Would Loki finally give in and allow himself to be used like Walberga did with Regulus? Especially when he'd already kept such big news a secret to himself until now. I need to inform the headmaster about this. McGonagall's eyes firmed. The other Hogwarts students, especially Malfoy and Ron, were frozen stiff since they couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Yet in the midst of all this confusion, Umbridge's expression remained unchanged. Loki did spot her muscles twitch, but it was so faint that no one else realized. Especially since Umbridge was likely of the spectator pathway, which meant that she could control herself better than most others. Umbridge spoke calmly after that, all students are the same at Hogwarts, student Loki. Seeing Umbridge refusing to acknowledge his title as a member of the Black family, Loki spoke calmly. Of course, Professor Umbridge. Loki said calmly, but then he continued, I hope you're just ready to inform Lady Black of this. I don't want to tell her myself, you know, lest the matter turn into an issue that we both wouldn't want to deal with. After all, Grandma Walberga cares for me very much. Umbridge's eye twitched visibly now and Loki worked hard to hold back his smile, making sure to mask his expression with the help of an illusion too. But after another bout of silence, Umbridge spoke calmly, I will do so, Mr. Black. But I expect to see you in my office this evening, is that all right? Her stiff expression had given way for a genuinely kind smile. It made everyone in the hall instantly develop a deep revolting sense of dislike for her. It was clear to everyone. As long as Umbridge found worth in anyone, she wouldn't fail to try and lick their boots. A professional bootlicker. Sure, Professor Umbridge. I shall visit you for tea. We have a lot to chat about after all, don't we? Loki said, mimicking Umbridge's smile. Chapter 461, Haunted. There were two soft knocks on the door that grabbed Umbridge's attention. She put down the teacup she was using with a soft clink and looked at the door with a practiced smile. Come in. The doorknob turned slowly before the people on both sides of the door heard a soft click loosen out of place the latch that was keeping the door closed. The door, however, didn't open slowly after that. It almost felt like a miniature storm had been kicked off as the door opened with force enough to blow the fuzz on Umbridge's cardigan along with the bow clip on her short hair, which loosened a little as it bravely fought against the wind until it was laid to rest in her teacup with a satisfying plop. Umbridge's smile turned into an invisible frown, one which looked like a smile that only your best of friends would be able to decipher was a call for help, not just because of the losing fight of her hair bow clip, but also because she laid her eyes on a person she didn't like to see very much. But her frown transformed into a smile. It wasn't good to let your previous mistakes haunt you forever after all. Good evening, Professor. Am I on time? Or am I on time? I mean, I'm sure you know I'm on time since I've come to share tea with you. Loki said in a jovial tone as he quickly flicked his wand and closed the door behind himself. You must not use magic in the halls, Mr. Black. Umbridge said, trying to gain a hold of the rapidly sinking ship of respect in the situation as she tried to command Loki into being what she desired him to be. Loki's head snapped in her direction, but just as Umbridge was about to feel happy that she'd finally gotten under his skin, to drag him into her playing field, he spoke again. Ah. I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't think I would frighten you with my wand. I understand that your skills aren't as good as mine. It's all right. Nothing to be shy about. Umbridge's cheeks turned as rosy as her dress. Her hands trembled and her palm tightened its grip on her wand. 17 points from Slither Dash. Before Umbridge could finish her sentence, Loki's wand flicked. Oops. I'm sorry, Professor, that was a mistake. I was trying to shut that annoying fly that's flown in through unfair means. I didn't mean to use it on you. Oh dear. I apologize from the bottom of my heart, Professor. Loki said with a smile as he sat down in the chair opposite to hers. I hope you understand your position, Madam Umbridge, Loki said, folding his hands and resting his chin on his fingers. Umbridge immediately frowned after freeing her mouth. You are overstepping your boundaries, Dash. Do you not get it, Madam Dolores Umbridge? Loki interrupted again. Leaning even closer to Umbridge's face while she stared into his eyes with a sharp glare. Loki got up from his seat, walking slowly around the table until he was behind Umbridge, where he relaxed with his hand on the table as he stared into her eyes blankly. Umbridge saw Loki's polite smile directed at her, which caused her to feel a little uneasy, but she quickly switched to her calm state as she began to act as a spectator. The change didn't go unnoticed by Loki, but he completely ignored it. Instead, he leaned in closer to Umbridge's face as he spoke in an eerily calm tone which caused small ripples of palpitations in Umbridge's heart. Madam Umbridge. I have a proposal for you. Umbridge kept her eyes steady and locked with Loki as he continued to speak while she analyzed him. He is confident. Very confident. No, this is not a proposal. It's a choice. No. That is wrong. This is arrogance. He is arrogant. To the point that he disregards me as a worm. as something that cannot affect him in any way. It's a choice for you to switch sides. Either you chose my side willingly, or you lose your ability to make choices from now on. Such disgust, it feels like I'm back at the ministry once again, back to the time when I had freshly graduated out of Hogwarts. How disgusting. I decided then that I'd never let anyone make me feel like this again. And so he has to pay. Umbridge had finally had enough of Loki's arrogance as she quickly transformed a part of her hand into one covered by dragon scales, increasing its hardness as she grabbed Loki by his neck and slammed him face first into her mahogany table. Loki's nose cracked under the pressure as did the table, but Umbridge's grip was relentless. It held Loki with force enough to stop any air from going down his lungs, which forced him to open his mouth and try and take large gasps of air to feed his burning lungs. A sinister smile showed up on Umbridge's face as she saw Loki struggling in her grip. She enjoyed the view for a few seconds as she heard Loki's gasps for air and felt a glimmer of joy burst forth in her chest, but it soon stopped and turned into a frown when. How dare you scratch my precious table? Umbridge seethed with rage when she saw Loki's nail dig into the table when he tried getting himself a breath of fresh air. Loki tried to helplessly kick her as she kept pushing on his head, causing Loki to hear several cracks from his skull as he desperately fought against his vision darkening. Loki's thoughts slowly started to devolve from clear-headed thoughts of ways to escape his situation by fighting against Umbridge into a mental panic that bordered on insanity and hopelessness. No. Don't lose consciousness. You can't give up. Just push her away and it'll all be fine. She's weaker than you. She can't be stronger than you. Hashtag you dollar, and, dollar, hashtag, at. Umbridge gained great joy from watching Loki's thoughts spiral, especially when the light in Loki's eyes slowly dimmed as she continued to cut the circulation to his brain. Her eyes glowed ominously and within moments, Loki was still. He had clearly fainted, but it wasn't clear if Umbridge had also smashed his skull enough for pieces to be stuck inside his head and damage key blood vessels. Umbridge finally pulled back and slowly wiped her hands using Loki's robes. Trying to get rid of all the surface-level scratches that had appeared on her hands as Loki tried to tear her dragon hands away, and all the blood that had stained her hands from smashing his head so hard. Blue dash. Before Umbridge could do anything else, her eyes widened as she looked at Loki. Loki's blood was already pooled all around him. She'd killed enough people to know that this was not normal. She hadn't nicked any of his arteries. There shouldn't have been so much blood around him. His eyes, although hollow and totally white, were staring right into her panicked eyes. Loki's head had turned a full 180 degrees while Umbridge took quick steps backwards to distance herself from Loki as he floated away from her desk and followed her. When her back touched the wall and the cool tiles touched her neck, Umbridge snapped out of her shock as she quickly stretched her hands outwards and snapped her fingers. Mind storm. Umbridge attempted to trap whatever was coming after her in a storm that would obliterate its mind had it been a normal student. For perhaps, Loki had turned into a wraith because of sheer force of will. It had not happened to her before, but there was a first time for everything, right? Umbridge calmed herself as the case was clearly supernatural and it mattered not if a silly student was going to be erased because of her cunning plans being an impetus that set these actions and reactions into motion. Except. The zombie-slash-wraith form of Loki still rapidly floated her way. A few marks of the mind storm that Umbridge had created did show up on its body, with blood leaking from its orifices, but its speed never slowed down. In fact, it only sped up. Within moments, Loki was on Umbridge. His blood leaked onto her pink cardigan, staining it red as she desperately tried moving through the wall that was stopping her while blanketing her in fear as the undead started to shroud her in darkness. Chapter 462, Triple Agent. Umbridge's eyes kept widening in fear. Her heart raced and her fingers clenched into a fist. Her nails dug into her palms as blood freely spurted, escaping in the form of trails from the gaps between her fingers. Loki's ghostly body started to move closer as all the light around it started to flicker. There were short bursts where the light fought back against the deeply encroaching abyss, but it all looked futile. The light just couldn't bear the weight with which it was being dragged into an abyssal pit from where it could not escape. Umbridge gulped audibly and pushed herself against the wall, going as far back as she could. Umbridge tried her best to keep her thoughts steady, but a drum of fear kept beating inside her mind as she felt her thoughts be consumed by what felt like a tide of misguided expectations. What's happening? In Hogwarts? Is it his doing? No. It can't be. Or is it? Or is it some other professor? Is it Snape? Is this an illusion? Why can't I calm down? Placate. 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 Umbridge tried her best to regain her sanity. But as if something was pumping fear into her blood, it felt like she just couldn't bring herself to think rationally. In this fire of insanity, Umbridge's mind gleamed a spark of freedom. I just need to run away. Umbridge quickly extended her hands and snapped her bloodied fingers. Psychological invisibility. Umbridge waited with a panicked expression as she froze her breaths, holding them to make sure that nothing could break away her psychological invisibility. She pressed her back fully against the wall. making sure that none of her clothes even brushed against the fingers of the freaky spirit hovering in front of her. And it seemed to have paid off. For a moment the spirit seemed to freeze in confusion as its eyes rolled around frantically, trying to figure out where its target had escaped to. Umbridge's breath returned as her shoulders heaved in relief. She closed her eyes to calm her thundering heart as she patted her chest to make it slow. Except just as she opened her eyes, she found herself staring into the deep abyssal eyes of something she didn't have the time to recognize or understand. And before she could even scream or fight back, Umbridge collapsed. Loki took a deep breath while tapping his cane on the floor as he leaned in closer to Umbridge's body to examine her. The spirit that resembled him had vanished a few moments earlier after it had served its purpose as Loki tapped Umbridge's head with the tip of his cane. "She's not dead, is she?" Loki murmured while probing her continuously until he saw her nostrils flare as they tried taking in steady and deep breaths. "All right, she's just unconscious." With that done, Loki started to work his magic. "Although I can't be as good as someone from the visionary pathway, I'm pretty sure this is not too terrible," Loki said as admired the cluster of runes that was hovering above his palm. While the runes would look complicated to most, to Loki they were arranged in a rather simplistic manner with a single purpose. Loki carefully inserted the cluster of runes into his own body of heart and mind. Almost instantly, Loki felt a bundle and collections of thoughts flood into his mind. These thoughts constantly hammered away at his sanity as they tried to drown him under their worldviews. Fudge and the White Lord are useless. The real and greatest person is Mr. Error. Mr. Error is the greatest. All serve Mr. Error. No one else compares to Mr. Error. Mr. Error is the strongest. Mr. Error is the only person who deserves my love. As those thoughts hounded Loki's mind, he slowly pushed the cluster of runes that had already begun dissolving into his mind deeper and deeper, until they finally slipped out of his conscious mind and slipped into the sea of subconscious. Loki then quickly pulled out his wand and drew a rune in the air with it. It was a simple rune, yet was one that most people would fail to recognize. It was the rune associated with the error pathway. A curling snail-like shell with 4 clocks in the cardinal directions planted on its body. The rune detached from Loki's wand as it fluttered down and landed on Umbridge's pink pillbox hat. The rune submerged into it without leaving a trace, only stopping when it touched her body of heart and mind. With the rune as an anchor, Loki peeked into the sea of subconscious closer to Umbridge's mind as he directed the rapidly deteriorating bundle of thoughts that he had created towards Umbridge's mind. He tied them together with the anchor that was the symbol of the error pathway, making sure that they wouldn't spread. Umbridge remained unconscious throughout it all as Loki looked at the room around him. The room was in its pristine condition since much of what had happened was just an illusion, since Loki wanted to test if Umbridge was of the sort to willingly turn to him, or if force was necessary. As such, when he realized that Umbridge had already firmly chosen sides, he knew that keeping her conscious would only serve as a liability because he couldn't trust her with what he was about to do. Perhaps showing her his strength might have swayed him towards supporting Mr. Error. But that would also risk her informing other people about it. And what was to say that someone else couldn't just similarly sway her once again? As such, Loki aimed to develop a servant rather than a follower relationship with Umbridge. So he planted compulsions deep into her mind so that she could no longer betray him of her own accord, and if anyone else tried to clear her of the corruption, Loki would instantly know of it since he used the error pathway symbol. It would be harder to even spot the symbol in the first place since Salazar was still confining any information about the error pathway. To top it all, he could even access Umbridge's mind if he wished by going into the Sapphira Castle since he had planted the rune associated with the error pathway into her mind. The symbol, however, wasn't a brainwashing item. It was more like the flick of a switch, which would allow him to make Umbridge think that he was also Mr. Error's follower until he wished so that he could get information out of her, before flicking it back to make her forget if any of it ever happened. With everything finalized, Loki floated Umbridge to her chair and quickly cleared up everything around the room as he sat opposite her and flicked his wand before calmly inserting it into his wand holster. Umbridge's slump head turned pivoted on her neck, as her eyes flickered around for a few seconds in which Loki closely examined her for any signs of rebellion or calling out for help. But not finding any, Loki cleared his throat. Ahem. Umbridge's eyes locked onto Loki's position instantly and her lips morphed into a frown. What did you do, Mr. Lodash? Loki noticed that everything was fine and flicked his hand under the table, releasing the hold on the compulsions he had imposed onto her in her sea of subconscious. I'm a supporter of Mr. Error, Professor. Are you not one too? Mr. Umbridge was about to speak with a frown, but all of a sudden as if something within her had unraveled, Umbridge spoke with vigor. How can you take his name so casually? The Lord must be respected. She sure has good boot-licking skills. Loki rolled his eyes but the meaning was lost on Umbridge. You must pay for this in Deeple Dash. Umbridge was about to continue speaking like a paladin of Mr. Error, but she was stopped when Loki interrupted her again. Do tell me what has been going on with Minister Fudge. Based on your information, I will have to make a decision if you will be assigned to the same post to spy on Minister Fudge again or if your position will be changed to help our Lord better. Oh, and make sure you don't ever directly take the name of the person who is the headmaster of this school when you're talking to me in the context of our Lord. Replace it with something like the White Lord or something similar. Umbridge had a soft, unwilling, and confused expression, but she started speaking nevertheless. Fudge plans to overtake and overthrow the White Lords. Chapter 463, Keys. Loki left Umbridge's office after flicking the switch in her mind, making her forget what had happened. He also made sure to implant false ones using his illusions and the same trick as before so that she wouldn't suspect the sudden jump in time. It took time to do, but it wasn't very hard because he had Umbridge's express help to know what would fool her and what wouldn't while she was in Mr. Error is Great state. Loki spent the rest of the time calmly, telling to people nothing about the detention since he wasn't supposed to be able to. After which, Loki entered the room of requirements since he had had a simple idea about the founders in there. Loki was looking at the last 2 crystals that remained in the room of requirements. So, it's Helga Hufflepuff and Godric Gryffindor. Loki mumbled. Loki knew he could see a lot more now that he was a Sequence 4 and so he wanted to examine the crystals once again. While their astral bodies were clearly visible, Loki's gaze traced the other thing that was stored in them. And it was as he believed it to be, something that could possibly unravel the reason behind why the founders had been forced to sleep in these crystals in the first place. Loki didn't have a concrete understanding of what he was seeing, for now, but he could vaguely sense what was going on with his newly enhanced spirit vision. Instead of there being only a single target in each crystal, a single soul he could steal, Loki could feel the presence of 2 targets within each crystal. One of them was strong and dominant, a soul that he was sure if tried to directly touch would simply obliterate him, the soul of a true god, but there was a second faint soul in each crystal too. No. It isn't right to call it a different soul. It's more like a will. A remnant will. Corruption from the original creator. But that would only happen if they became pillars. So they were trying to suppress the pillars from awakening within them. Did they already have their respective spherotes? Rowena did have access to the Chaos Sea, so perhaps Helga Hufflepuff was one of the God Almighty pathways. What about the others though? But Salazar and Godric Gryffindor are in the same group, are they not? Why did both of them have to sleep then? Were they doing something to share the burden between the 2 of them? Can you even share a spherote? Loki couldn't place his finger on it yet, but he was sure that he was getting very close to the true answer. But why did it take them so long when it took Klein only a few years? These guys have been asleep for about 1,000 years if I'm not wrong. Loki stared at the last 2 crystals for a while before changing his track of thoughts. Alright, now that I'm a Sequence 4 I can pretty clearly see the items that are linked to their revival. Loki could vaguely see a thin thread of fate connected to the crystals themselves. It was as if someone had locked them from the outside and these items were the key to unlock them. There was no rune work on them, as in the locks weren't magical in the traditional sense of the wizarding world. The crystals were clearly, in Loki's perception, made up of some sort of beyonder ability that was continuously being enforced. It was likely built using a high-level item of the Justiciar or Black Emperor pathway, possibly even their uniqueness. And since Loki was too weak to currently contend with such a high-level item directly, he was still forced to look for the items that would unlock these time capsules. But the advantage was that now he knew exactly where he would have to look for these items. Loki traced the 2 strings that were connected to the crystals and smiled since one of them was in the exact direction he'd expected it to move in. The string that Loki had predicted pointed straight in the direction of the headmaster's office. I knew it. Gryffindor's item is that sword of his. But that is also probably the hardest item for me to gain since I'll have to trick Dum-Dum and steal that item from him. Where does Helga's item go to anyway? It points in the direction of Diagon Alley if I'm not wrong. Loki quickly closed his eyes and performed a simple divination. The location of the end of the thread connecting Helga's crystal. Loki repeated the statement 7 times before entering cogitation to let his body roam the astral world to glean information that he would otherwise have to spend a lot of time to figure out. Loki's vision darkened momentarily. This isn't how it used to be when I performed divination with the Ring of Hardash. Loki froze. He very clearly felt something pass its gaze over him immediately as he began the divination, but the gaze passed over harmlessly. Loki's breathing remained hitched the entire time. He relaxed for a second, mentally sighing in relief, but panicked once again. Not just because of something noticing him immediately, but because he couldn't stop his divination no matter how hard he tried to quit and wake up. It was as if something had forcibly held him down. As if to say, look. This is what you came here to learn, isn't it? So, look. Loki tried everything he could. He tried to steal his consciousness, his astral body, which was currently roaming the spirit world for information, the position he was at, the position of whatever was holding him, everything. But nothing worked. Loki's mind started rushing with a flood of thoughts that increased his state of panic, but almost immediately something calmed his mind, as if the immense waves his panicked thoughts created in his body of heart and mind had been forced to break and disperse by something strong and heavy. Loki realized that he wasn't about to die just yet, and stopped resisting when he realized that he couldn't fight or even figure out what was happening. So he did the next best thing he could, watch what was happening to understand who was controlling him. Several thoughts passed by Loki's mind. Perhaps this is the same person that messed with my memories regarding my plans for Voldemort at the end of last year. Will I lose my memories again? Is this what happened last time? But he got no answer. The dark vision soon changed and Loki found himself staring at an elaborate and ornate golden door. The door is rather unique, but it still gives me the feeling like I've been to a place like this before. Why do I know this place? Loki's memories flashed past his mind as he slowly remembered where he'd seen something similar. The Philosopher's Stone vault which was broken into after Hagrid emptied it. The door patterns are similar to the picture in the newspaper. Gringotts. Loki's eyes scanned the place and quickly landed on the number etched into the gates themselves. Vault number 212. Chapter 464, A Considered Step. The vision shattered and Loki was soon back in his body. His shirt was drenched with sweat as he flexed his fingers while trying to keep himself from losing control. Salazar. Or Rowena. No, that did not feel like them. And why would they even do such a thing? Loki quickly looked around himself to try and understand what had just happened, but he was reluctant to delve into understanding something he didn't understand yet. He had the feeling that as long as the entity that had stopped him wanted to let him know more about the situation, it would have let him know more. But since it hadn't disclosed any information about itself other than that it was a vast void of darkness, Loki refrained from actively forming theories regarding it. So he took deep breaths and slowed down his rapidly beating heart before drinking some chilled water to calm down. Loki's eyes finally stopped trembling before they settled on Helga's crystal. I guess I'm freeing her first. I wonder what pathway she's from. Vault 212. I wonder whose vault that is. It's got to be the vault of someone close to Voldemort, doesn't it? Can I steal it through this connection? Loki wondered as he extended his hand in an attempt to trace the end of the thread connected to the crystals as he twisted his wrist. Almost as soon as Loki tried to do so, he felt a small barrier brush against his theft and stopped immediately. Loki frowned as he opened his eyes and thought for a few seconds. A barrier? It's not like I had expected it to be unprotected, but to keep it protected from my theft means that if I stole it I would be alerting Voldemort about another one of his souls going missing. Should I do it anyway? I could, but Voldemort might have something nasty planned for me if I try and force myself to steal the item. Either way, I could try and study it. Loki activated his spirit vision once again and began to trace the thread connecting the crystal and its key. And with a flick of his wrist immediately attempted to steal what lay at its end. Except this time when he felt himself brush against the barrier, Loki focused all his attention on the thing blocking him and tried to understand its nature. He couldn't exactly look at its runes or the components that construed it, but Loki could feel the rather oddly timed patrols it did around its surroundings to keep whatever it was protecting safe from harm. And so Loki began to diligently study the way the barrier protected his prized treasure to figure out how he could trick it without setting off any alarms. I see, so it's a blood barrier. Only someone with blood from the family can open it. Anyone else touches what's behind it without their presence and it'll snap and send whoever placed it a warning about it having been breached. I could have tricked the barrier if it was close to me by rearranging some of its runes. But from so far away, it's impossible. Even using sequence 3 beyonder characteristics won't help me since it doesn't enhance my perception, it only allows me to manipulate what is already around me. So I'd have to be physically present in front of the barrier to manipulate its structure and trick it into thinking that the item is still being guarded by it. So the question stands. Do I steal the Horcrux right now? Or spend enough time fooling Voldemort into believing that his Horcrux is safe and well protected? Loki didn't have an immediate answer for his situation, so he simply performed a divination. It is better for me to steal the Horcrux without tripping the alarm and alerting Voldemort. Loki repeated the statement 7 times and slowly opened his eyes to look at the topaz pendulum in his hand spinning of its own volition. Clockwise. Loki accepted the result without much question and found himself a seat to relax in the room of requirements. In the estranged silence, Loki's thoughts always drifted towards the mysterious entity that had helped his divination earlier, but he was always quick to distract himself from it. And while he had plenty of foul curses to throw at the mysterious being, Loki was treading cautiously since he didn't want it to retaliate against him. As such, Loki distracted himself with another important question. Summoning the error card of blasphemy in his hand, Loki looked at it with a frown. He filled it with his spirituality and watched with interest as the pages flipped until he landed on a page with an unassuming woman standing while looking at him with a professional smile. Loki was nearly 100% sure that the lady on the page could actually see him, especially since her eyes moved around to always look exactly into his. And it wasn't some sort of trick like the Mona Lisa's perpetual smile. Loki could actually see it move around the picture as the woman kept her posture and smile while maintaining eye contact with him. As Loki observed the woman, he could feel himself getting lost in the picture. It felt as if staring long enough would allow the person in the picture to take over his body without any trouble. Loki knew this wasn't what was happening at all. He knew that the picture posed no danger in any real sense. But it still strongly felt like it did. Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit. Loki's eyes scanned around the picture and skipped over the potion ingredients, before landing on the advancement ritual that was written neatly like a bold statement from a judge. Parasitize a fundamental force that is being observed by several higher-level beings. The higher the level of the beings deceived and the greater their number, the smoother the advancement. So I can drink this potion as soon as I get the ingredients or the beyonder characteristics after doing what I've got planned. But, for the next ones, where do I get these from? Is the only place the abyss? Loki felt a little nervous since the closer he got to going to the abyss, the more real the situation seemed. If Laura's husband has only been able to survive in that place because of the Turnsoist brass book, will I be able to survive without it? Especially if I have to fight demons while keeping myself away from her terrible gaze. Will illusory invisibility work? While I'm only going there with the help of an alchemical puppet. What if she has a way to harm me even then? Even though Loki had the protection and guarantee of the Flammels, things started to get more and more tense in his mind. Especially with the appearance of the sudden mystery being that was messing with him. Loki took a few deep breaths and calmed himself before summoning the key to the start of whatever was going to happen next. Tom's body appeared in front of Loki after he summoned it from the Sapphire Castle. Tom's body was still in a deep coma since Loki had practically fractured the boy's mind, forcing his brain to shut itself out to avoid the terrible pain it would feel if he were alive and awake. With the body in front of him, Loki quickly pulled out various ritualistic items to start the ritual he needed to conduct. Giving everything one last look, Loki nodded. All right, let's begin. Chapter 465, The Hidden Eye. Loki summoned all the things he needed for the ritual. The sequence 3 Blatherer beyonder characteristic he grabbed when he defeated Voldemort's Slytherin Locket Horcrux, Tom's soul which had been perfectly bound to his old body, but then he frowned. I don't have all the herbs needed to perform the ritual. I could get it from various places, but I can find the closest one. Loki pulled out his wand and used a modified version of the Point Me spell after appending the Hermit Pathway symbol to the end and clearly transferring his intent of the list of the herbs and potions he needed. Loki cast the short ritual. It was a ritual reminiscent of the ritual old Neil did to ask for money from the goddess to repay his debt. Even after becoming a demigod, Loki couldn't really see what his spells did and how they were connected to the Chaos Sea. But he didn't mind that much since he knew that if it were so easy, everyone in the wizarding world would have learned how it worked by now. However, since this promised there was another secret about how the entire system worked, it left Loki a little intrigued and curious. Perhaps Salazar had used his concealment abilities to mask the connection. Or they were using some other ability like the concealment of the full pathway using its uniqueness or sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. As such, Loki observed the spell until it was responded to and his wand tilted to point in a direction he was already expecting it to go to. Loki had directly asked Rowena Ravenclaw where he could find the list of ingredients he wanted. Professor Snape's private stash. Well, not like I didn't expect this, but I guess I'm going to owe Professor Snape a little for this, and isn't all this for the great cause of helping me? Helping me fight off the looming threat of the outer gods. So it's a good thing for him to do so. Maybe the wizarding world too has tax write-offs for business expenses. Loki quickly closed his eyes and sensed the exact location of the dungeons before locating the potions classroom and by extension Snape's private stash of ingredients. Loki was about to twist space and teleport the ingredients in the cupboard that he needed, but he paused at the very last second as he noticed a little demonic dog hiding in the shadows of the classroom. Huh. How come I never noticed this guy here before? Does Professor Snape hide him to keep track of anyone stealing from him? Oh. Was it this guy that flared my instincts when I and Sunny stole from his stash for Sunny's potion ingredients? As such, Loki quickly turned invisible using illusions before reappearing in Snape's office, and instead of moving to the cupboard and stealing the items he required from there, Loki walked over to a particular corner of the room where the shadows were the darkest. Loki's hand slowly reached out as he touched the shadow before his hand started to sink into the wall as if he were touching a deep puddle. Yet, the demonic dog inside the shadow didn't realize that Loki was present anywhere near itself. How curious. Loki thought as he touched the demonic dog in various places, examining everything about it with precision like a surgeon. This isn't a devil, it's the spirit of one. But, I didn't know that devils could become spirits. Are there more of this sort in the spirit world? How did this guy even become a spirit in the first place? Humans can become spirits either by drinking the chained pathway beyonder potion or by dying while having extreme emotions of regret and sadness. But devils becoming spirits? That ought to be rarer than a talking niffler, right? Loki then stroked the fur of the demonic dog while it looked around in confusion, trying to figure out what was going on with its tens of eyes each searching frantically in every direction as it tried to sniff and catch the scent of any intruder. But Loki was completely invisible to it. I didn't know Professor Snape was into cute dogs, is that why we have such a good rapport? Because we love animals. I should give Professor Snape some dog food this Christmas. After spending a little more time with the dog while making sure to keep stealing its thoughts of contacting Professor Snape regarding the matter, Loki quickly stole the necessary ingredients required for his ritual and returned to the room of requirements. With the ingredients arranged out nicely before him, Loki cast a glance at the 2 empty crystals that held the spirit bodies of Helga Hufflepuff and Godric Gryffindor before flicking his spirituality over a candle wick and kicking off the ritual. Loki said, lighting up the leftmost candle on the altar. I pray for the power of desire, Loki said, lighting up the centralmost candle on the altar. I pray for the power of the abyss, Loki said, lighting up the rightmost candle on the altar. I pray for the grace of the Devil Monarch's followers. Please accept my sacrifice and bestow the knowledge of the abyss and its secrets onto this mind. Sacrifice of the enemy you desperately hate, willingly given, calling to revenge and emotion of the devil, I pray for you to bestow your powers onto my incantation. Sacrifice of a high-ranked beyonder characteristics willingly given, calling to the horrors of the abyss, I pray for you to bestow your powers onto my incantation. Loki's incantation was clear and well enunciated, each word carried the required intent and proper care towards his targets. Except, to increase his chances of success, Loki was cleverly following the ripples of his prayer's call through the astral world, tracing and waiting patiently for the person who would come in contact with it to be manipulated into having a favorable impression of him. Nothing happened for a few minutes entirely. It was as if Loki had done something wrong and the ritual had failed to work its magic, making Loki wonder what was missing. Did the demons who were hiding die out? Maybe they don't want to come out because they fear that Voldemort might be watching them and will catch them when they do. Loki frowned but kept waiting since the ripples hadn't settled yet. They had traveled far around the planet but not everywhere yet. Since Loki wasn't a member of the door pathway, he didn't have complete comprehension of what was going on in the astral world, and this was just his guess, but it wasn't unfounded, especially since the astral world, like the spirit world, wasn't a one-to-one representation of the real world. So waiting was the only option available, and that was what Loki did. He kept feeding the ritual his spirituality while patiently waiting for a result. Did I do something wrong? And just as Loki was starting to doubt himself, a sudden clink caught his attention. In the vast ripple through the astral world, Loki's prayer had been intercepted. Loki turned his gaze in its direction, and to his surprise there wasn't anyone present there, no human, no devil either. The thing that had intercepted his prayer seemed to be a simple mystical item of some sort, and it wasn't the last. Almost immediately after Loki watched the item catch his prayer, several other clinks sounded simultaneously. Loki was confused, but he still patiently watched everything as the ripple spread out and started to light up various points in the astral world. It took a few more minutes, but by the end, Loki was sure about what he was seeing. Especially since he knew a lot more about it than most other people. As Loki observed it, the items all formed a simple symbol. The symbol was a pupilless eye and the contorted lines which represented secrecy and change. The symbol of the full pathway. So the demons are concealed using the full pathway, and not the darkness pathway. Or is it a mix of both? Interesting. Chapter 466, Alarms are better. The distances between the mystical items scattered around the astral world were all messed up. Loki could feel that each item was almost directly opposite to the other if he considered their positions in the real world. Yet in the astral world, they appeared to be just a few meters away from one another no matter what angle he looked at it all. In the first place, the symbol too felt special in its presence. The symbol of the peak of the full pathway didn't just feel like a simple symbol carved out of spirituality. No, it felt more like a puzzle that the knocker of the Ravenclaw house would ask its students, as if to say that the picture was the question and Loki had to provide it with an answer. But with this visible and recognizable, it was what troubled Loki about what he was seeing. What do I do now? Loki tried to study the mystical items that had come together from all across the astral world and formed the full pathway symbol, and felt confused. He couldn't even reliably steal them. Since the distance in the astral world was so wonky, Loki's theft range didn't seem to cover the mystical items even though they were right in front of him. As such, nothing's happening. Loki could only feel that the symbol was waiting for some sort of key to open up and move on to the next stage. Loki had a guess as to what he had to do at this point, but he found himself hesitating for the first time in a while, since he couldn't guarantee that his solution was correct without reading the runes on the items asking for the answer. Especially since revealing the answer was very risky for him to do so blatantly and openly. So Loki gave up. I should have planned this beforehand, but instead of doing it directly, I'll just pretend to perform a ritual. Loki quickly knelt down and set up a quick altar with 3 candles and lit them all up using his spirituality and prayed to the error god. It wasn't even a few moments later when an elaborate gate opened up in front of him after he used his deepened influence over the Sapphire Castle to respond to his prayer with the sequence 3 characteristic. Emerging out of the door into the astral world, Loki looked at the still waiting symbol of the full pathway and simply guided the gray fog to rush in its direction. And something miraculous happened. Instead of staying away like before when he tried stealing the items from far away, Loki suddenly found that the items were much closer and could be wrapped in the gray fog. Loki extended his hand to steal the items once again before they were wrapped up by the gray fog flooding out of the Sapphire Castle, but he failed still. This Did I make these items? That was the only reasoning Loki could figure out for the items being able to ignore his will so easily. But that means I'm involved in all this somehow. But I don't feel any spiritual significance at all. Before Loki could think much more, all the mystical items had been wrapped up in a thick cocoon of the Sapphire Castle's grey fog, leaving almost no room for anything to interfere with them anymore. Loki tried controlling the grey fog that had made those cocoons but failed to do so. This shocked him only more, and so he quickly shook his head to keep calm as he brought out Tom's body and laid him on an altar specifically prepared to keep him unconscious. The altar was blessed by Salazar Slytherin himself. Even still, Loki didn't trust Tom, so Loki embedded the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit characteristic into the altar to keep all thoughts of escaping away from Tom's mind. It included all other variations of the thought as well, like contacting Voldemort or trying to perform self-harm so that Loki's plans would fail, etc. It didn't work on checking Tom's mind. If it would have, Tom might have simply made a concealed compartment in his body of heart and mind in some twisted way. But Loki was one step ahead. The altar worked by measuring the deviation in Tom's fate. As soon as his fate deviated from being eternally bound to the altar, all his thoughts would be stolen and he would be forced back to sleep. With the altar and Tom set up, Loki brought out the last thing needed for the ritual to succeed. The potion that had been manufactured using the Sequence 3 Blatherer Beyonder characteristic and had to be dripped onto Tom's forehead for the rest of the month, counted from one full moon to the other, one lunar cycle. Then Loki finally left a vial of Walberga's blood at the altar since blood from a member of the Black family was also needed. Loki looked around the area for a while, performing several more rituals and setting up a multitude of mystical items in the area so that he could detect intrusions of any kind. Loki even made sure to leave a tricky trap that would destroy a worm of time as soon as anyone entered the area so that he would be notified of the intrusion as immediately as possible since he would feel a change in his mythical creature form. To anyone else, the entire setup would have seemed like an overkill. But to Loki, it all seemed very reasonable. Several high-level Beyonders were after Loki or at least his alter personas and he didn't want to take any risk. I'll be very mad if something goes wrong after all of this. Especially those mystical items wrapped in a cocoon of grey fog. They directly revealed the Sapphire Castle. Loki was only cool about letting them hang around in the area since the grey fog itself should have the effect of concealment. So Loki took a few deep breaths and made sure that everything was set up correctly before releasing a long sigh as he made his way back to the room of requirements. Loki sipped on his special tea to regain his energy and calm his mind as he took to turning his efforts towards his next task for the time being. I need to figure out where the damn Chaos Sea is. And so Loki started casting a variety of spells, studying each and every bit of runic circuitry in all of them to figure out how they were all connected to the Chaos Sea. He had the inklings of a method in his mind, but it wasn't very grounded in reality for now. As such, Loki kept searching for a spell that would meet his criteria. If possible, I could make use of a spell that had a rather long cast time so that I could hijack the intent of the spell with an intent that would hijack the Chaos Sea from the inside. I have no idea how I'll make sure the Chaos Sea is hijacked by my intent alone, but it's an idea, for now. Things would be so much easier if I had some way to connect directly to it. But I doubt the founders left behind any such convenient item. If they had, Dumbledore wouldn't have been doing such a silly dance trying to please me to learn the location of the Chaos Sea from me through Snape. Psi asterisk, and after this I have to figure out how to wake Helga up too. What are these guys? Children. Couldn't they have simply set up alarms to wake up at the right time? Wait, now that I think about it, why didn't they do exactly just that? Loki thought as he looked at the two last remaining crystals in the room with a frown. Will I ever know? Chapter 467, Important Announcement. Firstly, I will return in about 2 weeks. Due to medical reasons I have been unable to contact anyone. Sorry for the scare, I know how annoying it is to get a story dropped while you're invested in it. But I will finish this, I promise. Chapter 468, Astronomer equals Astrologer. Loki looked at the students in front of him with a confused gaze as he remained hidden under illusions. Given that the all-great Madame Umbridge had stopped allowing students to practice magic, Loki's hope of studying magic undetected while other students were busy in the Dadak class, where the most variety of spells were cast, went up in a poof of smoke. He didn't want to let her deviate from her original plan since he didn't want to alert either Fudge or godforsake Dumbledore himself, who had clearly carefully planned out Umbridge's fate. So now Loki had to make sure he kept his gaze hidden from the other more experienced and stronger professors as he studied the spells of all the students cast in their classes. Specifically in the Transfiguration class, the class where people used their spells the longest, where Loki had to make sure that his experiments went completely unnoticed by Professor McGonagall, who could easily detect someone using their spirituality in a matter of seconds. Loki's illusion skills only helped him to the extent of allowing him to hide his gaze and movements. It did nothing to help him hide his spiritual fluctuations to use his own spells or abilities to experiment with the magic that other people were casting. So hiding them from Professor McGonagall's gaze was something he could do willy-nilly, especially without the help of the grey fog. As such, with his little control over the thin layer of grey fog floating around him, Loki worked hard to keep his experiments hidden. But his results looked very unpromising as he had started to study all these spells. Not even other people's spells have any spirit threads attached to them. How then are they even recorded? Loki frowned, not knowing if what he was doing was wrong in some way or if there was some other method he was missing out on that was not allowing him to access the spirit threads. Did they use some concealment ability to hide them from normal view? Maybe they wanted to keep it hidden from the mystery prior pathway people and made it harder to detect it because of that. Loki went back to paying attention to the class studying as McGonagall taught them exactly how they could make elemental transfigurations. Not something as simple as turning water into ice or turning it into steam. No, McGonagall taught them all about how one could achieve transfiguration in a way that would give a solid object the properties of whatever element they chose. For example, what if you gave a solid object the properties of fire? Such that it started waving and flickering, licking the air like flicks of fire, all while making sure that it still retained its solid properties so that it could be picked up and held. What was this useful for? Well, normally not very much other than the fact that objects transfigured to hold elemental properties couldn't be unchanged armed to stop having them, making them semi-permanent unless they were untransfigured. But there was an important application, which was what the advanced classes taught next year to those who passed the OWLs this year. The application was simple: transfiguring your body to become intangible like air or fire would allow you to completely dodge the unforgivables without getting hit. Of course, not many could actually do this, but this was why it was done this year since the OWLs were this year and students' grades would decide if they could take this class again or not. This was made painfully obvious when Loki spotted students around him struggling to even transfigure a small cube of iron that Professor McGonagall had given them each individually, by giving it properties of any element they chose. Loki had long since transfigured his cube to flicker around like a ball of fire and was currently playing with Hermione, who had transfigured her cube by giving it the properties of water. McGonagall passed by and gave them both 30 points for their display. Hermione showed a smile automatically when she was awarded points, but in reality she too was wondering about something different, just like Loki. How do I digest my potion as an astrologer sooner? Digesting it by simply looking at the stars each night is too slow. What do astrologers even do? Suddenly Hermione felt snuffed out that she'd skipped out on her divination classes in the third year. You seem distracted. Loki asked as he lightly kicked Hermione's leg under the table. Hermione's eyes looked around in panic as she assumed she'd zoned out and that Professor McGonagall had asked her question and was waiting for a question before relaxing and looking at Loki with a frown. What? I just asked you why you were distracted. Sigh, it's nothing, I was just wondering about what'll happen to our teams this year. Loki's eyes widened and he too exhaled as he nodded. Maybe we'll be given our own teams to look after like Cedric and his team did for us last year. Hermione shook her head. But they too had 3 members, right? Yeah, but we're divination specialists. So perhaps the school will split us up into 2 teams that don't have any beyonders capable of divination. Hermione frowned and after a bit of thought nodded. That seems realistic. Of course it is. I can't be wrong after all. Hermione rolled her eyes good-naturedly before asking Loki a question that was rather strange. Loki, do you think there's a way I could travel to the moon? Like, could a person apparate there? Hermione was looking at the other students' attempts at transfiguring their cubes and she missed the look of absolute horror that appeared on Loki's face. Is she corrupted? Loki instantly checked Hermione for signs of any corruption, making sure that not even a single oddity was visible in any of her bodies. Just as the silence was getting awkward, Hermione turned to Loki to see why he was taking so long to answer such a simple question. But Loki recovered and simply smiled as he continued the conversation calmly, as if he hadn't been spooked out of his mind a few seconds ago. I haven't really tried. But why the sudden interest? And why'd you ask me? Hermione shook her head. Just asking. I asked since I remember seeing you teleporting away after, Daph, well, you know what I mean. Loki thought for a few seconds and then realized what she was talking about and nodded as he remembered teleporting away for a few seconds to try out the Disc of Wishes to revive Daphne. I do know how to apparate, but not even I have thought about teleporting directly to the moon with its help. It is possible to teleport to any location on Earth as long as you know the place well enough to be able to imagine it well in your mind. So you can go to the moon too? Hermione asked again with a little bit of excitement. Loki immediately activated his spirit vision to look into her body of heart and mind. She wants to teleport around space to act as an astrologer. How does acting as an astronomer relate to astrology, girl? But I guess she's getting desperate to grow stronger. Traveling the cosmos at her level is a no-go though. But how can she actually act as an astrologer? She could act more like Luna, looking at the moon and stars for guidance and sharing such guidance with her friends, though I think that might be a bit too much for her to pretend to do. I mean, she's the only person in the pathway currently. So changing the pathway to match her own personality would not change much, especially since she hasn't taken in any beyonder characteristics just yet, so the only remnant she needs to fight is that of the original creator, which isn't very strong right now. But to do such a thing she'd need authority over the entirety of the door pathway through its uniqueness or high-level beyonder characteristic. Waste of time, such a thing isn't very likely or possible to achieve. But I should warn her against attempting to travel into the cosmos without becoming an angel at the very least. A/N, hello, first chapter after coming back. Thank you for patiently waiting for me to recover. Kinda embarrassing to read this chapter now, it feels so bad. From the new chapters, after 20 more, quality and length should both slowly increase. Upload schedule will be 1 chapter for a few days before switching back to 2 and maybe even 3 if I'm free. Also, feel free to give me any critiques or writing advice you feel might help me improve the quality of my writing and your experience imagining my story. Thank you once again for being patient with me and staying here to read whatever I'm writing. Chapter 469, New Teams. Loki suddenly looked embarrassed as he gave Hermione a wry smile. What happened? Hermione asked with some confusion since Loki was completely normal just a few seconds prior. I mean. Loki looked at Hermione and then shied away once again by sending her a slightly embarrassed smile. Hermione's frown deepened but then her eyes suddenly widened. No way. You already. Loki nodded as his tone sank into a whisper so that McGonagall wouldn't come knocking on their table to dock their points. Don't tell this to anyone, okay? Promise. Loki asked, stretching his hand over the table. Hermione looked at it and placed her hand on it firmly. I promise I will never tell it to anyone else. Loki nodded and spoke in an ever softer tone, so low that Hermione had to lean in closer to hear him. I tried once, but the great sage stopped me. Hermione's eyes narrowed for a few seconds before her eyes widened in shock and absolute horror. Gria, great sage. Like the great sage? Loki nodded. Yeah, I've only told this to Professor McGonagall before, but the great sage helps me on my path as a beyonder and he told me earlier that going to the moon wasn't a very good idea. I don't know why, since not even Professor McGonagall could tell me anything about it, but I think it's better I follow them. Hermione frowned in thought but then a vague memory struck her. Didn't Mr. Moon tell us that the true goddess of his pathway asked Mr. Error for help in clearing her of corruption? This. Could it be this is why the great sage stopped Loki? You know something? Loki asked casually. Hermione quickly shook her head and spoke calmly. I'll try looking in the library to see if I can figure it out. I'll tell you if I find out more. Loki nodded and they fell silent after that for the rest of class. The week soon passed and it was finally the school's first Hogsmeade weekend. Loki moved to Professor McGonagall's office since she had sent him a private letter to tell him that he would be informed of his new teammates there and that he had to be early. Loki gathered there and without counting Harry and Hermione who were also in the same office, he spotted 5 new members. 2 of which he hadn't expected at all. Mr. Loki and Miss Granger, these are going to be your new teammates, you are being assigned as their team leader and you will look after them. McGonagall said, pointing at the 5 people on her side. Astoria was the first one to step forward and introduce herself. She seemed to be enjoying the look on Loki's face when he noticed she was there. I'm Astoria Greengrass, you can refer to me as Astoria. I'm of the monster pathway. I don't bite though. The redhead stepped forward after that. I'm Ginny Weasley. Glad to be under your tutelage. She won't reveal her pathway. Loki asked McGonagall with his eyes and she simply shook her head. You can assume she is of a pathway that enhances her physical abilities. McGonagall continued out loud. Loki nodded but his eyes instantly switched to spirit vision as he scanned Ginny Weasley, and if he hadn't immediately switched to his illusory mask, everyone would have seen exactly how Loki looked when he was shocked beyond belief. This. Did Tom do so much damage to her? I didn't even think that Dumbledore would let something like this happen. They never removed the excess beyonder characteristics that were implanted into her back in her second year. She's been a beyonder all this time. Sigh, I'll have to learn to deal with her. Loki then looked at Luna, but she only raised her hand and waved at Loki like she was greeting an old friend, and he didn't mind at all, even though Professor McGonagall seemed a little offended, but before she could say anything, the last girl stepped up. I'm Susan Bones. The girl said, while looking a little unsure of herself as she looked at Loki. Loki didn't need to peek into her mind to understand what was going on in it, and so he spoke calmly after extending his hand to shake hers. It's a pleasure to meet you, madam. Susan blushed since Loki was by no means average-looking, and so simply being greeted by him in such an intimate manner that followed noble tradition sent the freckled girl blushing. And to her fortune, Astoria interrupted. Where's my pleasure to meet you, madam? Astoria teased with her hand extended, mocking Loki as best as she could. Except Loki held her hand too. But before Astoria could blush, he spoke. I hope you're all right, Madam Malfoy. Everyone's eyes widened and Astoria quickly pulled her hand away from Loki's with a glare. Loki knew just how to push her buttons, and so he laughed lightly before Professor McGonagall chased away the strange atmosphere between everyone by clearing her throat with a soft ahem. Miss Granger, these two will be part of your new team, McGonagall said, pointing at Astoria, who looked a little dissatisfied to be separated from Loki, and the other new person. Loki looked at Hermione, whose nose had clenched up in a frown of anger and annoyance, and then at Harry before finally looking at the last person in the room, Ron. Ron looked a little guilty and embarrassed. Ronald Weasley, I'm from the Spectator Pathway, he introduced himself to Loki. Loki was surprised to say the least, and so he blatantly looked into Ron's body of heart and mind to understand why Hermione looked so annoyed with his presence regardless of his position as a spectator. Oh my god. He seriously told that to her in the face. And then didn't even apologize. How rude. But for Hermione to keep hating him for so long. There seems to be something suspicious brewing in the teapot. Kia. Should I expend a worm of time to parasitize some random item I can gift him and then spy on this teenage drama? I'm sure Tori will appreciate the news about gossip. Here's the portkey plan for your schedule, McGonagall said, handing over a small broken magnifying glass to Loki, who simply stuffed it into his pocket. The students then left the office in silence under McGonagall's careful watch, which ended with her speaking out her well wishes for them out loud. Once they were a sufficient distance away from the castle and on the path to Hogsmeade's Shrieking Shack, Astoria broke the awkward silence between everyone. So, what's the deal with you two lovebirds? Astoria whispered with a sly smile as she nudged Hermione while eyeing Ron. Loki screamed in his mind, I knew it. I knew Astoria had a sharp nose. Hermione simply rolled her eyes and looked at Loki, asking him to get Astoria off her back, but Loki only smiled in return, which caused Hermione to feel betrayed as Astoria continued to gossip with her one-sidedly. Once they reached Shrieking Shack and out of view from everyone at Hogsmeade, Loki pulled out the magnifying glass that was already buzzing with energy. Hands on this thing, everyone, Loki said with a smile as everyone quickly placed one of their fingers to make sure they left the place for their fellow comrades as they gathered around it with Loki. Once Loki was satisfied that everyone would get transported properly, he simply allowed the portkey to work as it could. Everyone was forced to spin around as they were all sucked down into a single point before vanishing from the place along with the magnifying glass itself. It took a solid few seconds as everyone saw the world spin around them before things started coming into focus. Blimey. That was worse than any portkey I've ever used. Is it broke? Shut up, Ron. Hermione said without regard for his feelings or emotions before she walked out of the room as usual and moved to Ethan's room for their assignment. Loki patted Ron's back lightly and moved ahead with Hermione, opening the door for her as he spoke to everyone. This is where you'll take your missions each time you leave Hogwarts. Ethan is your handler, so you better respect him or he might just send you on a mission that no one's ever returned from ever before. Loki added in a scary whisper which sent a chill down everyone's spines. Luna was the only one who looked confused as she mumbled. Isn't that nice? Since it means that we will come back from every other mission. To say the least, the mood Loki had built up tanked in a moment. A/N, hello. Thank you for reading. Have a nice time. Bye-bye. Go to my Patreon to read 20 advanced chapters for $3 if you miss this too much. Chapter 470, Mission, Newbie Orientation. Loki almost laughed at how clear-cut Luna's analysis of the situation was, and since he wanted to make sure that his juniors didn't go into their first mission depressed anyway, he leaned in to make the situation funnier. I mean, you aren't wrong, Luna, I did return alive from all my missions since I haven't angered Ethan. Really? Was it that easy? Ron asked softly. I mean, as long as you don't count the time when we fought a high-sequence demon where a saint was required to rescue us, the time when we were kidnapped by a high-sequence beyonder to be used as hostages by him for an evil ritual done to please an evil god which ended with us fighting Death Eaters, or the time we fought the Dark Lord, it was pretty easy. Loki shrugged casually, causing Ron to shiver. Ag, grow up, Ron. Ginny said boldly as she elbowed Ron as Loki turned around and walked away into the room. He was obviously just joking, Ginny said, but then Harry interrupted. I don't know about the demon one, but the one about being taken hostage and the Voldemort thing was real. Harry said, causing Ginny and Astoria to freeze and look at him with surprise. Seriously, they asked with their eyes wide. Harry nodded while brushing his hair in embarrassment as he pulled Ron along with him and rushed into Ethan's office. The girls followed behind them. Once inside the room, Ethan's gaze scanned each student in his office, which felt a little overcrowded now that there were 8 people in it excluding him. Once he was satisfied with his scan, Ethan smiled. The smile of the mutilated man was enough to raise hairs all around the room among the newbies. Luna was the only one who simply smiled back, which Ethan promptly ignored for his own sanity. Your mission for today is simple. Oh. Loki's brows raised. He had never heard Ethan describe a mission as simple. His intuition rang alarm. Southwest. He paid close attention as Ethan's smile widened. Your job is to guard the various entrances in the Department of Mysteries. Among the newbies only Astoria and Ron even had any idea what they were. Well, even Luna, if you considered her knowledge about Fudge experimenting with combining rainbow unicorns and Death Eaters to reach the secret source of magic to be true. And so most of them were confused. Ethan tossed over the file to Hermione, who grabbed it out of the air and ushered the newbies over to the next room where she would discuss everyone's jobs with them just like Daphne would do when she was around. Loki casually followed behind everyone as he thought about why Laura had allowed students to guard something as important as the Department of Mysteries. Is it because there's a shortage of unspeakables for some reason? Or because I asked her to find a way for me to be able to experiment with time turners? If it was for me, she would have informed me about it, unless she thinks I don't need to be informed about the opportunity. Or she hasn't informed me so that she wouldn't have to leave behind a trail of our connection regarding the matter if someone else were to investigate. So before moving into the other room, Loki turned to Ethan and asked him a question when everyone was out of earshot. The unspeakables are busy with something. Ethan looked at Loki and after a short sigh nodded, since he knew Loki was close to Laura. Something terrible has happened, or rather is about to. We received news that the acolytes are making a move. We don't know what their goal is yet, so we're spread out thin, trying to figure out what's happening. The Department of Mysteries is still guarded by actual unspeakables, but we're being sent as bait. To see if the acolytes try and take advantage of the situation when they see much weaker beyonders guarding the gates. Ethan nodded silently. Loki too nodded in understanding before he spoke. I'll keep an eye out for any strange things happening. Much appreciated, Ethan said, going back to his paperwork as Loki left him for the room everyone had gathered in. Hermione was already midway through explaining to everyone what the mission entailed. We'll be guarding 2 points for today. Both are gates to dangerous rooms that we are absolutely not allowed to open. Ignore any sounds from inside or calls for help, since they are likely to be made by the items inside in an attempt to trick you into escaping. Ron raised his hand. Items will attempt to trick us to escape. Hermione rolled her eyes with a sigh. Who turned you into a beyonder? Unsure of what she was getting at, Ron answered truthfully, Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione's eyes widened, but then they narrowed as she got even more annoyed. Did you sleep through his explanations? Hermione scolded, but before giving Ron a choice to respond, she chided him with her explanations. Okay, I won't waste much time, but the short version is that mystical items are usually made from the remains of beyonders. So sometimes these items take on the characteristics of the living. Which is why they seem alive, but they really are not. Ron grew pale. Understood that? Hermione asked when Ron remained silent. Ron nodded, but when her gaze shifted away from him he leaned towards Harry and whispered, She's not serious, is she, Harry? 'Cause that sounds bloody lot like dark magic. Harry bit his tongue in an attempt to stop laughing at the fright of his friend who had clearly stumbled into being a beyonder. He'd heard from Professor Dumbledore that Ron had wanted to become involved in the affairs of the Order of Phoenix, but since he wasn't a beyonder he was rejected each time. That was when he finally caught Dumbledore at an awkward time when a meeting had just ended and just wouldn't leave him. According to Dumbledore, Ron had hugged his leg and wouldn't budge because both his friends were beyonders and part of the Order of Phoenix's operations, and he felt left out. And so Dumbledore gave him the spectator potion. But when Dumbledore told Ron about cogitation, Ron fell asleep after performing it for the first time. Dumbledore had explained everything in that time, but since Ron was asleep he heard none of it. With no time to repeat his explanation again, Dumbledore was forced to let Harry take care of Ron, who thought it would be hilarious for him to embarrass himself for a while since he had argued with him for nearly the entirety of the first half of the last year because of jealousy. So Harry just enjoyed Ron's plight since he knew Ron just needed time to adapt to whatever was going on. Loki noticed it all but frowned when he noticed something new about Harry. Harry had good occlumency defenses. So good in fact that Loki found himself in disbelief for a few moments. Is it something better from last time? Did Dumbledore do it again, or is it Harry's own skill? Or the effects of some mystical item or spell? Loki didn't see any physical item on Harry's body, but he couldn't peer into his body of heart and mind to see if he had some kind of special item without risking tripping any of his runes, since he didn't know if the Mind Dragon had done some secretive work here. TSK. If only I had the Mentor of Deceit characteristics. With no way to look into Harry's mind, Loki was forced to abandon his efforts as he focused on Hermione once again. So we will take the 2 spots as individual teams. We will switch spots every few couple of hours to follow the duty-shifting protocol the unspeakables already follow but remember, none of us must shift from our spots or even think about shifting as long as one of the unspeakables doesn't come to inform us about it. This is marked as a very important rule, so make sure to follow it. Is that understood? Hermione asked, looking specifically at Ron. Ron just nodded diligently, even though he'd missed much of what she'd said in his one-sided discussion with Harry about dark magic. A/N, hello. Late chapter today. Very sleepy. Chapter 471, Entombed. With everyone on the same page for now, Hermione nodded with all seriousness as she led everyone out of the room once again. Just before they left the office, however, Ethan spoke. Good luck. without even looking at them. "You too," Ron said on reflex before he continued to walk further, leaving Ethan having to control the end of his twitching lips, but he shook his head and continued working on his papers. Astoria, however, wasn't going to let this go. "Seriously? You too?" Ron appeared confused for a moment before his eyes widened as everyone heard him whisper, "No way. How stupid am I?" Everyone snickered before Loki calmly patted his shoulder as he walked ahead and moved side by side with Hermione. "So, where are we going?" Loki asked, grabbing the file Hermione had in her hands. "The location is hidden. We need to use some sort of flow network by the looks of it to get to the entry point of the Department of Mysteries in the first place." "So the fireplace in the Ministry of Magic then?" "No. We can't access the Department of Mysteries in such an easy manner. We need to go to the clearance office and get our aura training passes from there, and then show the auras our training passes to sneak into a hidden cupboard that no one uses in the office. It holds a fireplace that will be our entry point for today. There are a few steps after that too." Loki had questions, but by the time Hermione finished, they'd reached the clearance office, and Hermione started leading everyone in getting their passes. So Loki simply opened the file to check if the reason for such an elaborate was mentioned anywhere. It can't have been because of secrecy, right? Wouldn't there be several mystical items that could conceal the place better? Loki's gaze sped through the lines in the files as he noticed something peculiar. The flow network didn't require one to speak their destination, as simply stepping in it would take them wherever they needed to be taken to. Every step in the process after that was rather convoluted and confusing too. They had to do several random things after using the flow network, like scratching the belly of a gargoyle, filling an unlit lamp with multiple Lumos spells until it was so bright that it became hard to see, and even speaking to a painting and making sure to sneak past it, into a door, while it was busy talking. It was clear to Loki that someone had made it so on purpose, but he couldn't immediately see this vague purpose. Is it to make us not remember the steps? But nearly everyone here apart from Ron probably has pretty decent memory, so it can't have been that. A hazing ritual. I doubt they would be allowed to do such a thing when the matter is as serious as guarding mystical items. Ethan did say though that we were just bait. Do all the unspeakables have different rituals like this then? So that whoever catches the bait can be caught depending on how they enter the department. That's not very far-fetched, but it still seems like I'm missing something important. Loki shifted his attention to the desk receptionist behind the counter and walked over to him after everyone else was done getting a pass. The man simply flicked his wand to cast a charm that caused the camera behind him to flash a bright light directly into Loki's sensitive eyes before the soft screech of a printer emitted from the camera as a small card popped out of its base like a Polaroid. "This is your pass. Sign here if you want it," the man said, pushing a book towards Loki while pointing at a pot of ink with a quill in it. Loki's spirituality quickly checked through the book to make sure it wasn't some cursed artifact, which surprised the receptionist, but since Loki signed his book, he didn't care to mention it. The rest of the process was just as Loki read in the files, causing them to have to enact obscure ceremonies like they were trying to please their overlords so that they would be granted passage into their secret territory. Ron was the most amused by it all. He nearly laughed when he saw Hermione pet a gargoyle while telling it, "Who's a good boy," with a lot of excitement, even though her hands were trembling with fear. Loki, however, was most interested in the magic around him. Although none of the other students had noticed it, Loki almost immediately noticed all the various runes and wards laid out in front of everyone. He tinkered with the wards without letting anyone know about it as he carefully studied their purpose and focus. But none of them truly did anything. They were simple wards that only let up when the exact steps written in the file to unlock them were followed. They were easy to fool for anyone decently knowledgeable about ancient runes. Is it meant to keep the auras away? Loki pondered as he thought about the aura office they had just passed on their way here, since becoming one wasn't very hard. Loki shrugged his shoulders and continued to move deeper and deeper into the Department of Mysteries. The deeper they moved though, Loki began noticing that the seals started to get a lot more complicated. They were still simple to him, but for someone not very well versed in the language of ancient runes, they meant practically nothing and seemed like hieroglyphics. It was as if the deeper they walked into the place, the more someone professional had worked on them. It was to a degree that Loki stopped being able to find errors by the end. Loki understood that the earlier runes were probably the works that emerged out of current known magical capabilities, while the flawless ones were from someone as ancient as magic itself. But that wasn't what surprised Loki the most. What happened when they opened a rather lonesome door, waiting for them at the end of the corridor and stepped through. The room they had walked into was deathly cold with confines made out of polished dark glassy obsidian. There was no other door out of there, which Hermione didn't mind as she walked up to the center of the room and stood there waiting for something to happen. As soon as Loki followed the last of his group of students and arrived at the center, he instantly felt a strong sense of suppression from the room for a moment before it vanished and turned into an affable sense of familiarity and spiritual significance. However, things weren't as easy for the other students. They all felt suppressed. Ron started trembling before collapsing onto Harry. Those at sequence 5 bore the pressure but had to clench their fists to force themselves to remain standing. Harry recognized what was happening instantly. Divinity. It was something he felt when he had first become a demigod himself and when he was near Voldemort during his advancement to an angel. But the most surprising for Loki was Hermione. Even though she was still a measly sequence 7, Hermione grit her teeth and remained standing through sheer will. All of them looked at Hermione first since she hadn't warned them about anything like this happening, but when they saw that she was barely standing straight herself, they started to look around for something to help themselves out of this situation. Some looked for an exit, and others looked to see if this was some sort of a test. The few who looked towards the door they had just entered for an exit, however, suddenly panicked when they found that it had vanished. The place they'd entered the room from had turned into glassy obsidian stone and fully become a part of the wall. But they didn't have to panic much longer since a cubic box rose above from its flush state with the floor. It looked much like a telephone booth, just made out of obsidian, whose heavy door swung open gently. Out of it came a dashing young man who could be mistaken for a dark academia aficionado given his deep dark circles and singed hair. Loki met eyes with the boy and smiled. "Didn't expect to see you here, Dominic." Dominic's eyes narrowed with happiness before he wished him and everyone else their back. "Welcome to the Department of Mysteries." Before tagging on Loki at the end, a little softer, to ascertain their friendly bond. Chapter 472, An Illusion. Dominic's charm immediately grabbed the attention of every girl in the room. But he ignored them and walked up to Loki, whose shoulder he grabbed and shook a little. "Seriously? You found your way into this place even before officially becoming a member. Hee, I'm just that much better than you." "Oh please." Dominic said, rolling his eyes, "I'm 9 levels deeper than you are allowed to enter, so don't even think about bragging about it in front of me." "Really?" Loki asked with a smirk, "And did you come to the Unspeakables HQ when you were just in your 5th year too?" Dominic's smile twitched and Loki happily slapped away his hand from his shoulder before patting Dominic's shoulder himself like he were consoling him. "Feels nice to talk to Dominic again. I never was able to speak with him so openly in the Tarot Club." Dominic simply shook his head and looked back at the rest of the gremlins he was surrounded by. "Now I don't know each one of you, but given you're all his friends, I doubt you're any normal." "My name is Dominic Shacklebolt," Dominic said, pointing at Loki with a simple head nod, which caused everyone to smirk in amusement. "I am Loki's senior at Hogwarts by 6 years, meaning I was in year 7 when he was waddling around trying to figure out the castle and its mysterious pathways. I was also the head boy and am from Slytherin. So I hope we get along well and become friends rather than simple colleagues." Astoria looked at Dominic with shiny eyes, not because she admired him for his position as a head boy, but because Dominic knowing baby Loki would mean she could get some dirt on him. But not everyone was as happy as her. Ron, for example, almost cursed out loud, "Is he another git like Snape?" but managed to keep his voice a whisper. But everyone ignored him as Dominic continued after seeing everyone else nod. "The Unspeakables have decided that personnel are wasted guarding the gates of the various glorified storage rooms since they're all well balanced by the negative effects of the artifacts inside anyway. As such, we hope to improve the quality of graduates who will attempt to join us in the future by training them while they are in school." Dominic's words, although pointed in a way that reminded them that they weren't really members of Unspeakables, did lessen the burden on everyone's shoulders since they realized that they didn't have to do anything strange like what Loki had scared them about. As such, everyone sent a winning smirk Loki's way before paying attention to Dominic once again. "Are you familiar with the rules?" Everyone nodded, grateful that they'd listened to Hermione's speech from earlier, except Ron, who was confused. "What rules?" Dominic looked at Ron, and his eyes visibly went to his head for a second as he absorbed the fact that his hair was red, before he looked back down at him and spoke calmly. "Time's of the essence, so I'll keep this short. All you have to do is not move from your spot regardless of what happens. If you need to relieve yourself, you scour Jiffy. If you see a dead person walking, let them keep walking. Your job is to see that the doors don't ever open. Neither will something go in while you're here, and neither will anything inside go out. Did you get that?" Ron nodded, although unwilling when he heard Dominic talk so casually about dead people. He simply assumed that he was exaggerating. "Good. For now, we'll all go along. But your posts are different. We'll drop you off one by one, and when it's your time to leave I will personally come there to sign you off." "How will we know if it really is you, Mr. Shacklebolt?" Hermione asked politely. Dominic smiled as he looked at Hermione. Something about her eager questioning made her feel familiar to him, but he moved past it quickly as he tossed a coin. "Good question, Miss Granger, Hermione Granger." "Miss Granger." Dominic nodded. "The method is simple dash," Dominic continued while tossing a coin her way and then at Loki too. "That coin will allow you to tell truth from lies. It'll always land on its heads for truth, while landing on tails for lies. Be careful not to tell lies while in the proximity of the coins though, your face will melt off if you do." Ron froze when he heard that as he looked around. Blimey. How is everyone else so bloody calm about this? Face melting off. That's clearly a dark magic item. Has everyone gone bonkers? Ron then looked at Harry, who he hoped would be his saving grace, but he too was looking at Dominic with a serious expression as if he understood the graveness of the situation on hand. Loki examined the coin and felt a little surprised. These are items blessed by the sun goddess. So melting your face off is essentially another way of saying burning it off. Well, it is what it is. I wonder if Luna will be able to bypass the effects since they're so weak. With everything set, each team followed Dominic behind its own team leader. But with no other door in the room, everyone expected Dominic to summon another obsidian phone booth box for them to all travel in, yet he simply walked towards a wall. And under the slightly surprised gazes of everyone else walked right through it, just like students did at the start of every term through the pillar at King's Cross Station platform 9 3/4. Everyone followed after Dominic, with Loki being the first to follow Dominic this time. It took until Loki vanished behind the wall for everyone else to snap out of their slight surprise as they all hurried to catch up with them. The corridor behind them was made out of the same black obsidian as the room was. It was empty of any trinkets or visible alchemical items, except Loki felt a deep sense of discomfort from the corridor they were in. We're being watched? Loki asked Dominic after moving closer to him, at which he simply raised his eyebrows. No one under a demigod should be able to sense that. Dominic replied, clearly intrigued, but Loki didn't tell him the truth. Instead, I didn't feel it directly. Prenell blessed me with a charm that allows me to figure out when I'm being followed or watched. Prenell. As in dash. Show. Don't expose me. I won't if you get me an autograph. Dominic asked after a soft pause, causing Loki to suddenly realize something as he nearly screamed. I never got one. Oh my god. I could have sold it for tens of thousands of galleons. Dominic stifled his laughter before pulling out his wand. Alright everyone, make sure you follow your team leaders at all times after this point. And team leads, make sure you hold onto the coin at all times and make sure you don't do anything stupid without consulting it first. Hermione nodded before Dominic tapped his wand lightly on the space in front of him. And almost all of a sudden everyone became stunned, even Loki. The view around them changed as if an illusion was suddenly lifted from their gaze. What was until recently a dark and dreary corridor made out of glassy obsidian was suddenly a steampunk pseudo-technological marvel. The gazes that Loki had perceived until recently were revealed to be hanging dolls, much like what Laura had pulled out on their first ever mission as part-time unspeakables. Each straw doll hung from the ceiling, its hollow buttony eyes lingering on them, which Loki guessed was because they were searching for an opportunity to die. And they had deemed Loki to be of the biggest threat to themselves. But that was the least of Loki's worries for now. No way, how did I get fooled by illusions? And how did Harry get fooled by them when he has the ability to see the truth? A/N. Hello, the world here is getting strange, but the one writing is feeling even stranger. Are you strange too? Go to the Patreon to read greater than 20 chapters ahead for just $3. Chapter 473, Strange Choice. Those dolls above are corpse dolls. Mystical items that are a part of the Unspeakables department as much as the department building itself. They are also your safety lives, since under any distressing or emergency situation they will do their best to kill themselves, making it convenient for you to discard them so that you can leave alive yourself. Are they, gulp, alive? Ron asked, stammering. Dominic looked at him and embodied a true Cheshire grin. We don't really know what they are, but the leading theory is that they are all souls of unspeakables that betray the ministry in hopes of selling an invaluable item and making it rich in the outer world. So make sure you don't accidentally take something from here. Gulp. Ron paled and nodded quickly. Dominic turned towards Hermione. Make sure all of your teammates stay in line, all right, Dominic warned, and Hermione nodded stiffly. To Loki, it seemed like she was almost about to salute Dominic if his heroic gaze stayed on her any longer. Dominic then pointed at a door beside them. Go through here. Walk straight ahead until you come across the next door. Stop there. That's where you have to wait for the next 4 hours. Your replacements will arrive there too. Hermione nodded and quickly parted with her team. Astoria gave Loki a reluctant glance, but he simply smiled in her direction as she gave up side and followed Hermione. To her credit, Hermione didn't directly follow Dominic's orders. Instead, she repeated them while holding the coin in her hand and flicked it into a toss. The coin landed flat on her palm and she revealed its outcome after checking it herself. It was heads. With her confirmation done, Hermione left with her team by moving behind the shiny door that Dominic had pointed at. Loki then followed Dominic along with Luna, Susan, and Ginny until they reached another door. He tried to remember the pathway back out, but his memory seemed to be faulting him in some way, since he could feel that everything he remembered was on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't quite formulate it. It was as if someone was tampering with his mind's connection to the specific memories he would need to get out of this place. As such, Loki wondered how Dominic was able to remember where to go, and so he activated his spirit vision. And what he saw did surprise him. Dominic, despite his fantastic performance, didn't know the direction either. He was simply following the guidance of what appeared to be an arrowhead hidden away in his palm. Loki could watch the arrow forcefully tilt in a particular direction which Dominic took each time. Eventually, they reached a similar door to the one they had seen before when they stopped to drop off Hermione. "Behind this door, Loki," Dominic said with a smile, causing Loki to smile too. "Are you going to be the one that comes to inform us about the shift changing again?" "I should be if nothing goes wrong. But since I work closely with her, I don't exactly have a fixed schedule and much of what I do depends on what emergencies she is called to fix." Loki nodded in understanding, and not wanting to keep his juniors waiting for any longer, he quickly flicked his coin into the air much like Hermione did. And just like with her, the result was heads. "Good luck out there. Don't get too curious and don't let anyone else get curious too," Dominic said without elaborating much before Loki slipped behind the door. Almost as soon as Loki stepped behind the door, he realized why Dominic hadn't followed them through. It was a trippy experience, to say the least. Loki almost immediately felt something infiltrate his mind. He knew he could keep it away very easily by simply stealing its probes, but he also understood that keeping it away would immediately result in being targeted by much larger guns that he was sure were currently just hidden yet pointed meticulously at anyone who did so. The probe entered deeper into his mind, not scanning his memories or even looking at them in a passing glance. It felt more like a surgical robotic arm directed towards a single target, and in this case, the target was two things. Either Loki could allow the probe to stick to his knowledge about everything on this side of the door Dominic had left them at so that he could keep his sense of time, or lose his sense of time so that he could retain his knowledge about what was on this side of the door. It was a trippy experience, to say the least. Loki's eyes moved towards his three teammates and he spoke calmly. "You can choose as you wish. Since we weren't informed about it, it is likely left to personal preference. All you need to remember is that you need to stay here for as long as I don't tell you that you can move around after tossing the coin to check if my orders are right." The three girls nodded quickly and made their choices. "Would you like to inform me about your choice?" Loki asked. Ginny went first. Should I still answer? Why have you been silent for so long?" "Well, never mind, I'm answering all right. I chose time, but by the way, your robes smell so nice. Did you ask the house elves to do something special to them? They look so fluffy too. Is it a spell? I would like to learn it if possible." Ginny spoke a lot and continued to speak to Loki until Susan suddenly interrupted. "Your red hair's pretty. I've heard so much about it from my aunt. She says that everyone in the ministry secretly admires your father's hair color. She even said that the Weasley family was made noble because of the color of their hair. Oh, also, are you all right? Are we all right? Loki looks concerned about us." "Oh. Stop it. No, I'm not against him being so concerned about us, but you know." And now the two of them were busy chattering about something Loki wanted to keep out of his head. "They talk a lot, don't they? I guess they've chosen time, I guess." Loki asked Luna, and when he looked at her, she looked clueless, even more than usual if that was possible. "Do you know what we are doing here? I remember Mr. Shackle-Lightning telling us that we would be following your orders. What are your orders? Do you want me to stop them from speaking?" Luna asked, her hand already on her wand. Loki deadpanned. "Seriously, Shackle-Lightning? Does that have anything to do with her memory being tampered? Why does it feel like she's just using this as a chance to abuse him? What did Dominic do to her for her to want to annoy him? Is Dominic secretly a villain?" Loki shook his head and made his choice too. He chose time. It wasn't because he was afraid of something or someone tampering with his memories, but because he wanted to try and experience what it might seem like to him in the future if he manipulated time or lost his sense of time. Since his pathway had an affinity for it, he just wanted to experience it given the chance. Also, maybe because he hoped the boring 4 hours that they would have to sit in front of a gate would pass because he lacked any sense of time to keep track of it. As soon as he made his choice, Loki immediately understood why having your sense of time stolen while keeping your memories intact was even an option. It was because human bodies were naturally wired to keep track of time. From his heartbeat to his breathing, everything was hardwired for it. And from the moment he had chosen that option, Loki's mind slipped into a buzz. There were several thoughts floating about in the same moment, if a moment was even a thing anymore. These thoughts weren't logical or illogical. Loki was simply feeling every conscious or unconscious thought in his body at once. From things like his own subconscious thoughts about the two girls' confusing conversation where neither side was speaking in tandem with the other yet it all making perfect sense, to things like his lungs constantly demanding his body to take in deep relaxed breaths to keep his brain fed with oxygen. Loki stopped being able to differentiate between the past, present and the future. To him it was all happening at once. If he had to describe it, according to him an apt description would be that his thoughts and actions were happening at the same time, almost to the extent that he could swear that if he stopped thinking he would die. With great difficulty, Loki turned to Luna and asked her a question. How long have we been standing here, Luna? Loki felt like Luna answered him before his question even ended. It wasn't that Loki had perceived the future, no, it was just that he couldn't perceive time, and so to him, Luna's answer felt like it had come from the future. It hasn't even been a second. Great, is it too late to change my choice now, was just one of Loki's many thoughts. Who let Loki in here? Patreonian. What's that? Oh. I can see the future for roughly 20 chapters if I pay them $3 on that. I see, but why is time divided into chapters? This place is making me feel weird. Chapter 474, Fate Spins in Weird Ways. Loki trudged through the rest of the shift regretting his choice, but he never let it show outwardly. Instead, Loki made sure to spend the time studying the area around him. The steampunk nature had left him confused about certain things. For example, every few minutes or seconds, Loki didn't really know how long, certain gears on the walls shifted. Well, this on its own wouldn't have kept Loki's attention as much as it did since Loki wasn't very interested in mechanical items. He did study enough of it to make sure his alchemical puppets behaved as he wanted them to, but that was more of making magic bend things in ways he wanted to, and it wasn't something he was genuinely passionate about like he was about runes. The reason it grabbed Loki's attention was because for as long as Loki stayed there, the detection field spread around the area changed every time the gears turned. At first, Loki simply assumed that different runic circuits were carved into the gears, which changed accordingly when the gears spun around. Except no matter how hard Loki tried to observe any runes, he just couldn't. For a while, Loki wondered if the same entity that had trapped him and everyone else in an illusion before was responsible for hiding the runic circuits from his gaze. After all, no one would expose a system directly to their enemy, would they? This was what became a point of contention for as long as Loki stared at the gears. Why would the person expose the gears but not the system that caused the magic around them to change? Luna, why do you think someone would reveal the gears but not the magical mechanism that it changes? Is it pride? Loki felt like Luna didn't even take her time to stare at the gears to think up an answer, as if she was far more advanced than Loki. Luna looked at the gears and said something strange. I've always wondered why the Ravenclaw owl asks us about answers it already knows too, perhaps it just needs to be reminded of things it has forgotten. Oh. An idea flickered to life in Loki's mind. Could you repeat that again, Luna? It just needs to be reminded of things it has forgotten. No. Before that. I've always wondered why the Ravenclaw owl asks us about answers it already knows. Yes. Precisely. Loki nodded sagely. This is a puzzle. It must be one. The creator must have set it up for inquisitive people like us. But weren't we asked by Shackle Lightning not to become curious? Loki frowned. True, what should we do then? A secret safe only if no one knows about it. Luna said while looking at the two other girls who were so openly discussing everything about Hogwarts gossip, before turning to stare at the other side of the hallway where the carvings of legendary animals of the wizarding world were molded into short narratives. Loki looked around, and when he found no one looking at him, he looked back at the gears and activated his spirit vision. Huh. Loki was suddenly taken aback. The spirit threads, they're moving like wires, behind the walls. Someone's controlling them by controlling their fate. Full pathway. Before Loki could do anything else, however, he suddenly felt sluggish. Almost on reflex, Loki dragged his spirit body thread back to himself with a jerk that sent his head spinning. Dominic did say not to get curious. Why, Luna? Before any other thought could arrive in Loki's mind, he simply jerked Luna back by her shoulder. Luna immediately grabbed Loki's hand as she rushed to hold it with both her hands for warmth. As her face came into view, Loki saw Luna's eyes tremble with fear and suffocation. It's all right, Dominic told us not to grow curious about anything around us. This is likely what he was talking about. Let's stay away. Luna nodded, greedily gulping water from the bottle Loki had conjured. As Luna calmed down, Loki's mind wandered. Has Hermione's team encountered something dangerous already? Why was Astoria sent to her team while Ginny to ours? Wouldn't it have been more meaningful if Ginny was in Harry's team? Given how much she clearly likes him. Not having answers to such questions, Loki closed his eyes for a brief moment before opening them once again to find Dominic standing in front of him. He was standing a lot further, at the door, but Loki hadn't realized he'd walked back to the door while observing the spirit body threads of the gears. Time's up, Loki. Loki's brows raised as he pulled out his coin and performed a simple toss. Heads, you're real, Loki said with a little confusion since Dominic looked rather ridiculous in his current outfit. Dominic was wearing a hat with a pinwheel attached to its head. It spun enchantingly enough that Luna was curious about it, but given her most recent fright because of curiosity, she kept looking away. The hat's for helping avoid whatever's happening in here. Loki asked dryly, wondering why they hadn't just been given a hat too. Yes. And this is the only one of its kind. I see. With the question answered, Loki walked back with his team following him as he followed Dominic, who was standing at the door. Once they all stepped outside, they all simultaneously took a deep breath in. Luna was perfectly fine since she knew nothing about her memories, but she did become stable enough to let go of Loki's hand. Yet, she occasionally trembled. Ginny and Susan suddenly realized just how much time they'd spent talking about absolutely nonsensical things with each other and blushed heavily, but that didn't last long when they realized that their throats were as dry as a desert and felt like grating sandpapers. Loki was the only one who seemed normal. But that was only because he was using illusions to look normal. Otherwise, he too was conjuring water to soothe his nerves and cool down his overheating brain. I didn't think about it much inside that room, but the full pathway. Marionettes. Do the unspeakables have a full pathway beyonder in their midst? No, that would be a much bigger news if it were true. So something else. But what? Some demonic item. Like my Disc of Wishes. Given how the Miracle Invoker is sequenced to a mere marionette, beyonder characteristic should indeed be much more common. But all the gears in there had their spirit body threads plucked away. Loki frowned as he reached a different conclusion. That wasn't the work of a mere marionettist. I'm sure the Sequence 5 marionettist can only control 3 maximum people at once. But the full blasphemy card is with Helena. Loki put his thoughts on the matter aside for now as he broke his illusion and asked Dominic a simple question. Everything all right with the other team? Dominic laughed, which made Ginny feel strange for a second before her eyes widened. No way. Ron. Ginny practically gasped. Yes, your brother. He started crying. He had to be isolated after he started losing control from seeing spiders everywhere. Loki deadpanned. Spiders? Seriously? He's a beyonder and he's still afraid of spiders. Ginny blushed and kept her head down as Susan tried cheering her up, but her throat was still too sore to talk right now. As such, Luna was the only one left. Rooney Tooney has a nice ring to it. Everyone's eyes widened at the same time before they all brought their hands to their lips to keep their laughs quiet, some out of respect but others because their throats would hurt because of laughter. PPFFFTTTTTT, they all snickered at the same time. Ginny, suddenly emboldened, made it her mission to tease Ron with his new name in the Gryffindor common room. Loki, who noticed this, only shook his head in a call for mercy for Ron. Poor guy, he just can't catch a break, can he? A/N, thank you for reading. Chapter 475, Vague Ideas. Tired and spent from all his time without any sense of time, Loki collapsed into the most comfortable bed in the world, which existed in the room of requirements. He stayed listless for a while before finally pushing himself up as he thought. There ain't no rest for the wicked. Getting back onto his feet, Loki grabbed the teacup that floated towards him. He walked up to his table, placed down the teacup and cracked his fingers. Let's figure out where the Chaos Sea is tonight, the damn thing is taking up too much of my time. But Loki's motivation waned after a few minutes when he realized that he truly absolutely had no clue where the damn thing was. Or rather, he had a clue, but he found himself getting a little scared of pursuing it. The Chaos Sea is connected to the sea of subconscious of every person around. So there's possibly a way for me to traverse through the sea of subconscious to stumble up on it. I could increase my chances by using the chatterbox since it is made up of the beyonder characteristics from the spectator pathway. But if it could be found that way, Dumbledore and Mr. True Creator would have figured out where it was by now. So it isn't possible to search for it that way. But could I search for it with the help of the Sapphira Castle? But if it was possible to find it using another spheroid, why didn't she, Mother Goddess of Depravity, search for it since she owns the authority of the brood hive? Is it because the barrier is holding her off? Loki frowned. And then there's the fact that the brood hive is looking for Omabella, if she's here. Something about all this makes it seem like I'm missing a key point. Loki thought about it for a while and figured out what he was so confused about. If the Chaos Sea doesn't have an owner already, why isn't it reaching out to corrupt the world in some way? I doubt Salazar Slytherin's concealment would do much to restrict it from reaching out and corrupting those in its own pathway, wouldn't it? Unless it already has an owner. Loki frowned when he reached that conclusion. His eyes narrowed before they landed on the crystal in the center of the room. Have one of the remaining founders accommodate the spheroid? Loki's eyes widened as all the pieces fell into place like dominoes. They clearly had access to the Chaos Sea since they could set up such an elaborate system of magic. The sun god is a woman, Helga Hufflepuff. Helga Hufflepuff is a great old one. Is she a pillar? God Almighty. Loki shivered involuntarily. No. The True Creator's still around, so she should only be a half-great old one since the Hangman pathway is also of the God Almighty group. So I need to parasitus the Chaos Sea through her. But that would still mean that I've got to parasitus the Chaos Sea before I wake her up then. Since otherwise it will be less of a parasitism and more mutual cooperation. His mind couldn't comprehend what he'd just thought to himself. Since his parasitization was essentially a form of corruption, what he needed to do was parasitize a half-great old one. I'm not even a king of angels for God's sake. Loki closed his eyes, sighed and opened them back up again as he walked to the crystal in front of him. So her spirit body thread should be connected to the spheroid in some way, right? Loki activated his spirit vision. The spirit body thread that connected to Helga's astral body frozen in the crystal was strong. Loki could feel that simply touching it would burn him up. A side effect of her being the sun pathway true god. I guess it makes sense that it wouldn't be as easy to parasitic or turn them into marionettes. How then do I set up my plan? Can I trick another god into doing it for me? Why would they listen to me? And it wouldn't be strange if they dragged me into some scheme of their own. Loki thought about things for a few more seconds until his eyes dropped onto the begging bowl in front of him. I could give her her revival item, and then set up some sort of trap in it to parasitic the chaos sea within her. Loki knew his thought was just him making up tall explanations that really didn't have any grounds, at least for now. It would need a lot of research and figuring out to make sure that he could even attempt such a thing. At least I have a concrete direction now. There ain't no rest for the wicked. In another part of the castle, Hermione was currently hunched over her plans. It is more than likely that I'm going to have to develop my own shadow organization to create believers for Mr. Error, since I'm not going to be in charge of any large groups in the unspeakables anytime soon. This has its own advantages and problems though. While I could make a simple club to begin with, a club like the dueling club to help teach students data because Umbridge is pretty bad at it, but it begs the question about how I'll turn them into believers for Mr. Error. Why didn't Mr. World write something about how we could approach people regarding this? I doubt he'd ever need to talk to people regarding Mr. Error. If he wanted, he could simply use his divinity to coerce people to become Mr. Error's believers. Wait a minute, why doesn't he just do that then? Did Mr. Error not allow him to do so? Hermione suddenly felt a dissonance in between the image of Mr. Error she had in her mind until now and the one she'd discovered just now. Is Mr. Error a klutz? Hermione almost expected to be smote down from the heavens for thinking such a thought. But when nothing happened, her thoughts started to devolve into something fantastical. What if Mr. Error is actually good god but doesn't really know how to talk to people around him because he isn't from this era? Maybe that's why he wants us to help him gain believers. Because he's shy about talking to people. Oh. Hermione suddenly gained a ferocious light in her eyes. I'll make sure you have as many friends as possible, Mr. Error. In another part of magical Britain, in the Department of Mystery's office, Laura looked at Dominic with a frown before speaking. Nothing happened. No one tried taking advantage of the system. Dominic shook his head. No ma'am. The kids remained there throughout, but none of our alarms picked up anyone else interfering. I see, all right. Keep the schedule up and let those children guard those doors for the next few weeks. The divination department couldn't have been wrong, they did give us a large window of time after all. Yes ma'am. Dominic nodded but didn't leave. So with raised brows Laura asked him about it. Got something else to report to me? Well, ma'am, I was wondering if the divination department has been compromised. Oh. Laura leaned in closer. Seeing her pay attention, Dominic spoke calmly. The divinations have changed in style recently. What do you mean? The divinations from just a few months ago until recently were all precise and accurate to the dot. I remember being surprised when they even predicted that your presence would be necessary in the first case of the new interning students last year. But since the last few months, they've all become vague and unreliable. Perhaps someone has them under the Imperius curse? Laura asked with a smile as she completed Dominic's claim. Dominic didn't understand why Laura was smiling so much but nodded either way. But Laura didn't say anything for a while as she shook her head with a sigh and explained clearly. Don't worry about that. You just don't know because you're new. Anyone in this field who's been here for longer than a decade knows what vague divinations truly mean. There's a meaning? Dominic asked, surprised. Laura nodded. In simple words, it stems from the fact that mortals aren't allowed to look directly at gods. Huh. Dominic was puzzled for a few seconds, but that was when his eyes widened. That means Yes. Laura nodded, her smile only growing wider. True gods are moving again. It is why the divination experts can't predict everything with certainty. High sequence beyonders closer to becoming true gods, or true gods themselves, are going to be moving soon. Dominic's mouth hung a little loose. Give them some credit. Laura said, their vague predictions are also helpful enough in this scenario. Times are dangerous and this is the best we can achieve. It's the best a mere mortal can do. Now trot off, those papers you have to trudge through aren't going to sort themselves out. Yes ma'am. Dominic nodded, saluted, and left Laura's office to walk back to his seat with the others. Laura meanwhile frowned. But even I don't know who exactly is in that strange divination department that we have. A/N, are you in there? Chapter 476, Woes of the Old. Sitting inside his prison cell, Gellert looked at the remains of what was once a towering mountain with a simple smile. How interesting. The mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Was that the quote? How funny, for the blessed of the person who used it to be trapped in the same way. Grindelwald stroked his clean chin with a humorous smile. Slowly his smile turned more and more sinister. As if something glimmering in the distant future had become visible. Something that he was about to grab for himself. After your dear blessed it'll be you, Amon, worry not, I'll make sure your blessed death is as useful as yours for the world. Grindelwald's smile returned to the normal smile of an old man soon enough. It appeared as though he was a simple fool out for a morning walk to enjoy the setting sun. Dumbledore in his office looked at Snape. Any idea when the so-called trip will happen, Severus? Snape looked at Dumbledore and shook his head. Could you ask when it will take place? Dumbledore asked again. Snape stayed silent for a few seconds before opening his mouth. I shall do so in the next meeting. I haven't received the item that needs to be planted yet. Perhaps he is taking time to set things up to keep everyone involved as safe as possible. Dumbledore looked at Snape for a few seconds in silence too, as his brain ran several thoughts in tandem with each other before he spoke. I understand. And the gospel? Snape scowled but pulled out a book from underneath his robes and placed it onto the table softly. Dumbledore looked at the attractive comical color cover of the book and smiled. Would you look at that? It seems your lord knows the magic of love too. Severus frowned, not understanding what Dumbledore was talking about as he looked at the cover to see if there were any hidden meanings. The cover was simple. A man hidden in the clouds adjusted his monocle as he looked directly at those reading the book. Underneath him were two people, a man and a woman, locked in a fierce duel. Not understanding what it all meant, Severus simply assumed it was one of Dumbledore's quirks which he'd come to terms with recently after learning from the Tarot Club that Dumbledore's other name was Merlin. It wasn't very difficult for him to keep the thought away from the surface of his body of heart and mind using occlumency while distracting Dumbledore with other more interesting thoughts, but it did make him feel a little threatened since this would all only work as long as Dumbledore played along nicely. What if Dumbledore ever noticed that he knew about him being the real Merlin? Except Snape hadn't realized that keeping a thought away from the Angel of Imagination wasn't as easy. But Dumbledore had developed a simple misunderstanding. Having lived most of his new life being compared to Merlin in one way or another, Dumbledore simply assumed that Snape was doing the same. A lapse in judgment, but one that was a reasonable development when no one other than the Flammels, whom he trusted very much, should know about it. Snape hung around for a few seconds as Dumbledore read the titles of various chapters. He was keenly waiting for Dumbledore to gasp. For the first time in his life, Snape saw Dumbledore surprised by a fact. Dumbledore quickly looked up at Snape, and when he saw his double agent looking at him with a winning smirk, Dumbledore pointed at the chapter title and asked with surprise. Is this true? Dumbledore's finger was on the chapter title. Adopting the Founders and Laying the Foundations for Magic. Snape's smirk simply widened before he quickly left the office with his cloak billowing. With Snape leaving, Dumbledore continued to read the Gospel, his eyes widening in surprise at each revelation. He is the oldest true God, I see. He even adopted and helped the Founders grow, and above all, helped them invent magic. Dumbledore looked around his headmaster's office, and then the prized instruments in it, like the sorting hat, after which he looked at the more secretive ones that had been passed through history from one headmaster to the other, like the quill of Alzahud and the wall that hid Rhodes. Doesn't it technically mean Hogwarts is his property? Dumbledore thought with his brows furrowed. But if he invented magic, how does it work exactly? Dumbledore thought with a little fear. Is it like me? Does it mean he knows everything about us since we all use it? How did he invent occlumency then? Which god handles that? There's no one above me, is there? What about his sacrifice for humanity? Why isn't it mentioned anywhere else? Is this even true? Does it refer to the godless collapse? The fourth epoch? Did the death of the gods coincide with Mr. Error dying? Perhaps they perished in this war. To Dumbledore, this gospel was truly like a gospel since it sent waves of revelations through his mind one after the other. It was as if he were reading about a legendary figure, much like how people read about him as Merlin today. It took him a few hours to calm down after he read the gospel for the first time. Not much of what he'd read had still been processed fully, but true to being a spectator, Dumbledore managed to control his emotions by imposing the virtual persona of a calmer character as he calmly read the book once again. As he did, he quickly spotted several factual errors with the stories quite easily. But knowing that it was not written for people who had as much mysticism knowledge as himself, since it was likely targeted towards the new Beyonders, he nodded in satisfaction since the book did a good job in glorifying Mr. Error. All in all, the book seemed fantastic. Especially since Dumbledore gained keen insights into Mr. Error's habits. He doesn't care what happens to humans, but as long as those that he blessed care about them, he supports them as best as he can. An understandable trait if he truly is the oldest god that formed out of the original creator. He must be kind and loving. But if he is, why isn't there an organization dedicated to him? He must have one of them. At least to conveniently affect things in the world. Or does this only reinforce his neutral views on humanity? A being such as him, that has been present all through time, shouldn't see humans as much else other than creatures that have good social skills. But still, why is there no previous iteration of the Tarot Club Severus is a part of in history? Why didn't the author of this book attempt to revive Mr. Error sooner? Shouldn't it have been much easier to revive him when there was no opposition and the Hogwarts founders could protect him? But leaving such thoughts aside, what fascinated Dumbledore the most was the secrets regarding magic. It seemed like Rowena Ravenclaw had an idea similar to his, to help stabilize the volatility of other true gods using magic. But how did she make magic? Why aren't all gods included in it? Why did the goddess of fortune exclude it from her realm of balance? Why was Mr. Error not included in it even though they clearly think highly of him according to this book? Dumbledore for the first time in centuries was frustrated at the lack of complete information about mysticism in any book he'd read. Being a beyonder of the spectator pathway, Dumbledore's memories regarding the founders were still very strong. Especially since they were the ones that had helped him grow when he was a new fresh spectator pathway beyonder. As such, several pieces of their cryptic speeches regarding the elusive character that they looked up to, one that had vanished into history, emerged in his mind. This secretive person was never publicly mentioned, and Dumbledore only caught any mention of it when either of the founders spoke to each other in secret when the school was rather small, consisting of only about 30 to 50 students. Mr. Error was likely the person they referred to, which caused Dumbledore to frown since he, and many other gods had assumed that the founders had abandoned Dumbledore in favor of someone secretive. In fact, that was how Dumbledore had met Grindelwald, since they were both searching for the secretive person that the founders referred to, but that was a story for another time. Dumbledore's eyes then fell on the spells section of the book. He could see how each spell was described vaguely, but his skill and experience had left him a little afraid about how they would affect the wizarding world. Someone had to come up with counterspells for these new spells and they had to do it fast, or there would be absolute chaos everywhere. But if they used magic to maintain their sanity, where have they vanished to? Dumbledore pondered in silence with none to listen to his thoughts or untangle the webs they had spindled into except for himself. A/N, thank you for reading. Get 20+ chapters on Party Rayon for just $3. Chapter 477, Unmarkable Progress. Time passed by in weeks as Loki started spending most of his time trying to experiment with Helga Hufflepuff's spirit thread. There were several observations he made by doing so. But that wasn't all that happened within those few weeks. Along with experimenting carefully with Helga Hufflepuff's spirit thread, which could burn him if touched the wrong way, Loki was slowly letting his body get used to having his spirit body thread captured by whatever guarded the Department of Mysteries. Loki wasn't doing it to train himself or such, but because he wanted to develop a spell that did such a thing. Loki hoped that as long as he could isolate the runes that allowed whatever was on the other side of the door to manipulate the spirit body threads of everyone near it, he would be able to replicate those abilities with the help of the Grey Fog even before he became a Sequence 2 angel, which was when Klein got access to the neighboring pathway's abilities. It would be a great help in advancing his powers since he couldn't directly steal someone's spirit body threads, yet. Loki assumed he would get the ability to manipulate fate directly when he became a Sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Destiny, but getting some rudimentary control wasn't wrong as long as it strengthened him. All the regular visits to the Department of Mysteries had allowed Loki to experiment with something else too. It had allowed him to experiment with forming an internal clock that would help him substitute for his lack of time inside the leading corridor. But this was easier said than done. The first instinct was to use the Sea of Subconscious to keep time since that was something which connected all people, and finding an island sufficiently far away from his own, of a person outside the Department of Mysteries, and using its internal clock would do the trick since the foolish guard, who could manipulate the spirit threads, clearly had a range. But Loki quickly realized that it was impossible to do such a thing. Simply because he couldn't go far enough from his own Sea of Subconscious. It was because whatever made people lose their sense of direction as they got closer to the Department of Mysteries worked to make sure that as long as you stepped a little away from your Sea of Subconscious you'd never be able to return unless someone brought your body out again. The second plan was to use the Grey Fog or the Sapphira Castle in some way. Perhaps using a worm of time left behind in the Sapphira Castle by allowing it to parasitize a mystical clock could do the trick, and it would be simpler even. But that too was useless. Loki did get regular updates regarding what the time was every 15 minutes. But because he didn't already have a sense of time, all he understood was that all time seemingly passed away all at once. It was a paradox. It felt like an eternity, yet to his logical mind the duration seemed as short as a moment. It was confusing. The previous weeks had also been productive in terms of mystical research. But none of his problems had made any progress. He was still at the stage where he was banging his head against the wall to see what would stick and finally let him through. Irritated about his lack of progress, Loki collapsed into his comfortable bed as a wet towel dropped onto his face to cool it down. It felt comfortable. Helga's spirit body thread is nigh immutable as long as I manipulate it directly. I did develop several spells to avoid getting burnt though. It also helped me experiment with creating spells to control spirit body threads. Given that my spells can create ripples in her spirit body threads before all my spirituality is burnt away, I can guarantee that any simple beyonder shouldn't be able to stop themselves from becoming my marionettes. But that's not enough, is it? And then there's the project that I haven't even started on. Sending Dumbledore to the Forgotten Land of Gods. Snape has had the same thought on his mind the last 2 Tarot Club meetings. He's wondering when I'll give him the item he needs to plant on Bellatrix. To send Dumbledore to the Forgotten Land of Gods, Rowena did leave behind mentions of it in the books she's written. They are also mentioned in Salazar's books since he conducted several experiments there, but neither of them had written down its location. Just that Mr. Error helped them get to and from it. And then there's the Chaos Sea that I need for my own advancement. Loki stared at the ceiling. How nice it would be if this room would become the Chaos Sea. Loki gave himself a wry smile as the lights dimmed a little when he said that. Don't worry, you don't need to be the Chaos Sea. You're crazy helpful in your own way. I wouldn't ask for a better one under any circumstances. Loki assured the room while petting the bed. Though I do wonder, you read a person's mind to work, right? So your principles should be similar to the way magic works. Perhaps I can compare you with how magic works and figure out if there are some common errors in both the systems. So that I can hijack magic from the outside. As Loki continued speaking, his eyes widened. How have I never thought of doing that? Almost immediately Loki looked at the room of requirements with a sharp gaze that anyone would swear caused the entirety of Hogwarts to lightly tremble. I have a new order for you. Strip. With a new aim in mind, Loki rushed to study the runes of the room even though the room itself looked like it was being forced to cooperate. Loki promised it that he would compensate it appropriately by giving it some much-needed modifications like giving it the ability to act more freely and kick out people it didn't like. Loki didn't understand why the room wanted such an ability, but he shrugged nonetheless and accepted the deal since it was a bargain. Perhaps it wants to prevent people like Voldemort coming in here. But he pushed the thought aside since he was way more interested in seeing the runes carved into the room. Something that had been hidden from him for long enough. But he also had another thought at the same time. Now that I think about it, I should also examine how the cards of blasphemy were made. Rowena made them too, and so her style should be similar. It might help me somewhere. With his thoughts cleared after that, Loki walked to the new wall that had appeared at the far end of the room. The wall had a small shelf built into it, and once Loki reached the handle he paused. Rowena won't smite me because of this, right? Well, I doubt she's even looking at me right now. She's probably more worried that I haven't given Helena a response yet. The ritual with Tom should be close to completion too. Sigh, how do I have so many things on my hands? Pushing away the distractions, Loki opened the shelf door, swinging it after twisting its handle. The door opened without a sound, Loki noticed. Assuming that several charms had been cast on it to automatically take care of this important place in the room. The shelf itself was mostly empty. It contained a note, likely from Rowena herself. But it wasn't a note addressed to anyone else, it was a to-do note for herself. Did Rowena have to go to sleep while she was making this or something? Loki mumbled, mostly asking himself. Loki quickly checked the note. Remember to check if the connection between the Hogwarts wards and the Chaos Sea can be optimized. Loki's lips automatically split into a wide smile. So it does work like I thought it did. And it seems like an error is already built into it for me to exploit. How wonderful and interesting. A/N fell asleep before uploading the chapter due to messed up sleep schedule. We'll upload another chapter later today. Thank you for reading. Chapter 478, A Call for a Meeting. Hermione sat down in the Hogshead Inn, waiting for people to show up. She had bought the bar, temporarily, to conduct her secret meeting so that the owner, Aberforth, wouldn't interfere with what she wanted to do. It hadn't taken much since the 3 broomsticks was the popular choice. But not a single person had shown up until now to justify her parting with so much of her money, apart from her friends, Harry, Ron, who she was still angry with, and Loki. While Harry and Ron were normal and simply sipping on butterbeer, Loki was being strange, continuously casting a spell with his wand pointed at Hermione. Hermione felt absolutely no difference from his spell. Though maybe the nervousness she was feeling in her stomach did make her slightly suspicious that maybe Loki was trying to give her a stomachache to distract her for some reason. In actuality, Loki was trying to improve his skills in casting the spirit thread control spell. It wasn't the simple one he'd made when he was experimenting on Helga, but this was a new spell that controlled the spirit body thread without taking full control of the person's body. It was more a puppeteering spell rather than a marionette spell. While it didn't seem to serve any direct benefits for Loki, he was trying it out because it was still challenging for him to control the spirit body threads. And Loki didn't think leaving behind a trail of dead bodies wasn't exactly a nice way to learn a new spell. He had to keep his soul pure after all. Ting. Ling. The bell on the door jingled and in walked the first batch of people who Hermione had invited. It was their colleagues at the ministry, Cedric, Zacharias, Diego, Luna, Ginny, Astoria, and Susan. They had just returned along with Hermione, Ron, Loki, and Harry from the Department of Mysteries, but they'd just gone back to the castle to freshen themselves up. Hermione quickly stood up to greet everyone who'd come. "Thank you for coming, guys, but we'll have to wait a little for the others to show up, is that all right?" Cedric simply nodded. "Don't worry about it. We're free right now anyway." His sidekicks nodded and soon found themselves a spot beside Loki, trying to see if they could learn more from what he was currently casting on Hermione. "What's up with you?" Cedric asked as he sat down beside Loki. "New spell again. How do you even come up with so many new things? Even though I've read so many books as a reader, I hardly have any creative ideas." Loki frowned, finding it difficult to explain his spell to someone who didn't know about spirit body threads. "I'm trying to make a spell to control someone without their knowledge." An uncomfortable silence filled the bar. Even Hermione herself was looking at Loki wide-eyed. "Ah. What's up, you guys? Why are you looking at me like I'm doing something wrong?" Ron whispered, "Gods. He's using dark magic. Like the other blacks." Seeing no one answer, Loki looked at Astoria. Astoria gulped a little before explaining, "Well, it sounds an awful lot like the Imperious Curse, doesn't it?" Loki's eyes widened. "Oh my god. How did I not think of that? I'm so stupid. Of course, someone's done such a thing before. That saves me a ton of time with research." The awkward silence extended, causing Loki to frown again. "What I'm making isn't like the Imperious Curse, you can break it if you don't want to be controlled. It's a puppeteering spell," he clarified. There was a collective sigh of relief around the room, and everyone wanted to learn how it was different from a simple Confundus charm. But by then the doorbell rang again. Ting. Ling. This time it was a large group of students. It seemed like everyone had enjoyed their Hogsmeade holiday before coming to attend Hermione's party all at once. It saved them from having to wait any longer, though, so no one brought it up as Hermione quickly stood up and helped everyone find a seat for themselves. Once they were all settled in, she spoke with a calm and serene gaze. "Thank you for taking your time to attend this short gathering." Hermione started as everyone nodded politely when she made eye contact with them. "Time is running out and I don't want to bore all of you with speeches, so let's get this over with quickly," Hermione said, and another round of nods spread through the room, allowing her to continue speaking. "We all know how poor Professor Umbridge is at teaching us. And some might know that she is worse than Flinch." The people who understood all clenched their fists as they were reminded of the pain, especially since they couldn't speak about it for some reason, which they did not understand. While the others simply giggled at what Hermione had disguised as a joke. There was a strong sentiment of wanting to earn some sweet revenge against Umbridge among the students who were punished by her. But Hermione didn't get to that. Instead, she spoke calmly. "I was hoping, since Professor Umbridge hasn't been very good at teaching us our syllabus, that we would come together as a class and teach ourselves that way. Can I get a show of hands about those that agree?" Almost all hands went up, but a few stayed down since they had no interest in using their little free time to spend learning something that wouldn't even help them in the future. They were rather career-oriented people and hoped to secure a desk job and weren't expecting to do anything adventurous like Aurors. Hermione smiled at them and spoke softly, "I understand your choice. But I promise that this will help you in just that. Imagine being able to ask your friends for help in all the various subjects. Perhaps some principles of manipulating your spiritual energy will also help you in the other subjects like charms and transfiguration." This did get the numbers up, but not by very much. As such, Hermione politely asked them to leave since they would just be wasting their time here. They agreed and simply walked out of the bar, and as most of them didn't have any friends in this circle and had just come out of curiosity, they didn't even take anyone with them. That was when Hermione pulled out a contract. The Beyonders in the room all narrowed their eyes immediately when they realized it was a notarized contract from someone very high up in the Sun Pathway, since the contract was radiating a sense of suppression. Loki had wanted to study the contract when he'd noticed Hermione carrying it around with herself everywhere, and he could have done it by simply stealing it, but Loki doubted he could learn anything too hidden about it that he couldn't just learn from Helga's spirit body thread. "For the people remaining here, I would like for you to sign this contract in case you want to hear about the club we will be forming from hereafter." The Beyonders all secretly looked at each other, even Cedric was slightly tense. But when his eyes lay on Loki, who was yawning lazily in the center of the room, he relaxed slightly. If Loki was going to sign the contract, it was probably worth it, Cedric assumed, before nodding to his friends who nodded to their friends and so on. Hermione wondered if some kind of subconscious disease about nodding had secretly spread around the group. A few more students left the bar, not sure that they would want to sign a contract that Hermione was being so dodgy about, when it was all about a simple club to learn from each other. But the others that were slightly clever chose to stay, since the more intelligent students around them had all stayed, since Beyonders were often better at controlling their spirituality and hence better mages. What none saw, however, was how Hermione cleverly hid her wand movements in her robes as each student left. She was using the steal spell to steal their memories regarding the contract. Loki's brows raised when he noticed, but he said nothing, understanding that Hermione was doing all this so that she could lay the foundations for keeping Mr. Error a secret and not let his information leak to the authorities. Since he'd figured out that Hermione was going to use this group to spread around Mr. Error's gospel. I see, so a part of the spirituality in the contract breaks off and enters you. Like before. Still don't know who made it though. Why is there no son pathway? Noble family if Helga's alive. Loki noticed as he signed his name on the contract. And so, once everyone who had to leave had left, and those that wanted to stay signed the contract, Hermione smiled at them. Why don't we get this started? I know you've all waited for this long enough. A/N, 4 chapters have been delayed. 1 posted, 3 remaining. Chapter 479, Confusion. Information beyond this point must stay a secret. Not just because it is vital to what we will be doing, but also because of the contract. If any of us become a leak, everyone else in the group that has signed the contract will know. So make sure you don't if you don't want to be kicked out of our circle. Everyone shivered a little, but Hermione hadn't stopped. She'd only paused to let them digest the first point, after which she continued. Also, if any of you betray us, you'll lose your memories of all the time you've spent with us. Everyone's eyes widened. Loki was still yawning though since he hadn't caught up on enough sleep as he was studying the Room of Requirements runes last night. Hermione's smile started to look dangerous to everyone else, which caused them to frown since she'd caused them to be trapped in something rather dangerous. But Loki spoke through his yawn. If you're afraid, just walk away right now. Yowen, you won't lose much of anything. Yowen, she didn't tell you that cause a notarist contract is pretty expensive and she probably didn't want to have to renotarize the contract after she spotted this loophole. Everyone deadpanned and they all saw Hermione blush before she glared at Loki, who was already about to fall asleep on the table in front of him. But it did its work. The tone was jovial once again and no one had left, yet. When the atmosphere turned normal once again, Hermione spoke up. I'm sure most if not all of you know that the Ministry has been trying to seal up any information regarding you-know-who. There were short gasps but Hermione continued regardless. I want you to know that through some sources that I cannot currently disclose because of certain reasons, I would like to tell you that he has not just revived, but is gathering a force to shake Dash. And who says that it's true? A random student Loki didn't even recognize spoke up, causing Hermione to stop and look at him. Harry's seen it, Dash. So it's all word of mouth. Who says he's not lying to make this all up? The boy asked again. And while those that worked in the unspeakables all wanted to punch the boy, they held themselves back when Loki stood up. But something was wrong. Why is Loki looking at the wall with such a shocked expression on his face? Everyone was about to question Loki, but suddenly another person walked in through the wall that Loki was looking at. The person was built like a kind boy, about their age, but he had a certain intoxicating charm around him. Loki and Harry recognized him immediately, Tom Riddle. Nearly all those who could use spirit vision to ascertain if they were looking at some sort of illusion, used it to understand what had just happened. Perhaps a ghost had floated in. A poltergeist. But to their shock, Tom looked completely normal in their view. But in the time everyone tried to figure out how the boy had walked through the wall as if it didn't exist, the boy spoke calmly. Why are you here? The Tom asked politely. What? Are you going to toss me out? 'Cause if you do, my memories won't be wiped, will they? Since I never left voluntarily. I doubt she's taken that into account, the boy stated with a sneer. Everyone else's eyes shimmered at the information about this new loophole in the contract. Tom, however, smiled. I haven't ever seen you before, but seeing you now, you're pretty clever. Or should I say foolish? You don't live up to the hype at all. Foolish? Why? Do you think you can kill me so easily? The boy asked with his sneer widening. Tom only smiled softly. No. Not yet. Not when everyone's here. Especially when I barely noticed it given my skill. Oh. The boy looked surprised for a second. I was caught. Clearly you were, or do you want to be a child and pretend that you never lost the game by flipping the table just like one? Tom teased. Although none of the other people could understand what Tom meant by flipping the table, they did feel a slight shiver run down their spine because of the way he said it. They didn't like it one bit. He's not going to kill us, is he? Everyone wondered. Hermione had her hand on her wand, her spirituality already primed and ready to fire. Cedric and Co all had their Beyonder abilities ready. Even the other students who had worked as interning unspeakables had their abilities ready. Under their intuition, both the boys were starting to feel scary. Students even cleared a small circle around them because of it, adjusting themselves in the small area inside the inn. The staring contest between Tom and the boy continued for a few more seconds of silence until Tom spoke. So, are you going to try and control my spirit body threads? But I should admit, your skill with manipulating the sea of subconscious of all these kids, so effortlessly, even though it's just a replication, it's rather clean. I am tempted, but I have this feeling that it'll be bad to control your spirit body threads regardless of my skill, especially when this skill didn't get me past your eyes. The boy said, his smile deepening as his tone chilled and turned emotionless. Tom smiled and raised his wand and said, well, it's time for you to leave now. There was a tense environment hanging in the entirety of the bar. Tensions were so high that almost everyone had their nerves drawn tight. Harry was almost ready to use all his physical force to snap the backs of whoever attacked first. And with Tom raising his wand, everyone looked at him with focus. Except Tom lowered his wand slowly without even using a spell, leaving everyone confused. TSK. The old fool didn't even leave me a goodbye. Tom said with a soft laugh as he shook his head in disappointment. Huh. Everyone looked at Tom with confusion until Neville in the audience pointed out the obvious. He's gone. Everyone's eyes switched towards the boy that was just arguing with Hermione and then had an impromptu fight with Tom. The boy was truly gone. He wasn't visible in anyone's spirit vision and neither was he available in anyone's normal sight. The boy had truly vanished. Except they heard Neville speak again. Even he's gone. Everyone looked back at Tom's position and he was gone too. It left them all stunned and confused and quite possibly bamboozled. Loki, however, realized something else. He realized that Luna had already seen through it all and had understood the truth of the matter. So he quickly made eye contact with her and smiled. Luna simply shrugged her shoulders and went back to staring at the beetle on her finger. You aren't supposed to be here, I guess I can keep you in my antivivarium. The beetle looked like it had received a sudden shock, but before it could do much else, Luna tapped her wand on it and caused it to freeze in place. After which she stuffed it into a shell in her oceanic necklace. But everyone else wasn't as chilled out as Luna was. They were all looking at each other with wide eyes before all looking at Hermione, who was just as clueless about the situation. Harry interrupted. That was a younger you-know-who. He's a coalition of you-know-who's memories from school. I've met him twice before, once when he opened the Chamber of Secrets and once more last year when he declared he was going to fight against the current you-know-who. A stunned silence gripped the entire atmosphere. This has to be a joke, right? Someone whispered with worry, but there was no response from anyone. It was clear that this wasn't an act that Hermione had set up. Are you serious? No one knows who that was. The Beyonders could verify that the people they'd seen were real, so they didn't share the opinion lightly, afraid of making a mistake. They knew whoever they had just seen was as real as people could get. Yet their silence turned the atmosphere dreary since they were supposed to be intelligent. Cedric and company looked at Loki, but he wasn't as calm as before. And if one looked carefully, they could see that his hands were trembling a little, spooking them a little. Which left everyone else stumped about what to do. Well, apart from Luna. The situation was about to turn sour, but Hermione didn't let the opportunity slip by. Instead she spoke boldly. As you've seen. There are secrets in our world that even we don't know about, regardless of where you come from. And these secrets are important enough that we need to learn them to be able to protect ourselves against them. I hope everyone can agree that we need to learn how to defend ourselves against such threats. So that we won't be so vulnerable anymore. I promise to you that we'll have answers regarding what just happened by our first meeting. But Hermione's words alone couldn't shake the atmosphere immediately. So Loki weighed in. If you're wondering why we did nothing immediately and were leaning towards the fact that we might have been too scared to act, I can assure you that was not the case. Nearly 13 people in the room had already pulled out their wands and primed them with spirituality to attack if things went wrong even slightly. Everyone's eyes widened, but the 13 people who had primed their wands with spirituality and their Beyonder abilities all froze at Loki's keen insight. But no one was in the mood for that today, so they let Hermione end it for today. Let us gather after dinner at the 7th floor of the castle. I have found a place for us to be able to train in without having to worry about spying eyes, and since it is inside the castle, I'm sure such a thing will never happen again. I will inform you of the meeting dates. Loki nearly groaned when he heard that Hermione knew about the room of requirements. His brain fired up as he looked at Luna, and it was her turn to simply shrug casually this time, which infuriated Loki a little since Luna had used his own trait card against him. What will Grandma think? I really hope 2 people can use it at once. And I hope Mione doesn't tell people how to use the room. I don't want to have my nightly research time by a bunch of kids dating in the place. Ag, yuck. Loki groaned, but everyone just walked past thinking that he was worried about having to climb up to the 7th floor after dinner with a full stomach each night since he was from Slytherin. It did give them something to laugh about though as they all left the inn, yet looking from afar one could see just how they'd instinctively gotten closer to each other to protect their backs from any sudden attacks. A/N, 3 delayed. 1 posted, 2 more to go. Chapter 480, New. Inside the room of requirements before the first gathering of the club Hermione had founded, Loki was sitting with his eyes closed as he sipped on some rejuvenation tea occasionally. That child that no one knew about. No, it would be wrong to think about it like that. That wasn't a child. It was likely a Beyonder of the White Tower pathway, someone who had worked closely with spectator pathway Beyonders because he was able to skillfully manipulate the body of heart and mind of everyone in the room without their notice through planting suggestions like I'd be using the sea of subconscious. That child didn't even exist and yet everyone felt like he did when he was talking back to Hermione. He had it all, a body of heart and mind, a spirit body, an astral body, that was enough to fool nearly all the Beyonders in the room. The one other person he failed to fool was Luna, who could immediately tell the boy didn't have a soul, but even I had to do a double take and doubt myself for a second when I saw that the person had a spirit thread. It was only when I realized that the boy had no soul that I stopped second-guessing myself to figure out what exactly the boy was. An illusion. But not like the ones I make all the time. No, this illusion was one made by manipulating everyone's minds. In the exact opposite way a spectator's psychological invisibility works, like a virtual persona of a sequence 4 manipulator's virtual persona. But given the boy had a spirit body thread, the person behind it clearly knows about them, since he went to the extent of creating a fake fate for the boy so that information about him could be divined just as he wanted it to be. Who could it be? For someone to know about spirit body threads they have to be either a full pathway Beyonder or an error pathway Beyonder. Everyone else only has access to fate through visions, not even the monster pathway can see spirit body threads directly. But the knowledge about these pathways is concealed by Salazar. So either the person behind it all is a demon and she is trying to cook something up, or the person behind all of it is someone that knew about them before Salazar concealed them all. A person that has survived through at least 2 epochs. That is a very wide net of time to cast to narrow it down to a single person. Are there any other clues regarding the matter that I can extrapolate? Loki thought hard. Could it be a demon? If it were a demon, what would it want to achieve by aggravating a bunch of children rebelling against a teacher? This matter is too small for her to have interfered. Unless she wanted to delay its formation, but is there really anything for her to achieve if a bunch of students learn to defend themselves against minute threats? No, that feels too far-fetched. Maybe it is a demon's personal vendetta. But neither I nor Luna noticed any corruption in its soul, or rather the lack of one, and given how all the other good demons are still hiding, it can't have been one of them too. So it's a person. A person that has lived 2 epochs. Again, that doesn't narrow it down by much. But what about another angle? A person from the White Tower pathway that has close relations with a member of the Spectator pathway, who is patient enough to explain to him his abilities so that the White Tower pathway member can replicate them. Grindelwald. Loki frowned since the conclusion was a little unsettling. He's a member of the full pathway and has lived through 2 epochs. Loki didn't know what to say or think. Wouldn't the Black family have some records about him if they did? Well, they didn't have records of Merlin now that I think about it. Or do they? And they're just not in the house. Perhaps Grandma knows more about them. All right, I'll send her a letter to ask her about it. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something I promised Grandma about? Well, if I don't remember, then it's probably not that important anyway. Loki quickly penned a letter but paused before he was about to send it through Sunny. I'll send it in the morning. He didn't want to be informed of having to pretend to be the fiancé of some other girl now. Loki stole the letter, transforming it into a rune before turning to the one task he had to accomplish tonight. He got up from his chair and walked up to a simple wall in the room. All right, reveal yourself, Loki said as if he were casting Revealio on the room, but he was just being dramatic, yet the room obeyed his orders and opened the same cupboard that he had been frequenting in the past few days. The cupboard that held the room's runic circuitry. After several nights of studies, Loki had a rudimentary understanding of what the runes did and how they functioned. It wasn't that the runes were too advanced for it to go into his head or that Rowena was extremely skilled at it all, but it was because there were too many runes involved in the circuitry, enough that they even troubled Loki very much. Also, the fact that Loki couldn't damage anything while experimenting with what each section did played a large role in why understanding them was a slow process. Loki had managed to make a simple map of the room at any given time by hacking into its runic circuitry. It was a rudimentary map that worked much like the Marauder's map. It was useless ordinarily, but it was helpful for Loki in the sense that it could let him spot any mistakes he would have made with his edits to the runic circuitry of the room. It helped him see exactly which parts of the rooms he might have snuffed out of existence by editing the wrong runes. As such, the knowledge he currently had was enough for the small modification Loki wanted to make to the circuitry. Loki pulled out his wand and began carving runes in the air with his spirituality. Each movement was slow and precise as Loki took care not to let anything already existing get damaged. His runes slowly floated away from the tip of his wand and gently landed on the circuit in front of him. The outer section of runes slowly dissolved into the circuit in front of him as they formed the connection points that he was going to use to hack his own little modifications to the grand architecture of the room. Once the outer layers dissolved, the inner layers stopped moving. They hovered above the circuit like they'd been frozen in time. Loki examined the room around him with his spirit vision, trying to find any abnormalities in it, and once he was satisfied, Loki clapped his hands to praise himself. I knew it wouldn't fail. I'm a genius after all. Loki flicked his wand and closed the cupboard before he froze as he heard the room tremble a little. Huh. Don't tell me I missed something. Loki panicked and quickly flicked open the cupboard to hack into it a slightly complex runic circuitry which gave him the map of the room. But as he did, his brows rose in surprise. So I was just in time. The three-dimensional map hovering in front of Loki showed his room in the room of requirements, but at the same time he could see a second room right beside the one he was currently in. And in it were a few other people, starting with Hermione Granger. A/N, 4 chapters delayed. 1 uploaded.